Hurry, keep up. Don't let the drug dealer escape. The night was thick as ink, and in the deep mountains of the southwestern border, a fierce exchange of gunfire shattered the stillness of the night. Bullets whistled through the dark sky, and the fiery flashes illuminated the darkness as the narcotics officer, Hao Qian, weaved through the hail of gunfire. His gaze, unwavering and sharp, fixed firmly on the fleeing drug dealer ahead. "Captain, be careful!" The cry of his teammate rang in his ears. Hao Qian instinctively turned, only to see a drug dealer brandishing a gun, the dark muzzle aimed directly at his comrade. Without a moment's hesitation, Hao Qian lunged forward, shoving his teammate aside with great force. Bang! The bullet struck his chest, and a searing pain surged through him, sending his body uncontrollably tumbling backward. Blood gushed from his wound, staining his police uniform, and his consciousness began to fade, the scene before him growing ever darker. Where is this? Hao Qian gradually regained consciousness, feeling a lingering heaviness in his head, yet the pain in his chest had vanished. He slowly opened his eyes to behold a dense forest, towering trees blocking out the sunlight, and strange vines winding around the trunks. The air was infused with a fresh yet unfamiliar aroma, as if the rich spiritual energy was materializing, continuously penetrating his body. Hao Qian struggled to rise, surveying his surroundings, filled with confusion and astonishment. Everything here was starkly different from the world he knew. He remembered being shot while on a mission to save his teammate. How could he possibly be in this place? He instinctively reached for his chest, only to discover that the wound had completely vanished, and even the blood-stained police uniform had transformed into a coarse garment. Have I traversed dimensions? This thought flickered through Haoshin's mind. Though it sounded absurd, the reality before him compelled him to accept this fact. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself and began to contemplate his next course of action. Hao Qian followed a winding path, encountering numerous bizarre creatures he had never seen before. Some resembled colossal birds with 3 eyes, others appeared as vibrant giant snakes, radiating an eerie glow. With each step, he could feel the surrounding spiritual energy thickening to the point of near liquefaction, invigorating his previously weary body, restoring his strength and spirit. As he continued on, Hao Qian arrived at an open meadow. Just as he felt a sense of bewilderment about his next move, a brilliant light flashed across the sky, and a golden scroll gradually descended, hovering before him. Upon closer inspection, he saw the words "the list of deities" inscribed upon it. The list of deities, isn't that something from myth and legend? How could it appear here? Hao Qian was filled with astonishment as he cautiously extended his hand to touch the scroll. The moment his fingertip made contact, the scroll erupted in radiant light, forcing him to shut his eyes against the brilliance. When Hao Qian opened his eyes again, the list of deities was illuminated with a multitude of names, from the storm-calling Jiangxia to the skilled Yang Jian, and the enigmatic Neza. The illustrious names of celestial beings shimmered on the scroll. Simultaneously, a torrent of information surged into his mind, granting him a preliminary understanding of the list's origins and usage. It turned out that this list possessed mysterious powers, capable of summoning celestial beings from the divine realm to serve its bearer. Now, it had chosen Hao Qian, seemingly a twist of fate, bestowing upon him a means to establish himself in this foreign world. With a heart full of trepidation, Hao Qian followed the guidance in his mind and attempted to summon Jiangxia. He closed his eyes, focused his thoughts, and silently intoned, "Jiang Tai Gong, lend me your strength." In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, and a golden light descended from above. As the radiance dissipated, an elderly man with flowing white hair yet a vigorous demeanor appeared before Hao Qian. Clad in a Taoist robe and wielding a divine whip, he was none other than Jiangxia from the list of deities. "Youth, what do you summon me for?" Jiangxia's voice was deep and resonant, imbued with boundless wisdom. Hao Qian hastily bowed respectfully and replied, "Jiang Taigong, I am Hao Qian, a narcotics officer from Earth. I do not know why I have traversed into this otherworldly realm, and I am filled with confusion. I humbly seek your guidance." Jiangxia nodded slightly, his gaze piercing as he appraised Hao Qian. "All of this is the design of fate. You wield a list of deities and thus bear a unique mission. This realm is rich in spiritual energy, yet fraught with hidden perils. You must leverage the power of the list to establish your foothold in this world and protect the innocent. Subsequently, Jiang Zia provided Hao Yin with detailed instructions on how to utilize the list of deities, along with important precautions. He explained that while the celestial beings within the list were formidable, each summoning would consume a certain amount of energy, and the beings that could be summoned varied under different circumstances. Additionally, Jiang Zia cast a spell to resolve any language barriers, enabling Hao Yin to communicate with the inhabitants of this world effortlessly. "Thank you for your assistance, Tai Gong." Hao Yin expressed his gratitude. "There is no need for thanks. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to summon me again." Jiang Zia replied before transforming into a beam of light and vanishing from sight. Gazing in the direction where Jiang Zia had disappeared, Hao Yin took a deep breath, a resolute belief swelling within him. Since destiny had brought him to this other world and endowed him with a list of deities, he was determined to harness this power to carve out a place for himself and safeguard the peace and tranquility of this realm. With his spirits collected, Hao Yin pressed onward. He understood that ahead lay unknown challenges and adventures. Yet he felt no fear, for he held the list of deities in his grasp and had the support of numerous celestial beings behind him. After a considerable time, Hao Yin finally spotted a small town. The buildings there exuded an ancient and unique architectural style, with bustling streets filled with people. As he entered the town, he was captivated by the unfamiliar yet intriguing sights, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. He sought out a modest tavern, intending to fill his belly and gather information about this new world. Upon entering, he found the interior brimming with a diverse array of patrons, armored adventurers, flowing-robed wizards, and various peculiar races. Hao Yin settled into a corner, ordering some food and drink. Shortly, a plump waitress approached with his order. "Sir, here are your food and drinks. Please enjoy," the waitress said with a smile. "Thank you, miss," Hao Yin replied politely. Seizing the opportunity while she remained, he inquired, "Miss, I am new here and unfamiliar with this place. May I ask you a few questions?" The waitress paused briefly before responding with a smile. "No need to be polite, sir. Feel free to ask anything that I will share all that I know." "What is this place? What is this world like?" Hao Yin asked. The waitress patiently explained, "This is Sunset Town, part of the Qingzhou region in the Tianyuan continent. The Tianyuan continent is a world for cultivators, where people absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to practice various techniques and enhance their strength. This continent is home to numerous nations and factions, with a strong prevailing. Cultivators." Haoshin's interest was piqued as he recalled the dense spiritual energy he had sensed in the forest. "So, the people of this world primarily focused on cultivation. What are the realms of cultivation?" he continued to inquire. The waitress replied, "Cultivation realms are divided into 8 stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, integration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. Each stage is further divided into early, mid, late, and peak phases. The higher the realm, the greater the strength." Hao Yin silently absorbed this information, gaining a clearer understanding of this world. He continued to ask the waitress about the town and its surroundings, to which she responded with comprehensive answers. Just as Hao Yin prepared to ask further questions, the tavern door was suddenly flung open, and a group of brutish men stormed in. At the forefront was a burly bald man, his face a mask of brutishness, emanating a strong smell of alcohol. "Listen up. From today onward, this tavern must pay us 50 gold coins daily as protection money, or else don't even think about doing business in this town," the bald man bellowed. The tavern's patrons erupted in a cacophony of gasps, yet none dared to speak against the intimidating thugs. Hao Yin frowned. He had little tolerance for such bullies who preyed on the weak. Rising to his feet, he coldly declared, in broad daylight, "You dare to act so tyrannically? Do you not fear the law?" The bald man turned at the sound of Haoshin's voice, his gaze landing on him with a sneer of disdain. "The law? In Sunset Town, I am the law. Where did you crawl out from, kid, to meddle in my affairs? When I see injustice, I cannot stand idly by," Hao Yin replied fearlessly. "Very well, if you wish to interfere, do not blame me for being rude." The bald man waved his hand, and the thugs surrounding him immediately closed in, encircling Hao Yin. Chapter 2: A glimpse of the investiture of the gods confronted by the approaching burly men. Although a sense of tension gripped Houghton's heart, his eyes radiated unwavering determination. As a narcotics police officer on Earth, he had faced countless perilous battles and had never once recoiled in the face of malevolent forces. However, he was acutely aware that he was in a foreign realm, where the strength of these individuals remained a mystery. Rash actions could lead him into dire straits. "Kid, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, hand over your money, and bow 3 times to us, perhaps we will spare your insignificant life," snarled the bald man with a vicious grin. Evidently viewing Houghton as an easy target, Houghton dismissed the man's threats and swiftly contemplated a counter-strategy in his mind. He understood that his current strength might be negligible in this unfamiliar world, and he had to harness the power of the investiture of the gods. With this thought, he silently called out to Jiangxia in his heart, yet the investiture of the gods remained unresponsive. A wave of despair washed over Houghton as he recollected Jiangxia's earlier words. Calling upon the investiture required a certain expenditure of energy, and each summoning came with its own conditions. Could it be that the present circumstances were insufficient to trigger the call? It seems this brat has been frightened into silence, unable to utter a word, one of the burly men mocked, prompting a chorus of laughter from those around. At this critical juncture, an idea suddenly sparked in Houghton's mind. He remembered Jiangxia mentioning that the investiture of the gods was connected to his mind and spirit. Perhaps he could concentrate his thoughts and feel the power of the investiture, potentially uncovering alternative solutions. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, casting aside all distractions, and focused entirely on the investiture of the gods. In an instant, he felt as though he had entered a mystical realm, with the investiture of the gods hovering before him, radiating a dazzling light. Within this brilliance, Houghton glimpsed deeper secrets of the investiture. He discovered that, aside from directly summoning celestial beings, the investiture could also bestow upon him certain unique abilities. Although these abilities were far from the might of the celestial beings themselves, they could prove invaluable in critical moments. Concentrating intently, Houghton endeavored to draw strength from the investiture. Gradually, he felt a warm current flowing into his body, filling him with vigor, significantly enhancing his speed and reflexes. Attack! The bald man, seeing Houghton keep his eyes shut, assumed he was merely putting on an act and impatiently waved his hand, signaling his men to strike. Several burly men immediately swung their fists and lunged at Houghton. Suddenly, Houghton opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. He swiftly dodged the onslaught, then retaliated with lightning speed, landing a punch squarely into one of the man's abdomen. The man cried out in agony, clutching his stomach as he collapsed to the ground, pain etched across his face. The other men were taken aback, astonished that Houghton possessed such skill. However, emboldened by their numbers, they did not retreat but charged at him with renewed ferocity. Houghton navigated through the throng with ease, leveraging the power granted by the investiture to adeptly evade their strikes while consistently countering. Chaos erupted in the tavern as tables and chairs flew, accompanied by incessant shouts and curses. The bald man, witnessing his subordinates falter against Houghton, felt a mix of shock and rage. He bellowed, drawing a large blade from his waist and swinging it towards Houghton. Sensing the impending threat, Houghton sidestepped just in time to evade the blade's edge. However, the bald man's swordsmanship was relentless, and he continued to swing the weapon, forcing Houghton to retreat, just as Houghton felt overwhelmed. He suddenly recalled another ability of the investiture, insight. Focusing his mind, he activated this ability, and in an instant, he felt as though he could perceive every movement and intention of the bald man. As the bald man swung his blade once more, Houghton remained unfazed, accurately predicting the trajectory of the attack. He lunged forward, delivering a precise punch to the bald man's wrist before the sword could reach him. With a resounding crack, the bald man's wrist fractured, and the sword clattered to the ground. He staggered back, terror etched on his face. Who are you? The bald man stammered, trembling. Houghton gazed coldly at him and replied, "I am merely someone who cannot abide bullies preying on the weak. This incident ends here. If you dare to disturb us again, I assure you, next time you will not escape so easily." Though the bald man harbored resentment, he recognized that he was no match for Houghton and had no choice but to retreat with his men, leaving the tavern in defeat. The patrons, witnessing the tyrant's expulsion, erupted in cheers, rallying around Houghton to express their gratitude and admiration. "Brother, we cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, we would have faced a dire fate today," the tavern owner exclaimed gratefully. "Indeed, brother, your skills are remarkable. I have never encountered someone so formidable," an adventurer marveled. Houghton smiled in response to their accolades, knowing that all credit was due to the investiture of the gods. Through this confrontation, he gained a deeper understanding of its power and felt an even stronger desire to uncover its mysteries. Amidst the fervent invitations from the crowd, Houghton settled in the tavern and engaged in conversation. From their discourse, he learned that practitioners in this world were categorized into various professions, including warriors, sorcerers, Taoists, and summoners, each possessing unique cultivation methods and skills. How does one cultivate as a sorcerer? Hao Tian inquired, intrigued. A young sorcerer answered. Sorcerers primarily meditate to absorb the magical elements of the world, transforming them into their own magical energy. Sorcerers of different attributes can cast distinct spells. For example, fire sorcerers wield fire magic, while water sorcerers command water magic. Hao Tian nodded, gaining a more comprehensive understanding of the cultivation system in this world. He realized that to truly grow powerful here, relying solely on the investiture of the gods would be insufficient. He would need to dedicate himself to rigorous training. After conversing for a while, Hao Tian bid farewell to the crowd and departed the tavern. He found an inn and settled in. Upon returning to his room, he eagerly retrieved the investiture of the gods and began to study it meticulously. He once again entered that mysterious space, with the investiture hovering before him, the names of celestial beings shimmering with light. Hao Tian attempted to establish a connection with other celestial beings listed, focusing his thoughts and calling out to Yang Jian. Yet, as before, the investiture of the gods remained unresponsive. Furrowing his brow, Hao Tian understood that summoning celestial beings was no simple task. It required meeting certain criteria. He calmed his mind and recalled Jiang Zia's earlier words, diligently searching for the key to calling upon celestial beings. Suddenly, a possible reason struck him: emotional resonance. Jiang Zia had mentioned that the investiture of the gods was intertwined with his mind and spirit. Perhaps it could only be summoned in moments of genuine crisis or when driven by powerful beliefs and emotions. To test this hypothesis, Hao Tian decided to conduct an experiment. He closed his eyes and recalled scenes from his time on Earth, executing narcotics missions, those days spent outsmarting drug traffickers and moments when he risked his life to protect the innocent, a surge of righteous justice and mission coursing through him. At that moment, the investiture of the gods suddenly glimmered, and a familiar figure materialized before Hao Tian. He beheld a striking figure holding a three-pronged blade, a third eye shimmering with mysterious light on his forehead. It was the second son of the heavenly emperor. Yang Jian. Child, what do you summon me for? Yang Jian's voice was cold and authoritative, carrying an inherent sense of pressure. Hao Tian quickly bowed respectfully, saying, Yang Erlang, I am Hao Tian, newly arrived in this foreign world, still unfamiliar with its ways. I wish to seek your guidance on matters of cultivation in this realm. I hope you will not hesitate to enlighten me. Yang Jian nodded slightly, scrutinizing Hao Tian. Seeing your sincerity, I shall impart some wisdom. In this world, the path of cultivation lies in perseverance and understanding. You must learn to harness the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to refine both your body and soul. As for this realm, the strong hold dominion. If you wish to establish yourself, you must continually enhance your strength. Subsequently, Yang Jian shared insights and techniques for cultivation, as well as information about the distribution of power and potential dangers within this world. Hao Tian listened intently, committing every word Yang Jian spoke to memory. Thank you, Yang Erlang, for your guidance. Hao Tian expressed his gratitude earnestly. There is no need for such formality. Should you find yourself in difficulty in the future, you may call upon me again. But remember, while the power of the investiture is formidable, do not overly rely on it. Everything ultimately depends on your own efforts. Yang Jian concluded, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing from sight. Hao Tian gazed in the direction of Yang Jian's disappearance, filled with gratitude and motivation. He understood that his adventure in this foreign realm was only just beginning, with countless challenges awaiting him. Yet, with the assistance of the investiture of the gods and celestial beings, coupled with his own diligence, he believed he could carve out a domain of his own in this world. He stowed away the investiture of the gods, seated himself on the bed, and began to attempt cultivation according to Yang Jian's teachings. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the dense spiritual energy surrounding him, gradually entering a state of ethereal tranquility as the energy flowed into him like a gentle stream, nourishing both his body and soul. Chapter 3: A tumult in the town. Hao Tian was immersed in his cultivation, with the surrounding spiritual energy seemingly drawn by an invisible force, continuously converging and flowing through his meridians, nourishing every inch of his being. Time passed unmeasured until a series of urgent knocks suddenly shattered the tranquility. Dear guest, something dreadful has occurred. The innkeeper's voice was laced with anxiety. Hao Tian slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. Being interrupted during meditation was indeed irksome. However, witnessing the innkeeper's frantic demeanor suggested a grave matter at hand, prompting him to hastily rise and open the door. What has happened? Hao Tian inquired, his expression grave. The innkeeper, panting heavily, replied, Those bullies have returned, and this time they bring even more followers, causing a ruckus in the tavern. specifically demanding to see you. A chill ran through Hao Tian's heart. He had not anticipated such swift retribution. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, he swiftly contemplated a strategy. Although he had previously repelled them with the power of the divine list, this time they were evidently prepared and would not easily relent. "Let us go see," Hao Tian declared, striding purposefully towards the tavern, quietly devising a plan. If conventional methods proved insufficient, he might once again call upon the might of the divine list. Upon arriving at the tavern, he was met with a scene of chaos. Tables and chairs lay askew, and patrons cowered in corners, trembling in fear. A bald, burly man stood at the center, flanked by a group, and upon spotting Hao Tian, a sinister grin spread across his face. "You really have some guts to show up," the bald man sneered menacingly. "If I don't cripple you today, where will I put my face?" With a wave of his hand, his cohorts closed in, encircling Hao Tian. Each of them brandished weapons, broadswords and clubs, their eyes glinting with malice. Hao Tian surveyed his surroundings. Calculating the strength of his adversaries, he noticed that several among them exuded a notably potent aura, indicating some level of martial cultivation. It appeared that this predicament would not be trivial. "If you wish to fight, then let us," Hao Tian proclaimed, unflinching, while inwardly calling upon Yang Jian. Yet the divine list remained unresponsive. A weight settled in his heart, realizing that the current crisis might not yet reach the threshold for summoning assistance. Seeing Hao Tian's resolve, the bald man let out a cold laugh and charged forward. Raising his broadsword high to cleave down at Hao Tian's head, Hao Tian deftly sidestepped, evading the blow with ease. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, delivering a punch to the bald man's abdomen. The bald man, evidently prepared, blocked the strike with his arm and retaliated with a punch aimed at Hao Tian's chest. Hao Tian swiftly recoiled, narrowly avoiding the blow. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, with Hao Tian leveraging his agility and the strength bestowed by the divine list to hold his ground. However, as time wore on, the sheer number of the opponents began to reveal its advantage, and Hao Tian gradually found himself struggling. "Ha, boy, let's see how much longer you can last." The bald man, seeing Hao Tian show signs of fatigue, grew increasingly emboldened in his assault. Just as Hao Tian found himself in a dire situation, he sensed a familiar aura approaching. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out, "You vile creature, cease your insolence." A flash of golden light appeared, and Yang Jian, riding on a cloud and wielding his three-pronged blade, materialized before them. "Erlangshan," Hao Tian exclaimed in delight. The sudden appearance of Yang Jian left all present in stunned silence. They had never encountered such a commanding figure, especially one emanating such a formidable presence, which instilled profound fear within them. Who are you?" the bald man stammered, his voice trembling. Yang Jian shot him a cold glance, remaining silent before turning to Hao Tian. "Are you unharmed, my boy?" "Thank you, Lord Erlang, for your timely rescue. I am quite fine," Hao Tian replied hastily. "Leave these ruffians to me," Yang Jian declared, brandishing his three-pronged blade and charging towards the group of bullies. His movements were as swift as lightning, each strike imbued with immense power, rendering the bullies utterly defenseless as they fell one by one. Seeing this, the bald man turned to flee, but escape was futile. Yang Jian swiftly intercepted him. Thinking to run? Not so easily. With a flick of his blade, the bald man's legs were severed at the knees, and he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Spare me," the bald man cried out in terror, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at Yang Jian. Yang Jian regarded him coldly, stating, "I shall spare your life today, but should you dare commit further misdeeds, I shall not be so forgiving." With that, Yang Jian returned to Hao Tian's side. "Lord Erlang, I am immensely grateful," Hao Tian expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Yang Jian smiled slightly, saying, "There is no need for thanks. Our fates are intertwined, and I shall assist you. However, you must not always rely on me. You must strive to cultivate your own strength." Hao Tian nodded earnestly, replying, "I shall heed your counsel, and I will diligently pursue my cultivation." Yang Jian nodded in acknowledgement. "I see this small town possesses a simple and honest spirit. You might consider staying here for a time to hone your skills. Should danger arise, simply call for me." With that, Yang Jian transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished from sight. The patrons of the tavern, witnessing the bullies' retreat, gathered around, showering praise upon Hao Tian and Yang Jian for their bravery. "Young master, you are truly our savior," the innkeeper exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. "Indeed, had it not been for you and that celestial being, we would have faced dire consequences," a patron chimed in. Hao Tian smiled and graciously accepted their thanks, yet his mind lingered on Yang Jian's words. He understood that in a world where strength reigns supreme, to genuinely protect himself and those he cherished, he must rely on his own power. From that day forth, Hao Tian settled in the small town, Each day, he dedicated himself to cultivation while also seeking knowledge from the townsfolk about the world around him. Through his interactions, he gradually grasped that while this world brimmed with opportunities, it also concealed countless dangers. Beyond the conflicts between nations and factions, sinister organizations and malevolent forces lurked in the shadows, pursuing their nefarious goals at any cost, posing significant threats to the realm. Realizing the weight of his responsibility to safeguard this world, Hao Tian resolved to expedite his growth and strength. Thus, he intensified his training, continuously exploring the mysteries of the divine list, hoping to soon wield greater power. Chapter 4. The infiltration of the mysterious organization. As Hao Tian settled into his life in Sunset Town, his routine gradually took shape. Every morning, he greeted the first rays of sunlight by commencing his training, attempting to guide the surrounding spiritual energy in a cyclical flow through his body, meticulously honing his foundation as per Yang Jian's teachings. As time progressed, he could distinctly feel his strength amplifying, his physique becoming increasingly agile and robust, and he developed a deeper understanding of the cultivation system in this world. In the afternoons, Hao Tian would stroll through the town, engaging in conversations with the residents to learn more about the customs of Tianyuan continent, the distribution of powers, and the extraordinary tales of cultivators. Throughout this process, he found this world to be both mysterious and intricate, with complex relationships between various nations and a multitude of cultivation sects, among which were formidable superpowers with rich histories. Though life appeared tranquil, unbeknownst to Hao Tian, a pair of watchful eyes had already set their sights upon him. A mysterious organization, having learned of his triumph over the bullies, became intensely curious about him and the power he wielded. This organization had long been dedicated to seeking out individuals with unique abilities and special powers, aiming to appropriate these forces for their clandestine aims. One day, while Hao Tian was practicing in the woods outside the town as usual, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura, the very air around him seeming to grow heavy with tension. Alert, he halted his training and scanned his surroundings with vigilance. Three figures emerged slowly from the shadows of the trees, their forms cloaked in dark robes, rendering their faces indistinguishable, yet an aura of cold danger emanated from them. Who are you? Why do you stealthily follow me? Hao Tian demanded loudly, while secretly preparing to summon the celestial beings from the divine list. The leading figure in black let out a low, rumbling laugh. Calm yourself, Boyd. We are merely intrigued by you and the divine list you possess. We wish to have a conversation. Hao Tian's heart raced. He had not expected them to know of the divine list's existence. Attempting to maintain his composure, he replied, I know not what you speak of. The divine list is but a fable, of no concern to me. Why feign ignorance? Another figure scoffed disdainfully. We have conducted thorough investigations. The power you wielded to repel the bullies in the tavern is indeed linked to the divine list. If you were wise, surrender the divine list willingly, or do not blame us for our hostility. Understanding that they would not relent easily now that they had come, Hao Tian locked his gaze on the three figures, declaring, If you desire the divine list, come and take it by your own merit. As soon as his words fell, the three figures sprang into action simultaneously. Their speed was extraordinary, and they were upon Hao Tian in an instant. The leader extended a hand towards Hao Tian, attempting to seize him, his palm glowing with a dark luminescence, as if containing boundless dark power. Hao Tian swiftly sidestepped, throwing a punch towards the black-clad man's arm. However, his fist met a resistance akin to striking a mass of cotton. Failing to inflict any damage, the black-clad figure seized the opportunity, swiftly grasping Hao Tian's shoulder. Hao Tian felt a powerful force surging towards him, and his body was involuntarily drawn closer. In this critical moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he resolutely called out for Yang Jian. Yang Jian, assist me. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant golden light flashed, and Yang Jian appeared at Hao Tian's side, wielding his trident-bladed weapon. He advanced without hesitation towards the cloaked figure. The black-clad man, upon observing this, swiftly released his grip on Hao Tian and retreated. You again, he exclaimed, a glimmer of apprehension flashing in his eyes as he regarded Yang Jian. Yang Jian coldly gazed at them and declared, You cowardly scoundrels dare to lay hands on my charge. Today, you shall find no way out. With that, Yang Jian swung his weapon and charged at the three black-clad figures. Unwilling to back down, the assailants unleashed their own techniques, engaging Yang Jian in fierce combat. During the battle, Hao Tian realized that the strength of these adversaries was formidable. Their techniques were bizarre, their power unique, and their teamwork seamless. Even Yang Jian found it challenging to vanquish them. Who are these people? Hao Tian pondered in secret. He understood that he could not remain a mere spectator. He had to find a way to contribute. Therefore, he concentrated his mind, attempting to draw strength from the Fengshen Bang to enhance his own power. With the blessing of the Fengshen Bang, Hao Tian's strength surged significantly. Taking a deep breath, he joined the fray. Utilizing his agile movements, he darted between the black-clad figures, searching for their weaknesses, landing punches and kicks whenever possible. With Hao Yan's assistance, Yang Jian felt a considerable alleviation of pressure. Seizing an opportunity, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Heavenly Eye unveiled. Suddenly, the third eye on his forehead opened wide, and a beam of golden light shot forth towards one of the cloaked figures. The man, caught off guard, was struck by the light and disintegrated into ashes. The remaining two black-clad figures, witnessing this, were filled with dread. They understood they were no match for Yang Jian, and continued engagement would surely lead to their demise. Exchanging glances, they turned to flee. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Yang Jian snorted coldly, swiftly appearing before them to block their path. Today marks your end. With that, he swung his weapon, and the two figures fell to the ground, after dispatching the black-clad men. Yang Jian approached Hao Yan. "Are you unharmed, young one?" he inquired. Hao Yan shook his head and replied, "I am fine. Thank you, true lord, for saving me once again. But who are these people? How could they know of the Fengshen Bang?" Yang Jian furrowed his brow and answered, "I too am unclear of their origins, but since they are aware of the Fengshen Bang, the forces behind them must be formidable. You must exercise caution in the future and refrain from revealing the secrets of the Fengshen Bang." Hao Yan nodded, affirming, "I understand, true lord. Rest assured, I shall be vigilant." Yang Jian offered a few more words of advice before transforming into a beam of golden light and vanishing from sight. Hao Yan gazed in the direction Yang Jian had disappeared, silently vowing to enhance his abilities swiftly, no longer relying on the protection of the celestial beings. He knew that only by becoming stronger could he safeguard himself and those around him in this perilous world. Chapter 5. Acquiring cultivation resources. After dealing with the mysterious black-clad figures, Hao Yan realized that in this world, strength was the foundation of all, although he had the support of the Fengshen Bang. To truly establish himself, he required a substantial leap in his own cultivation, which was inextricably linked to ample resources for training. During his time in Sunset Town, Hao Yan fortified his existing strength while inquiring among the seasoned adventurers in the town about ways to acquire cultivation resources. From their accounts, he learned of a treacherous location, the Lingwu mountain range, situated 100 miles from the town. The mountains were rich in spiritual energy, concealing abundant spiritual mines and rare herbs. A veritable treasure trove sought after by cultivators. However, the area was rife with magical beasts, and unknown dangers lurked within. Most who ventured there faced near certain death. Yet, Hao Yan felt no inclination to retreat. He was determined to journey to the Lingwu mountain range and carve out a space for his cultivation path. To increase his chances of success, he resolved to recruit companions in the town. Once the news spread, many adventurers, enticed by the generous rewards, came forth to sign up. Ultimately, Hao Yan selected 5 strong and experienced adventurers to form an expedition team. Before setting out, he once again consulted Zhang Zia for strategies. Utilizing the connection of the Fengshen Bang, Zhang Zia imparted methods for identifying spiritual mines and herbs, as well as techniques for confronting magical beasts. He also cautioned Hao Yan to remain vigilant in the mountains and not to easily trust anyone. Armed with Zhang Zia's advice, Hao Yan and his team embarked on their journey to the Lingwu mountain range. Along the way, they braved the elements, traveling day and night. After several days of arduous trekking, they finally reached the foothills of the Lingwu mountain range. Standing at the base, gazing up at the mist-laden peaks, a sense of mystery and danger enveloped them. Hao Yan took a deep breath and addressed his teammates. "Everyone, stay alert. Peril abounds in these mountains, and we must collaborate closely." His teammates nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting determination and anticipation. Upon entering the mountains, the rich spiritual energy invigorated them, yet they dared not let their guard down, proceeding with utmost caution. Before long, they encountered their first wave of danger, a pack of magical wolves. These creatures towered half a human height, their fur as tough as steel needles, and their eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty gleam. "Everyone, be cautious, prepare for battle," Hao Yan shouted as he charged ahead, focusing his mind. He summoned the power granted by the Fengshen Bang, feeling his body become light and agile. He swiftly maneuvered among the magical wolves, each strike landing precisely on their vital points. The other adventurers were equally undeterred, showcasing their unique skills. Some wielded swords, their blades flashing. Others excelled in spells, launching flames and ice shards towards the wolves. Through their collective effort, the magical wolves were gradually pushed back. However, before they could catch their breath, an even more formidable beast emerged. A colossal bear, as massive as a mountain, lumbered out from the woods, exuding a powerful aura that shook the ground with each step. "The earth bear, immensely strong. Be cautious." exclaimed an experienced adventurer. The Earth Bear roared and charged toward them with incredible speed, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Hao-Tian quickly summoned Neza, and a flash of red light appeared as Neza, riding on his windfire wheels and wielding the fire-tipped spear and the universe ring, manifested before them. Ha! Whatever fearsome beast you have, bring them forth. Neza laughed as he rushed towards the Earth Bear. With a flourish of the universe ring, it elongated and ensnared the bear's limbs. He then hurled the universe ring, striking the Earth Bear squarely on the head. Under Neza's assault, the Earth Bear found its movements hampered and its strength significantly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Hao-Tian and his teammates unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks on the Earth Bear. After a grueling battle, the Earth Bear finally collapsed, bereft of any ability to resist, with the Earth Bear vanquished. The group pressed deeper into the mountains. As they searched for spiritual mines and herbs, they encountered various dangers, such as venomous spiders lurking in the shadows and enchanted flowers releasing hallucinogenic mists. Yet, with Hao-Tian's celestial assistance and the teamwork of his comrades, they repeatedly turned peril into safety. At last, deep within the mountains, they stumbled upon a vein of spiritual ore. The mine was rich with spiritual energy, radiating an enchanting glow. The group was elated, hastily beginning their excavation. However, just as they had made significant progress, an unexpected visitor appeared. Chapter 6. Battle in the Mountains. Just as the group reveled in their discovery of the spiritual ore vein and devoted themselves to digging, a shadow darted from the woods, swiftly materializing before them. The newcomer was a man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a sinister mask, rendering his features unrecognizable. Yet the powerful aura emanating from him sent shivers down their spines. Leave the spiritual ore, and you may depart, the man in black stated coldly, his voice reminiscent of whispers from the depths of the abyss, laced with an eerie chill. Hao-Tian stepped forward, shielding his teammates behind him, and resolutely replied, "We found this spiritual ore after braving numerous dangers. Why should we hand it over to you?" The black-robed man let out a chilling laugh. "You foolish beings." As his words fell, he quickly formed hand seals, and a cloud of black mist surged forth from his palms, enveloping the area. Within the mist, grotesque faces flickered, emitting spine-chilling wails that sent a wave of terror through the group. Upon witnessing this, Hao-Tian immediately called for Neza. "Neza, assist me." Neza appeared in an instant, brandishing his fire-tipped spear, its tip ablaze, dispersing the surrounding black mist. "Humph, not bad," the black-robed man remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, before he vanished and lunged towards Neza like a specter. Unfazed, Neza confronted him, riding on his windfire wheels, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. The clash of the fire-tipped spear against the black-clad man's claws sparked showers of sparks, each encounter generating powerful shockwaves that sent nearby trees swaying. Seizing the opportunity amidst their duel, Hao-Tian turned to his teammates and shouted, "Stay calm, continue excavating the spiritual ore. I will hold him off." With that, he concentrated his mind, drawing power from the Fengshen Bang, feeling his strength surge within him, greatly enhancing his speed and power. He charged towards the black-robed man, aiming to disrupt his offensive rhythm. Sensing Hao-Tian's approach, the black-robed man redirected one of his hands, unleashing a wave of dark energy towards Hao-Tian. Hao-Tian swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding an energy wave that grazed him, striking a nearby colossal boulder, which instantly disintegrated into dust. Meanwhile, his companions were not idle. The spell-casting adventurers unleashed a barrage of ice arrows and fireballs, striving to restrain the man in the black cloak. Those armed with weapons meticulously sought opportunities, poised to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. The battle intensified, the prowess of the cloaked figure surpassing all expectations. Even amidst the onslaught from Neza and the others, he remained unfazed. Neza gradually found himself straining, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This won't do. Continuing like this is not a solution. Hao-Tian thought anxiously. He once more focused his mind, attempting to forge a deeper connection with the investiture of the gods, hoping to gain more formidable power. At that moment, the investiture radiated a brilliant light, and a surge of mysterious energy coursed into Hao-Tian's body. He felt his strength swell instantaneously, his eyes gleaming with a golden light, as if empowered by divine might. "Prepare to meet your end," Hao-Tian roared, charging toward the man in black. His speed was akin to lightning. Before the cloaked figure could react, he was struck squarely in the chest by Hao-Tian's fist. The black-clad man emitted a muffled groan, his body flying backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily into a large tree, which splintered upon impact. Witnessing this, Neza's spirit soared. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his ultimate technique, 3 heads and 6 arms. Instantly, Neza sprouted 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a different magical artifact. launching a tempestuous assault upon the cloaked figure. Under the combined onslaught of Hao Tian and Neza, the black-clad man found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. He bore multiple injuries, his breath growing weaker and weaker. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? The cloaked man muttered, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. Ultimately, with the final strike from Hao Tian and Neza, the black-clad man collapsed to the ground, motionless. After vanquishing their foe, relief washed over the group. They sank to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces etched with exhaustion. Yet more so with the joy of surviving a harrowing ordeal. Wonderful. We've triumphed, one adventurer exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, it was thanks to Hao Tian and his celestial companions, another expressed gratefully. Hao Tian smiled gently, responding, as long as everyone is safe, this is our collective achievement. Now, let us continue excavating the spirit mines. The group rallied their spirits and resumed their efforts in mining. Through their endeavors, they amassed a substantial bounty of spirit ore. These resources would bolster their cultivation, aiding them in their journey of growth. With their hands laden with treasures, Hao Tian and his companions departed from the Lingwu mountain range. They understood that this adventure was merely the beginning, with countless challenges awaiting them on the horizon. Yet they felt no fear, for they believed that as long as they remained united, no obstacle was insurmountable. Chapter 7. The conspiracy of the mysterious organization returning triumphantly from the Lingwu mountain range. Hao Tian and his companions were greeted with a hero's welcome in Sunset Town. The townsfolk marveled at their valiant deeds. However, Hao Tian could not relish in the glory, a sense of unease gnawing at him, as he suspected the appearance of the cloaked man was no mere coincidence, concealing a far greater danger. While sorting through the spirit ore, Hao Tian discovered a black token that had fallen from the cloaked man. The token bore a mysterious symbol, resembling an ancient script, or perhaps an obscure mark. Holding the token, he sought the wisdom of an elder in town known for his knowledge of peculiar events. The elder examined it for a long while, his complexion turning pale, his voice trembling as he spoke. This token may belong to a secretive organization that has operated in the shadows for years, conducting their affairs with an inscrutable agenda. No one knows their true purpose, but their appearances are always accompanied by bloodshed. Determined to unearth the conspiracy of this enigmatic organization, Hao Tian resolved to follow this lead. He instructed his companions to securely store the spirit ore while he, armed with the investiture of the gods, embarked on an investigative journey. Following the elder's guidance, he made his way to a nearby abandoned ancient city, rumored to be a bastion of the mysterious organization. Upon arriving at the ancient city, night had already fallen. The moonlight bathed the crumbling walls in an eerie glow, heightening the sense of foreboding. He cautiously entered the city, the air thick with a foul stench. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps and quickly concealed himself behind a broken wall. A group of cloaked figures hurried past him, their attire eerily reminiscent of those who had attacked him earlier. Hao Tian stealthily trailed them to an underground chamber. Inside the chamber, several cloaked figures were seated together, engaged in heated discussion. This mission has failed. That kid and his backing are far too powerful. One of the cloaked figures lamented. It's merely a stroke of luck. Our organization's plans must not be thwarted. Orders have come down from above to acquire the investiture of the gods at all costs. Another replied menacingly, but he has those celestial beings aiding him. We are no match for them. What are you afraid of? The organization has countermeasures in place. It is said that deep within the ancient city lies a seal containing a malevolent force. Once we discover the method to break the seal and harness that power, not even he, nor those celestial beings, will stand a chance against us. Hao Tian's heart raced upon hearing this. He realized that the conspiracy of the mysterious organization was far more terrifying than he had imagined. If they were to unleash that malevolent force, the entire world would be plunged into peril. He resolved to leave the chamber and return to strategize with his companions. However, just as he turned, he inadvertently kicked a stone. Who goes there? The cloaked figures immediately became alert, rushing toward the entrance. Knowing he had been compromised, Hao Tian did not retreat. Instead, he summoned Yang Jian. Yang Jian, wielding his trident, materialized before Hao Tian. With me here, do not harm him. Yang Jian's voice resonated like thunder, causing the cloaked figures to wince. Upon recognizing Yang Jian, the cloaked figures felt a surge of fear, yet they pressed forward, determined to fulfill their mission. Yang Jian brandished his trident, effortlessly repelling them. Think you can escape? Yang Jian scoffed, his figure flashing as he appeared before the cloaked figures, subduing them all. Hao Tian entered the chamber, gazing at the subdued figures with cold disdain. Tell me, what is your plan? What is the nature of the sealed malevolent force? Initially defiant, The cloaked figures eventually divulged the truth under Yang Jian's imposing presence. The mysterious organization had been in search of various formidable powers, aiming to dominate the world. The malevolent force they spoke of was a demon sealed since ancient times. Once unleashed, it would bring about endless calamity. Upon learning the truth, Hao Tian felt a grave weight settle in his heart. He knew he must act swiftly to thwart the organization's conspiracy. He instructed Yang Jian to keep watch over the captured figures while he rushed back to Sunset Town. Upon returning to the town, Hao Tian recounted the events to his companions. Shock and concern washed over them as they listened. We cannot allow this mysterious organization to succeed. We must stop them, one companion declared resolutely. Indeed, but how do we proceed? That malevolent force is too powerful, another expressed anxiously. Hao Tian pondered for a moment before responding. Let us first return to the ancient city and locate the seal of the demon. Perhaps we can find a way to strengthen the seal or uncover the key to its unbinding before the mysterious organization does. And then destroy it. The group nodded in agreement. Thus, after making brief preparations, Hao Tian led his companions on their journey once more. They understood that this mission would be far more arduous, yet they harbored no thoughts of retreat. For they were resolute in their commitment to protect the world. Chapter 8. The secrets of the mysterious ruins. Hao Tian and his companions hurried back to the ancient city, the moonlight still cold and illuminating the crumbling stones. As if cloaking the impending crisis in frost, following the instructions of the captured cloaked figures, they discovered a concealed entrance deep within the city, etched with strange runes that exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. These runes exude a sinister energy. Everyone, proceed with caution. Hao Tian warned his companions, silently invoking Jiangxia in hopes of gleaning insights regarding the runes from the sage. Jiangxia's figure gradually emerged in the glow of the investiture of the gods. Scrutinizing the runes with furrowed brows, these runes are part of an ancient seal, exceedingly complex. A misstep could trigger mechanisms or weaken the seal, Jiangxia cautioned gravely. However, I can sense a formidable and malevolent force lurking behind this seal. Consistent with the aura of the demon you mentioned, under Jiangxia's guidance, Hao Tian and his companions cautiously advanced. Each step required meticulous observation of the changing runes, lest they inadvertently trigger danger. As they delved deeper, the temperature within the passage grew increasingly frigid, an oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily upon them, making it difficult to breathe. At long last, they arrived before a vast cavern. In the center of the cavern stood an ancient stone platform radiating an eerie glow, upon which was embedded a colossal black crystal. Within the crystal, dark vapors swirled ominously, as if something was desperately struggling to break free from its confines. This is the core of the demon's seal. Jiangxia's voice trembled slightly. That black crystal is the key to the seal. If it shatters, the demon will surely emerge. Just as they prepared to investigate the seal further, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the cavern. I didn't expect you to actually find your way here, but it's too late. A group of figures clad in black surged forth from all directions, encircling Hao Tian and his companions. At the forefront stood a man with a stern countenance, clutching a disc that emitted a faint glow. The needle upon the disc spun wildly, pointing towards the black crystal resting upon the stone platform. What do you intend to do? Hao Tian bellowed, simultaneously summoning Neza and Yang Jian, preparing himself for battle. What do we intend to do? Naturally, we seek to unseal the demon god and plunge this world into eternal darkness. The cold-faced man laughed maniacally. Do you truly believe you can thwart us? You are sorely mistaken. This disc is the key we have discovered to break the seal. If we draw near to the crystal just a bit more, we can shatter the enchantment. With that, disregarding Hao Tian and his allies' attempts to stop him, he charged toward the stone platform, accompanied by his black-clad followers. Hao Tian and his companions immediately engaged in a fierce skirmish with the assailants. Neza brandished his fiery spear, weaving through the throng, causing black-clad adversaries to fall with every strike. Meanwhile, Yang Jian wielded his trident blade, delivering powerful blows that forced the attackers to retreat. However, the sheer number of black-clad figures was overwhelming, as they pressed forward relentlessly, striving to buy time for their leader. While battling, Hao Tian kept a vigilant eye on the cold-faced man. He noticed that with each step the man took toward the crystal, the black mist within roiled more violently, and the temperature around them plummeted. He must not be allowed to approach the crystal, Hao Tian roared, summoning all his strength to charge at the cold-faced man. Sensing Hao Tian's intent, the man immediately dispatched several of his stronger minions to intercept him. Hao Tian engaged in a desperate struggle against them, sustaining multiple injuries yet refusing to yield. Just as the cold-faced man was about to close in on the crystal, Hao Tian finally broke through the black-clad defenders and stood before him. Your nefarious plot shall not succeed. Hao Yin shouted, launching a punch at the cold-faced man. The man swiftly dodged, but still felt Hao Yin's fist graze his shoulder, causing him to stagger. Humph, do you think you can stop me? The cold-faced man regained his footing, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. If that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, he hurled the disc toward the crystal with great force. The disc traced an arc through the air, hurtling toward its target. In the crucial moment before it would make contact with the crystal, Hao Tian leaped forward, using his body to shield the crystal from the disc. No. His teammates gasped in horror. Hao Tian felt an immense force collide with him, his consciousness beginning to fade. Yet he knew he could not fall. Summoning his last vestige of strength, he hurled the disc away with all his might. The disc exploded mid-air, sending a shockwave that knocked the cold-faced man and the surrounding black-clad figures flying. Hao Yin, Neza, and Yang Jian rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. At that moment, Hao Tian had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his body battered and bruised. Quickly, let us remove him from this place, Jiang Zia urged anxiously. The seal has been temporarily preserved, but we must swiftly find a permanent solution. Under the cover of their teammates, Neza and Yang Jian carried Hao Tian away from the mysterious ruins. They understood that this battle was far from over, and a greater peril awaited them ahead. Chapter 9. The eve of the final battle. In the depths of his unconsciousness, Hao Yin's mind was flooded with fragmented memories of executing a drug bust. The chaos of gunfire, the cries of his comrades, and the menacing faces of drug traffickers melding together. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing the sunset town of Tianyuan continent, the terrified gazes of the townsfolk. The rampant destruction wrought by a mysterious organization. And the demon god on the verge of being unsealed. He jolted awake, gasping for breath, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Captain, you are finally awake, his nearby teammate exclaimed with relief. Hao Tian slowly sat up, his body aching as if it had been shattered. He surveyed the familiar surroundings, realizing he had returned to Sunset Town. How long have I been unconscious? He rasped. 3 days. We were all beside ourselves with worry. His teammate replied, everyone has been eager for your recovery so we can devise a plan to combat the mysterious organization. Hao Tian nodded, acutely aware of the urgency. The mysterious organization would not rest, and they were surely still seeking ways to unseal the demon god. After a light meal, Hao Tian steeled himself and summoned his teammates to the tavern to strategize. Within the tavern, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Worry etched on every face. We cannot remain passive any longer, Hao Tian began. The mysterious organization will return. We must take the initiative and find a definitive way to stop them. But what shall we do? A teammate inquired. The seal on the demon god is far too powerful. We cannot strengthen it, and we have no idea what further tactics the mysterious organization may employ. Silence enveloped the group as they struggled to conceive a better plan. At that moment, Hao Yin recalled Jiang Zia's words in the mysterious ruins, mentioning that the runes of the seal were exceedingly complex, and perhaps clues to breaking or reinforcing the seal could be found in ancient texts. I have an idea, Hao Yin said. We can seek out ancient texts. Perhaps we might uncover secrets regarding the demon god seal. He continued, to my knowledge, there is a library rich in tomes not far from the town where we might be fortunate. Upon hearing this, the team agreed that it was a feasible plan. After a brief preparation, Hao Yin and his companions set off toward the city. Along the way, they remained vigilant, wary of any attacks from the mysterious organization. After several days of travel, they finally reached the city. The city bustled with life, throngs of people bustling about. Yet Hao Yin and his companions were too preoccupied to appreciate the sights. They made their way directly to the library. Explaining their purpose to the librarian, an elderly gentleman, furrowed his brow upon hearing their request. Indeed, there are texts regarding the demon god's seal within the library, but they are classified as forbidden books, stored in a restricted section. Without special permission, you cannot access them, he stated. Elder, we are truly in urgent need. It concerns the safety of the entire world. Please, grant us some leniency, Hao Tian implored earnestly. The elder regarded Hao Yin's resolute gaze, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. Very well, very well. You do not strike me as ill-intentioned. I will assist you this once. But remember, you can only peruse the text in the restricted section and may not remove anything. Guided by the elder, Hao Tian and his companions entered the library's restricted section. Within, the room was filled with various ancient texts, exuding an air of antiquity. The group began to search diligently, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for any potentially useful volumes. After several hours of searching, Hao Yin finally uncovered a yellowed tome containing accounts of the demon god seal. The text detailed the origins of the demon god, the sealing process, and the consequences of unsealing. More importantly, it described a method to strengthen the seal, which required gathering 3 artifacts, the Chaos Pearl, the Qian Kuan Mirror, and the Hongming Bell. This is splendid. We have finally found a solution, Hao Tian exclaimed with excitement. His teammates gathered around, their faces brightening with hopeful smiles as they gazed at the tome. However, these 3 artifacts are exceedingly rare. Where shall we find them? One teammate questioned. Hao Tian pondered for a moment before responding. The tome does not specify the locations of the artifacts, but I believe that since they are ancient relics, there must be legends and clues regarding them. We can inquire around the city. Perhaps we may uncover some leads. Thus, the group set out once more, seeking to gather information from those knowledgeable about unusual occurrences. After considerable effort, they finally obtained some leads. Some claimed that the Chaos Pearl had been sighted in a mysterious valley, fiercely guarded by powerful magical beasts. The Qian Kuan Mirror was said to be in the possession of an ancient family, which was notoriously reclusive, and the Hongming Bell was rumored to be hidden within an abandoned temple, fraught with perilous traps. Upon receiving this information, Hao Tian and his companions wasted no time and immediately embarked on their quest for the artifacts. Their first destination was the mysterious valley. As they entered the valley, a heavy mist enveloped them, creating an eerie atmosphere. No sooner had they stepped inside than several formidable magical beasts lunged at them. Everyone, be cautious, Hao Tian shouted, summoning Neza, armed with his fiery spear. Neza engaged the magical beasts in a fierce battle. Hao Tian and his teammates also sprang into action, employing their various abilities to assist Neza. After an arduous struggle, they finally repelled the magical beasts. As they ventured deeper into the valley, they discovered a cave radiating with a spectrum of colors. Hao Tian recognized that the Chaos Pearl was likely nestled within. He cautiously entered the cave and beheld a pearl, pulsating with chaotic energy, suspended in the air at its center. This must be the Chaos Pearl, Hao Tian exclaimed in delight. Just as he reached out to seize it, a deep, menacing roar reverberated through the cave, and a massive magical beast charged forth from the shadows. The beast was covered in black scales, its eyes glowing red, and it unleashed fierce flames from its maw. This is not good. It's the Chaos Demon Ape, an immensely powerful foe, a teammate shouted in alarm. The Chaos Demon Ape roared and charged at the group, its strength causing the ground to tremble with each attack. Hao Tian and his companions found themselves in a desperate battle, with Neza gradually feeling the strain. We cannot continue like this. We will perish here, Hao Tian thought anxiously. He concentrated, attempting to draw more power from the Fengshen Bang. At that critical moment, the Fengshen Bang shimmered, and Jiang Zia's figure appeared before him. In this crucial hour, I shall lend you my strength once more. After Jiang Zia spoke, he waved the god-whipping rod in his hand, and a beam of golden light shot towards the Chaos Demon Ape. Upon being struck by the radiant glow, the Chaos Demon Ape shuddered violently, its movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Tian rushed forward and grasped the Chaos Pearl. As he held the pearl, a surge of immense power flooded into his body, instantly enhancing his strength. Let us go, Hao Tian shouted, leading his comrades swiftly out of the cavern. The Chaos Demon Ape roared behind them in pursuit, yet it could never catch up. Having successfully acquired the Chaos Pearl, Hao Tian and his companions pressed on towards their next destination, the ancient family that safeguarded the Qian Kuan Mirror. They were acutely aware that the journey ahead would be fraught with peril, yet they harbored no thoughts of retreat in their mission to thwart the nefarious schemes of the mysterious organization. Chapter 10. The final showdown. After departing from the enigmatic valley, Hao Tian and his companions set their course towards the domain of the ancient family. Along the way, they braved the elements, traveling day and night, driven by a singular conviction: to gather the divine artifacts, strengthen the seal on the demon god, and prevent the organization's sinister plot. After days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the castle of the ancient family. The castle loomed impressively, surrounded by formidable magical barriers, showcasing the family's extraordinary heritage. Hao Tian stepped forward to declare their purpose, but the guards, vigilant and wary, barred their entry. We are indeed in urgent need of assistance regarding the fate of all living beings. We humbly request that you relay our plight, Hao Tian implored earnestly. After a moment's hesitation, the guard entered to convey their message. Before long, an elderly man with white hair yet vibrant vitality emerged from the castle, flanked by a throng of admirers. His penetrating gaze scrutinized Hao Tian and his companions. I have heard that you seek the Qian Kuan Mirror, a sacred artifact of my clan. What is your intention in searching for it? Hao Tian laid bare the organization's nefarious plans, and upon hearing this, the elder's expression turned grave. I had no idea such a crisis loomed over the world. He pondered deeply for a moment before slowly speaking. Although the Qian Kuan Mirror is a sacred relic, my clan is willing to assist if it is for the sake of world peace. However, you must first pass a test. Hao Tian and his companions exchanged resolute glances and nodded affirmatively. The elder led them to the castle as trial grounds, where various mechanisms and traps were set up. This trial ground simulates numerous perilous scenarios. You must reach the endpoint within the hour and retrieve the token that represents the Qianquan mirror to pass the trial. Taking a deep breath, Hao Tian stepped boldly into the trial ground, and as he entered, countless phantom soldiers surged forth, brandishing their weapons and charging at him. Hao Tian swiftly summoned Yang Jian, who wielded a trident and effortlessly repelled the phantom soldiers. The group coordinated their efforts, struggling to advance amidst the onslaught of traps and illusions. One teammate inadvertently triggered a mechanism, causing the ground beneath him to give way, threatening to plunge him into the abyss. With quick reflexes, Hao Tian grasped the teammate, while Neza threw forth the heavenly silk, pulling everyone to safety. As time ticked away, they finally reached the endpoint at the last possible moment, seizing the token. The elder nodded approvingly. Then produced the Qianquan mirror. This mirror possesses the power to reverse the heavens and the earth, that I hope you wield it wisely to save the world. Upon receiving the Qianquan mirror, Hao Tian felt a surge of mysterious energy. The mirror's surface shimmered, seemingly capable of reflecting all things in existence. At that moment, the time until the demon god's seal began to wane grew ever closer, and Hao Tian and his companions dared not delay. Immediately setting off for the abandoned temple to seek the Hongmeng Bell, the temple was shrouded in a miasma of decay, with remnants of walls casting an eerie shadow. As they stepped inside, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped them, and countless vines erupted from the walls, ensnaring the group. Be careful, these vines are peculiar. Hao Tian struggled against the tightening grip of the vines, just as they found themselves in dire straits. Jiang Zia's voice echoed in their minds. Use the power of the Chaos Pearl to break this evil. Hao Tian immediately harnessed the power of the Chaos Pearl, unleashing a wave of chaotic light that withered the vines in an instant. They pressed deeper into the temple, arriving at the main hall where a high platform held an ancient bell, the Hongmeng Bell. Just as they grasped the bell, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and thunder roared. The leader of the mysterious organization appeared before the temple, flanked by a cadre of cloaked figures. I did not expect you to truly gather the divine artifacts. However, it all ends here. The leader laughed maniacally, brandishing a darkly glowing artifact, the key to unsealing the demon god. Today marks your demise. Once the demon god is released, this world shall fall under our dominion. As his words fell, the cloaked figures surged forward like a tide. Hao Tian and his companions swiftly formed a defensive formation, engaging in a desperate battle against the assailants. Neza rode the wind-fire wheels into the fray, his fiery spear dancing fiercely. Yang Jian unleashed his heavenly gaze, firing beams of golden light that felled the cloaked figures. Hao Tian wielded the Chaos Pearl, releasing formidable power as he contended with the organization's elite. Each comrade displayed their unique prowess, and the air was filled with the sounds of conflict. Taking advantage of the chaos, the leader stealthily advanced towards the sealing area. Hao Tian noticed this and immediately pursued. To unseal the demon god, you must first pass my test, he bellowed, simultaneously channeling the powers of the Chaos Pearl, Qianquan mirror, and Hongmeng Bell. The leader sneered, "You think you can stop me? The demon god shall surely emerge today." With that, he forcefully drove the unsealing artifact into the ground, causing radiant light to pulse from the sealing site, the aura of the demon god growing increasingly potent. Seeing this, Hao Tian dashed recklessly towards the leader. Engaging him in close combat, they exchanged blows, neither yielding, and both sustained numerous injuries. Just as the leader prepared to activate the unsealing artifact once more, Hao Tian seized the moment to merge the powers of the three artifacts. Releasing a dazzling beam of light, the light struck the leader, who screamed in agony and collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Tian destroyed the unsealing artifact, but the seal on the demon god had already begun to weaken, and a surge of dark energy poured forth from the fissure. Oh no, the seal is about to break. Hao Tian's heart raced with urgency. He immediately called upon Jiang Zia, Yang Jian, Neza, and the other celestial beings, while rallying his teammates to channel all their strength into the artifacts, striving to reinforce the seal. Amidst their collective efforts, the artifacts radiated a blinding light, clashing against the dark energy of the demon god. In an instant, light and darkness intertwined in the heavens, shaking the very fabric of the world. "Everyone, muster your strength," Hao Tian roared, as each person poured their last ounce of energy into the effort. Finally, under the overwhelming power of the artifacts, the seal on the demon god was re-established, and the dark energy was gradually repelled. As the last remnants of darkness dissipated, the sky cleared, and sunlight bathed the earth. Exhausted, the group collapsed, the joy of survival flooding their hearts. The mysterious organization was utterly defeated, and the threat of the demon god was temporarily averted. Upon their return to Sunset Town, Hao Yin and his comrades were greeted with warm admiration and respect from the townsfolk. Through this battle, Hao Yin not only matured into a true warrior, but also grasped the essence of guardianship. He understood that while new dangers might arise in the future, as long as he possessed the God-sealing list and had comrades fighting alongside him, no challenge could deter his resolve to protect this world. Chapter 11. A new journey in the aftermath of the demon god crisis. Sunset Town was alive with the exuberance of survival and tranquility. The townsfolk's lives gradually resumed their normal rhythm, the marketplace bustling once more with vibrant stalls and cheerful laughter. However, Hao Yin did not allow himself to be lulled into complacency. He was acutely aware that beneath this seemingly serene facade lay countless unknown dangers. One morning, as was his custom, Hao Tian practiced in the open field outside the town. Following the fierce battle against the mysterious organization, he had gained profound insights into the application of his powers. Yet he recognized the vast potential for further improvement. He tirelessly experimented with merging the power of the God-sealing list with his own training, striving to reach a higher realm. Sweat soaked his garments. But he remained oblivious, fully engrossed in the flow and transformation of the spiritual energy within him. After concluding his practice, Hao Tian returned to the town, intending to gather with his teammates at the tavern to discuss their next plans. Upon reaching the tavern entrance, he was met with a cacophony of voices from within. Pushing open the door, he discovered his comrades gathered around a stranger, an elderly man, engaged in a heated discussion. "Hao Tian, you've finally arrived," one teammate exclaimed, waving him over. "This is a traveler from afar, bringing crucial news." Hao Tian turned to the elder, observing his white hair and piercing gaze, exuding an air of wisdom born from experience. The elder acknowledged Hao Yin with a slight nod. "Young man, I have heard of your battle against the mysterious organization and your valiant efforts to prevent the unsealing of the demon god. Such deeds are indeed commendable." The elder spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "However, I come to inform you that the crises facing this world extend far beyond this." Hao Yin felt a shiver run down his spine as he pulled up a chair and listened intently to the elder's account. He learned that in the far northern reaches of the Tianyuan continent lay a mysterious mountain range blanketed in ice and snow, rumored to conceal an ancient relic. Within this relic was sealed a mysterious force, both potent and perilous, that, if harnessed by ill-intentioned individuals, could unleash new calamities. In recent years, I have traveled extensively and learned that certain factions have caught wind of this power's existence and are covertly seeking ways to access the relic. The elder said, concern etched across his features. If they succeed, the consequences would be dire. Hao Yin furrowed his brow, fully aware of the catastrophic potential should such a mysterious power fall into the hands of malevolent forces. He exchanged determined glances with his teammates, recognizing the shared resolve reflected in their eyes. "We cannot stand idly by." As Hao Yin proclaimed, having received this crucial information, it was imperative to reach the ancient ruins before those malevolent forces, ensuring that the power contained within would not be misused. His companions nodded in agreement, affirming their shared resolve. Thus, after a brief period of preparation, Hao Yin led his comrades once more into the fray. They bid farewell to the residents of Sunset Town and set forth towards the northernmost reaches of the land. Along their arduous journey, they traversed dense forests, scaled perilous mountains, and forded turbulent rivers. At each stop, they inquired with local inhabitants about the enigmatic mountain range. As they delved deeper, they learned that the path to the mysterious mountains was fraught with treacherous challenges. Not only were there harsh natural elements to contend with, but also formidable magical beasts and bizarre creatures lurking in the shadows. Upon arriving at a vast expanse of ice, the true test began. The biting winds howled, lacerating their skin with frigid intensity. The terrain of the ice field was rugged and treacherous, where a moment's carelessness could lead to entrapment in icy pits. To make matters worse, they were soon beset by a pack of ice wolves. These colossal creatures, cloaked in white fur that blended seamlessly with the icy landscape, were nearly invisible. They moved with agility and ferocity, attacking in coordinated strikes. The ice wolves encircled Hao Yin and his companions, emitting low, menacing growls, their eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. Be cautious. These ice wolves are formidable foes, Hao Tian shouted, summoning Neza to his side. Neza, riding on his fiery wheels and wielding a flaming spear, left trails of fire across the ice in an attempt to disperse the wolves. However, the ice wolves showed no sign of retreat. charging forward with reckless abandon. Hao Yin and his comrades unleashed their own formidable skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the wolves. The ice field was soon filled with the cacophony of battle cries and the clash of ice and fire. During the fray, Hao Yin discerned that these ice wolves appeared to be driven by a mysterious force, their attacks growing increasingly frenzied while their sensitivity to pain seemed dulled. He realized that this battle was proving to be more arduous than anticipated. We cannot proceed like this. We must devise a strategy, he pondered amidst the chaos. Suddenly, inspiration struck him as he recalled the power of the Qianquan mirror. He swiftly retrieved the mirror, channeling his inner strength to unleash its full potential. A radiant light erupted from the Qianquan mirror, causing the movements of the ice wolves to slow, as if time itself had decelerated around them. Now, attack with all your might, Hao Qian bellowed, seizing the moment as his companions launched a vigorous assault on the ice wolves. Through their collective efforts, the wolves were finally driven back, scattering into the depths of the icy wasteland. With the ice wolves vanquished, Hao Qian and his allies pressed onward. After several days and nights of relentless trekking, they finally beheld the distant, snow-covered peaks of the mysterious mountains, towering into the clouds. The summit was shrouded in thick clouds, exuding an aura of mystique and majesty. That is the place, Hao Yin thought, his heart racing with both excitement and trepidation. He understood that the true challenge loomed ahead, and whether they could successfully safeguard that enigmatic power remained uncertain. Yet, he harbored no thoughts of retreat, and with unwavering conviction, he led his comrades towards the mysterious mountains. Chapter 12. Unveiling the ruins. As Hao Yin and his companions arrived at the foot of the mysterious mountains, a biting wind laden with snow assailed them, as if seeking to bar their entry. A pervasive chill enveloped the area, distinct from the ordinary, infused with an enigmatic power that rendered their movements sluggish. Indeed, these mountains were no ordinary terrain. All were on high alert, prepared for the challenges ahead. Hao Yin tightened his clothing, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. He was acutely aware that the closer they drew to the ruins, the greater the peril they would face. The group began to search along the periphery of the mountain for an entrance to the ruins. Along the way, they encountered various dangers. Massive avalanches could strike at any moment, threatening to bury them. Hidden beneath the ice were treacherous pits, where a misstep could lead to an endless abyss. More alarmingly, the mountains harbored a myriad of powerful magical beasts, nourished by the mysterious energies of the range, far exceeding the strength of ordinary creatures. In their quest for the entrance, they crossed paths with a colossal ice bear. Towering 2 stories high and enveloped in a thick layer of ice, the ground trembled with each of its steps. It unleashed a thunderous roar, the cold emanating from its maw freezing the air around them. Be cautious, this ice bear possesses tremendous power, a teammate warned loudly. Hao Qian quickly summoned Yang Jian, who brandished his trident and charged at the ice bear without hesitation. The ice bear swung its massive paw, aiming to strike Yang Jian, who deftly evaded the attack and countered with a swift strike. However, the bear's icy armor proved nearly impenetrable, leaving only a shallow mark from Yang Jian's blow. This ice layer is too resilient. We need to find a way to breach it, Hao Qian remarked, furrowing his brow. At that moment, a teammate adept in magic devised a plan. Focusing his energy, he cast a powerful water spell, conjuring a torrent that surged towards the ice bear. Upon contact, the water began to melt away portions of the ice armor. What an opportunity, Hao Qian exclaimed, seizing the moment to channel the power of the investiture of the gods and charge toward the bear. His fist, imbued with immense strength, struck the ice bear squarely. The ice bear roared in pain, thrashing wildly in retaliation. After a fierce battle, they ultimately succeeded in driving the ice bear away, its injured form retreating into the vast snowy expanse. Phew, we have finally dealt with it. A teammate sighed, relief washing over his weary face. We cannot relax. We have yet to locate the entrance to the ruins, and danger may strike again at any moment. Hao Qian warned. The group pressed on, eventually discovering a concealed cave entrance cloaked in ice. The entrance was adorned with intricate, glowing runes that emanated a mysterious light. This must be the place, Hao Qian surmised, stepping forward to examine the runes closely. He recognized that these symbols bore a resemblance to those he had encountered previously in the ancient ruins, yet with distinct differences. Be cautious. This entrance may contain traps, he advised his companions, concentrating. Hao Qian endeavored to decipher the meaning of the runes, searching for a method to unlock the entrance. Just as he delved deeper into the symbols, the ice surrounding the entrance began to tremble violently, and sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling towards them. Dodge, Hao Qian shouted, leaping aside as his teammates swiftly evaded the onslaught of ice. Clearly, the mechanisms here are complex. We must proceed with caution, Hao Qian noted, his brow furrowed in concentration. He scrutinized the runes once more while silently summoning Jiang Ziya. Hoping for his guidance, Jiang Ziya's figure materialized amidst the glow of the investiture of the gods, studying the runes intently. These symbols are part of an ancient seal. To unlock it, we must identify specific energy nodes and activate them in the correct sequence. He explained. Under Jiang Ziya's guidance, Hao Qian and his companions began their search for the energy nodes. They meticulously scoured the area surrounding the entrance, eventually uncovering several nodes concealed beneath the ice. Following Jiang Ziya's instructions, Hao Qian concentrated his power and activated the nodes in succession. As the final node was engaged, the runes blazed with brilliance, and the surrounding ice began to melt away, revealing a deep passage. That we did it. The teammates exclaimed, their excitement palpable. But be careful. There may still be dangers within the passage. Hao Qian cautioned that he stepped into the passage first, weapon at the ready, eyes scanning for threats. The cold, damp atmosphere enveloped them, and the walls shimmered with an eerie light, hinting at hidden powers. The group advanced cautiously, each step taken in silence. As they proceeded, a vast stone chamber emerged before them. Within lay an array of ancient artifacts, with a central stone pedestal upon which rested a crystal orb radiating a mysterious glow. Could this crystal be the key item within the ruins? A curious teammate wondered aloud. Do not touch it. Hao Qian quickly interjected, sensing potential danger. At that moment, countless ice puppets surged forth from the chamber's periphery, towering figures wielding weapons of ice that charged toward them. It appears we have triggered the guardian mechanism. Prepare for battle, Hao Qian roared, summoning Neza and Yang Jian as they engaged in a fierce struggle against the ice puppets. Chapter 13. Crisis and Turning Point. In the ruins, the ice puppets advanced with heavy steps, brandishing their icy blades, the biting cold seemingly freezing the very air. Neza, gliding on his fiery wheels, darted through the throng of ice puppets, his spear piercing forth as flames erupted, melting the puppets into pools of water. Yang Jian, with his agile movements and formidable strength, wielded his trident with a fierce grace, each strike shattering the cores of the ice puppets with pinpoint accuracy. Hao Qian and his comrades were equally resolute, displaying their unique abilities. The magic-wielding teammates stood at the rear, unleashing torrents of fire and lightning to support the frontline battle. Those armed with weapons engaged in close combat, their figures flickering between the icy and fiery chaos, their battle cries resonating throughout the chamber. In the midst of battle, Hao Qian discovered that although these ice puppets moved with a certain sluggishness, their numbers were overwhelming, and they possessed a degree of intelligence. They coordinated with one another, attempting to isolate and encircle the group. Furthermore, as the combat persisted, the shattered ice puppets gradually restored themselves, exerting immense pressure on the team. Continuing in this manner was untenable. These ice puppets were seemingly endless, and their strength would be gradually depleted. While fending off the attacks of the ice puppets, Hao Qian anxiously pondered a strategy. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the power of the Qiankuan mirror. Perhaps he could use the Qiankuan mirror to disrupt their restoration. A spark ignited within him as he swiftly retrieved the Qiankuan mirror. Channeling the vital energy within him, he infused his power into the mirror, which shone with an intense brilliance, casting a peculiar light that enveloped the surrounding ice puppets. Under the radiance of the Qiankuan mirror, the movements of the ice puppets slowed, and their repair rate noticeably diminished. Everyone, put in your utmost effort while we have this chance, Hao Qian bellowed, and the group, invigorated by his rallying cry, intensified their assault. After a fierce struggle, the number of ice puppets finally dwindled, and the last of them was reduced to water under the combined efforts of the team. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies weary, yet their eyes gleamed with the joy of having survived a harrowing ordeal. At last, it's resolved. A teammate gasped weakly. Hao Qian rose and approached the stone pedestal in the center of the stone chamber, scrutinizing the crystal ball that emanated a mysterious glow. This crystal ball was undoubtedly extraordinary. Perhaps it was related to the power sealed within the ruins. Just as he prepared to investigate the crystal ball further, a sudden flash of light erupted from it, and a powerful wave of mental energy surged towards him. Hao Qian felt a sharp pain in his head, as if countless needles were piercing him. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but found himself immobilized. Hao Qian, what's wrong? His teammates rushed over, only to be affected by the mental wave as well, each clutching their heads in agony. This crystal ball is peculiar. Hao Qian managed to utter that he focused his mind, striving to resist the mental wave while silently calling for assistance from the celestial beings of the divine list. The figure of Jiang Zia appeared once more, his expression grave as he regarded the crystal ball. This is a mental seal, containing a powerful consciousness attempting to invade your thoughts. What should we do? Hao Tian asked anxiously. Concentrate, safeguard your mental defenses, and I shall lend you my strength. Upon finishing, Jiang Zia waved the god-slaying whip, infusing golden light into the bodies of the group. With Jiang Zia's aid, the team gradually regained their senses, successfully resisting the invasion of the mental wave. The glow of the crystal ball began to wane, seemingly ineffective against their attacks. It appears that this crystal ball is a defensive barrier set by the guardian of the ruins, intended to prevent us from approaching the sealed power. Hao Tian remarked. Should we continue? A teammate asked, apprehension evident in their voice. Of course, we cannot falter now, Hao Tian asserted firmly. We bear the responsibility of safeguarding the world. We cannot retreat in the face of such challenges. The group nodded in agreement. After a brief rest to regain some strength, they resumed their exploration of the stone chamber. At the back of the chamber, they uncovered a hidden stone door, intricately carved with complex patterns and inscriptions, seemingly narrating an ancient history. Hao Tian meticulously examined the designs and writings on the door, seeking a way to unlock it. After considerable effort, he finally discerned its secret. The patterns and texts were a form of code, requiring specific sequences of touch to open the door. Carefully, Hao Tian followed the code, gently pressing the patterns on the door. With each touch, the designs illuminated in succession, radiating dazzling light. At last, with a resounding boom, the door slowly swung open, releasing an ancient and mysterious aura. Beyond the door lay a long passageway, its end shimmering with strange light, as if concealing endless secrets. Taking a deep breath, the group, hearts pounding with trepidation, ventured toward the passage's end. Chapter 14. The Truth of the Seal. The group moved cautiously along the passage, their footsteps echoing in the stillness, each step taken with utmost care, as if fearing to disturb the slumbering secrets of antiquity. The walls on either side glimmered with a ghostly blue light, emanating from a peculiar crystal that illuminated their path, yet also added an air of mystery to the surroundings. As they progressed, the light at the passage's end grew ever more intense, accompanied by an increasing, intangible pressure that weighed heavily upon them, making it difficult to breathe. Finally, they reached the end of the passage, and the sight before them left everyone in awe. A vast circular chamber unfolded. At its center hovered a colossal energy sphere, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, while runes flowed within, intertwining to form a complex and mysterious seal. Surrounding the energy sphere were ancient stone pillars, each inscribed with runes that resonated with those on the energy sphere, seemingly maintaining a delicate balance. Is this the power of the seal? A teammate gasped, their voice filled with reverence and astonishment. Hao Tian approached slowly, his gaze fixed on the energy sphere, attempting to discern its secrets. At that moment, he sensed a familiar aura, one that bore a resemblance to the malevolent energy he had encountered previously within the mysterious organization. Albeit not identical. Be cautious. There seems to be danger concealed within, Hao Tian warned, summoning Neza and Yang Jian to prepare for battle. Just as the group braced themselves, the runes on the energy sphere flared brilliantly, and a tremendous force surged forth, sending them all sprawling. They crashed to the ground, pain coursing through their bodies, yet they disregarded their injuries, quickly regaining their footing to face the energy sphere once more. The runes on the energy sphere began to flicker violently, as if something within was struggling, attempting to break free from its confinement. This is bad. The seal is weakening, Hao Tian exclaimed in alarm, realizing that their arrival might have triggered a mechanism that put the seal at risk. In the midst of their anxiety, Jiang Zia's voice resonated in Hao Tian's mind. Do not panic. Although the seal shows signs of loosening, it has not yet reached the brink of collapse. You must locate the core of the seal to stabilize it. Where is the core of the seal? Hao Tian inquired hastily. It lies among those stone pillars. Find the one inscribed with special runes and activate it. That may stabilize the seal, Jiang Zia instructed. Hao Tian swiftly scanned the surroundings, searching for the pillar marked with special runes. His gaze swept over the pillars until, at last, he spotted one that bore distinct runes unlike the others. This one, Hao Tian shouted, rushing toward the pillar. However, as he approached, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the pillar, sending him hurtling backward. This pillar possesses a defense mechanism. Hao Tian struggled to rise, Wiping the blood from his lips, he understood that activating the pillar would not be an easy task. At that moment, one of his teammates proposed a solution. Let us attack the pillar together to disperse its defensive power. Hao Yin seized the opportunity to activate it. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, Neza, Yang Jian, and the remaining teammates unleashed their attacks, directing flames, lightning, and sharp blades toward the pillar. The energy defense surrounding the pillar began to waver under their assault. Hao Yin seized the moment, charging once more at the pillar. Focusing all his strength, he delivered a powerful punch to the runes inscribed upon it. As he struck, the runes blazed momentarily and were finally activated. The newly activated pillar emitted a radiant light that connected with the runes on the energy sphere, gradually stabilizing the previously flickering seal and calming the struggles within the energy sphere. The group sighed in relief at the sight. However, before they could celebrate, a shadowy figure emerged slowly from the energy sphere. Though indistinct, it radiated a formidable aura that sent chills down their spines. You foolish humans, how dare you attempt to thwart me? The ethereal figure cackled ominously, its voice echoing throughout the chamber, instilling dread in all who heard it. Who are you? Why do you seek to break the seal? Hao Yin shouted defiantly, locking his gaze onto the apparition. I am the sovereign of this land, sealed for countless ages. Your arrival is the opportunity one have awaited to regain my freedom. The shadowy figure declared with a maniacal laugh. It became clear that this apparition was the remnant soul of an ancient demon god, long imprisoned in this place. As time passed, the power of the seal had waned, and the arrival of Hao Yin and his companions inadvertently triggered a mechanism that threatened to loosen the seal, offering the demon god a glimmer of hope for escape. We shall never allow you to succeed, Hao Yin declared resolutely, once more summoning the celestial beings of the divine list, preparing for a fierce battle against the demon god's remnant soul. Chapter 15. The final battle with the demon god's remnant soul. The demon god's haunting laughter reverberated through the vast circular chamber, causing a painful ringing in the ears of the group, while its chilling aura spread like a tide, instilling a profound sense of fear in everyone present. Yet, Hao Yin and his companions showed no signs of retreat. They gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Neza, Yang Jian, today we shall engage in a decisive battle against this malevolent force. With a thunderous roar, Hao Yin's voice resonated with indomitable spirit, as if to shatter the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. Neza, riding on the wind and fire wheels, whirled rapidly around the remnants of the demon god's soul, wielding the fiery spear that unleashed blazing flames, illuminating the entire space. Yang Jian, brandishing his three-pronged, double-edged sword, had his celestial eye gleaming with fierce light, meticulously tracking the movements of the demon god's residue, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Observing this, the demon god's remnant sneered contemptuously, and in an instant his form swelled, transforming into a colossal mass of black mist, from which countless dark tendrils emerged, writhing like agile serpents, lunging towards the group with ferocious speed. Wherever the tendrils struck, the air was rent asunder, emitting a hissing sound. Be careful, Hao Yin shouted loudly, swiftly sidestepping the onslaught. One tendril grazed the edge of his garment, its tremendous force reducing a nearby boulder to dust in an instant. His comrades also employed their agility to evade the tendril's attacks. The teammate adept in sorcery quickly formed seals, chanting incantations, and a massive ice wall sprang up before them, attempting to thwart the tendril's advance. However, the demon god's remnant was far too powerful. The tendrils effortlessly pierced through the ice wall, causing it to shatter into countless shards. That we cannot afford to be passive, Hao Yin pondered inwardly, fully aware of the extraordinary might of the demon god's remnant. Mere physical attacks would not suffice, and he must discover its weaknesses. While evading the tendril strikes, he meticulously observed the remnant's actions. Eventually, he discerned that before each powerful assault, the demon god's residue exhibited a brief moment of hesitation, a fleeting pause that became the key to his counterattack. Everyone, heed my words. The demon god's remnant pauses before launching an attack. We shall seize this opportunity to strike back with all our might, Hao Yin bellowed, sharing his revelation with his comrades. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in unison, their spirits rekindled with newfound hope. Just then, the demon god's remnant launched another offensive, countless tendrils shooting towards Hao Yin. He fixed his gaze upon the remnant, and at that brief moment of hesitation, he summoned the power of the divine list, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, his hand coalescing a formidable energy fist that struck the demon god's remnant with tremendous force. Simultaneously, Neza and Yang Jian seized the moment. Neza hurled the fiery spear with immense vigor, its tip ablaze, aiming directly for the core of the demon god's remnant. Yang Jian unleashed the celestial eye's ultimate technique. A golden beam emanating from his third eye, slicing through the black mist of the demon god's residue like a razor. The other teammates also unleashed their most powerful attacks, the brilliance of spells flickering throughout the space, fiery flames, icy frost, and violent lightning converged in a spectacular display, all directed towards the demon god's remnant. Under the collective assault, the demon god's remnant let out a tormented roar, the black mist swirling violently as its outstretched tendrils retracted. "We have succeeded. Continue the assault, and do not grant it a moment's respite," Hao Yin shouted, invigorating his comrades to intensify their attacks. However, the demon god's remnant, being the vestige of an ancient deity, possessed formidable regenerative abilities. After a brief setback, it swiftly regained its composure, the black mist coalescing once more, growing denser, and this time, its method of attack transformed. The demon god's remnant compressed the black mist into spheres of dark energy, launching them wildly towards the group. These spheres traveled with astonishing speed, containing immense power. Should one strike, the consequences would be dire. The group hurriedly evaded, as the space became a frantic dance of energy spheres, their figures flickering amidst the chaos, peril lurking at every turn. "This cannot continue. Our stamina will be depleted," one teammate exclaimed anxiously. Hao Tian recognized the gravity of the situation, his mind racing for a solution. Suddenly, he recalled the Qian Kuan mirror and the Hong Meng bell. "Listen up, I will use the Qian Kuan mirror and the Hong Meng bell to disrupt its attack rhythm. Take this opportunity to strike at its core," Hao Tian shouted, swiftly retrieving the two artifacts. He maximized the power of the Qian Kuan mirror, a peculiar glow enveloping the demon god's remnant, significantly slowing its sphere-launching speed. Simultaneously, he rang the Hong Meng bell, the clear chimes resonating through the space, each toll imbued with a mysterious force that dulled the remnant's movements. "Now, attack!" Hao Yin roared, and seizing the moment, the group unleashed their assault once more. Neza, Yang Jian, and the other teammates rained their attacks upon the demon god's remnant, causing the black mist to gradually dissipate, its power diminishing steadily. "No, this cannot be. How can I be defeated again by you mere insects?" The demon god's remnant bellowed in despair, thrashing wildly in a futile attempt at resistance. Yet, under the concerted efforts of the group, its struggles appeared utterly impotent. Finally, with one last surge of combined force, the demon god's remnant emitted a piercing shriek, the black mist vanishing completely, its form dissipating into oblivion. The entire space fell silent, save for the heavy breaths of the group. "Did we succeed?" a teammate murmured in disbelief. Hao Yin gazed at the vanishing remnant, the weight in his heart lifting at last, and he exhaled, saying, "Indeed, we have triumphed." The group erupted in cheers, their faces alight with the joy of victory. This battle demanded immense effort, yet they emerged with invaluable experience and growth, having resolved the crisis of the demon god's remnant. Hao Tian and his comrades began to deliberate on how to reinforce the seal, preventing similar threats from arising in the future. Under Jiang Zia's guidance, they harnessed the ancient power within the ruins to restore and strengthen the seal, ensuring that the formidable and perilous force remained forever confined. Once their tasks were completed, Hao Yin and his teammates departed from the mysterious ruins, fatigued yet fulfilled. They understood that the road ahead might still present new challenges. But they no longer harbored fear, for they had acquired the strength and courage to protect the world. Chapter 16. The Journey Home and a New Mission Emerging from the Enigmatic Ruins. Hao Yin and his comrades embarked on their journey home. The bitter winds of the far north remained relentless, and the blinding snow appeared unending, yet their hearts brimmed with the joy of victory. Their steps considerably lighter. Along the way, they reminisced about their experiences within the ruins, those heart-pounding battles, the mysterious runes, and the life-and-death struggle against the demon god's remnant, all etched into their memories indelibly. Had it not been for our united efforts and the assistance of the Divine List, we would never have succeeded, one teammate reflected, relief evident on his face. Indeed, each time we faced dire straits, it was the unwavering resolve of our team that pulled us through, Hao Ian replied with a smile, his eyes filled with gratitude for his companions in his heart. This adventure not only safeguarded the world, but also deepened the bonds of their friendship. As they journeyed, they passed through a small town blanketed in ice and snow, resembling a fairy tale realm. The townsfolk, warm and hospitable, welcomed the travelers, inviting them into their homes to share warmth and sustenance. During their stay, Hao Hian learned that this town frequently endured incursions from magical beasts, causing the residents considerable distress. Although they had successfully mitigated the crisis within the ruins, Hao Hian's sense of justice was rekindled. We cannot simply stand by and watch them suffer. What are your thoughts? He proposed to his teammates. They all nodded in agreement, each possessing kind and brave hearts, unwilling to turn a blind eye to any place in need of assistance. Thus, Hao Tian and his comrades resolved to remain in the town for a while, aiding the residents in fending off the magical beasts. They began constructing defensive fortifications around the town, utilizing nearby boulders and timber to erect sturdy walls. Simultaneously, Hao Tian shared combat techniques he had gleaned during his training, instructing the townsfolk on how to protect themselves against the magical beasts. When the beasts finally attacked, the townspeople, under Hao Tian's guidance, executed their defense with precision. Teammates skilled in sorcery stood behind the walls, casting fire and frost spells to obstruct the beast's advance, while those armed with weapons engaged the encroaching creatures in close combat. Hao Tian summoned Neza and Yang Jian, whose formidable powers became the bulwark against the magical beasts. Neza's fiery spear sent the beasts fleeing in all directions, while Yang Jian's three-pronged sword deftly repelled every creature attempting to breach the defense. After a fierce battle, the magical beasts were ultimately vanquished. The townsfolk erupted in jubilant cheers, their hearts filled with gratitude for Hao Ian and his companions. They presented their most cherished foods and wines, hosting a grand celebratory feast. During the festivities, the townspeople sang and danced, expressing their reverence for these heroes. "You are our saviors. Without you, we truly do not know what we would have done," an elderly man exclaimed, tears of gratitude glistening in his eyes. "This is a shared accomplishment. We shall always be here to assist in times of danger," Hao Ian replied with a smile, and witnessing the joy on the townsfolk's faces filled him with a sense of fulfillment. After a time spent in the town, Hao Tian and his teammates resumed their journey home. As they drew closer to Sunset Town, their excitement mounted. When they finally beheld the familiar outline of the town, a profound sense of belonging washed over them. Upon returning to Sunset Town, the townsfolk learned of their triumph over the crisis in the ruins and welcomed them with open arms. The town square teemed with people, cheers and applause ringing out in a jubilant chorus. The tavern owner had prepared a lavish spread of food and drink to celebrate their homecoming. At last, you have returned. Once again, you have accomplished great deeds. The tavern keeper chuckled, his eyes brimming with admiration. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Hao Tian found himself lost in thought. He understood that although they had successfully averted the crisis this time, the world was vast and unknown dangers lurked in every corner. The mission bestowed upon him by the Divine List was not merely to protect Sunset Town, but to safeguard the entire world. That evening, Hao Tian ascended the hillside outside the town, gazing at the star-studded sky. He retrieved the Divine List, which emanated a soft glow against the night. The figure of Jiang Zia gradually materialized. "You have done well, Hao Tian. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Many more challenges await you in the future." Jiang Zia's voice echoed through the night. "I understand, Taigong, that I shall continue to strive for improvement, enhancing my strength, and no matter the obstacles I encounter, I will not falter," Hao Ian declared with unwavering resolve. "Very well, in the distant eastern seas lies a mysterious island. Recently, I have sensed a surge of enigmatic power emanating from there, perhaps connected to a new crisis. You should investigate," Jiang Zia concluded, his figure gradually fading. Hao Tian gazed in the direction of Jiang Zia's disappearance, silently resolving to take action. The following day, he shared the news with his companions. "Wherever we go, we shall stand by your side," his teammates responded without hesitation. Accustomed to fighting side by side, they faced the unknown challenges without fear. After a brief preparation, Hao Ian and his comrades embarked on a new journey once more. They bid farewell to the residents of Sunset Town and set forth toward the eastern seas. Along the way, they traversed vast plains, dense forests, and crossed rushing rivers. At every stop, they assisted the local inhabitants in overcoming difficulties, spreading courage and hope. Upon finally arriving at the eastern seas, they beheld an endless expanse of blue ocean. The winds howling as waves crashed against the rocky shore, producing a deafening roar. On the water's surface, they caught sight of a faintly visible island, their intended destination. That's it. Everyone, be cautious. We know not what awaits us on the island. Hao Tian shouted, his voice rising above the roar of the waves. His teammates nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with determination. They boarded a small boat and rowed toward the enigmatic island, where a new adventure was poised to unfold. And they were prepared to embrace the unknown. Chapter 17. The crisis of the mysterious island. The waves surged violently, crashing like a tempest as Hao Tian and his team navigated their small vessel through the vast eastern seas. The sea breeze whipped against them, laden with the briny scent of salt water, soaking their garments. The mysterious island gradually came into clearer view, its outline shrouded in an air of danger and allure. As they drew closer, they discerned a peculiar mist enveloping the island, thick and impenetrable, as if an invisible wall separated it from the outside world. This mist is rather strange. We must proceed with caution, Hao Tian remarked, furrowing his brow, a sense of unease stirring within him that he knew well that this mist might serve as the island's first line of defense, concealing unpredictable perils. The small boat slowly entered the mist, and in an instant, everything around them was blanketed in white, visibility plummeting to mere meters ahead. The teammates gripped their weapons tightly, remaining on high alert as tension filled the air aboard the vessel. Suddenly, an eerie disturbance rippled beneath the water, and a massive tentacle erupted from the depths, swiftly coiling around the boat like a serpent. The tentacle was thick and powerful, constricting the vessel with a creaking sound, threatening to tear it apart at any moment. That it's a sea monster, a teammate shouted in terror. Hao Tian reacted swiftly, summoning Neza, with his wind and fire wheels beneath him and the fiery spear in hand. Neza charged toward the tentacle like a bolt of red lightning. The spear pierced through the air, enveloped in flames, searing the tentacle and releasing a pungent scent of charred flesh as it loosened its grip and retreated into the depths. Just as they began to breathe a sigh of relief, more tentacles surged forth from the water, attacking from all directions. Everyone, remain calm. Focus your attacks, Hao Tian bellowed, simultaneously casting spells and employing martial skills alongside his teammates to counter the assault. In an instant, the surface of the sea flickered with light, spells intertwining with the shadows of the tentacles, and battle was imminent. Amidst the fierce conflict, Hao Tian noticed that these tentacles seemed to be controlled by some unseen force. Their attacks were methodical and well-coordinated. There must be something orchestrating these tentacles. We need to locate it, Hao Tian shouted. While fending off the tentacle attacks, he keenly observed the water's surface, attempting to uncover the orchestrator's whereabouts. After a grueling struggle, they finally repelled the tentacle onslaught. However, they understood that this was merely the prelude. The crisis on the island could prove even more formidable, emerging from the mist. They finally set foot on the mysterious island. The air was thick with a damp and enigmatic essence, and within the dense jungle, strange noises echoed, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. Cautiously, they ventured deeper into the jungle, the ground beneath their feet soft and muddy, making each step a laborious endeavor. Suddenly, from the thicket ahead came a rustling sound, and a colossal beast sprang forth. This creature resembled a black panther, yet its size dwarfed that of an ordinary one. Its body covered in black scales, with eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty crimson. Be cautious. This beast is formidable, Hao Tian warned. The beast roared and lunged at them with incredible speed, reaching a teammate in an instant. The teammate raised his sword to defend, but was sent reeling backward by the creature's might. Neza and Yang Jian swiftly joined the fray, Neza's fiery spear clashing with the beast's claws, sparks flying. Yang Jian maneuvered behind the creature, searching for an opportunity to strike. Hao Tian and the other teammates unleashed their spells, torrents of fire and lightning targeting the beast. Though powerful, the creature began to show signs of defeat under their relentless assault. Wounds appearing across its body as blood stained the surrounding grass. Just as they believed victory was within reach, the beast let out a piercing howl, its body swelling, its scales hardening, and its power seemingly multiplying. This is bad. The beast is unleashing its potential. Hao Tian's heart raced with alarm. He understood that when cornered, a beast could tap into its latent strength, escalating the battle's difficulty. Do not falter. Concentrate your efforts on its weak points. Hao Tian roared, once more channeling the power of the divine list, enhancing his strength and speed. He charged toward the beast, searching for its vulnerabilities. At last, he noticed that the scales on the beast's abdomen were relatively thin, its weak spot. Attack its abdomen, Hao Tian shouted. Upon hearing this, the team redirected their attacks toward the beast's midsection. Neza's fiery spear rained down upon the abdomen, while Yang Jian unleashed razor-sharp blade energy with his trident. United in their assault, they finally opened a deep gash in the beast's belly, eliciting a pained roar as it collapsed to the ground. After vanquishing the beast, they pressed onward, deep within the jungle. They stumbled upon an ancient ruin. The walls of the ruin were inscribed with peculiar runes, radiating a mysterious aura. This place may conceal the island's secrets, Haotian remarked. They entered the ruin, where a sense of antiquity permeated the air. In the center of the ruin stood a stone platform, upon which rested a crystal that radiated light. As Haotian approached the crystal, it suddenly flared with brilliance, a powerful mental wave crashing over him. He felt a sharp pain in his head, as if countless needles were piercing him. Haotian, what is happening? His teammates exclaimed, rushing to his side. However, as they drew near, they too fell victim to the mental wave. Clutching their heads in agony. At that moment, a shadowy figure began to materialize from the crystal. The figure was indistinct, yet emanated a formidable, chilling presence. You intruders dare to come here. Today marks your demise. The spectral figure let out a sinister laugh, its voice reverberating throughout the ruin, instilling dread in all who heard it. Chapter 18. Secrets of the Depths of the Ruins. The haunting laughter of the ethereal figure echoed through the ruins. Its powerful and malevolent aura surged like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating the group. Haotian gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his head, striving to maintain focus. Well aware that this spectral figure was anything but benevolent and likely held the key to the island's crisis. Who are you? Why do you wish to harm us? Haotian demanded, his voice resolute as he quickly devised a strategy in his mind, while subtly channeling the power of the divine list to shield himself from the mental onslaught. He discreetly gestured to his teammates, signaling them to prepare for battle. The phantom figure responded with a mocking sneer, ignorant insects, I am the guardian of this island, soon to be the master of my freedom. Your arrival has disrupted the balance here. None shall leave alive today. As the words left its lips, the temperature within the ruins plummeted. Thick frost began to form on the surrounding walls, and the entire space transformed into an icy cavern. With the sudden drop in temperature, countless ice spikes surged from the ground, hurtling towards the group with alarming speed. Be careful, Haotian shouted, leaping aside while summoning Neza. Neza, riding his wind and fire wheels, deftly navigated between the ice spikes. Wielding his fiery spear to shatter the approaching projectiles, the teammates followed suit, employing their agility to dodge the incoming ice attacks. A teammate skilled in spells quickly conjured a fire incantation, attempting to dispel the surrounding chill. With rapid hand signs, he chanted incantations, conjuring a blazing inferno in his palms before thrusting it outward. The flames collided with the ice spikes, producing a sizzling sound and generating a thick cloud of steam. However, the power of the elusive figure extended far beyond this. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the air within the ruins seemed to be instantly siphoned away, causing the onlookers to struggle for breath and their movements to grow sluggish. Observing this, Haotian immediately summoned Yang Jian. Armed with his trident and two-edged blade, and with the celestial eye on his forehead flickering with a golden light, Yang Jian swung his weapon fiercely, unleashing a formidable wave of energy towards the ethereal figure. Sensing the impending threat, the figure swiftly evaded Yang Jian's assault with ease. Subsequently, he extended his hands, rapidly dancing in the air, and beams of black light shot forth from his fingertips, resembling arrows propelled by a howling wind. Aimed at the crowd, Haotian and his companions hastily dodged. The black light struck the surrounding walls with a dull thud, leaving deep indentations in their wake. This could not continue. We must uncover his weakness and strike decisively. Haotian pondered silently. Just then, he recalled the strange runes he had previously observed within the ruins. These runes might conceal the key to countering the power of the elusive figure, while fending off the attacks. He meticulously scrutinized the walls, seeking inspiration from the runes. After careful observation, he discerned that the arrangement of the runes appeared to follow a certain pattern, subtly linked to the rhythm of the figure's attacks. Could it be that these runes were intended to seal him? A spark of realization ignited within Haotian. He resolved to take a bold risk. Listen up, everyone. I believe I may have found a way to counter his power. Haotian bellowed. We shall attack his corresponding positions in the order of the runes on the walls. Although his teammates were filled with doubt, their trust in Haotian was unwavering, and they nodded in agreement. Thus, Haotian initiated the assault. He concentrated his spirit, channeling the power of the Fengshen Bang into his fist, and struck towards the left shoulder of the elusive figure in accordance with the rune sequence. Simultaneously, Neza thrust his fiery spear at the figure's abdomen, while Yang Jian slashed at his legs with the trident. Under the collective onslaught, the elusive figure's form began to tremble, his rhythm of attack disrupted. It seems effective. Continue the assault, Haotian shouted. Encouraged, the group intensified their attacks. The elusive figure emitted an enraged roar, attempting to retaliate. But his movements became sluggish as if bound by some unseen force. As their relentless strikes continued. His form gradually became indistinct, his power waning. No, this is impossible. How can you insignificant ants unravel my power? The figure cried out in despair. At that moment, a crystal within the ruins, long under the control of the elusive figure, suddenly radiated a blinding light. This luminescence harmonized with the runes on the walls, forming a powerful energy field. The energy field enveloped the elusive figure, causing his body to convulse violently as he emitted agonizing cries. It turned out that this crystal was the key to sealing him. Their attacks had triggered the sealing power, Hao Tian realized with clarity. Under the immense sealing force, the elusive figure's form gradually dissipated, and his cries faded away. With the disappearance of the figure, the temperature within the ruins began to normalize, and the air grew fresh once more. The group released a collective sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. This battle had exhausted their strength, yet they had successfully averted the crisis on the island. We have succeeded. A teammate weakly remarked, a look of contentment gracing his face. Hao Tian rose to his feet and approached the crystal. Observing it intently, the crystal had now regained its tranquility, no longer radiating light. Yet, Hao Tian understood that it must still harbor more secrets. He focused his mind, attempting to establish a connection with the crystal. Moments later, a torrent of information flooded into his consciousness. It revealed that this island had once belonged to a powerful practitioner who, in an effort to seal an evil force, infused his power into the crystal and inscribed runes within the ruins, setting numerous mechanisms in place. Over time, the sealing power had gradually weakened, allowing the remnants of the evil force to attempt to break free. The arrival of Hao Tian and his companions had inadvertently triggered a series of events, ultimately reinforcing the seal. With the truth unveiled, Hao Tian and his teammates decided to linger on the island for a while longer, delving deeper into the study of the runes and knowledge contained within the ruins, hoping to extract more power and wisdom to prepare for potential future crises. In the ensuing days, they immersed themselves in research of the runes within the ruins, communicating with some of the island's mysterious creatures to learn about its history and culture. They discovered that this island concealed numerous precious cultivation resources and ancient spell manuscripts, all of which would serve as significant aids in enhancing their strength. After a period of exploration and cultivation, Hao Tian and his companions experienced notable advancements in their abilities. They bid farewell to the enigmatic island and set forth on a new journey. They were acutely aware that within this vast world, countless unknowns and challenges awaited them. Yet they remained undaunted, for they possessed unwavering faith and formidable power. Chapter 19. The emergence of dark forces. Having taken leave of the mysterious island, Hao Tian and his companions set sail once more. Continuing their voyage across the boundless ocean, the sea breeze gently caressed them, and the rhythmic waves lapped against the ship's hull. However, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the water, ominous undercurrents stirred. During their journey, Hao Tian frequently consulted the Foshan Bang, engaging in discourse with figures such as Jiang Zia and Yang Jian, drawing upon their wisdom and experience to enhance his mastery of power. Meanwhile, his companions remained diligent, utilizing the leisurely moments of their voyage to spar with one another in martial arts and spells, sharing insights and revelations from their time on the mysterious island. As they drew nearer to the mainland, the number of ships upon the sea gradually increased. They encountered merchant vessels and fishing boats, from which they gleaned various tidings concerning the mainland. However, these news weighed heavily upon their hearts. It was said that in some remote regions of the continent, a mysterious dark force had emerged. This force operated in secrecy, frequently appearing at night, instilling fear among the populace, plundering their belongings, and even causing mysterious disappearances. Local authorities had dispatched personnel to investigate, yet to no avail. This dark force appeared as a specter, leaving no trace behind. It seems that our peaceful days will not last long. New troubles are at our doorstep, one of the teammates remarked with furrowed brows. Regardless of the origins of this dark force, we cannot turn a blind eye, Hao Tian declared resolutely. We must hasten back to ascertain the situation and protect the people. The group nodded in agreement, hastening their pace. Days later, they finally reached the mainland. Without pausing for rest, Hao Tian and his companions rushed towards the areas frequently plagued by the dark force. Upon arriving at a small town that had been besieged by this malevolent presence, they were taken aback by the devastation before them. The town lay in ruins, houses dilapidated, and the streets eerily deserted. Occasionally, they glimpsed a few panicked residents huddled in corners, their eyes filled with terror. Hao Tian approached an elderly man to inquire about the dark force. The old man sighed deeply, his voice trembling as he spoke. Those demons appear every night, cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured. They wield strange spells, stealing our possessions and abducting many. We are utterly at a loss for what to do. Where do they come from? Do they possess any distinctive features? Hao Tian pressed anxiously. The old man shook his head. I do not know. They come and go like shadows, always accompanied by a strange black mist. Once the mist dissipates, they vanish. Hao Tian fell into deep thought, realizing that this dark force was more formidable than he had initially imagined. At that moment, one of his teammates discovered peculiar markings in a corner of the town. These markings resembled mysterious symbols, etched into the ground, emanating a faint black glow. Hao Tian approached to examine these symbols closely. He noted that they bore some resemblance to the runes he had seen in the mysterious ruins, yet they were distinctly different. These symbols may hold the key to unraveling the mystery of the dark force. Hao Tian declared, "To decipher the meaning of the symbols." Hao Tian summoned Jiang Zia once more. Jiang Zia's figure materialized amidst the glow of the Fengshen Bang, and upon scrutinizing the symbols on the ground, his expression turned grave. These symbols originate from an ancient dark spell. Those who wield such spells are undoubtedly well-versed in dark powers and harbor malevolent intentions, Jiang Zia stated, based on the energy fluctuations of these symbols. The strength of this dark force should not be underestimated. They are likely plotting a grand scheme. What should we do to counter this? Hao Tian inquired. The immediate priority is to locate the lair of this dark force. Jiang Zia replied, I can impart to you a tracking technique. By following the essence of these symbols, we may be able to find their hideout. Under Jiang Zia's guidance, Hao Tian and his companions began to learn the tracking technique. After considerable effort, they finally grasped the fundamentals. Following the tracking method, they set off towards the lair of the dark force. Throughout their journey, they proceeded with utmost caution, ever vigilant of their surroundings. As they approached the lair, a nauseating metallic scent pervaded the air, making them feel ill. Suddenly, they found themselves before a dense forest, shrouded in an eerie black mist that obscured their vision of what lay within. This must be the place. Everyone, stay alert. With a thunderous roar, Hao Tian was the first to summon Neza and Yang Jian. Neza wielded the fiery spear, engulfed in blazing flames that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Yang Jian brandished his three-pointed double-edged sword, his heavenly eye flickering with a fierce light as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. The group cautiously advanced into the forest, each step taken with utmost care to avoid triggering any traps. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from all directions, followed by a swarm of cloaked figures bursting forth from the thicket. These dark-robed individuals moved with astonishing speed, swiftly encircling Hao Tian and his companions. You arrogant fools! How dare you venture here? It is indeed true that heaven offers a path you refuse to take, while hell has no door you choose to enter. One of the cloaked figures sneered coldly. Hao Tian disregarded the provocation, his gaze locked onto the dark figures. He noted the powerful aura of darkness emanating from them, their eyes reflecting madness and greed. Enough of this chatter. Today marks your end. Hao Tian bellowed, charging towards the black-robed assailants. Neza and Yang Jian quickly joined the fray, and in an instant, the forest was aglow with spells and the cacophony of battle cries. Although the dark-robed figures were numerous, Hao Tian and his allies stood undaunted. They coordinated seamlessly, unleashing their formidable skills in a fierce combat against their foes. However, the dark figures wielded treacherous dark magic, their attacks often inducing hallucinations and chaos. During the skirmish, a teammate unwittingly fell into a hallucination trap set by the dark figures, his eyes glazing over as his weapon clattered to the ground. Be cautious, Hao Tian shouted, rushing forward to pull his teammate to safety while using the power of the divine list to dispel the illusion. Everyone, stay alert and do not let their magic deceive you, he commanded, fully aware that this battle was not merely a test of strength but also a trial of the mind. Just as the clash reached its zenith, Hao Tian suddenly spotted an exceptionally towering figure among the dark-robed assailants, radiating a more potent aura of darkness than the others. That individual must be their leader. Hao Tian pondered to himself. He resolved to capture the thief by first seizing the king. Directing his focus towards the imposing figure, Neza and Yang Jian seemed to grasp his intention and swiftly moved to provide cover. Under the combined might of their assault, the dark figure's defenses began to crumble. Hao Tian finally stood before the towering figure, his fist imbued with the power of the divine list, unleashed with great force. The dark-robed leader coldly scoffed, extending a hand to meet Hao Tian's punch. The collision of their powers echoed like thunder, sending shockwaves that scattered the surrounding dark figures. You possess some skill. However, do you truly believe this will be sufficient to defeat me? The dark-robed leader retorted icily. With that, he began to chant incantations, swiftly forming intricate hand seals. Suddenly, a massive black vortex materialized behind him, from which countless black tendrils surged forth, lunging towards Hao Tian and his companions. Chapter 20. The final battle of the dark lair, the black tendrils writhed menacingly, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Wherever the tendrils struck, trees were severed, and deep gouges marred the ground. Observing this, Hao Tian immediately summoned the Qianquan mirror, channeling his inner power to unleash the full brilliance of the mirror. The dazzling light clashed with the black tendrils, creating a brilliant display as darkness and light fiercely battled within the forest. The tendrils were momentarily hindered by the radiant glow, their advance significantly slowed. Yet they continued to writhe violently, striving to breach the Qianquan mirror's defenses. Everyone, attack together. We cannot allow these tendrils to approach, Hao Tian roared, his voice clear and commanding amidst the chaos of battle. His comrades responded in kind, unleashing a barrage of spells and strikes upon the tendrils. A teammate skilled in fire magic danced his hands, unleashing torrents of flames that hissed as they met the tendrils, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Another adept in ice magic summoned colossal ice spikes, shooting them like arrows into the tendrils, which became encased in thick ice, their movements hindered. Neza, riding the wind and fire wheel, weaved between the tendrils, thrusting his fiery spear, each strike eliciting anguished writhing from the tendrils as flames quickly spread along their length. Yang Jian wielded his three-pointed double-edged sword, the gleaming blade severing any tendrils that dared approach. However, the dark tendrils seemed inexhaustible, surging forth in relentless waves, increasing the pressure on the group. This cannot continue. We must find the dark-robed leader's weakness to eliminate him once and for all. Hao Tian contemplated internally while fending off the tendrils' onslaught. As he defended against the attacks, he observed the dark-robed leader's motions. He noted that the leader's hand gestures while controlling the tendrils synchronized rhythmically with his incantations, and his gaze remained fixed on the black vortex. Could that vortex be the key? Hao Tian's mind raced with the thought. He decided to take a risk, concentrating all his strength to charge at the dark-robed leader. Neza and Yang Jian understood his intent and immediately cleared a path for him. Hao Tian shot towards the dark-robed leader like an arrow released from a bow, and as he approached, he perfectly fused the power of the divine list with his own, condensing it into a formidable punch aimed at the leader's chest. Sensing danger, the dark-robed leader halted his control of the tendrils, crossing his arms defensively. Boom! The punch collided with the defensive barrier, producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the air. The force of the impact pushed the dark-robed leader back several steps, surprise flickering across his face. You have some skill, but do you think this is enough to defeat me? The dark-robed leader sneered, reciting another incantation. The power of the black vortex intensified, more tendrils erupting from it. And these new tendrils were significantly stronger, rendering previous attacks far less effective. Hold firm. We will surely find his flaw, Hao Tian shouted, rallying his comrades. He understood that retreat was not an option. To falter now would render all their previous efforts futile. At that moment, Jiang Zia, who had remained silent, spoke from within the divine list. That vortex connects to the abyss of darkness. The dark-robed leader draws power from it. To defeat him, we must sever his connection to the abyss. How do we sever that connection? Hao Tian asked anxiously. His incantation is the key. Listen closely, find the flaw within it, and interrupt his spellcasting, Jiang Zia instructed. Hao Tian focused intently, listening to the dark-robed leader's incantation. The chant was obscure and carried a sinister aura. But Hao Tian, with unwavering determination and keen perception, gradually discerned a pattern. He realized that there was a brief pause after certain segments of the incantation. This pause could be the key to breaking his spell. Everyone, follow my lead. When I give the signal, unleash your strongest attacks, Hao Tian commanded, and his teammates nodded in agreement, placing their trust in him. Hao Tian fixed his gaze on the dark-robed leader, awaiting the crucial pause. At last, the leader's chant reached a moment of stillness. Now, attack, Hao Tian shouted. Instantly, everyone unleashed their most potent assaults. Neza hurled his fiery spear, a blazing comet streaking towards the dark-robed leader. Yang Jian summoned the might of his heavenly eye, a golden beam of purifying light shooting forth. Hao Tian once more gathered the power of the divine list, sending forth a powerful energy wave aimed at the dark-robed leader. The combined onslaught coalesced into a formidable force. Sweeping towards the dark-robed leader, his expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to withstand the assault, but the overwhelming power was beyond his capacity to counter. No, this is impossible, he bellowed in despair. Under the force of their attack, his defensive barrier shattered, and his body was hurled away, crashing violently against a large tree. As the dark-robed leader was sent flying, the black vortex began to tremble violently, and the tendrils spilling forth gradually dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Tian surged forward, condensing his power once more to deliver a mighty blow to the black vortex. Boom! The vortex exploded upon impact, unleashing a shockwave that obliterated everything in its vicinity. The dark-robed leader was reduced to ashes by the force of the explosion. With the dark-robed leader and the black vortex vanquished, the oppressive darkness enveloping the forest began to lift. The group collectively exhaled in relief. Collapsing to the ground. In this battle, they had exerted tremendous effort, but they had ultimately triumphed over the dark forces. We succeeded. One teammate gasped, a look of contentment gracing his face. Hao Tian rose, surveying the devastation around him, his heart filled with myriad emotions. He knew this was merely one battle in their quest to protect the world, and many more challenges awaited them in the future. After clearing the battlefield, Hao Tian and his comrades returned to the small town. Upon learning of the defeat of the dark forces, the townspeople erupted in cheers, their hearts brimming with gratitude. "You are our saviors. If not for you, we would have been lost," an elder said, tears welling in his eyes. "This is our collective achievement. We shall protect everyone from any future dangers," Hao Tian replied with a smile, after spending a few days in the town. Hao Tian and his companions set forth once more. They understood that somewhere in this world, new crises awaited them, yet they felt no fear, for they possessed unwavering faith, formidable strength, and, above all, the trust and support of one another. They shall continue onward, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this world, regardless of what awaits them ahead. Chapter 21. The Mysterious Prophecy and a New Journey After Vanquishing the Forces of Darkness. Hao Tian and his companions, amidst the heartfelt farewells of the townsfolk, set forth once more. They journeyed southward, traversing numerous towns and villages, and at each stop, they encountered various tales of wonder while also resolving the troubles faced by the local residents. Through their acts of kindness, their reputation gradually spread, and they became known as the Guardians of Justice. On one particular day, they arrived at a bustling city. The city boasted towering, formidable walls, with the gates bustling with a myriad of people. Upon entering, they beheld broad, tidy streets lined with an array of shops, each brimming with an abundance of goods. After settling into an inn and resting briefly, Hao Tian and his companions ventured out to gather information. At a tea house, they overheard an astonishing piece of news. It was said that within an ancient temple in the city dwelled a mysterious prophet who had accurately foretold numerous significant events. Recently, he had made another prophecy. A great calamity was imminent upon this continent, and only by gathering 3 legendary artifacts could the world be saved. While this prophecy sounded somewhat fantastical, we must not take it lightly, Hao Tian remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, regardless of its veracity, we must investigate the temple, a teammate concurred. Thus, guided by the proprietor of the tea house, they made their way to the ancient temple. The temple exhibited a solemn and archaic architectural style, surrounded by towering stone pillars, each adorned with enigmatic carvings. As they stepped inside, the dim light enveloped them, infused with an air of mystery. At the center of the temple sat an elderly man clad in a white robe, his face benevolent yet his gaze profound, as if he could see through the very essence of existence. "You have arrived," the elder spoke, seemingly anticipating their visit. "Are you the prophet?" Hao Tian inquired respectfully as he approached. The elder nodded slightly. "Indeed, I am aware of the doubts that plague your hearts. This calamity is no mere fiction. It has already begun to unfold. What are the 3 artifacts, and how shall we seek them?" Hao Tian asked urgently. The elder rose slowly, moving towards a wall of the temple and gently pressing a concealed mechanism. The wall creaked open, revealing a hidden chamber. Within the chamber lay 3 ancient stone tablets, inscribed with intricate texts and symbols. These tablets contain the clues to the artifacts, the elder explained. The first artifact is the Sword of the Stars, possessing the power to manipulate celestial energies, said to be hidden deep within the distant star mountains. A treacherous place rife with ferocious beasts and formidable guardians. The second artifact is the Pearl of Life, which bestows vitality and can heal all ailments, located in a mysterious swamp, filled with toxic mist and traps, guarded by ancient malevolent creatures. The third artifact is the Ring of Time and Space, capable of controlling the forces of time and space, situated within the ruins of a forgotten ancient city, fraught with perilous mechanisms and shrouded in dark powers. Hao Tian and his companions understood that the quest for these 3 artifacts would be fraught with challenges, yet they showed no signs of retreat. "Thank you for revealing this to us. We shall undoubtedly find the artifacts and save the world," Hao Tian declared resolutely. "The journey ahead will be arduous. I urge you to exercise caution," the elder advised. After bidding farewell to the elder, Hao Tian and his companions began their preparations for the quest. They procured various supplies, including food, medicine, weapons, and armor. Simultaneously, Hao Tian utilized the divine list to commune with celestial beings, seeking their counsel and assistance. Once adequately prepared, they embarked on their journey to seek the Sword of the Stars. The Star Mountains lay at the edge of the continent, A distant and formidable journey. They traversed vast plains, scaled steep peaks, and forded rushing rivers. Along the way, they faced numerous dangers, from powerful beasts to inclement weather, yet they persevered without faltering. At last, they arrived at the foot of the Star Mountains. Gazing upward, they beheld the mountains rising majestically into the clouds, their summits cloaked in thick mist, exuding an aura of mystery and grandeur. This is the place. Everyone, remain vigilant. Peril lurks within these mountains, Hao Tian bellowed. Summoning Neza and Yang Jian. Neza, wielding his fire-tipped spear, ignited flames that illuminated their path, while Yang Jian, brandishing his three-pronged blade, kept a keen eye on their surroundings. Cautiously, they ventured deeper into the mountains. Shortly after entering, they encountered a pack of formidable beasts. These creatures resembled enormous wolves, yet were several times larger, their bodies cloaked in black scales, eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red. Be careful. These beasts are formidable, Hao Tian shouted. Charging forth, Neza and Yang Jian swiftly joined the fray, and the forest echoed with the sounds of battle and the brilliance of spells. Although the beasts were powerful, they began to falter under the relentless assault of the group. However, just as victory seemed imminent, a colossal beast emerged from the thicket, larger than any they had faced, radiating an overwhelming aura that made the very air tremble. This is bad. It is the leader of the beasts. A teammate exclaimed in terror. The beast lunged at them with a fearsome roar, its speed astonishing, reaching a teammate in an instant. The teammate raised their sword in defense, but was forced back by the sheer force of the leader's attack. Observing this, Hao Tian immediately summoned the Qiankuan mirror, channeling his internal power to unleash its radiant light in an attempt to repel the beast's assault. Neza and Yang Jian intensified their attacks. Neza's spear aimed for the leader's vital points, while Yang Jian struck at its legs with his blade. Under their combined efforts, the leader's movements were hindered, yet it continued to thrash wildly, striving to break through their defenses. Do not waver. Concentrate your attacks on its weak points. Hao Tian shouted. He had discerned that the leader's underbelly was less armored, marking its vulnerability. The companions rallied, directing their strikes at the beast's abdomen. Neza's spear rained down upon the leader, while Yang Jian unleashed a flurry of slicing winds with his blade. With relentless assault, they finally opened a grievous wound on the leader's belly, eliciting a pained roar as it fell thunderously to the ground. After vanquishing the beast, they pressed onward, deep within the mountains. They discovered a massive cave, suffused with a mysterious aura, faint lights flickering within. The Sword of the Stars may well be inside, Hao Tian declared. They cautiously entered the cave, immediately feeling a surge of potent energy. The cave was adorned with an array of peculiar crystals, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating the cavern as if it were day. At the cave's center, a sword glimmering with starlight hovered in midair, its blade inscribed with arcane runes that shimmered softly, as if recounting its extraordinary nature. This is the Sword of the Stars, Hao Tian exclaimed, ready to approach and claim it, when suddenly, a deep growl reverberated through the cave as a colossal guardian beast surged forth from the shadows. Chapter 22. The Sword of the Stars and the Awakening of Power. The guardian beast thundered from the darkness, its form immense as a mountain, enveloped in a dense black mist, within which flickered arcs of lightning, emanating a chilling aura. Its eyes burned like ghostly flames, fixated on the intruders daring to approach the Sword of the Stars, as it unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the cave, causing the crystals to rattle violently, some shattering into dust that scattered in the air. Be cautious. This guardian beast's power exceeds imagination, Hao Tian warned gravely, swiftly preparing for the impending battle. He focused his mind, channeling the strength of the divine list, his spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave, readying himself for the fierce confrontation ahead. Neza, riding his wind fire wheel, was the first to charge forward, his spear wreathed in flames, striking towards the guardian beast. Yet the beast, unflinching, swatted the spear aside with its powerful paw, sending Neza staggering back several meters before he regained his footing. Yang Jian would not be outdone. His third eye glowed brilliantly as he unleashed a beam of golden light imbued with formidable power towards the beast. In response, the guardian beast's black mist coalesced instantaneously, forming a sturdy defensive barrier. The beam struck the barrier, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks, yet failed to inflict any substantial harm upon the beast. The companions unleashed their most potent skills, spells illuminating the cave with flames, frost, and ferocious lightning. However, these assaults were largely ineffective against the guardian beast, which dismissed them with ease. The guardian beast's might was overwhelming, rendering their efforts little more than a mere tickling sensation. Amidst the fray, Hao Tian maintained his composure, deftly defending against the beast's attacks. While scrutinizing its weaknesses, he observed that while the guardian's defenses were formidable, there was a brief fluctuation in the black mist surrounding it after each strike. particularly pronounced along its back. Listen closely. The beast's back is its weak point. Let us concentrate our attacks there. Hao Tian let out a thunderous roar, simultaneously channeling the power of the divine list within him to conjure a radiant orb of energy, glowing with a golden brilliance, which he launched towards the back of the guardian beast. Neza and Yang Jian, understanding his intent, swiftly altered their attack trajectories. Neza hurled the wind and fire wheels towards the guardian beast, attempting to ensnare its limbs and create an opportunity for the others to strike. Yang Jian unleashed his full might, the three-pronged, two-edged blade slicing through the air with a shrill whistle as it aimed for the beast's back. The guardian beast seemed to sense the impending danger, thrashing violently in a frantic attempt to evade the assault. However, the energy orb struck true, creating a breach in the black mist enveloping the beast. Seizing the moment, Yang Jian struck at the opening, and the guardian beast emitted a pained roar as the black mist surrounding it began to thin. Just as the group believed they glimpsed the dawn of victory, the guardian beast suddenly unleashed a furious howl, its body swelling as the black mist thickened around it once more, its power seemingly amplified beyond previous levels. Alarmed, Hao Tian realized that the guardian beast was summoning its full strength. He felt a surge of dread within him, understanding that this battle was about to reach its most arduous phase. In this critical moment, Hao Tian suddenly sensed a mysterious force stirring within him. This power was unlike the divine list energy he had previously wielded. It was purer, more potent, akin to a divine gift from the depths of the cosmos. As this force awakened, Hao Tian's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His eyes sparkled with a starlit radiance, and his aura grew increasingly formidable. He could distinctly perceive every energy fluctuation in his surroundings, as if he had established a profound connection with the world itself. Resolutely, Hao Tian decided to harness this newfound power. He took a deep breath, swiftly forming hand seals, as the mysterious energy surged within him like a torrent, coalescing in his palms. In an instant, a colossal starry vortex manifested in his hands, shimmering with countless celestial lights, emanating an irresistible pull. What is this power? A teammate exclaimed in astonishment. I am uncertain, but it may very well be the key to our victory against the guardian beast, Hao Tian proclaimed loudly. He directed the starry vortex towards the guardian beast, which seemed to sense an unprecedented threat, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, the allure of the vortex was overwhelming, rendering the guardian beast unable to break free. Under the influence of the starry vortex, the black mist that enveloped the guardian beast was gradually consumed, its strength diminishing progressively. Ultimately, the guardian beast let out a despairing roar before being entirely engulfed by the starry vortex, vanishing without a trace. As the guardian beast disappeared, the oppressive atmosphere within the cavern dissipated in an instant, and the group exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground. This battle had drained their energy, yet it had also unveiled Hao Tian's awakened power. Hao Tian, what power did you just wield? A teammate inquired with curiosity. Hao Tian shook his head. I am not entirely sure. This force awakened within me during the height of the battle. He slowly rose to his feet, approaching the suspended star sword. The star sword responded to his proximity, its blade trembling slightly, emitting a melodious hum as if welcoming its new master. Hao Tian extended his hand, gripping the hilt of the star sword. In that instant, a powerful force surged into him, merging with the mysterious energy that had awakened within. He could distinctly sense the starlit power contained within the star sword, feeling as though he could command the entire cosmos. It appears the star sword has recognized you, Yang Jian remarked with a smile. Hao Tian nodded, aware that his strength had been significantly enhanced, not solely due to the star sword, but also because of the mysterious power that had awakened within him. After a brief respite in the cavern, Hao Tian and his teammates departed the Star Mountain range with the star sword in hand. They understood that 2 more artifacts awaited their discovery, and their adventure had merely just begun. Chapter 23, The Marsh Crisis and Transformation of Abilities. Upon leaving the Star Mountain range, Hao Tian and his companions pressed onward towards the mysterious marsh, a crucial location in their quest for the Pearl of Life. Along the way, Hao Tian reflected on the mysterious power that had awakened within him in the Star Mountain range. It was akin to a hidden treasure, with each exploration yielding new revelations. This power not only significantly enhanced his physical capabilities, but also sharpened his perception of the surrounding energy to an extraordinary degree, as though he could resonate with the forces of nature. As they approached the marsh, the humidity in the air thickened, and the scenery grew increasingly eerie and foreboding. The sky was shrouded by heavy clouds, blocking out any trace of sunlight, and the entire world seemed cloaked in a somber veil. Upon reaching the marsh's edge, a putrid stench assaulted their senses, inducing nausea. The surface of the marsh appeared deceptively calm, yet it concealed lethal traps, riddled with mud pits and sharp plants lurking beneath the water's surface. A moment's inattention could lead to being ensnared, with no hope of escape. Everyone, be cautious. This marsh is rife with traps, Hao Tian warned, furrowing his brow as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings, gripping the star sword tightly. Its blade emitting a faint glow to illuminate their path, the group advanced cautiously, each step taken with meticulous consideration of the ground beneath them. Yet, danger loomed ever closer. Suddenly, a colossal marsh creature erupted from the mire. Towering over them at nearly twice a man's height, its body coated in a viscous black slime, exuding a suffocating stench. Watch out, Hao Tian shouted. Charging forward, he summoned the mysterious power within him, causing the star sword to radiate brilliantly as it sliced towards the marsh creature with immense force. The creature swung its robust tendrils in an attempt to thwart Hao Tian's assault. The tendrils clashed with the star sword, producing a dull thud and splattering black slime everywhere. Neza and Yang Jian quickly joined the fray. Neza, riding the wind and fire wheels, spun around the marsh creature, thrusting his fire spear towards its vital points. Meanwhile, Yang Jian invoked the power of the heavenly eye, unleashing a golden beam that seared a massive wound into the creature's flesh. Their teammates also unleashed a barrage of spells, fire, frost, and lightning, assaulting the marsh creature from all sides. However, the creature's vitality was astonishingly resilient. It quickly healed from the wounds inflicted upon it, returning to its former state almost instantaneously. This marsh creature's regenerative abilities are formidable. Our attacks are futile, a teammate exclaimed in frustration. In the midst of battle, Hao Tian discerned that the creature's strength appeared intricately linked to the energy of the marsh, enabling it to draw power from its surroundings to restore itself. I have a plan, Hao Tian suddenly declared. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on the creature's lower body, sever its connection to the marsh's energy. Upon hearing this, the group promptly adjusted their strategy. Neza and Yang Jian focused their strikes on the creature's legs, relentlessly hacking away at them, while Hao Tian utilized the power of the star sword to create an energy barrier around the creature, preventing it from siphoning energy from the marsh. Under the combined efforts of their assault, the marsh creature's movements gradually slowed, its body beginning to crack as it ceased to heal as rapidly as before. Now, strike with all your might, Hao Tian bellowed, perfectly merging the mysterious energy within him with the power of the star sword, forming a potent sword chi that cleaved towards the marsh creature. The radiant sword chi sliced through the creature, cleaving it in two. The marsh creature emitted a pained roar before collapsing to the ground, dissolving into a puddle of black slime, with the marsh creature vanquished. The group pressed deeper into the marsh. In the depths of the marsh, they discovered a vast lake, from which a gentle green glow emanated. The pearl of life was likely hidden within. The pearl of life must be in this lake, Hao Tian remarked. However, as they approached the lake, they found the surface was shrouded in a thick layer of toxic mist, concealing countless venomous spikes and poisonous marsh snakes. Any creature that ventured too close would be instantly poisoned. This toxic mist is perilous. How do we cross? A teammate asked anxiously. Hao Tian closed his eyes, focusing intently to sense the energy flow within the toxic mist, with the aid of his mysterious power. He gradually discerned the pattern of the mist. It became apparent that the energy within the mist fluctuated at intervals, becoming slightly thinner at the moment of each fluctuation. Stay close to me. When the mist fluctuates, we rush through, Hao Tian instructed. Gripping the star sword tightly, he took the lead into the toxic mist. The others followed cautiously behind him, awaiting the opportune moment to advance. Finally, the mist fluctuated, and Hao Tian shouted, "Now, charge!" They swiftly dashed towards the center of the lake. As they traversed the toxic mist, spikes and poisonous marsh snakes assailed them, but Hao Tian, with his keen perception and immense strength, repelled them time and again. At last, they reached the center of the lake. On a small island, a pearl radiating a soft green light floated serenely in the air. It was indeed the pearl of life. Hao Tian approached, gently grasping the pearl of life, and a wave of warm, potent life energy surged into him. In that moment, Hao Tian suddenly felt the mysterious power within him shift once more. This force became increasingly vibrant, resonating with the energy of the pearl of life. He realized that he could not only wield the power of the stars but also use the power of life to heal wounds, restore stamina, and even perceive the vitality of surrounding creatures. It seems that the pearl of life has further enhanced my strength, exclaimed Hao Tian with delight. His teammates gathered around, sharing in his joy. Hao Tian, your power has grown immensely. We shall undoubtedly find the ring of time and save the world, one teammate declared. Hao Tian nodded, acutely aware of the significant responsibility resting upon his shoulders, following the acquisition of the pearl of life. His prowess had undergone a tremendous elevation, and this sustainable growth of power filled him with confidence for the challenges that lay ahead. With the Pearl of Life in hand, Hao Tian and his companions departed from the enigmatic marsh, setting their sights on the forsaken ruins of the ancient city, where the final artifact, the Ring of Time, awaited their discovery. Chapter 24: Shadows of the Ancient City Ruins and the Summoning of Artifacts upon leaving the mysterious marsh. Hao Tian and his comrades pressed onward toward the forgotten ruins of the ancient city. Along the way, Hao Tian repeatedly contemplated the wondrous transformations wrought by the fusion of the Pearl of Life with the mysterious energy within him. This newfound vitality igniting his anticipation for the impending trials. As they drew nearer to the ancient city ruins, the air thickened with an ancient and mystical aura. The surrounding landscape grew increasingly desolate. The earth cracked, and fierce winds howled, as if narrating the harrowing tales of this land's past. When they reached the outskirts of the ancient city ruins, a colossal stone gate loomed before them. The gate was inscribed with archaic runes, emanating a mystical glow. These runes seemed to harbor tremendous power, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld them. Be cautious. The runes upon the stone gate may conceal unknown perils. Hao Tian advised warily. He scrutinized the runes, seeking a means to decipher their secrets. Just then, a low, rumbling growl echoed from deep within the ruins. The sound grew louder, as if some immense beast were closing in on them. "Prepare for battle," Hao Tian shouted, his star sword shimmering with brilliance. His teammates swiftly drew their weapons, readying themselves for the impending confrontation. A massive guardian beast burst forth from the ruins. Its form was mountainous, cloaked in impenetrable scales that glinted with a cold, chilling light. The beast's eyes glowed with a fierce crimson, radiating an insatiable thirst for destruction. This guardian beast possesses formidable strength. We must remain vigilant. Hao Tian cautioned. He charged forward, channeling the celestial and life energies within him, the star sword slicing through the air with blinding radiance toward the beast. The guardian swung its colossal claws, parrying Hao Tian's attack. The clash of claw against sword rang out with a shrill metallic screech. Neza and Yang Jian swiftly joined the fray, unleashing their respective ultimate techniques in an attempt to exploit the guardian's vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, their comrades cast spells from the sidelines, providing vital support. Flames, frost, and lightning surged toward the guardian beast, yet its defenses proved impenetrable, rendering their assaults nearly inconsequential. The guardian beast's defenses are insurmountable. Our attacks fail to inflict any significant damage. One teammate exclaimed in frustration. Amidst the chaos, Hao Tian discerned a connection between the guardian's strength and the runes on the stone gate. Each time the guardian was struck, the runes pulsed with light, empowering the beast further. I understand now. The runes are the source of the guardian beast's strength. We must destroy them to weaken it. Hao Tian declared. He concentrated the celestial and life energies into the star sword and struck at the runes upon the stone gate. A powerful wave of sword energy, radiant and fierce, struck the runes. They flickered momentarily before dimming into darkness. The guardian beast let out a pained roar, its power visibly waning. Seizing the opportunity, the team intensified their assaults. Under their combined onslaught, the guardian beast's body began to crack, ultimately collapsing to the ground in defeat. With the guardian beast vanquished, Hao Tian and his companions entered the ancient city ruins unimpeded. At the heart of the ruins stood an ancient altar, upon which rested an exquisite box radiating a mysterious glow. The Ring of Time must be contained within this box, Hao Tian surmised. He approached and cautiously opened the box. A blinding light burst forth, revealing a ring that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. The very Ring of Time. As Hao Tian grasped the ring, a surge of powerful temporal energy coursed through him. He realized that he could not only harness the celestial and life energies, but also wield the power of time to teleport and rewind moments with astonishing efficacy. At last, we have found the Ring of Time, his teammates exclaimed, gathering around him in celebration. However, at that moment, a mysterious figure materialized before them, shrouded in darkness, obscuring its features. Hand over the Ring of Time, or face death, the shadowy figure uttered coldly. Chapter 25. The Descent of Darkness and the Loss of Artifacts. Hao Tian gripped the Ring of Time tightly, the celestial, life, and newly integrated temporal energies within him resonating, casting a powerful and radiant glow around him. He warily regarded the enigmatic figure cloaked in darkness, a surge of intense unease washing over him. His teammates hastily formed a tight defensive circle around him, weapons at the ready, prepared for the imminent conflict. If you desire the Ring of Time, come and take it, Hao Tian boldly retorted, his voice resolute. Echoing through the ancient city ruins, the mysterious figure let out a low, derisive laugh, filled with scorn and mockery. As the laughter subsided, he slowly raised his hand, and a black mist began to emanate from his palm, spreading rapidly to envelop the entire ancient city ruins. Within the shroud of darkness, eerie red lights flickered, as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. Be careful. This mist is sinister, Hao Tian shouted, channeling his energy to form a golden barrier around himself and his teammates, shielding them from the encroaching black fog. However, the mist seemed to possess corrosive properties, causing the energy barrier to emit sizzling sounds and ripple dangerously, threatening to shatter at any moment. Taking advantage of the distraction, the shadowy figure launched an assault. His form flickered like a wraith, suddenly materializing before Hao Tian, his coal-black hand slicing through the air with a fierce gale aimed directly at Hao Tian's chest, reacting swiftly. Hao Tian swung the star sword to defend himself. The sword collided with the figure's hand, producing a thunderous crash that sent Hao Tian staggering back several paces. What immense power! Hao Tian marveled inwardly. He recognized that this mysterious adversary's strength far exceeded his expectations. Should he fail to exert every ounce of his effort, not only would he lose the Ring of Time today, but his own life and those of his teammates would also be in grave peril. Neza, riding on his wind firewheels, was the first to rush forward to aid Hao Tian. His fire spear, resembling a serpent of flames, lunged toward the shadowy figure. The figure effortlessly sidestepped Neza's strike. In response, he swung his hand, unleashing a wave of black sword energy towards Neza. Noticing this, Neza hastily cast a spell, conjuring a wall of flames to block the dark energy. The collision between the black sword energy and the firewall erupted in a violent explosion, shattering the wall and sending Neza careening backward from the force. Yang Jian, witnessing this, immediately summoned the power of his celestial eye. A beam of golden light shot forth, aimed directly at the shadowy figure. Unfazed, the figure extended a hand, palm upwards, and the black mist converged in his grasp, forming a dark shield that absorbed Yang Jian's attack. The golden beam collided with the black shield, igniting a flurry of sparks, the tremendous energy causing the surrounding air to distort. Meanwhile, Hao Tian's teammates unleashed their own spells, flames, frost, and lightning converging upon the shadowy figure. Yet, amidst the barrage, the figure navigated through the assaults as if they posed no threat. Untouched and unharmed. This won't do. Our attacks are utterly ineffective against him. A teammate cried out in desperation. Hao Tian furrowed his brow, rapidly devising a strategy. He discerned that the figure's power was intricately linked to darkness and malevolence, while his own celestial, life, and temporal energies, though potent, struggled to find a means of effective assault against such pure darkness. At that moment, the shadowy figure launched another strike. His form vanished, only to reappear behind Hao Tian, seizing his wrist that clutched the Ring of Time. Give me the Ring of Time, the figure bellowed, his voice rife with greed and desire. Hao Tian fought with all his might to break free from the figure's grasp. He summoned every ounce of strength within him, launching an attack against the shadowy figure. However, the figure's power was overwhelmingly formidable. His grip was like iron, rendering Hao Tian immobile. No, I shall not allow you to succeed. Hao Tian gritted his teeth, releasing a furious roar. Focusing his mind, he endeavored to utilize the power of time to escape his predicament. Just as the shadowy figure was about to seize the Ring of Time, Hao Tian suddenly felt a potent surge of temporal energy coursing through him. Inspired, he invoked the miraculous ability of temporal power, time reversal. As Hao Tian activated this ability, time around them began to flow backward. The movements of the enigmatic figure began to slow, his hand drifting farther from the time-space ring. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Tian exerted all his strength to break free from the mysterious figure's grasp. I did not expect you to wield the power of time and space. However, that changes nothing. The shadowy figure scoffed, lunging at Hao Tian once more. Hao Tian understood that the ability to reverse time was fleeting and immensely taxing. He needed to discern the figure's weakness within the limited time he had to deliver a decisive blow. In their renewed confrontation, Hao Tian meticulously observed the figure's attack patterns and movements. He discovered that, despite the figure's formidable strength, there was always a brief pause before each strike. This momentary halt, though exceedingly brief, became Hao Tian's sole opportunity. Now, he silently urged himself. As the mysterious figure launched another attack, and that fleeting pause occurred, Hao Tian unhesitatingly unleashed the fusion technique of stellar power and life force. Stellar life slash. A powerful sword, aura, radiating with brilliant golden light and gentle green luminescence, cleaved towards the enigmatic figure, clearly unprepared for Hao Tian to exploit this moment. The figure could not evade in time and was forced to shield himself with a barrier of black mist. The stellar life slash collided with the dark shield, producing a thunderous roar. The tremendous energy wave dispersed the surrounding black mist, and the ancient ruins trembled violently under the force of the impact. The shadowy figure's shield began to crack under the assault of the stellar life slash. Ultimately, the shield shattered, and the sword aura struck the mysterious figure directly. A pained scream escaped his lips as his body was propelled backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. We did it. Hao Tian's companions erupted in cheers. However, Hao Tian remained vigilant, acutely aware that the figure's strength was far from diminished. Although it appeared he had been struck, the attack likely had not inflicted any mortal wound. Indeed, the shadowy figure slowly rose from the ground, his body marred with scars, the black mist around him dimming. Yet, his eyes glinted with an even more frenzied and vicious light. Do you truly believe this can defeat me? You are woefully naive, the figure roared. He raised his hands high, chanting incantations. As he spoke, the surrounding space began to warp, a dreadfully potent dark power surging from within him. This is bad, he is summoning a greater force. Hao Tian gasped in horror. He realized that the enigmatic figure was about to unleash a final, desperate attack, and if he could not stop him, the consequences would be catastrophic. Without a moment's hesitation, Hao Tian charged toward the figure, determined to strike before he completed the summoning. However, just as he was a few steps away, the figure suddenly vanished from sight. Where is he? Hao Tian thought in alarm, instantly scanning his surroundings with heightened caution. Suddenly, he felt a powerful force strike from behind. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. The shadowy figure reappeared behind him, seizing his wrist, which clutched the time-space ring. This time, you cannot escape, the figure declared triumphantly. Hao Tian struggled with all his might, but the figure's power had only intensified after summoning that terrifying dark force. His grip was like iron, rendering Hao Tian unable to break free. Surrender the time-space ring. The figure bellowed, tightening his hold. Hao Tian felt as if his wrist might shatter, the pain excruciating. Yet he clung desperately to the time-space ring, unwilling to relent. No, I will never let you take the time-space ring. Hao Tian grit his teeth, shouting with all his strength. However, the figure's power was insurmountable. Under his relentless pressure, Hao Tian's fingers gradually loosened, and the time-space ring slowly slipped into the figure's grasp. At last, the time-space ring is mine. The figure erupted into manic laughter, his voice brimming with triumph and greedy desire. As Hao Tian gazed at the ring slipping from his grasp, regret and self-reproach filled his heart. He understood that his momentary lapse had allowed the time-space ring to fall into enemy hands. A calamity that would befall the entire world. You will pay for your actions. Hao Tian seethed, flames of fury igniting in his eyes as he glared at the shadowy figure. The figure cast a disdainful glance at Hao Tian before adorning the time-space ring upon his finger. With its donning, his physique began to transform. His strength surged, and the surrounding dark power thickened ominously. Now, may you all perish. The figure swung the time-space ring, unleashing a torrent of formidable temporal force towards Hao Tian and his comrades. Hao Tian and his companions stood utterly defenseless against this overwhelming power. Struck by the time-space force, their bodies instantly ensnared in a vortex of time and space. Chapter 26. Awakening in despair and the light of hope, the vortex of time and space swirled like a tumultuous tide of black, mercilessly engulfing Hao Tian and his allies. The intense sensation of weightlessness and dizziness nearly robbed them of consciousness, leaving only an endless expanse of darkness and distorted shadows before their eyes. Amidst the chaos, Hao Tian fought to maintain his awareness, his heart ablaze with anger and defiance. The image of the time-space ring being seized replaying like a nightmare, a dereliction of duty that heralded the onset of a crisis for the entire world. Time slipped by, though he could not tell how long, until Hao Tian slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in a strange and desolate realm. A gray mist enveloped the surroundings, the ground beneath him cracked and parched, and the air was thick with a putrid scent. Struggling to rise, he felt a profound ache throughout his body, as if his powers were being suppressed in this bizarre space, rendering them sluggish and weak. Everyone. Where are you? Hao Tian called out loudly, his voice echoing in the vast emptiness, yet receiving no reply. Anxiety gripped him as he began to search desperately for his companions in the barren expanse. With each step, dust billowed beneath his feet, as though this realm had long been forsaken by time. During his search, Hao Tian noticed peculiar runes and mysterious energy fluctuations hidden within the space. These runes shimmered faintly, seemingly harboring some ancient and potent force. He paused to examine them closely, hoping to uncover clues to unravel their predicament. However, the meanings of the runes proved elusive and cryptic, and despite his utmost efforts, he could not decipher their secrets. Just as despair threatened to consume him, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Following the source of the energy, he dashed through the mist and, at last, discovered the unconscious forms of Neza and Yang Jian. Neza, Yang Jian. Hao Tian rushed over, shaking them awake. They slowly opened their eyes, bewildered and astonished by the unfamiliar surroundings. Where are we? How did we end up here? Neza inquired, perplexed. The time-space ring was taken by that mysterious figure. And we were drawn into this unknown realm by his temporal force, Hao Tian explained somberly. Upon hearing this, Neza and Yang Jian's expressions darkened significantly. They were well aware of the time-space ring's significance. If it fell into the hands of evil forces, the consequences would be dire. We must find a way to escape and reclaim the time-space ring, Yang Jian declared resolutely. However, escaping this enigmatic realm proved to be no simple task. They attempted various methods, yet all efforts to locate an exit were in vain. As time elapsed, they realized that the energy within this space was gradually eroding their bodies, sapping their strength and vitality. Just as despair loomed over them, Hao Tian recalled the mysterious powers he had awakened in the stellar mountains and the life force he had gained in the mystical marshes. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, attempting to harness these two forces to counteract the encroaching energy. With his efforts, the stellar power and life force began to flow gently within him. The two forces intermingled, coalescing into a warm and potent energy that gradually dispelled the invasive forces threatening their bodies. I can feel it. This power can aid us, Hao Tian exclaimed joyfully. He shared this energy with Neza and Yang Jian, and their strength gradually returned. Their spirits lifted. It seems we still have hope, Neza said excitedly. Inspired by this newfound power, Hao Tian's resolve to find an exit intensified. He continued to scrutinize the runes and energy fluctuations around them, seeking connections between them. After thorough examination, he finally discerned a pattern. The luminous flickering frequency of the runes appeared to correspond to the energy fluctuations within the space. I think I understand, Hao Tian exclaimed with excitement. Based on the flickering frequency of the runes, he began to adjust the energy fluctuations within himself to align with those of the space. As Hao Tian made these adjustments, the surrounding environment began to shift. The previously stagnant mist began to flow, forming enigmatic patterns. These patterns intertwined, gradually outlining the silhouette of a colossal portal. We did it. This is the portal to escape. Hao Tian rejoiced. He beckoned Neza and Yang Jian to follow him toward the portal. However, just as they were about to step through, a massive shadow surged toward them from behind. The three spun around in haste, confronted by a gigantic time-space beast materializing before them. The colossal beast, shrouded in obsidian scales, bore an array of enigmatic temporal runes that glimmered ominously upon each plate. Its eyes radiated a fierce crimson light, betraying an insatiable thirst for blood. This formidable creature was the guardian of time and space, and it had sensed our intent to flee, thus moving to thwart our escape. Hao Tian spoke gravely. The temporal beast unleashed a fearsome roar, lunging towards the trio with astounding speed, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. Hao Tian swiftly brandished the Sword of Stars, bracing against the creature's assault. The clash of the sword against the beast's claws resounded with a tremendous crash, the sheer force of impact sending Hao Tian staggering backward. Neza and Yang Jian quickly joined the fray. Neza, riding the wind-fire wheels, darted around the temporal beast, relentlessly thrusting his fiery spear towards its vulnerable points, while Yang Jian summoned the power of the Heavenly Eye, unleashing a golden beam that scorched the beast's scales, leaving behind charred marks. Yet, the beast's might was beyond their wildest imaginations, its defenses and offensive capabilities far superior. Under its relentless onslaught, the trio found themselves ensnared in a perilous predicament. Their attacks inflicted negligible harm, while each strike from the beast brought them perilously close to ruin. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to uncover its weakness, Hao Tian exclaimed in desperation. During the battle, Hao Tian discerned a correlation between the creature's power and the temporal runes adorning its body. Each time it launched an attack, the runes glimmered with renewed vigor. Empowering it further, I have a plan. Let us concentrate our forces on assaulting the temporal runes, severing its source of strength, Hao Tian bellowed. Upon hearing this, the group immediately adjusted their tactics, focusing all their might on the temporal runes. Hao Tian harnessed the powers of the stars and life, conjuring a formidable sword aura aimed at the runes. Neza and Yang Jian unleashed their most potent attacks, with the fiery spear and the beam from the Heavenly Eye converging upon the temporal runes. Under their combined assault, cracks began to form on the runes. The fissures widened, the beast's power waned, its strikes slowing, and the ebony scales began to shed. Now is our moment. Unleash everything, Hao Tian roared. He gathered all his strength into the Sword of Stars and struck towards the beast's head. A radiant flash illuminated the space as the sword successfully struck its target. The temporal beast let out a pained roar before crashing to the ground. With the beast vanquished, the trio finally exhaled a sigh of relief. They paid no heed to rest, hastening towards the portal. The moment they stepped through, a brilliant light enveloped them, and they vanished from the enigmatic realm. Upon opening his eyes once more, Hao Tian realized he had returned to the realm of reality. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself amidst an ancient forest. Towering trees loomed overhead, their leaves filtering sunlight into shimmering golden patches upon the ground. "We are back," Neza exclaimed with exuberance. However, Hao Yin remained vigilant, acutely aware that the mysterious individual who had seized the temporal ring would not relent easily. They needed to swiftly track down the enigmatic figure and reclaim the ring. Just then, Hao Tian sensed a familiar yet formidable dark power emanating from afar. His expression shifted as he uttered, "This is bad. It asked that mysterious person. They are nearby. We must flee." The trio dashed towards the source of the dark energy. At the forest's edge, they beheld a massive black castle. The castle's gates stood ominously shut, and a thick aura of darkness permeated the air. "The temporal ring must be inside. We shall enter," Hao Tian shouted, leading the charge towards the castle. As they approached the grand entrance, the doors creaked open, unleashing a torrent of potent dark energy that enveloped them. Chapter 27. The final battle at the Dark Castle. Breaking the curse to seek a turnaround. The moment they stepped into the Dark Castle, an oppressive and stifling aura of darkness enveloped them, as if countless icy hands were tugging at their very souls. The interior was dim and damp, with eerie black flames flickering upon the walls, casting distorted shadows of their figures. An eerie silence pervaded the space, broken only by the sound of their heavy footsteps echoing throughout the vast hall. "Everyone, be cautious. Danger lurks at every corner," Hao Tian whispered, keenly observing his surroundings. The sword of stars firmly gripped in his hand, its blade emitting a faint glow in an attempt to dispel the encroaching darkness. They advanced carefully, each step taken with utmost caution. Suddenly, a piercing whistle shattered the silence as dozens of black arrows shot forth from the shadows. Hao Tian reacted swiftly, channeling the power of the stars to form a golden energy barrier before him. The arrows struck the shield with a flurry of metallic clinks, sparks flying in every direction. "It's the Dark Archers," Yang Jian exclaimed, activating the heavenly eye, a golden beam piercing the darkness. With a cry of anguish, one of the hidden archers was revealed, falling to the ground and dissolving into a pool of black ichor. The group delved deeper into the castle, and within the main hall, they finally encountered the mysterious individual who had seized the temporal ring. The figure stood before a colossal magic circle, enveloped in a formidable dark energy, the temporal ring pulsating with an unsettling glow in his grasp. "Hand over the temporal ring," Hao Yin roared, his voice brimming with fury and resolve. The mysterious figure smirked coldly, and with disdain remarked, "You think you can challenge me? Such delusions. Today, you shall all meet your demise." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, intoning an incantation. As his words echoed, the magic circle blazed with brilliance, and countless black tendrils emerged, lunging towards Hao Yin and his companions. They quickly scattered, evading the oncoming assault of the tentacles. Neza, riding the wind fire wheels, adeptly maneuvered between the writhing appendages, thrusting his spear with relentless precision. However, the tendrils appeared almost sentient, regenerating rapidly after being severed. "We can't keep cutting them. We must find a way to interrupt his spell casting," Hao Yin shouted. He concentrated, summoning the powers of the stars and life, charging towards the mysterious figure. Sensing the charge, the figure swung his arm, unleashing a dark energy wave towards Hao Tian. Hao Tian raised the sword of stars to defend, but the immense force sent him staggering back. At that moment, Yang Jian unleashed the ultimate power of the heavenly eye, a heavenly eye divine thunder. A massive bolt of golden lightning descended from the heavens, striking towards the mysterious figure. The figure's expression shifted, and he hastily summoned the power of the temporal ring to form a temporal shield before him. The divine thunder collided with the shield, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the surrounding dark tendrils. Seizing the opportunity while the mysterious figure was distracted, Hao Tian launched his ultimate technique, the Star Life Storm. Merging the powers of the stars and life. A tempest of immense power erupted around him, intermingled with golden star energy and verdant life force, dissipating the dark energies in its path. The mysterious individual felt the threat of this newfound power, desperately amplifying the energy of the temporal ring in a bid to withstand the onslaught of the Star Life Storm. The clash of these two formidable forces sent tremors throughout the castle, causing stones from the walls to cascade down. "This is bad. The castle is collapsing," Neza shouted, just as they found themselves in dire straits. Hao Yin suddenly noticed a faint flicker of light emanating from one corner of the magic circle as the mysterious figure manipulated the temporal ring. A spark of insight ignited within him. This could be the key to unraveling the figure's power. "Everyone, focus your attacks on that corner of the magic circle," Hao Tian commanded. Upon hearing this, the group channeled all their might towards the designated corner of the magic circle. Under the onslaught, the circle began to flicker erratically, and the mysterious figure's power waned in response. The figure's expression soured, fully aware that should the magic circle be destroyed, he would lose the support of the temporal ring's power and face inevitable defeat. In a desperate bid, he unleashed one final assault, releasing all the energy of the temporal ring to create a colossal temporal vortex that surged towards Hao Tian and the others. Dodge, Hao Tian shouted. The group employed their agility to evade the vortex's grasp. But its overwhelming force and speed proved too much. Neza was caught within its swirling depths. Neza, Hao Tian gasped in horror, charging towards the vortex without a second thought, intent on rescuing him, just as he neared the maelstrom. An immense force repelled him, sending him crashing backward. No. Hao Tian cried out in despair. His heart brimmed with guilt and rage. Had it not been for his misjudgment, Neza would not have faced peril, just as despair threatened to consume him. He felt a tumultuous surge of mysterious energy within himself. This force seemed to be spurred into unprecedented activity, awakening with newfound vigor that a realization struck him. This could be their last chance to save Neza and defeat the mysterious figure. Hao Tian closed his eyes, focusing intently, channeling every ounce of this mysterious energy. Under his guidance, the enigmatic power began to merge with the powers of the stars, life, and time. A brand new, incomprehensibly potent force was born within him. Is this the power of breakthrough? As Hao Tian felt the surging power within him, a profound sense of confidence welled up in his heart. He opened his eyes, which sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors. Subsequently, he brandished the Sword of Stars, unleashing this newfound strength. A resplendent, multicolored sword aura, imbued with cataclysmic force, slashed towards the vortex of time and space. The collision between the sword aura and the vortex erupted in a deafening roar. The tremendous energy wave obliterated the entire castle, sending stones and dust swirling into the air. Under the impact of this overwhelming power, the vortex of time and space began to gradually dissipate. As the vortex faded, the figure of Neza emerged before the crowd. Although somewhat disheveled, he was unharmed. Neza, I'm so relieved you're all right. Hao Tian exclaimed with excitement. I knew you would come to rescue me. Brother Hao Tian, Neza replied with a smile. The mysterious figure, witnessing his time vortex shattered and the magic circle destroyed, turned as pale as a sheet. He realized his downfall was imminent and sought to flee. However, Hao Tian would not grant him that opportunity. Thinking of escaping, not so easily, Hao Tian bellowed, channeling his newly acquired power and instantly appearing before the mysterious figure. The figure stared at Hao Tian in terror, attempting to resist. But his strength had been utterly depleted, leaving him incapable of withstanding Hao Tian's assault. Hao Tian swung the Sword of Stars, and a multicolored sword aura struck the mysterious figure with a wretched scream. His body was pierced by the sword aura and instantly shattered into countless black fragments. Dissipating into the air, Hao Tian successfully reclaimed the Ring of Time. Clutching the ring in his hand, he felt the formidable power it contained, and his heart brimmed with emotion. We did it, his teammates exclaimed, gathering around him in jubilant celebration. Through this thrilling battle, Hao Tian and his companions not only regained the Ring of Time but also experienced a further enhancement of Hao Tian's strength. They understood that the road ahead was still long and that many more challenges awaited them. Yet at this moment, they reveled in their victory with pride and elation. With the Ring of Time in hand, Hao Tian and his teammates departed from the now ruined dark castle. Their silhouettes appeared resolute under the sun's radiant glow. They would continue their journey to save the world, advancing boldly in the name of peace and justice. Chapter 28. Clues emerge, unraveling the origins of shadows after successfully reclaiming the Ring of Time. Hao Tian and his comrades remained vigilant, not allowing their victory to lull them into complacency. They were keenly aware that the mysterious figure who had stolen the ring was likely a mere pawn in a far more extensive and enigmatic dark organization. The existence of this organization loomed over them like the sword of Damocles, threatening to spark new crises at any moment. To eradicate this looming threat, they resolved to delve deeper into the truths surrounding this dark and mysterious organization from another world. Upon returning to their secure base, the group gathered together to meticulously sift through the details of their encounter with the mysterious figure, relying on his celestial eye and acute memory of energy fluctuations. Yang Jian sketched the energy trajectory of the dark power wielded by the mysterious figure. Neza, drawing from his combat experience, recalled the figure's attacking methods and tactical characteristics, documenting them one by one. Meanwhile, Hao Tian closed his eyes, attempting to extract clues about this mysterious organization from the residual memories of his clash with the dark power. I can't shake the feeling that this dark force, though formidable and peculiar, carries an oddly familiar essence, Hao Tian murmured, furrowing his brow as he searched his mind for that sense of deja vu. Could it be connected to the dark runes we encountered in some ancient ruins? Neza proposed. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into contemplation. Indeed, during their past adventures, they had come across runes emanating a dark aura in various ancient sites. The power contained within those runes bore similarities to the dark energy the mysterious figure had wielded. With this thought, Hao Yin promptly stood up and made his way to the room housing ancient documents and relics. He and his teammates began to carefully peruse the yellowed tomes, rubbings of rune patterns, and adventure notes, hoping to uncover clues related to the dark organization. After several hours of diligent effort, Yang Jian finally stumbled upon a clue inscribed on an ancient parchment. The parchment contained a legend about another world, mentioning a mysterious organization known as the Shadow Council. It was said that this organization originated from the dark abyss of the other world, with ambitions to dominate the powers of various realms and achieve control over the multiverse. The Shadow Council, this could very well be the dark organization we seek, Yang Jian exclaimed, pointing at the text on the parchment with excitement. The group's gaze fixated on the parchment, their eyes glimmering with a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. They were thrilled to finally have a lead on the dark organization, yet anxious about the formidable and ancient malevolent force they were about to confront. According to the parchment, the Shadow Council's headquarters was located in a mysterious region of the other world, known as the Shadow Realm. To reach the Shadow Realm, they needed to find a mystical item called the Void Crystal Core, which served as the key to opening the portal to the other world. The Void Crystal Core, where should we search for it? Neza furrowed his brow in inquiry. Hao Yin pondered for a moment before responding. I recall that in an ancient ruin we explored previously, there were references to the Void Crystal Core. Perhaps we can begin our search there. After deliberation, the group decided to set off immediately for that ancient ruin. Following several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the site of the ruin. The ruin lay hidden deep within a dense forest, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Towering stone pillars and crumbling walls whispered tales of past grandeur, yet the place now brimmed with unknown dangers. Upon entering the ruin, they proceeded with caution, ever vigilant for potential traps and monsters lurking around. The interior of the ruin was dark and damp, with walls adorned with various strange symbols and patterns. Hao Yin and the others examined these symbols and patterns closely, attempting to uncover clues related to the Void Crystal Core. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from the depths of the ruin. The sound drew nearer, as if some colossal beast was advancing toward them. Prepare for battle, Hao Yin shouted, the light of the Sword of Stars flickering in his hand. His teammates swiftly brandished their weapons, bracing for the impending confrontation. A massive guardian beast erupted from the shadows, towering like a mountain. Its body was covered in hardened scales, each glinting with a frigid light. The guardian's eyes glowed red, radiating an aura of unyielding malice. This guardian beast is formidable. Everyone, be cautious, Hao Yin warned. He surged forward first, channeling the power of the stars, life, and time, and struck the guardian beast with the Sword of Stars, which shimmered brilliantly. The guardian beast swung its enormous claws to fend off Hao Yin's assault. The clash of claws against the Sword of Stars resonated with a jarring metallic screech. Neza and Yang Jian quickly joined the fray, unleashing their respective ultimate techniques in an attempt to exploit the guardian beast's vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, their teammates cast spells from the sidelines, providing support with flames, frost, lightning, and various forces aimed at the guardian beast. However, the guardian's defenses were exceedingly robust, rendering their attacks nearly ineffective. The guardian beast's defenses are far too high. Our assaults barely inflict any significant damage, a teammate exclaimed in frustration. Amidst the battle, Hao Yin discerned that the guardian beast's strength appeared to be linked to a certain energy within the ruins. Each time the guardian was struck, the surrounding walls radiated light, bolstering the guardian's might. I understand now. The energy within the ruins is the source of the guardian beast's power. We must sever its connection to this energy to weaken it, Hao Yin declared. He concentrated the powers of stars, life, and time into the Sword of Stars, and slashed at the surrounding walls. The powerful sword aura, blazing with light, struck the wall. The glow on the wall flickered a few times before gradually dimming. The guardian beast let out a pained roar, its strength noticeably diminished. Seizing the opportunity, the group intensified their assault. United in their efforts, the guardian beast's body began to crack, ultimately collapsing with a resounding thud. After vanquishing the guardian beast, Hao Yin and his companions pressed deeper into the ruins. At the deepest part of the ruin, they discovered a colossal stone sarcophagus, covered in mysterious runes that emitted an enigmatic aura. Could the void crystal core be inside this sarcophagus? Neza speculated. Hao Yin approached the sarcophagus, scrutinizing the runes etched upon it. He noted that these runes bore similarities to those recorded on the parchment regarding the void crystal core. It should be here. The void crystal core is likely contained within, Hao Yin affirmed. With utmost care, he pushed open the lid of the sarcophagus. As a heavy sound resonated, the sarcophagus slowly creaked open and a radiant light burst forth from within, revealing a crystal that shimmered with a spectrum of colors, quietly resting inside. The void crystal core. Hao Yin grasped the void crystal core, feeling a surge of powerful and mysterious energy coursing through him. He sensed that this crystal contained the critical power required to unlock the portal to the other world. Wonderful! We have finally found the void crystal core, his teammates exclaimed, gathering around Hao Yin in celebration. However, just as they prepared to leave the ruins, they suddenly sensed a formidable dark energy emanating from outside. The group's expressions shifted dramatically as they realized that the Shadow Council had likely detected their actions and dispatched someone to thwart them. It seems our movements have been discovered. Everyone, prepare for battle. With a thunderous roar, Hao Yin led his comrades forth from the ruins. As they emerged, they beheld a group of figures clad in dark robes standing amidst the forest. At the forefront was a towering man, his face concealed by a black mask, revealing only a pair of chilling eyes. Hand over the void crystal core, or you shall all perish, the masked man declared coldly. Hao Yin tightened his grip on the void crystal core and resolutely replied, not a chance. The nefarious schemes of your Shadow Council shall not succeed. Today marks your doom, as Hao Yin's words echoed in the air. A new battle was on the precipice of eruption. Chapter 29. The truth of the otherworld in the mist in the tense atmosphere confronting the members of the Shadow Council outside the ruins. Hao Yin and his allies stood ready, exuding an air of unwavering determination. The star sword quivered slightly in Hao Yin's grasp, as if eagerly anticipating the imminent clash. Neza's windfire wheels blazed with fierce flames, illuminating his resolute visage. Yang Jian's celestial eye shimmered with golden light, ever prepared to discern the enemy's weaknesses. However, just as both sides were poised for combat, a peculiar radiance pierced through the depths of the forest. The light, akin to an invisible force, captivated the attention of both the Shadow Council and Hao Yin's group. Soon after, a mysterious figure began to materialize from the glow. It was a stooped elder, garbed in a flowing white robe embroidered with enigmatic symbols that fluttered gently in the breeze. The elder's face was etched with the wrinkles of time, yet his gaze sparkled with an extraordinary clarity, radiating a wisdom that transcended the mundane. Cease your hostilities, the elder's voice resonated, deep yet powerful, as if imbued with an irresistible magic. Strangely, upon hearing these words, both the Shadow Council and Hao Yin's party involuntarily lowered their weapons. Who are you? Hao Yin inquired warily, though he sensed no malice from the elder. The elder smiled faintly and replied, I am but a seeker of knowledge in this endless world. You may call me March. His gaze swept across the assembly before settling upon the void crystal core in Hao Yin's hand. I know what you seek, and I understand the doubts that linger in your hearts. Follow me, and I shall unveil everything. With that, Mar turned and ventured deeper into the forest. Hao Yin and his companions exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, they resolved to follow. The members of the Shadow Council, seemingly intrigued by Mar's words, did not obstruct their passage but silently trailed behind, navigating through a thicket of lush trees. They arrived at an ancient village nestled within a valley. The village exuded a tranquil and harmonious ambience, starkly contrasting with the tension outside. Mar led them into a spacious wooden dwelling, where an array of ancient tomes and mysterious artifacts were displayed. Please, take a seat. Mar gestured for everyone to sit, then retrieved a hefty volume from an archaic bookshelf, slowly opening it. The Shadow Council you pursue is a formidable dark force within the otherworld. Mar's voice shattered the silence. This otherworld is intricately connected to your own. It is not a standalone realm, but rather interwoven with yours, influencing one another. Mar continued, recounting how, eons ago, two opposing sources of power emerged in the cosmos, one embodying light and order, the other darkness and chaos. These two forces spawned countless worlds, including Hao Yin's realm and this other world. Within the Otherworld, numerous factions exist. Besides the Shadow Council, there are the Star Guardians Alliance, representing light and justice, who safeguard the peace of the Otherworld and have long opposed the Shadow Council. The neutral Elemental Masters tribe, who wield the powers of water, fire, earth, and wind, seldom involving themselves in the disputes of other factions. And the enigmatic Time Walkers, who traverse time and space, privy to myriad secrets of the past and future, acting discreetly, yet proving pivotal in critical moments. But why does the Shadow Council seek the Time Ring and the Void Crystal Core? Hao-Hien interjected eagerly. Mars' expression grew grave. The Time Ring harbors the tremendous power to manipulate time and space, while the Void Crystal Core is the key to opening passages between the Otherworld and other realms. The Shadow Council aims to gather these artifacts, shattering the balance between worlds, unleashing the forces of darkness and chaos, with the intent to dominate the entire multiverse. Upon hearing this, Hao-Hien and his companions' expressions darkened. They realized that their struggle against the Shadow Council was not merely about their own world, but the fate of the entire multiverse. How can we thwart them? Neza asked urgently. Mar pondered for a moment before responding. To stop the Shadow Council, you must unite the righteous factions of the Otherworld in a collective effort against them. The Star Guardians Alliance has always been the Shadow Council's arch-nemesis, wielding great power and numerous warriors. They are your most reliable allies. Furthermore, while the Elemental Masters tribe remains neutral, if you can persuade them to recognize the threat posed by the Shadow Council, they may join your cause. As for the Time Walkers, their movements are shrouded in mystery, making them difficult to locate, but their assistance could prove vital at a crucial juncture. At that moment, the leader of the Shadow Council, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Mar, do you truly believe you can thwart us with this? The Shadow Council's plans are unstoppable. You shall all serve as stepping stones to our dominion over the multiverse. With that, he lunged towards March. Hao-Hien, quick to react, swung the Star Sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy toward the Shadow Council leader. The attack struck the leader's shoulder, causing him to stagger in pain. Humph, do you think this will hinder me? The Shadow Council leader scoffed, a surge of dark power enveloping him as he effortlessly broke free from Hao-Hien's assault and dashed toward the exit. Don't let him escape, Hao-Hien shouted, leading his comrades in pursuit. However, when they reached the doorway, they found that the members of the Shadow Council had vanished without a trace. They got away, Hao-Hien lamented. Do not fret. They cannot have gone far, Mar reassured them as he stepped forward. Now that you are aware of the Shadow Council's schemes and the state of the Otherworld, you must swiftly locate the Star Guardians Alliance and forge an alliance with them. That I shall guide you in the right direction. Under Mar's guidance, Hao-Hien and his companions embarked on their quest to find the Star Guardians Alliance. They understood that the path ahead was fraught with peril, yet for the sake of saving their world and preserving the peace of the multiverse, they harbored no fear. Each step they took was resolute and powerful, facing the unknown challenges that awaited them, and striving toward the glimmering dawn of hope. Chapter 30. The Eve of the Final Battle. The balance of fate with Mar's guidance. Hao-Hien and his allies overcame countless trials and tribulations, ultimately arriving at the headquarters of the Star Guardians Alliance. It was a magnificent castle, suspended among the clouds, radiating a sacred light. In stark contrast to the Shadow Council's dark aura, the castle's entrance was fashioned from immense crystals, intricately carved with celestial motifs, as if narrating the mission of the Star Guardians to protect the world. As Hao-Hien and his companions approached the castle, two guards promptly stepped forward to bar their path, clad in silver armor adorned with resplendent gemstones, wielding luminous spears. Their eyes conveyed vigilance and authority. Who are you? What brings you to the domain of the Star Guardians Alliance? One guard inquired sternly. Hao-Hien advanced a step and respectfully stated, We hail from another world, here to combat the Shadow Council. We seek to collaborate with the Star Guardians Alliance to thwart their sinister designs. The guards exchanged glances, and one of them replied, Please hold for a moment. We must inform our superiors. With that, he turned and entered the castle. After a brief interval, the guard reemerged and addressed Hao-Hien and his companions. Follow me. The elders wish to meet you. As they followed the guard into the castle, the interior was spacious and illuminated, with walls encrusted with precious gems that emitted a gentle glow. They arrived at a vast council chamber, where a colossal round table stood, surrounded by a dozen or so robed figures whose eyes radiated wisdom and power. Clearly significant members of the Star Guardians Alliance. Welcome, warriors from another world. An elderly man with flowing white hair rose and greeted them with a smile. We have heard of your intentions and are aware of the threat posed by the Shadow Council. We are willing to collaborate with you to confront them. Upon hearing this, Hao Yin and his companions rejoiced, knowing that with the support of the Star Guardians Alliance, their chances of overcoming the Shadow Council had greatly increased. However, the might of the Shadow Council should not be underestimated. Another elder furrowed his brow and remarked, they possess numerous powerful dark sorcerers and warriors, as well as enigmatic dark beings in their service. Moreover, they seem to be in pursuit of other potent artifacts. Should they succeed in gathering them, the consequences would be dire. We have reclaimed the Ring of Time and Space, one of the coveted artifacts of the Shadow Council, proclaimed Hao Yin. However, we remain unaware if they have discovered other artifacts, and what their subsequent plans entail. We shall dispatch individuals to investigate the movements of the Shadow Council, declared the leader of the Celestial Guardians Alliance. In the meantime, you may reside within the castle and train alongside our warriors to enhance your own prowess. Concurrently, we can deliberate together on strategies to counter the Shadow Council in the ensuing days. Hao Yin and his companions trained alongside the warriors of the Celestial Guardians Alliance. Exchanging combat experiences, they assimilated the Alliance's unique battle techniques and magic, further augmenting their own strength. Simultaneously, they conferred with the elders of the Celestial Guardians Alliance to strategize against the Shadow Council, formulating a comprehensive battle plan. Yet, just as they believed everything was progressing favorably, a disheartening message arrived. The scouts dispatched by the Celestial Guardians Alliance reported that the Shadow Council had unearthed another formidable artifact, the Heart of Chaos. The Heart of Chaos harbors immense chaotic power, and should it fall into the hands of the Shadow Council, their might would be significantly amplified. It appears we must hasten our actions, Hao Tian remarked, furrowing his brow. If the Shadow Council merges the power of the Heart of Chaos with the Ring of Time and Space, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to thwart them. Indeed, affirmed the leader of the Celestial Guardians Alliance, that we can no longer afford to wait. We must launch our assault before the Shadow Council completes the fusion of their powers and obliterate their stronghold. After a flurry of tense preparations, the moment of reckoning finally arrived. Hao Yin and his comrades, accompanied by the warriors of the Celestial Guardians Alliance, boarded a colossal flying battleship and soared toward the Shadow Council's stronghold. Their spirits were a tumultuous blend of anxiety and exhilaration, for they understood that this battle would determine the fate of the entire multiverse. As they hovered above the Shadow Council's fortress, they beheld a vast obsidian castle, encircled by a formidable barrier of dark magic, patrolled by countless dark creatures. Prepare for battle, Hao Yin bellowed, the celestial sword shimmering with radiant brilliance in his grasp. The flying battleship descended. Nearing the dark magical barrier, the mages of the Celestial Guardians Alliance swiftly unleashed their spells in an attempt to breach the shield. However, the dark mages of the Shadow Council were equally resolute, continuously reinforcing the barrier's strength, igniting a fierce magical confrontation between the two factions. This stalemate cannot persist. We must devise a means to penetrate the barrier, Hao Tian urged. At that moment, Yang Jian suddenly conceived a plan. Channeling the power of the Celestial Eye, he focused intently, seeking the barrier's vulnerability. After considerable effort, he finally identified a weak point within the shield. I have found the vulnerability, Yang Jian exclaimed. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on this point. Upon hearing this, the group immediately directed all their assaults toward the point Yang Jian indicated. Under the relentless onslaught, the dark magical barrier began to fracture, the cracks widening until it ultimately shattered. Charge in, Hao Tian roared, leading the charge into the Shadow Council's stronghold. A fierce battle erupted within the fortress. Hao Tian and his allies clashed with the dark mages and warriors of the Shadow Council. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle, the powers of the stars, life, and time intertwined with dark magic on the battlefield, producing dazzling bursts of light and resounding echoes. Hao Tian wielded the celestial sword, darting through the enemy ranks like a shooting star, leaving fallen dark mages and warriors in his wake. Neza, astride his wind and fire wheels, wielded his fiery spear like a blazing dragon, forcing the enemy to retreat. Yang Jian unleashed the full might of the Celestial Eye, sending forth golden beams of light that inflicted tremendous damage upon their foes. However, the Shadow Council proved formidable indeed. Their dark mages relentlessly unleashed various dark spells, summoning powerful dark creatures, which imposed overwhelming pressure upon Hao Yin and his companions. Moreover, it seemed they had prepared in advance, laying numerous traps and mechanisms within the stronghold. making the path forward fraught with peril. "Everyone, be cautious and avoid their traps," Hao Tian shouted, just as the battle reached its zenith. Hao Tian suddenly sensed a profound surge of dark power emanating from deep within the fortress. Alarm surged through him as he realized that the leader of the Shadow Council was likely merging the powers of the Heart of Chaos and the Ring of Time and Space. "This is dire. We must prevent him at all costs," Hao Tian shouted, charging toward the source of the dark energy. His comrades, recognizing the urgency, followed suit. They fought through overwhelming obstacles, ultimately arriving at the core of the fortress. There, they beheld the leader of the Shadow Council standing before a colossal magical circle, clutching the Heart of Chaos and the Ring of Time and Space, muttering incantations. "Stop!" Hao Tian cried, swinging the celestial sword toward the leader of the Shadow Council. The leader smirked, casually waving the Heart of Chaos and the Ring of Time and Space, unleashing a torrent of chaotic temporal power directed at Hao Tian. Hao Tian's eyes widened in shock. He swiftly summoned all his strength to withstand the overwhelming force. "Everyone, attack together. We cannot allow him to succeed," Neza shouted. The group unleashed their most potent attacks in unison toward the leader of the Shadow Council. Yet, having merged the powers of the Heart of Chaos and the Ring of Time and Space, the leader had become immensely powerful. He effortlessly repelled their assaults, counterattacking and ensnaring them in a dire predicament. Could we truly fail in this endeavor? Hao Tian's heart brimmed with reluctance, just as despair began to settle over the group. Hao Tian felt the mysterious power within him shift once more. This power, ignited by the chaotic temporal force, surged to an unprecedented strength. Realizing this might be the pivotal moment to turn the tide, Hao Tian closed his eyes, focused his mind, and channeled the mysterious energy within him. Through his efforts, the mysterious power harmonized perfectly with the powers of the stars, life, time, and chaos, giving birth to a new and formidable force within him. Is this the ultimate power? Hao Tian felt the surge of energy within him, igniting a profound sense of confidence. That he opened his eyes, which sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors. Then, he swung the celestial sword, invoking this newfound power. A dazzling arc of multicolored energy, imbued with cataclysmic might, cleaved toward the leader of the Shadow Council. The sword energy collided with the leader's chaotic temporal power, producing a deafening roar. The immense energy wave obliterated the fortress, scattering stones and dust into the air. Amidst this overwhelming force, the body of the leader of the Shadow Council gradually dissipated, and the Heart of Chaos and the Ring of Time and Space floated gently to the ground. Hao Tian had successfully vanquished the leader of the Shadow Council, saving the entire multiverse. He picked up the Heart of Chaos and the Ring of Time and Space, feeling the tremendous power within them and reflecting on the journey he had undertaken. "We did it." His companions gathered around, rejoicing in triumph. After this breathtaking battle, Hao Tian and his allies emerged as heroes of the multiverse. Their tale would be recounted through the ages, inspiring generations of warriors to fight for peace and justice. With his newfound strength and mission, Hao Tian embarked on a new journey, safeguarding this realm filled with miracles and challenges. Chapter 31. New Paths in Otherworlds. The ascendancy of power, having defeated the leader of the Shadow Council and successfully protected the multiverse, Hao Tian and his companions did not cease their quest for exploration. The otherworlds are vast and boundless, concealing countless unknown mysteries and potential dangers. They are acutely aware that more challenges await them. After a brief respite in the castle of the Celestial Guardians Alliance, Hao Tian bid farewell to the warmly welcoming crowd and set forth once more on their expedition into the otherworlds. Their destination was a mysterious region known as the Forest of Dreaming Visions, rumored to harbor enigmatic powers capable of further enhancing their strength, while also steeped in ancient and perilous legends. Upon entering the Forest of Dreaming Visions, an unusual atmosphere enveloped them. Towering trees obscured the sun, their trunks shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, as if painted by the brush of dreams. The ground was blanketed in thick moss that emitted a soft glow, yielding beneath their feet like clouds. A sweet, cloying fragrance wafted through the air, inducing a slight dizziness. "Everyone, be cautious. Everything in this forest seems to exude peculiarity," Hao Tian softly cautioned, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. The celestial sword poised for any emerging threats. The group proceeded with utmost care, when suddenly, a thick fog manifested ahead. The fog was as dense as ink, obscuring their vision of what lay within. As Neza prepared to charge into the mist, Hao Tian held him back. "Wait, we cannot ascertain the depth of this fog. Recklessly entering could prove perilous." Just as the group deliberated on how to proceed, a gentle song drifted through the mist. The melody was haunting and poignant, seemingly recounting ancient tales, drawing them irresistibly into its embrace. Yang Jian's celestial eye glimmered with light as he attempted to pierce the fog, only to discover a peculiar force within that disrupted his perception. "This song is suspicious. Do not be deceived," Hao Tian shouted loudly, channeling the power within him to resist the influence of the song. He focused his mind, mobilizing the strength of the stars to carve a path through the dissipating mist ahead. As the fog gradually receded, a figure emerged before them. It was a woman clad in a pale purple robe, her long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, her countenance breathtaking yet tinged with an air of coldness. In her hand, she held a wand adorned with gemstones, the tip of which shimmered with an eerie glow. "You have trespassed into the dreaming forest, a place you ought not to be," the woman spoke icily. Hao Tian stepped forward respectfully, saying, "We harbor no ill intentions. We have merely heard whispers that the dreaming forest conceals secrets to enhance our power, and we seek your guidance." The woman scoffed. "Enhance your power? The forces at play here are not something you can easily command. Countless formidable beings have entered, only to become lost in the endless dreams." Victims of this forest. A chill ran through Hao Tian and his companions, yet they did not falter. Neza could not contain himself, exclaiming, "We fear no challenge. Whatever trials lie ahead, we shall endeavor to face them." A flicker of something unusual flashed in the woman's eyes, as if Neza's words had struck a chord. After a moment of silence, she said, "Since you are so resolute, I will offer you a chance. Deep within the forest lies an ancient ruin. Sealed within it is a powerful force. If you can locate the ruin and break the seal, perhaps you might obtain what you seek. But remember, the perils along the way exceed your imagination." With that, the woman transformed into a beam of purple light and vanished. Hao Tian and his companions exchanged glances, then resolutely ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of peculiar creatures and treacherous traps. There were shape-shifting phantasms that morphed into the likeness of their allies to confuse them. Hidden spikes beneath the ground awaited the unwary. During a confrontation with a phantasm, Hao Tian discovered that his attacks were not as effective as he had hoped. The phantasm deftly evaded his strikes, countering with the environment around them. This realization dawned upon Hao Tian. In this fantastical realm, his previous combat methods required adaptation. He began to meticulously observe the phantasm's patterns, attempting to merge the celestial power within him with the forces of life and time-space around him. As a phantasm launched an assault, Hao Tian suddenly unleashed an entirely new technique. He infused the earth beneath him with star power, rendering the ground as hard as iron, while simultaneously using time-space energy to slow the phantasm's movements, and conjured a healing shield of life force to deflect the attack. This maneuver proved effective. The phantasm was caught off guard by Hao Tian's assault and was ultimately vanquished. Through this battle, Hao Tian gained profound insights into his abilities. Realizing that combining different powers with the environment could yield formidable results, they delved further into the dreaming forest. Hao Tian felt the mysterious power within him growing increasingly vibrant, as if responding to a call from the depths of the forest. At last, they arrived at the entrance of a colossal ruin. The massive door stood firmly shut, intricately inscribed with ancient runes that exuded an aura of mystery. Hao Tian approached. Studying the runes intently, he discerned that these runes were unlike any he had encountered before, embodying profound laws of power. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, striving to decipher their meaning. With the aid of the mysterious force, he gradually unraveled the secrets of the runes and discovered a method to unlock the door. With a deep rumble, the door creaked open, unleashing a powerful force that enveloped them, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure. Be cautious. There may be great dangers within, Hao Tian warned, stepping into the ruin first. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and foreboding. With faint glimmers of light flickering along the walls, they traversed a long corridor, flanked by bizarre statues whose eyes seemed to follow their every move. Suddenly, a massive energy barrier materialized before them. Blocking their path, the barrier shimmered with a blue glow, radiating immense energy fluctuations. "The strength of this barrier is formidable. We must find a way to break it," Hao Tian stated. He summoned the mysterious energy within him once more. Attempting to communicate with the barrier's energy, guided by the arcane force, he realized that the barrier's energy fluctuations bore a resemblance to the star power coursing through him. He promptly infused the barrier with star power, searching for a means to dismantle it. After considerable effort, Hao Tian finally identified the barrier's weak point. He concentrated his strength and struck the vulnerability. With a thunderous explosion, the energy barrier shattered. Upon breaching the barrier, they entered the core of the ruin. There, a colossal crystal orb floated in midair, pulsating with a spectrum of colors and emanating immense power. This must be the source of the strength we seek. Hao Yan exclaimed with excitement. Just as he prepared to approach the crystal orb, a host of phantoms appeared around it. These phantoms were formidable warriors, brandishing weapons as they charged toward Hao Yan and his companions. It seems that to acquire this power, we must face this final trial, Hao Yan declared. He brandished the star sword, engaging in fierce combat with the phantoms. Throughout the battle, Hao Yan continuously merged and wielded the various powers within him. Gradually mastering a novel combat technique, his strikes became increasingly fierce, and his defenses more robust, inflicting significant damage with each blow. As the battle progressed, Hao Yan sensed that the mysterious power within him had reached a critical threshold. He realized that a monumental breakthrough was imminent. In a climactic clash with the phantom, the power within Hao Yan erupted, sending a powerful wave of energy radiating outward from him. All the phantoms disintegrated under the force of this energy, and the crystal orb emitted a blinding light that enveloped Hao Yan. Within the radiance, he felt his body undergoing a profound transformation. His strength surged to unprecedented heights, and his mastery over star power, life force, and time-space energy ascended to a new pinnacle. When the brilliance subsided, Hao Yan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiating confidence and resolve. He knew he had become significantly stronger. "Hauge, you've succeeded," Neza exclaimed. Rushing over with a beaming smile, Hao Yan returned a slight smile, saying, "This is merely a new beginning. There are still countless unknowns awaiting our exploration." Armed with the formidable power gained in the Dreaming Forest, Hao Yan and his companions continued their journey through this extraordinary world. They understood that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges, yet they faced it unflinchingly. For they believed that as long as they stood united and consistently transcended their limits, nothing could impede their progress. Chapter 32. The Source of Spiritual Tides, Secrets of the Otherworldly Past. Having vanquished the desert beast and acquired precious knowledge and power from the ruins of the Forbidden Land, Hao Yan and his companions delved deeper into the exploration of the otherworld. By sheer chance, they learned shocking news. This realm was undergoing a large-scale resurgence of spiritual energy, with currents of spiritual power awakening like torrents after a long slumber, converging at an astonishing pace. This phenomenon not only affected all things in existence but also seemed intricately linked to the fate of the otherworld. In pursuit of the origins of this resurgence, Hao Yan and his companions embarked on a new journey. Following the clues, they arrived at an ancient city. Though weathered by the passage of time, the city still exuded an air of solemn grandeur. The inhabitants buzzed with discussions about the resurgence of spiritual energy, their faces a tapestry of fear and curiosity. Hao Yan approached a venerable elder with white hair to inquire about the situation. The elder's expression grew grave as he slowly spoke. This resurgence of spiritual energy is both a blessing and a curse. Legend has it that long ago, the otherworld was a land brimming with spiritual power, where various beings coexisted harmoniously, creating a splendid civilization through their energy. However, an unforeseen catastrophe shattered this peace. The elder's tale transported everyone back to a distant past. During that time, the spiritual energy of the otherworld suddenly turned chaotic. Seemingly manipulated by a malevolent force, powerful storms of spiritual energy ravaged the land, devastating countless towns and villages, leaving suffering in their wake. In a bid to save their world, the mighty warriors of that era united to seek a solution. Ultimately, they discovered a mysterious altar hidden deep within the otherworld, radiating an uncanny glow, seemingly the source of all calamity. Undeterred by the peril, these warriors charged toward the altar. After a fierce battle, they succeeded in sealing the altar, but at great cost to themselves. In sealing the altar, they also depleted much of the otherworld's spiritual energy, plunging it into an extended period of spiritual desiccation. And what does this have to do with the current resurgence of spiritual energy? Neza inquired eagerly. The elder sighed deeply before responding. For many years, we have guarded the seal to prevent the awakening of the malevolent force. Yet recently, signs have emerged that the seal may be weakening. Some speculate that the power of the seal has gradually diminished over time, while others suggest that a mysterious force is secretly undermining it. With the seal's weakening, the sealed spiritual energy begins to leak, prompting this resurgence. Upon hearing this, Hao Yan and his companions grasped the gravity of the situation. If the seal were to fail completely, the malevolent forces contained within would awaken, plunging the alternate realm into an abyss of irreparable ruin. In pursuit of clarity regarding the seal's current state, Hao Yan and his companions resolved to venture forth to the sealing site for a thorough investigation. They traversed an ancient passage, delving into the depths of the otherworld. The walls flanking the corridor were inscribed with peculiar runes, emanating a faint glow. As if recounting tales of a bygone era, they progressed deeper, The spiritual energy around them intensified, suffusing the air with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, a colossal stone door loomed ahead, adorned with intricate patterns that radiated formidable energy fluctuations. This must be the entrance to the sealing site, Hao Yin declared. The group approached the stone door with utmost caution, seeking a means to unlock it. At that moment, the stone door erupted with violent tremors, a powerful force surging forth from within, causing them to stagger backward. This is bad. It seems the seal is about to break. Yang Jian shouted. Hao Tian swiftly summoned the immense power he had fused within, striving to stabilize the door. However, the force emanating from within was overwhelming, and his efforts appeared to be futile, just as despair began to settle over them. A radiant light suddenly emerged from the sky. From this brilliance, a figure descended gracefully. As they focused, they were astonished to recognize the purple-robed woman they had encountered in the Dreamland Forest. What brings you here? She inquired, a hint of surprise evident in her voice upon seeing Hao Tian and the others. Hao Tian promptly recounted the recent events. After listening intently, the woman's expression grew grave. It seems the crisis surrounding the seal is more dire than I had anticipated. It was revealed that she was a descendant of the seal's guardians, having been secretly monitoring its condition. Over the years, she had sought ways to reinforce the seal. I know of an ancient ritual that may temporarily strengthen the seal, but it requires the gathering of 5 special spiritual objects: the tears of the stars, the flower of life, the sands of time and space, the stone of chaos, and the light of origin. She explained. The tears of the stars, the flower of life, the sands of time and space, the stone of chaos, and the light of origin. Where shall we seek these spiritual objects? Neza inquired. The woman pondered for a moment before responding. The tears of the stars are said to exist at the pinnacle of stars, where the power of the stars converges. The flower of life blooms in the valley of life, a realm teeming with vitality. The sands of time and space are concealed within the time-space vortex, exceedingly rare. The stone of chaos lies in the abyss of chaos, fraught with peril, and the light of origin resides in the land of origin, the source of all power. Upon hearing the locations of these spiritual objects, Hao Tian and his companions felt a blend of excitement and trepidation. They were exhilarated to have discovered a method to reinforce the seal, yet anxious about the unknown dangers that awaited them in these locations. And no matter the challenges we face, we must endeavor to try, Hao Tian resolutely stated. Thus, under the woman's guidance, Hao Tian and his companions embarked on their quest to find the 5 spiritual objects. Their first destination was the pinnacle of stars. This place was a towering peak that pierced the clouds, surrounded by resplendent celestial bodies. The power of the stars converged here, forming a mysterious domain. At the pinnacle of stars, they encountered various formidable star beings, capable of wielding stellar power, proving to be no trifling adversaries. Engaging in fierce combat, Hao Tian and his companions, wielding the star sword and their unique skills, ultimately triumphed over the star beings and procured the tears of the stars. Next, they ventured into the Valley of Life. The valley was suffused with a rich essence of life, where a plethora of extraordinary flora flourished. Within the valley, they encountered a tribe of guardians of the flower of life. The elves regarded them with caution, but after a series of communications and trials, they finally trusted the visitors' intentions and bestowed upon them the flower of life. The search for the sands of time and space proved to be the most arduous. The time-space vortex was a perilous area of chaotic temporal currents, where entering could result in being torn apart by temporal forces. Hao Tian and his companions approached the vortex with great care, utilizing the power of the time-space ring to navigate through the turbulent flows of time and space. After a thrilling adventure, they finally located the sands of time and space. The abyss of chaos was rife with chaotic energy, darkness, and danger lurking at every turn. Navigating through the abyss, Hao Tian and his companions faced relentless assaults from chaotic forces and beings deep within the abyss. They discovered the Stone of Chaos. Lastly, they arrived at the Land of Origin. This was a radiant, mysterious realm filled with the essence of origin. At the center of the Land of Origin, they found the Light of Origin. Having gathered all 5 spiritual objects, Hao Tian and his companions returned to the sealing site. The woman had been waiting there, guiding them in preparing all that was required for the ritual. As the ritual commenced, the 5 spiritual objects radiated dazzling light, intertwining to form a powerful force that infused the seal. Under the influence of this energy, the seal gradually stabilized, and the tremors of the stone door slowly ceased. We have succeeded at last, the group rejoiced. However, they understood that this was merely a temporary solution that completely resolved the crisis surrounding the seal. A more fundamental remedy was necessary. Yet at this moment, they felt a sense of relief and pride in having successfully reinforced the seal. Through this ordeal, Hao Tian and his companions gained a deeper understanding of the history and secrets of the alternate realm. With renewed purpose and responsibility, they continued their exploration of this world, striving to protect its peace and tranquility. Chapter 33. The enigma of spiritual tides and ancient secrets upon successfully reinforcing the seal and temporarily alleviating the crisis in the alternate realm. Hao Tian and his comrades did not relent. Fortifying the seal was but a stopgap measure. The malevolent force seeking to break free remained like a monstrous beast lurking in the shadows, poised to strike again at any moment. In their quest to uncover a definitive solution to the crisis, they resolved to delve deeper into the origins of this force and the profound secrets concealed behind the resurgence of spiritual energy. The group returned to the ancient city, settling in a secluded residence within, and began to compile the clues they had gathered from various sources. Hao Tian placed the star sword upon the table, its blade emitting a gentle glow that resonated with the increasingly potent spiritual energy surrounding them. Reflecting on their experiences at the sealing site, he sensed an ancient and familiar essence within the force that sought to breach the seal. Yet it eluded his grasp. I can't shake the feeling that the resurgence of spiritual energy and the loosening of the seal are no mere coincidence. There must be someone or some force orchestrating these events. Yang Jian remarked thoughtfully, his celestial eyes gleaming with contemplation, breaking the silence in the room. Neza nodded in agreement. Indeed, and during our quest for the spiritual objects, there was an unsettling sensation of being observed by an unseen force. Even the beings guarding the spiritual objects seemed driven by some external compulsion when they attacked us. Just as the discussion grew animated, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Hao Tian rose to answer it, discovering an elderly man clad in a gray robe standing outside, his deep, gentle gaze exuding a wisdom born of the ages. I am the chronicler of this city. I have heard of your pursuit of the truth behind the resurgence of spiritual energy, and perhaps I can assist you, the elder said with a warm smile. Hao Tian and his companions promptly invited the elder inside, offering him tea. As the elder settled down, his gaze swept over the group, and he began to speak. This resurgence of spiritual energy is, in fact, intertwined with a forgotten chapter of ancient history. According to the elder's account, in ancient times, the alternate realm was not as it is now. During that era, spiritual energy was evenly distributed across the world, nurturing all living things, with various races coexisting in harmony, collaboratively cultivating a magnificent civilization. However, a group of ambitious practitioners sought to seize control of all spiritual energy. Aspiring to become the dominators of the world, they clandestinely studied a forbidden spell, attempting to disrupt the balance of spiritual energy and consolidate all power unto themselves. This spell was known as the spiritual tide technique, and once unleashed, it would trigger violent fluctuations in spiritual energy. During one ill-fated experiment, they lost control, and a powerful tempest of spiritual energy engulfed the entire alternate realm in an instant. Countless beings perished in this calamity, and civilizations suffered devastating blows. To avert the further spread of this catastrophe, the formidable beings of that time rose to the occasion, sacrificing their power and lives to seal the runaway spiritual energy deep within the world, establishing stringent barriers at the sealing site. But what connection does this have to the current resurgence of spiritual energy? Hao Tian inquired eagerly. The elder's expression turned grave as he replied, as the ages passed, the strength of the seal gradually waned. The descendants of those practitioners who sought to dominate spiritual energy have been covertly seeking methods to unravel the seal. They believe that by reigniting the resurgence of spiritual energy, they can leverage this force to break the ancient seal and acquire the immense power that lies within. The group suddenly understood. It was all part of a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Their prior reinforcement of the seal had merely disrupted the plans of those individuals temporarily. How can we definitively thwart them? Neza clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. The elder pondered for a moment before responding. Legend has it that within the ancient sealing site, alongside the sealed spiritual energy, there exists a legendary artifact known as the Heart of the Spiritual Pivot. It is the key to maintaining the balance of spiritual energy. Only by locating it and activating it can we restore order to the spiritual energy of the alternate realm and eliminate this crisis entirely. But we just returned from the sealing site, and we found no trace of this Heart of the Spiritual Pivot, Yang Jian remarked, puzzled. The elder smiled gently. The Heart of the Spiritual Pivot is concealed within a unique space, revealing itself only when the spiritual energy reaches a specific state of balance. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, that moment may be drawing near. Under the guidance of the elder, Hao Tian and his companions once again embarked on their journey to the land of seals. Along the way, they sensed the surrounding spiritual energy growing ever denser, an atmosphere of tension permeating the air. Upon their arrival at the Land of Seals, they discovered a scene drastically altered from before. The once tranquil stone door was now surrounded by a swirling vortex of powerful spiritual force, as if narrating the impending crisis. Cautiously, Hao Yin and the others approached the stone door, when suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth from within, causing them to stagger backward. Then, the stone door began to slowly open, unleashing a wave of dark energy that assaulted their senses. Be careful, they are coming, Hao Tian shouted, gripping the Sword of Stars tightly, his gaze fixed warily on the opening. Out from the door emerged a group of figures clad in black robes, their faces obscured by dark masks, revealing only their chilling eyes. At the forefront stood a tall man, wielding a staff that radiated an ominous darkness, topped with a bizarre gem. Do you really believe that reinforcing the seal can thwart us? Such naivety, the man coldly proclaimed. Today marks your end, and the beginning of our dominion over the otherworld. With that, he swung his staff, unleashing a wave of dark energy toward Hao Tian and his companions. Instantly, Hao Tian summoned the fused power within him, forming a golden energy barrier before him to deflect the attack. If you wish to succeed, you must first overcome us, Hao Tian replied fearlessly. In an instant, both sides were engulfed in fierce combat. The black-robed figures unleashed a plethora of dark spells, summoning formidable creatures of darkness to assail Hao Tian and his group. In response, Hao Tian and his companions executed their own unique techniques, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the enemy. During the battle, Hao Tian discerned that the enemy's strength seemed intrinsically linked to the surrounding spiritual energy. Each time they attacked, the ambient spiritual energy was devoured by their dark powers, transforming into their own strength. This cannot continue. They are exploiting the spiritual energy to augment their power, Hao Tian exclaimed as he concentrated, seeking a method to sever the connection between the enemies and the spiritual energy. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him as he fused the powers of the stars, life, time-space, and chaos, creating a powerful vortex of spiritual energy. This vortex not only absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy but also converted the dark forces into pure spiritual power. Under the influence of this vortex, the enemy's attacks gradually weakened, their strength continuously eroding. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Tian and his companions launched a counterattack. Neza rode the wind and fire wheels, his fiery spear darting through the enemy ranks like a flame. Yang Jian unleashed the full might of his heavenly eye, shooting golden beams toward the foes, inflicting tremendous damage. After a fierce battle, the ranks of the black-robed figures began to crumble. The leading man, sensing the tide turning against him, attempted to flee. Hao Tian would not let him escape. He summoned his fused power, appearing instantly before the man, the Sword of Stars poised at his throat. Tell me, where is the heart of the Nexus? Hao Tian coldly demanded. The man snorted dismissively, refusing to answer. Just as Hao Tian prepared to press further, the Land of Seals suddenly trembled violently. The powerful force surged from the depths of the seal, causing the entire area to sway precariously. This is bad. The seal is about to collapse, the elder exclaimed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hao Tian and his companions temporarily abandoned the man, focusing their efforts on locating the heart of the Nexus. At that moment, Hao Tian felt a profound resonance between the artifact within him and the surrounding spiritual energy. Following this resonance, he ventured deep into the Land of Seals. There, a crystal orb radiating a gentle light floated in the air. It was indeed the heart of the Nexus. Hao Tian slowly extended his hand, grasping the heart of the Nexus. In an instant, a surge of powerful and pure energy coursed into him, harmonizing with his fused power. Under the influence of the heart of the Nexus, the spiritual energy in the Land of Seals began to stabilize rapidly, and the trembling seal gradually regained its calm. The dark forces, too, began to dissipate under the purifying effect of the pure spiritual energy. Having successfully located the heart of the Nexus, Hao Yin and his companions departed the Land of Seals, buoyed by their victory. They understood that while this crisis had been temporarily averted, the future of the otherworld remained fraught with challenges. They would continue to bear the mission of safeguarding the otherworld, persistently advancing along the path of exploration and protection. Chapter 34. Awakening of the Nexus. Dawn of a new order returning from the Land of Seals. Hao Tian and his companions brought the heart of the Nexus back to the ancient city. The residents sensed that the crisis had been momentarily averted. The previously oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of relief and hope for the future. Yet, Hao Tian and his companions were acutely aware that their task was far from complete, although they had secured the heart of the Nexus. The core challenge lay in how to properly utilize it to reshape the spiritual order of the otherworld. Upon returning to their abode, Hao Tian placed the heart of the Nexus upon a stone table within. its soft and mysterious glow illuminating the serious faces of the gathered individuals. While the power of the heart of the Nexus is formidable, we are still unclear about the specific method to activate it. Hao Tian mused, furrowing his brow as he lightly tapped the table, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yang Jian closed his eyes in meditation, the faint glow of his heavenly eye flickering as he sought to uncover the secrets of the heart of the Nexus through his unique perception. I sense a myriad of intricate connections between it and the surrounding spiritual energy, yet this connection is exceedingly complex and elusive, Yang Jian gradually articulated, a hint of fatigue in his voice. At that moment, the elder who had previously narrated the ancient history to them made another appearance. His gaze fell upon the heart of the Nexus, a glimmer of surprise and gratification flashing in his eyes. You truly have found the heart of the Nexus. This is the beacon of hope for the otherworld, the elder exclaimed with deep emotion. As the group looked on in anticipation, the elder continued. To activate the heart of the Nexus, one must harness the powers of the 5 great spiritual veins of the otherworld. These 5 spiritual veins are situated in the east, south, west, north, and center, serving as the source of spiritual energy for the otherworld. Interwoven to maintain the fundamental balance of spiritual power, only when the heart of the Nexus resonates with the 5 great spiritual veins can it be fully activated, thereby reshaping the entire spiritual order of the otherworld. Upon hearing this news, Hao Tian and his companions felt both invigorated and apprehensive. They were exhilarated to have finally discovered a direction for activating the heart of the Nexus, yet concerned that locating the 5 great spiritual veins and guiding them to resonate with the heart of the Nexus was undoubtedly a formidable task. No matter how difficult it may be, we must make the attempt, Hao Tian declared resolutely, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. After making brief preparations, the group set forth on their quest to find the 5 great spiritual veins. Their first destination was the eastern spiritual vein, which, according to the elder's clues, lay hidden within a vast forest, a realm of eternal spring teeming with abundant spiritual energy and countless wondrous beings. As they ventured into the forest, they were immediately captivated by the breathtaking scenery. Towering trees obscured the sky, their leaves shimmering with a faint golden glow, as if each one contained boundless vitality. The ground was carpeted with a riot of colorful blossoms, exuding enchanting fragrances, while the air was thick with rich spiritual energy, invigorating their spirits. However, this forest was not as tranquil and serene as it appeared on the surface. Shortly after they delved deeper, they encountered a group of guardians of the spiritual vein, sprites. These diminutive beings possessed the formidable ability to manipulate natural elements. Armed with bows and arrows, they regarded the intruders with suspicion. Outsiders, why have you trespassed into our domain? A female sprite leader coldly inquired. Stepping forward, Hao Tian earnestly replied, we have come to save the otherworld. The spiritual energy is currently imbalanced, and the seals are weakening. We have found the heart of the Nexus, but we require the power of the 5 great spiritual veins to activate it and restore the order of spiritual energy. We hope you can assist us. The sprites murmured amongst themselves, clearly harboring doubts about Hao Tian's words. At that moment, a magnificent unicorn emerged slowly from the depths of the forest. Its pristine white form and the golden horn upon its forehead radiated a sacred light. Approaching the group, it spoke softly, I can sense the goodwill and determination within your hearts. The eastern spiritual vein is intrinsically linked to the fate of the otherworld, and we are willing to assist you. Guided by the unicorn and the sprites, Hao Tian and his companions arrived at the heart of the eastern spiritual vein. Here, a colossal spring surged with golden spiritual energy, casting a dazzling radiance. Hao Tian cautiously retrieved the heart of the Nexus. Bringing it near the spring, instantly, a powerful resonance erupted between the heart of the Nexus and the spiritual energy within the spring, intertwining their glows as the entire spring began to vibrate violently. As this resonance manifested, Hao Tian felt an overwhelming force surging into the heart of the Nexus, its brilliance becoming even more resplendent. Having successfully activated the resonance between the eastern spiritual vein and the heart of the Nexus, the group pressed onward to the southern spiritual vein without delay. The southern spiritual vein was situated at the base of a seething volcano, where molten magma churned, suffused with the volatile essence of fire. As they approached the volcano, they were met with a wave of scorching heat. At the foot of the volcano, they encountered a group of fire elementals. These beings, ablaze with flames, exhibited a volatile temperament and were filled with hostility towards the intruders. The moment Hao Tian and his companions drew near, they came under attack from the fire elementals. Everyone, be cautious. Do not engage directly, Hao Tian shouted, brandishing the Sword of Stars, conjuring a defensive barrier with his fused power to shield against the onslaught of the fire elementals. We mean no offense. We are here solely to save the otherworld. We must harness the power of the southern spiritual vein to awaken the heart of the spirit, and I hope you can comprehend this. The fire elementals seem unconvinced, their assaults growing ever more ferocious. Just as the situation becomes dire for everyone, a colossal fire phoenix erupts from the volcano, soaring into the sky, enveloped in resplendent flames. Its cry reverberates through the heavens. After circling gracefully in the air, the phoenix descends before the gathered crowd. Its eyes glimmer with wisdom as it proclaims, "I sense your mission and bravery. Though the power of the southern spiritual vein is tumultuous, we are willing to assist in the name of peace in this other world." With the phoenix's aid, Hao Tian and his companions successfully arrive at the core of the southern spiritual vein. Here lies a vast pool of magma, infused with potent fire elemental energy. Hao Tian once again retrieves the heart of the spirit and approaches the magma pool. The heart of the spirit resonates with the energy within the magma, triggering a violent surge of energy. Fire elemental power flows incessantly into the heart, amplifying its strength further. Subsequently, they endured countless hardships, locating both the western and northern spiritual veins. The western vein is situated in a frigid expanse of ice, where howling winds and snow prevail, guarded by a host of ice elementals. The northern vein, shrouded in a mysterious swamp, is steeped in an eerie aura, watched over by unique swamp creatures, with the assistance of all parties. Hao Tian and his companions successfully activated the resonance between these two veins and the heart of the spirit. Finally, they arrived at the central vein, located at the heart of the other world. The central vein is the convergence of the 5 great spiritual veins. Exuding unparalleled power and mystery. As they approached the central vein, an overwhelming sense of oppression engulfed them, as if the weight of the entire world bore down upon their shoulders. At the entrance to the central vein, they encountered a mysterious guardian. Clad in a flowing white robe, the guardian's countenance was stern, and their gaze radiated boundless authority. "Why have you come?" the guardian inquired coldly. Hao Tian detailed the crisis facing the other world, their quest for the heart of the spirit, and their efforts to activate the 5 spiritual veins. After a prolonged silence, the guardian replied, "The power of the central vein is fundamental to the very foundation of the other world. Activating it is no simple task. However, since you have come this far, I shall grant you an opportunity." With that, the guardian waved a hand, and a brilliant light manifested, revealing a colossal spiritual power array. To activate the central vein, you must undergo the trials within this array. Only by passing the trials can you earn the central vein's acknowledgement. Without hesitation, Hao Tian and his companions stepped into the spiritual power array. The array was filled with formidable spiritual power attacks, searing flames, frigid frost, raging storms, and sinister dark forces. Relying on their indomitable will and formidable strength, they repeatedly withstood the onslaught. Throughout the battle, Hao Tian continuously adjusted the fused power within him, countering the spiritual energy of the array. He gradually discerned that the energy within the array was not merely an assault but a test of their will and abilities. Only by truly grasping the essence of spiritual power and harmonizing with it could they pass the trial. With this realization, Hao Tian lowered his guard, no longer viewing the energy in the array as adversaries, but instead attempting to communicate and merge with them. He unleashed the powers of the stars, life, time and space, chaos, and the heart of the spirit, intertwining them with the energy of the array. Gradually, the assault ceased, replaced by a warm and potent force. This energy enveloped them, as if bestowing recognition and blessings upon them. Hao Tian understood that they had triumphed in the trial. With the central vein's acknowledgement, the heart of the spirit successfully resonated with the central vein. In an instant, an unimaginably powerful force radiated from the central vein, spreading throughout the entire otherworld. As this power disseminated, the spiritual energy of the otherworld began to swiftly regain balance, transforming from its previously chaotic state into a docile and orderly flow. The seals within the sealed land became unyielding under the influence of this power. Those dark forces that sought to shatter the seals and dominate the spiritual energy disintegrated before this overwhelming might. With the restoration of spiritual order, the otherworld welcomed a new dawn. The once barren lands began to teem with life anew. With withered plants blossoming once more and vanished beings gradually returning, the populace erupted in joyous celebration, rejoicing in this hard-won victory. Hao Tian and his companions emerged as heroes of the otherworld. Their tale echoed throughout the realm, inspiring generations to come, and Hao Tian, with a profound affection for the otherworld and a resolute commitment to its protection, chose to remain in this land of wonders, safeguarding the hard-earned peace and tranquility while awaiting new challenges and adventures. Chapter 35, New Ripples. After glory. Having successfully re-established the order of spiritual energy in the otherworld, Hao Tian and his companions became legends. Their valiant deeds resonated in every corner, evoking admiration and gratitude from the people. Grand celebrations unfolded in ancient cities, where streets were adorned with vibrant decorations, bustling with life. Colorful banners fluttered in the wind, intertwined with cheerful music and the jubilant laughter of the populace, enveloping the atmosphere in joy and gratitude. In the town square, crowds gathered spontaneously, eagerly anticipating the hero's arrival as Hao Tian and his companions stepped into the square. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted like a surging tide, resounding endlessly. Children waved flowers with excitement, while young maidens presented intricately woven garlands, expressing their reverence. Yet, amidst this glory, Hao Tian felt a twinge of unease. Though the other world had regained its tranquility, he sensed that there were still enigmas yet to be unraveled. After the festivities concluded, he ventured alone to the town's library, a repository of the other world's oldest and most comprehensive texts and documents. Hoping to uncover some clues, the library was infused with the scent of aged paper and ink. Its towering shelves brimming with books, Hao Tian wandered among the shelves, meticulously searching for materials related to the history of the otherworld and its mysterious powers. In a secluded corner, he stumbled upon a dusty ancient tome, its cover adorned with peculiar symbols, exuding an air of mystery. Gently opening the tome, he found the text to be dense and cryptic, but drawing upon the knowledge he had accumulated in the otherworld, he gradually began to decipher its contents. The ancient tome chronicled an even older catastrophe, one that transpired before the imbalance of spiritual energy, involving a formidable entity beyond imagination. The World Devourer. It was said that the World Devourer was a terrifying being from the depths of the cosmos, feeding on the spiritual energy of worlds, leaving desolation and collapse in its wake. Could the previous imbalance of spiritual energy and the current crisis be connected to the World Devourer? A shiver ran down Hao Tian's spine, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. He continued to peruse the tome, seeking further information regarding the World Devourer. Meanwhile, in the fringes of the otherworld, a mysterious dark force was quietly coalescing. This area, known as the Shadow Wasteland, was perpetually shrouded in darkness, serving as a haven for various malevolent creatures. Deep within the wasteland, a colossal black altar flickered with eerie light, surrounded by a circle of cloaked figures chanting incantations. Engaged in some nefarious ritual, Master, we have gathered sufficient dark power as you instructed. We await your command to open the passage to that world. A hooded figure respectfully addressed a shadow upon the altar. The shadow emitted a low, ominous chuckle. Excellent. Soon, this world shall descend into darkness once more, and I shall reign as its sovereign. Upon returning to his dwelling, Hao Tian shared his discoveries from the ancient tome with his companions. The mood shifted gravely as they processed the implications. If the World Devourer truly exists, our previous battles may have merely scratched the surface, Yang Jian remarked, furrowing his brow. Neza clenched his fist defiantly. Whatever it may be, we shall not back down. If necessary, we shall fight once more. Just as they were deliberating their strategy, an overwhelming surge of dark energy emanated from the edge of the otherworld. Hao Tian's expression turned grave. This is bad. Danger approaches. He immediately led his companions toward the source of the dark force. Upon arriving at the Shadow Wasteland, they beheld the enormous black altar and the cloaked figures encircling it. As soon as Hao Tian and his companions appeared, the hooded figures became alert, adopting aggressive stances. Who are you to dare intrude upon the Shadow Wasteland? One of the figures barked menacingly. Hao Tian disregarded the question, fixing his gaze upon the shadow atop the altar. Who are you? Why do you gather dark energy here? The shadow responded with a chilling laugh. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you are about to witness the annihilation of this world. With that, the shadow brandished a staff, and dark energy surged forth like a tidal wave toward Hao Tian and his companions. Hao Tian swiftly summoned the fused power within him, forming a formidable shield to withstand the onslaught of dark energy. Everyone be careful. Their power is not to be underestimated, Hao Tian cautioned. The two sides were soon engulfed in a fierce battle. The cloaked figures unleashed various dark spells, summoning formidable dark creatures such as colossal skeletal warriors and malevolent shadow demons to mount a relentless attack against Hao Tian and his companions. In response, Hao Tian and his allies employed their ultimate techniques, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes. In the midst of battle, Hao Tian discerned that the powers of these cloaked figures seemed markedly different from the dark forces he had previously encountered. Their spells were more insidious, and their modes of attack were exceedingly cunning. Moreover, their strength appeared to be escalating with each passing moment, with every assault more ferocious than the last. This cannot continue. We must swiftly uncover the source of their power, or victory will elude us, Hao Tian exclaimed. He focused his mind, meticulously scrutinizing the spells and tactics of the cloaked adversaries. Suddenly, he realized a close connection between the cloaked figure's powers and the shadow on the altar. Each time the shadow wielded its staff, The cloaked figure's strength intensified. I understand now. The shadow on the altar is the source of their power. We must obliterate that shadow, Hao Tian bellowed, brandishing the starry sword and unleashing its most potent power as he charged toward the shadow. The shadow, sensing the imminent danger, immediately fortified its dark defenses. Hao Tian's attack was thwarted by the dark energy, preventing him from nearing the shadow. Just as he found himself ensnared in a predicament, he felt the heart of the spirit pivot within him pulsating faintly. As if responding to something. A thought struck him. He promptly summoned the power of the spirit pivot, merging it with the strength of the starry sword. In an instant, a surge of potent and pure energy erupted from Hao Tian, illuminating the entire shadow wasteland. Under the impact of this force, the dark energies dissipated, and the assaults of the cloaked figures were dismantled. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Tian launched his attack, the starry sword radiating blinding light as it struck toward the shadow. The shadow emitted a piercing wail, attempting to evade, but it was too late. The starry sword successfully struck the shadow, which instantly transformed into a cloud of black smoke, dissolving into the air, with the shadow's demise. The cloaked figures and dark entities fell to the ground, stripped of their combat efficacy. Hao Tian and his companions successfully thwarted this dark conspiracy. However, they did not allow themselves to relax their vigilance. Following this battle, they became increasingly certain that the alternate world concealed even greater crises and challenges. They would continue to bear the mission of safeguarding this realm, undeterred by whatever the future held. Upon returning to the city, Hao Tian and his companions began to delve deeply into the records concerning the World Devourer, preparing for the potential crisis that loomed. They understood that this was merely a new beginning, and the peace and tranquility of the alternate world still required their courage and strength to protect. Chapter 36, The Hidden Threat and the Spark of Hope. After successfully thwarting the dark conspiracy of the Shadow Wasteland, Hao Tian and his comrades did not encounter the tranquility they had envisioned. The clues surrounding the World Devourer loomed over them like a heavy shackle, instilling a sense of urgency that left no room for complacency. Through their extensive research of ancient texts and the pursuit of leads across various locales, they discovered that the legend of the World Devourer was far more intricate than they had initially imagined, and the mysterious powers associated with it seemed to be surreptitiously stirring in the shadows of the alternate world. In pursuit of more information regarding the World Devourer, Hao Tian resolved to journey to an ancient edifice known as the Tower of Wisdom. This tower stood tall in a mystical valley, said to house the research and countless secrets of the greatest sages from various epochs. As Hao Tian and his companions stepped into the valley, a tranquil yet enigmatic aura enveloped them. A gentle mist permeated the air, and the towering trees stood silently, as if guarding this arcane domain. The Tower of Wisdom loomed majestically, constructed from ancient stone and adorned with peculiar runes and patterns. As they approached the tower's entrance, two massive stone doors creaked open with a resounding thud. The air within was thick with antiquity, and torches on the walls flickered dimly, casting a faint glow upon the narrow passage. They proceeded along the corridor, arriving at a vast circular hall. The hall was lined with bookshelves brimming with an array of books, scrolls, and ancient manuscripts. In the center of the hall, a colossal crystal orb emanated a soft blue light. Surely, the answers we seek lie within, Hao Tian remarked, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The group immediately dispersed, scouring the shelves for material related to the World Devourer. Hao Tian approached the central crystal orb, extending his hand to gently touch its surface. Instantly, the orb blazed with brilliance, revealing a series of images within. Hao Tian beheld the distant past of the alternate world, a vibrant realm teeming with life and prosperity, where spiritual energy flowed abundantly and all beings coexisted in harmony. However, the scene abruptly shifted as darkness seeped from the depths of the cosmos, and the colossal form of the World Devourer materialized. Wherever it ventured, planets shattered, and spiritual energy was voraciously consumed, plunging the entire world into an abyss of darkness. This is the power of the World Devourer, Hao Tian murmured, his heart laden with astonishment and dread. At that moment, Neza discovered an ancient tome radiating a faint glow in a corner. The cover bore the inscribed words, "Secrets of the World Devourer." He excitedly called out, "Hauga, come and look at this." Hao Tian and the others quickly gathered around. Neza cautiously opened the tome, revealing detailed accounts of the World Devourer. It turned out that the World Devourer was not a singular entity, but rather a terrifying existence composed of dark energy and malevolent will. Its emergence was linked to the imbalance and chaos within the cosmos. Whenever the order of a world was disrupted, dark forces would proliferate, potentially giving rise to the World Devourer. The tome also recounted the tale of a powerful sage who sought methods to combat the World Devourer. After extensive research and exploration, He discovered a mysterious artifact known as the Radiant Holy Crystal. It was said that the Radiant Holy Crystal contained pure light energy capable of purifying darkness and countering the world devourer. However, the Radiant Holy Crystal was concealed in a mysterious location, accessible only to those with pure hearts and formidable strength. We must locate the Radiant Holy Crystal. It may be the key to defeating the world devourer, Hao Tian asserted, his gaze resolute. According to the clues within the tome, the Radiant Holy Crystal was hidden in a mystical realm known as the Land of Oblivion. This space lay at the edge of the alternate world, shrouded by powerful magical barriers, where those who entered often lost their way and could never emerge. Despite the knowledge of the dangers that lay ahead, Hao Tian and his companions showed no hesitation. They bid farewell to the Tower of Wisdom and embarked on their journey to the Land of Oblivion. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the entrance to the Land of Oblivion. The entrance was enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Strange sounds echoed from within the mist, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. Everyone, be cautious. Immense dangers may lurk within this mist, Hao Tian warned, stepping boldly into the fog, the starry sword firmly in hand, ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Upon entering the mist, they found the surrounding space distorted, and their sense of direction completely vanished. No matter how they advanced, it seemed as if they were merely spinning in place. Moreover, various phantoms occasionally manifested within the mist, attempting to confuse their minds. These phantoms are illusions. Do not be deceived by them. Concentrate, Hao Tian shouted. He summoned his inner power, forming a golden energy barrier around the group to fend off the phantoms' assaults. Just as they found themselves in a predicament, Hao Tian suddenly felt the heart of the spirit pivot within him pulsating once more. He realized that the spirit pivot might have some connection to this mysterious realm. Thus, he focused his mind, channeling the power of the spirit pivot in an effort to pierce through the veil of this space. Under the influence of the spirit pivot's power, the surrounding mist gradually dissipated, revealing the path ahead. Following the path, they arrived before an ancient castle. The castle's grand entrance was sealed shut, adorned with mysterious runes that radiated powerful energy fluctuations. Hao Tian approached, meticulously studying the runes. He discovered that these runes bore similarities to those he had encountered in the Tower of Wisdom, seemingly forming an ancient seal that he endeavored to summon his inner strength to communicate with the runes. After considerable effort, Hao Tian finally discerned the method to unlock the seal. With a deep rumble, the castle doors creaked open, revealing an ancient and mysterious aura that washed over them. They stepped into the castle, entering a vast hall. At the center of the hall, upon a raised platform, a crystal emanating dazzling light floated serenely. It was the Radiant Holy Crystal. Just as they prepared to approach and retrieve the Radiant Holy Crystal, an ominous laughter reverberated throughout the castle. A shadow gradually materialized from the darkness, its form composed of dark energy, exuding a chilling presence. Did you think you could so easily acquire the Radiant Holy Crystal? You were sorely mistaken, the shadow intoned coldly. Who are you? Why do you seek to obstruct us? Hao Tian inquired warily. I am the guardian of this realm, as well as a devotee of the world devourer. The Radiant Holy Crystal is crucial in the fight against the world devourer, and I shall not allow you to take it, the shadow declared, brandishing a dark staff as a wave of formidable dark energy surged toward Hao Tian and his companions. Without hesitation, Hao Tian swung the starry sword, unleashing a fusion of powers to engage in a fierce confrontation with the dark energy. Neza, Yang Jian, and the others joined the fray, deploying their unique skills in an attempt to vanquish the shadow. However, the shadow's strength was formidable. Its dark spells morphed incessantly, ensnaring everyone in a grueling struggle. Furthermore, it seemed capable of absorbing the surrounding dark energy, rendering each assault increasingly potent. This cannot continue. We must devise a way to disrupt its energy absorption. Hao Tian urged. He concentrated, observing the patterns of the shadow's spells. Suddenly, he realized that the shadow would reveal a brief vulnerability while absorbing dark energy. Everyone, take note. He will have a weakness when he absorbs energy. Let us concentrate our efforts to strike at that opening, Hao Tian bellowed. Upon hearing this, the others immediately adjusted their attack strategy. When the shadow attempted to absorb dark energy once more, Hao Tian unleashed a formidable technique that fused the power of the stars with the heart of spirit, sending a brilliant beam of light towards the shadow. Simultaneously, Neza and Yang Jian executed their strongest attacks, with the fire-tip spear and the heavenly eye beam striking the shadow's vulnerability together. The shadow emitted a piercing scream as cracks began to form on its body. It tried to absorb dark energy again to mend itself, but was interrupted by the onslaught from Hao Tian and the others. Under their united assault, the shadow's power gradually diminished. Ultimately, it let out a despairing roar as its form transformed into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into the air. Hao Tian and his companions successfully vanquished the shadow and retrieved the sacred crystal of light. They felt the immense power contained within the crystal, their hearts brimming with hope. We have finally located the sacred crystal of light. Now we possess the means to confront the world devourer. Hao Tian declared, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Bearing the sacred crystal of light, Hao Tian and his companions departed from the land of oblivion. They understood that the threat of the world devourer still loomed. Yet they were prepared, and no matter what awaited them ahead, they would guard the peace and tranquility of the other world with courage, wisdom, and formidable strength. Chapter 37. The storm before the final battle with the sacred crystal of light in hand. Hao Tian and his comrades returned triumphantly from the land of oblivion. The pure radiance emitted by the crystal served as a beacon of hope, illuminating their path and igniting the courage within the hearts of the inhabitants of the other world. However, they were acutely aware that the true test was only just beginning. The shadow of the world devourer still loomed over the other world, and an ultimate confrontation was imminent. Upon their return to the ancient city, Hao Tian and his companions placed the sacred crystal of light in the most secure vault, guarded in turn by the strongest warriors of the city. They then promptly convened various factions for an urgent meeting in the hall of the Lord's residence. Representatives from the Star Guardians Alliance, the Elemental Masters tribe, and various other races gathered, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The threat of the world devourer is urgent. We must unite to face it, Hao Tian proclaimed. His gaze resolute as it swept across the assembly, he detailed the discoveries made in the Tower of Wisdom and the Land of Oblivion, emphasizing the significance of the sacred crystal of light. The expressions of the crowd varied. Some were shocked, others concerned, yet many bore a steadfast resolve. The leader of the Star Guardians Alliance rose, his demeanor grave. We, the Star Guardians Alliance, are willing to devote all our strength to battle the world devourer. We have safeguarded the otherworld for many years and shall not allow it to be destroyed in an instant. The chief of the Elemental Masters tribe nodded in agreement. Our tribe commands the elemental forces and will spare no effort. Fire, water, earth, and wind shall become our weapons against the darkness. Representatives from other races also pledged their solidarity, expressing their willingness to stand together to protect the otherworld. During the discussions, they devised a preliminary battle plan, on one hand, to strengthen defenses at key locations throughout the otherworld, establishing powerful magical barriers, on the other, to train soldiers, enhance overall combat capabilities, and seek traces of the world devourer to understand its movements. After the meeting concluded, Hao Tian and his companions did not rest but instead immersed themselves in urgent preparations. Hao Tian devoted himself day and night to studying the power of the sacred crystal of light. Attempting to maximize its potential, he discovered a marvelous resonance between the sacred crystal and the powers of the stars, life, time and space, and chaos within himself. Through relentless experimentation, he gradually mastered a technique that combined the power of the sacred crystal with his own. Further enhancing his strength, Neza and Yang Jian were equally diligent, leading the soldiers in intense training, imparting combat skills and strategies to counter dark forces. The soldiers were filled with high spirits. Although they were aware that they would soon face an immensely powerful adversary, they were imbued with courage and conviction, willing to sacrifice everything to protect their homeland. Yet, amidst the rigorous preparations, an unexpected turn of events quietly unfolded. One day, a soldier assigned to guard the sacred crystal of light reported that its radiance had dimmed, seemingly suppressed by some unseen force. Upon hearing this, Hao Tian and the others rushed to the vault. They found the sacred crystal suspended within its box, once resplendent light now dull and shrouded in a faint aura of darkness. This is bad. Someone must be scheming in the shadows. Hao Tian's expression darkened. He immediately summoned his internal powers, attempting to dispel the dark aura and awaken the sacred crystal. However, his efforts appeared futile, as the dark aura only intensified. Just as the others were growing increasingly anxious, Yang Jian suddenly recalled the shadow they encountered in the land of oblivion. Could it be that Shadow's accomplices? They might still be lurking in the dark, intent on sabotaging the sacred crystal. Hao Tian felt a jolt of realization. Yang Jian's suspicion was likely accurate. He promptly ordered the city to be on high alert and dispatched personnel to search for suspicious individuals. However, after a thorough search, they found no clues. The enemy seemed to have vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the dark corners of the otherworld, a mysterious organization was plotting in secrecy. Their leader, a dark sorcerer named Investiture, was ambitious and sought to harness the power of the world devourer to dominate the otherworld. Upon learning that Hao Tian and his companions had located the sacred crystal of light, he dispatched his subordinates to sabotage it. The sacred crystal is the greatest obstacle to our plan. We must devise a way to destroy it, Emosia coldly declared from his dark throne. Leader, we have tried every method, but those guardians are too strong. We cannot approach the sacred crystal, a subordinate cautiously replied. Emosia pondered for a moment, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. If that is the case, we shall create chaos to divert their attention. We will instigate panic in cities across the otherworld, leaving them unable to focus on anything else. Soon, bizarre incidents began to occur in various cities of the otherworld. Dark sorcery assaulted civilians, and mysterious dark creatures roamed freely, plunging cities into turmoil. People were terrified and rushed to seek help from the Lord's residence. Upon learning of the situation, Hao Tian and his companions found themselves in a dilemma. On one hand, they needed to protect the sacred crystal of light and could not leave lightly. On the other, they could not turn a blind eye to the safety of the populace. This cannot continue. We must split our forces, Hao Tian resolved. Neza and I will remain to guard the sacred crystal, while Yang Jian, you lead a portion of our forces to address the crises in the cities. Yang Jian nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly departing the city with his soldiers. Meanwhile, Hao Tian and Neza fortified their defense of the vault, fully aware that the sacred crystal was crucial in the battle against the world devourer. And they could not afford any missteps. In the cities, Yang Jian and his soldiers engaged in fierce combat against the dark forces. Dark sorcerers unleashed various nefarious spells, summoning powerful dark creatures that exerted tremendous pressure on them. However, Yang Jian, wielding the power of the heavenly eye and his exceptional combat skills, turned peril into safety time and again. He led his soldiers, gradually pushing back the dark forces and alleviating the city's crises. Yet, Emosia was not one to relent. Upon learning that Yang Jian had left the city, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and seize the sacred crystal of light. He gathered a cadre of dark sorcerers and stealthily infiltrated the city under the cover of night. They evaded the guards and quietly approached the vault. This is it. The sacred crystal lies within. Emosia coldly stated. He raised his staff, unleashing a wave of dark energy that struck the vault's door. The door exploded open, the violent shockwave knocking nearby guards aside. Hao Tian and Neza immediately sensed something was amiss and rushed to the vault. Upon seeing Emosia and his followers, Hao Tian's fury ignited. You dare to attempt to seize the sacred crystal of light? Emosia sneered. Today marks the end of the sacred crystal, as well as your doom. With that, he led the dark sorcerers to launch an assault against Hao Tian and Neza. Unfazed, they unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging in a life-or-death struggle with the dark sorcerers. Hao Tian wielded the star sword, a blade infused with the power of the sacred crystal, slicing through the air like a radiant beam aimed at the enemy. Neza rode upon the windfire wheels, his fire-tipped spear weaving through the enemy ranks like a flame, each strike instilling fear in the hearts of the dark sorcerers. Amidst the fierce battle, Hao Tian noticed that Emosia's dark magic was exceedingly peculiar. His attacks seemed to evade Hao Tian's defenses, and he appeared to see through Hao Tian's intentions. This Emosia is no ordinary foe. Everyone, exercise caution, Hao Tian warned. He concentrated his mind, summoning all his internal powers to unleash the most potent technique that fused the powers of the stars. Life, time and space, chaos, and the sacred crystal, a devastating move known as the starburst of light. A powerful beam of light erupted from the star sword, carrying the force to obliterate all in its path. Hurtling towards Emosia, sensing the threat posed by this force, Emosia quickly summoned all his dark magic to form a shield before him. However, the might of the starburst of light was overwhelming. The dark shield shattered instantaneously, and the light struck Emosia. He let out a howl of anguish as his body was propelled backward, his dark magic purified by the light, rendering him significantly weaker. Seeing their leader falter, the other dark sorcerers hastily sought to flee. Think you can escape? Not so easily, Neza bellowed, unleashing the formidable power of his 3 heads and 8 arms, swiftly subduing the fleeing dark sorcerers one by one. Emosia lay upon the ground, gazing at Hao Tian and Neza, his eyes brimming with resentment. You shall wait. The world devourer will surely arrive, and this world will inevitably descend into darkness. Hao Tian stepped forward, coldly asserting, your nefarious schemes shall not prevail. We will undoubtedly thwart the world devourer and safeguard the peace of this realm. With that, he entrusted Emosia and the others to the vigilant guards of the city, ensuring their stringent supervision. Following this confrontation, the crisis surrounding the holy crystal of light was temporarily averted. Yet, Hao Tian understood that this was merely a prelude to the arrival of the world devourer. The true decisive battle loomed ahead. He and his comrades would continue their endeavors, preparing diligently for the impending final confrontation. Chapter 38. The Ultimate Showdown. collision of fates after successfully thwarting Imosie's plot to seize the Holy Crystal of Light. Hao Tian and his teammates remained ever vigilant. They comprehended that this was merely a fleeting calm before the storm. The threat of the World Devourer hung ominously overhead, like the sword of Damocles. Ready to strike at any moment. To brace for the forthcoming ultimate battle, they raced against time. Finalizing their preparations, Hao Tian devoted all his energy to the study of the Holy Crystal of Light, endeavoring to achieve a deeper fusion between its power and the celestial, life, time and space, and chaos energies that he had already assimilated. Through countless meditations and experiments, he gradually discerned the subtle connections between these forces, as if he had uncovered the key to unlocking a new realm of power. Ultimately, during a profound attempt at merging his powers, Hao Tian sensed an unprecedented transformation within him when he wielded the celestial sword again. Its brilliance was no longer a mere dazzling glow. It radiated an extraordinary luminosity that blended vibrant colors with pure light, imbued with boundless vitality and hope, capable of dispelling all darkness. Simultaneously, Yang Jian returned to the main city with valuable battle experience and a morale-boosted contingent of soldiers after quelling the dark forces in various cities. He meticulously relayed his observations and analyses of dark magic and creatures to Hao Tian and the other allies. The group convened, engaging in fervent discussions, collectively strategizing on how to utilize this information to combat the World Devourer. I discovered that while those dark creatures appear formidable, their power seems to rely heavily on their surrounding dark environment. Once removed from such an environment, their strength diminishes significantly, Yang Jian pointed out. Gesturing towards the illustrated compendium of dark creatures on the table, Neza added, moreover, although the dark sorcerer's magical attacks are insidious, they follow certain patterns. If we can master the timing, we may uncover methods to counter them. The discussions filled the room with a tense yet fervent atmosphere, as each individual contributed their wisdom and strength towards the impending battle. As the discourse deepened, they gradually refined their operational plan against the World Devourer. In the square of the main city, soldiers engaged in their final pre-battle training. Their shouts echoed loudly, weapons gleaming with a cold light as they swung through the air. The warriors of the Celestial Guardians Alliance showcased their exquisite swordsmanship and formidable magic, while the elemental wielders of the tribe commanded water, fire, earth, and wind, exhibiting astonishing power. Their eyes were filled with unwavering determination and courage for the sake of protecting this alternate world. They had long since set aside their fears of life and death. However, just as they were fervently preparing for the decisive battle, the World Devourer finally descended. Suddenly, a colossal black vortex manifested in the sky, exuding a chilling aura of darkness. The entire alternate realm seemed to tremble under the oppressive force of this darkness. The earth began to crack, rivers dried up, and vegetation withered, as fear spread among the populace. The World Devourer has arrived, someone cried out in terror. Hao Tian and his companions hurried to the square, lifting their gazes to the horrifying black vortex above. Their hearts devoid of fear. Everyone, remain calm, proceed according to the plan. Hao Tian bellowed, his voice resolute and powerful, akin to a shot of adrenaline that steadied everyone present. The mages of the Celestial Guardians Alliance were the first to act, positioning themselves around the square to cast powerful spells, striving to erect a defensive barrier above the alternate realm, preventing the World Devourer's power from spreading further. The elemental wielders infused their respective elemental powers into the barrier, fortifying its stability. The searing heat of fire, the fluidity of water, the weight of earth, and the lightness of wind intermingled, forming an impregnable line of defense. Hao Tian, wielding the celestial sword, maximized the fused power within him. Leading Neza, Yang Jian, and other core members toward the black vortex, their figures gleamed like radiant stars against the darkened sky, emitting a dazzling brilliance. As they approached the black vortex, the immense silhouette of the World Devourer gradually came into view. Its form was mountain-like, composed entirely of dense dark energy, with countless pairs of red glowing eyes flickering across its surface, resembling an army of malevolent souls spying on the world. It opened its gargantuan maw, unleashing a powerful suction force in an attempt to consume Hao Tian and his allies. Be cautious. That is the World Devourer's devouring power, Hao Tian shouted, promptly wielding the time-space power to mitigate the impact of the devouring force. Simultaneously, he swung the celestial sword, unleashing a blade of energy infused with the power of the Holy Crystal of Light toward the World Devourer. The blade struck the World Devourer's body, producing a resounding thud and scattering a flurry of black sparks. Neza, riding the Windfire Wheel, circled the World Devourer with incredible speed, relentlessly stabbing at its weak points with his fiery spear. Each strike was accompanied by roaring flames, inflicting substantial damage upon the World Devourer. Meanwhile, Yang Jian unleashed the pinnacle of the Heavenly Eye's power, the Heavenly Eye Divine Thunder. A robust golden lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking directly at the World Devourer. The World Devourer emitted a pained roar, a massive crack appearing at the site of the lightning's impact. However, the World Devourer's power was overwhelming, and it quickly recovered from the assault. It lashed out with its enormous tentacles, sweeping towards Hao Tian and his comrades. Where the tentacles struck, space was torn asunder, creating fissures of darkness. Hao Tian and the others swiftly evaded the tentacle attacks, acutely aware that a direct confrontation would prove futile against the World Devourer's formidable strength. Thus, they began to search for the World Devourer's vulnerabilities, seeking to undermine its power from within. Amidst the fierce battle, Hao Tian suddenly noticed that the core region of the World Devourer flickered with a faint light. Contrasting starkly with the surrounding dark energy, a realization struck him that might be the World Devourer's weakness. Everyone, concentrate your power on attacking its core, Hao Tian commanded, leading the charge toward the World Devourer's core. The brilliance of the celestial sword intensified as he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Celestial Star Annihilation Slash, a blade of energy imbued with infinite light and immense power aimed at the World Devourer's core. Neza and Yang Jian also unleashed their strongest attacks, the Fiery Spear and Heavenly Eye Divine Thunder converging upon the core of the World Devourer. Other warriors joined in, casting their ultimate techniques, the myriad powers converging into a formidable torrent, surging toward the World Devourer's core. The World Devourer seemed to sense the impending peril, thrashing its body wildly in an attempt to evade the assault. Yet, the attacks of the heroes were relentless, and ultimately, all their combined might struck the World Devourer's core. A thunderous explosion resonated, causing the World Devourer's body to tremble violently. It let out a despairing roar as the dark energy enveloping it began to dissipate rapidly. Under the purifying force of light, the World Devourer's form gradually became indistinct, ultimately vanishing from the sky. With the World Devourer's disappearance, the black vortex in the sky slowly closed, and peace returned to the world. The earth began to rejuvenate, rivers flowed anew, and plants flourished once more, as people erupted in joyous celebration for this hard-won victory. Hao Tian and his allies descended upon the square, their faces weary yet their eyes gleaming with joy and pride. They had successfully safeguarded the alternate realm, becoming heroes in the eyes of the people. Following this ultimate showdown, the alternate world embraced a new era of peace and prosperity. The tale of Hao Tian and his companions was immortalized, inspiring generations to bravely face challenges and protect the worlds they cherished. Chapter 39, The Unveiling of the Divine List. Exploring the ancient divine realms. With the World Devourer vanquished, the alternate realm welcomed a long-awaited peace. Yet, Hao Tian understood that the vastness of this world was boundless, brimming with countless mysteries yet to be explored. One day, while he and his comrades rested in a courtyard within the city, a peculiar light suddenly flashed across the sky, and an ancient tome radiating a golden glow gently descended, landing before Hao Tian. The group gathered around to behold the tome's cover, upon which 3 archaic characters were inscribed, Divine List. As Hao Tian carefully opened the Divine List, an ancient and enigmatic power enveloped him. Within the Divine List were recorded the 9 ancient divine realms of the alternate world, each concealing astonishing secrets and immense power. It was said that those who entered and gained recognition within these realms would acquire extraordinary abilities, even the potential to ascend to divinity. The 9 ancient divine realms may well conceal the profound mysteries of another world. With a piercing gaze, Hao Tian looked towards his companions, expressing his desire to embark on this quest. Will you join me? Neza leaped excitedly, exclaiming, Why even ask, Brother Hao? Wherever you go, I shall follow. Yang Jian nodded in agreement, stating, Such a mysterious place must not be missed. It may even present an opportunity to further enhance our powers. Just as the group was deliberating, a commotion erupted from outside the courtyard. A soldier hurriedly entered, reporting, My lord, there is someone outside claiming to know the secrets of the function list and insists on meeting you. Hao Tian and his companions exchanged glances, their hearts filled with curiosity, and promptly instructed the soldier to bring the individual in. Before long, a young man clad in a gray robe stepped into the courtyard. Though gaunt in appearance, his eyes sparkled with liveliness and intelligence. I am Chen, he said respectfully, having heard of your acquisition of the function list. I have come to offer my assistance. My ancestors left behind records that provide some understanding of the 9 ancient divine realms. Hao Tian's heart leapt with joy, and he eagerly inquired, What do you know about these 9 ancient divine realms? Please, enlighten us. Chen cleared his throat and began. The 9 ancient divine realms are known as the Celestial Illusion Domain, the Life-Spirit Abyss, the Time-Space Corridor, the Chaotic Void, the Radiant Sanctuary, the Dark Underworld, the Elemental Forge, the Soul Sanctuary, and the Fate Star Disk. Each realm possesses unique rules and formidable guardians. For instance, the celestial illusion domain is filled with countless mysterious star formations. Upon entering, one may become ensnared in endless dreams, losing oneself with the slightest misstep. The life spirit abyss, on the other hand, is the source of life energy, where wondrous spiritual plants flourish, and the guardian beasts wield the power over life and death. Captivated, the group listened intently, filled with curiosity and longing for the 9 ancient divine realms. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Yin spoke. In that case, I Ching, would you be willing to join us in exploring the ancient divine realms? A glimmer of surprise flashed in I Ching's eyes, and he quickly nodded. It would be an honor for me to embark on this adventure with all of you. Thus, I Ching officially joined Hao Yin's party. And with his assistance, they commenced their exploration of the 9 ancient divine realms. Their first destination was the entrance to the celestial illusion domain, which revealed a vast starry sky, with innumerable twinkling stars forming strange patterns. Seemingly narrating the secrets of the universe. As they stepped into the celestial illusion domain, a powerful illusionary force assailed them. The surrounding stars seemed to come to life, morphing into various forms that attacked the group. Ferocious beasts, formidable warriors, and enchanting fairies. Be cautious. Do not be deceived by the illusions, Hao Yin bellowed, channeling the power of the stars in an attempt to disperse the illusions. However, the illusionary force was exceedingly potent, and the effects of his star power were minimal. Seeing this, I Ching quickly advised, Brother Hao, the illusionary force of the celestial illusion domain intertwines with the star power. Mere star power alone cannot unravel it. We must locate the source of the illusion in order to shatter the dream fundamentally. Heeding I Ching's words, Hao Yin focused his mind and employed the power of his celestial eye to scrutinize the star formations surrounding them. At last, he discerned a hidden mystical rune deep within the stars, radiating an eerie glow. It was the source of the illusionary power. I have found it. Follow me, Hao Yin shouted as he soared towards the mysterious rune, with the others closely trailing behind, overcoming the myriad of illusions that obstructed their path. As they approached the enigmatic rune, it suddenly blazed with intense light, and a surge of even more formidable illusionary power surged towards them. In an instant, Hao Yin and his companions felt darkness envelop them, plunging them into an infinite dream. Within this dream, Hao Yin beheld his deepest desire, to return to his homeland and reunite with his family. He became immersed in this splendid illusion, nearly forgetting his mission. Yet, just as he was about to lose himself entirely, a spark of clarity ignited within him that he recalled the people of the other world, his companions, and their shared objective. I cannot become lost here, Hao Yin shouted inwardly, summoning all his strength. The star power, life energy, time-space force, chaotic energy, light power, and the newly fused force erupted forth in a dazzling display. Under the impact of this overwhelming power, the dream began to fracture. And Hao Yin was the first to awaken from the illusion. He observed his companions still ensnared in the dream and immediately utilized his fused power to awaken them one by one. Rise, everyone. This is merely an illusion, Hao Yin roared. As they regained consciousness, determination shone in their eyes. Under Hao Yin's leadership, they launched a final assault against the mysterious rune. The star sword radiated with a spectrum of colors. The fire spear unleashed roaring flames, and the celestial eye's divine thunder released powerful energy, while I Ching also cast his unique spells, joining in the onslaught against the rune. With their combined might, the mysterious rune finally shattered, and the illusionary force instantly dissipated. The surrounding phantoms vanished, and tranquility returned to the celestial illusion domain. They ventured deeper into the domain, ultimately discovering an ancient star temple nestled among the stars. Inside the temple lay a colossal star formation, embedded with various precious gems that emitted a mysterious glow. Hao Yin approached the star formation. Meticulously studying it, he realized that this formation was intricately linked to the records of the function list, seemingly a key to unlocking the path of divinity. It appears we are in the right place, Hao Yin exclaimed with excitement. This star formation may indeed aid us in unraveling further secrets of the function list. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into the star formation, a low, rumbling roar echoed throughout the temple. A massive guardian beast emerged from the shadows, its form resembling that of a colossal turtle, its body adorned with glimmering star scales, each imbued with potent star power. Be cautious. This is the star guardian beast, Hao Yin shouted, gripping his star sword tightly, readying himself for battle. The star guardian beast roared ferociously, swinging its enormous claws toward the group. Wherever its claws struck, the very fabric of space tore apart, and waves of star power surged forth like a tempest. Hao Yin and his companions quickly dispersed to evade the beast's onslaught. Neza soared atop his wind fire wheels, swirling around the guardian beast while thrusting his fire spear toward its vital points. Yang Jian harnessed the power of his celestial eye, unleashing divine lightning in an attempt to discern the beast's weaknesses. While Yi Chen provided support with his spells, amidst the fierce battle, Hao Tian noted that although the Star Guardian beast was powerful, its attack patterns were somewhat predictable. Seizing this opportunity, he sought a chance to counterattack. As the Star Guardian beast swung its claws once more, Hao Tian invoked the power of time and space, slowing the beast's assault. Simultaneously, he merged the star power, life energy, and light power to forge a potent sword chi, which he directed toward the Guardian beast's head. The sword chi struck true, eliciting a pained roar from the beast as its body staggered. Seizing the moment, the group intensified their attacks, unleashing a barrage of energy upon the Guardian beast. Gradually, the Star Guardian beast found itself overwhelmed, its strength waning, and its star scales beginning to shed. Ultimately, it emitted a despairing roar before crashing to the ground. With the defeat of the Star Guardian beast, Hao Tian and his companions successfully explored the celestial illusion domain and gained a deeper understanding of the function list and the ancient divine realms, with their hearts brimming with newfound knowledge. They departed the celestial illusion domain, setting their sights on the next ancient divine realm, the life spirit abyss. They knew that more challenges and surprises awaited them ahead, and together, they would unravel more of the mysteries of the otherworld. Chapter 40. Trials and Gifts of the Life Spirit Abyss. Bidding farewell to the celestial illusion domain, Hao Tian and his party pressed onward towards the life spirit abyss. Along the way, Yi Chen elaborated on the myriad wonders of the life spirit abyss. It was said to be the source of life itself, nurturing the rarest spiritual plants and inhabited by mysterious beings capable of manipulating life and death. As they drew closer, the air grew thick with the essence of life, as if they could feel the vibrant force of growth all around them. Upon reaching the entrance of the life spirit abyss, the sight before them left everyone in awe. A colossal waterfall cascaded from above, its waters shimmering with a myriad of colors, not mere water, but a life essence rich with pure vitality. Behind the waterfall lay a vast cavern, emanating a gentle glow, marking the sanctuary of the life spirit abyss. This is the place, Yi Chen remarked, his eyes filled with anticipation and trepidation. Hao Tian stepped into the cave first, and a warm, powerful energy enveloped him, as if caressed by gentle hands. Inside the cavern, the space was expansive and well-lit, with walls adorned with various peculiar crystals that sparkled with the light of life. Illuminating the entire cave, the center stood a vast lake, its waters crystal clear and teeming with luminous spiritual plants, each exuding a potent aura of vitality. These spiritual plants are worth their weight in gold, Yi Chen marveled. Yet, before they could closely examine the plants, a deep growl resonated throughout the cave, from the depths of the lake. A colossal guardian beast began to rise, its form reminiscent of an enormous sea turtle, yet its body was covered in translucent scales, each inscribed with runes of life. Its eyes shone like two brilliant gemstones, radiating an enigmatic luminescence. This was the life spirit turtle, the guardian of the life spirit abyss. Yi Chen's complexion shifted slightly. Its power was immensely formidable, possessing the ability to manipulate the essence of life. The life spirit turtle let out a roar, and a potent surge of life energy surged towards the crowd. This force was not an attack, but rather an attempt to expel them from the cave. It seemed unwilling to allow their entry, Neza declared, gripping his fire-tipped spear tightly. Hao Tian stepped forward respectfully and said, "We harbor no malice. We merely seek to uncover the powerful forces and secrets concealed within the life spirit abyss, hoping our exploration might bring vitality and peace to the other world." The life spirit turtle appeared to comprehend Hao Tian's words, a flicker of hesitation passing through its gaze, yet it quickly resumed its vigilance. It roared once more, and this time, a formidable life energy coalesced into razor-like blades, hurtling toward the group. "Be cautious," Hao Tian cried out, wielding the star sword, channeling the merged power to form a golden energy barrier before him. Successfully blocking the onslaught of life energy blades, Neza and Yang Jian sprang into action. Neza, riding the wind fire wheel, charged toward the life spirit turtle, thrusting his spear at its vital points, while Yang Jian summoned the power of his heavenly eye, unleashing a bolt of divine lightning toward the turtle in an attempt to disrupt its movements. However, the life spirit turtle's strength was beyond imagination. With a gentle swipe of its claw, a tremendous surge of life energy sent Neza and Yang Jian flying. Its life force was not only powerful but also possessed healing abilities. Regardless of the assault it endured, it could swiftly recuperate. This cannot continue. Its healing capabilities are too overwhelming. Hao Tian furrowed his brow and remarked. Just as the group found themselves in a predicament, Yi Chen suddenly conceived a solution. "Hauga, though the life energy of the life spirit abyss is potent, all things exist in a cycle of creation and destruction. Perhaps we can harness other forces to breach its defenses. Houghton's heart stirred. He immediately summoned the chaotic and temporal energies within him. The chaotic energy represented disorder and destruction, while the temporal energy could manipulate the very fabric of time and space. By merging these two forces, he forged a unique method of attack. Houghton unleashed this combined power, sending forth a radiant beam of black and silver light toward the life spirit turtle. Upon impact, a powerful reaction ensued. The chaotic energy suppressed the turtle's healing abilities, while the temporal energy interfered with its movements, rendering it sluggish. Now's our chance, Houghton bellowed, and the group seized the moment, launching their most formidable assaults. The star sword shimmered with a spectrum of colors, the fire-tipped spear erupted in furious flames, and the heavenly eye's divine lightning released a torrent of energy, all converging upon the life spirit turtle. Under the combined might of their onslaught, the life spirit turtle could no longer withstand the assault, letting out a pained roar as its body gradually sank to the lake's depths. With the defeat of the life spirit turtle, the group finally ventured deeper into the life spirit abyss, the lake's bottom. They discovered an ancient altar adorned with a pulsating life heart emanating a gentle glow. The life heart served as the core power of the life spirit abyss. Embodying boundless life energy, Houghton approached and tenderly lifted the life heart. Instantly, a surge of potent life energy coursed into his being, resonating with his own power. He felt a wondrous transformation within his body. His strength amplified and his mastery over life energy sharpened. The power of this life heart is astounding, Houghton marveled. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated within the cave. You have passed the trial and earned the recognition of the life spirit abyss. The group looked around, yet no figure was in sight. There is no need to search. I am the will of the life spirit abyss, the voice continued. Your courage and wisdom have instilled hope within me. I bestow upon you this life heart. May you wield its power to safeguard the peace and vitality of the other world. Houghton and the others promptly expressed their gratitude to the will of the life spirit abyss. With the life heart in their possession, they departed from the life spirit abyss. The power of the life heart not only augmented Houghton's strength but also instilled confidence in their forthcoming explorations. After a brief respite, they set forth toward the next ancient divine realm, the temporal corridor. The temporal corridor was a place shrouded in mystery. It was said that upon entering, the very rules of time and space would be utterly disrupted. And with a moment's carelessness, one could become lost within the endless currents of temporal chaos. Upon arriving at the entrance of the temporal corridor, they beheld a colossal vortex suspended in midair, flickering with blue and purple light, an intertwining of temporal forces. This is the entrance to the temporal corridor. Once inside, we must proceed with caution, Houghton stated, his eyes reflecting determination and vigilance. Taking a deep breath, the group followed Houghton into the temporal corridor. The moment they entered, they felt a powerful force tugging at them. Time and space seemed to lose their significance as the scenery around them shifted incessantly, at times revealing ancient battlefields, at other times futuristic cities, and occasionally plunging them into a void of darkness. Everyone, remain calm, concentrate, and maintain contact, Houghton shouted, channeling temporal energy in an attempt to stabilize the surrounding order. However, the power of the temporal corridor was overwhelming. His efforts could only yield temporary respite. Amidst the tumultuous currents of time, they encountered various strange phenomena. Occasionally, they would come across phantoms of themselves, seemingly drawn from different timelines, each bearing distinct memories and powers. At other times, they would find themselves caught in a loop of time, endlessly repeating the same scenes with no escape. At this rate, we will never find our way out of the temporal corridor, Yang Jin remarked, his brow furrowed. Houghton pondered for a moment, and suddenly recalled the function bang. The function bang may contain the method to traverse the temporal corridor, he exclaimed, swiftly retrieving it and meticulously perusing its contents. In a corner of the function bang, he finally discovered the relevant passage regarding the temporal corridor. It stated that to traverse the temporal corridor, one must locate a temporal node. Only by harnessing the power of a node could one stabilize the temporal order and find the exit. Houghton announced, we must seek out the temporal nodes. The group immediately began their search within the chaotic currents of time, diligently observing the surrounding temporal fluctuations. At last, Neza spotted a shimmering point of peculiar light. It was the temporal node. Hauga, I found the node, Neza exclaimed with excitement. Houghton and the others hastily approached the temporal node. As they drew near, a powerful surge of temporal energy surged toward them. Houghton summoned his merge power to counterbalance the temporal force. Successfully drawing closer to the node, he plunged the star sword into the node, channeling his own temporal energy to meld with its force. Through his efforts, the order of the temporal corridor gradually stabilized. and the chaotic currents began to subside. We did it. The group cheered jubilantly. Following the stabilized temporal passage, they finally emerged from the temporal corridor. Now, they found themselves in a mysterious valley, enveloped in an aura of enigma. Indeed, the threshold to the next ancient divine realm awaited them. They understood that ahead lay further challenges and secrets awaiting their exploration. Chapter 41. The Obstacles and Opportunities of the Chaotic Void. Having exited the temporal corridor, Hao Yin and his companions stepped into the enigmatic valley, where mist enveloped the terrain, creating a serene yet profound atmosphere, reminiscent of the primordial chaos. This was the essential passage leading to the chaotic void. As they ventured deeper, the mist thickened, rendering visibility nearly impossible, while peculiar sounds echoed around them, like the low growls of ancient beasts mingling with the cracks of space fracturing. Stay close. This mist is strange. Do not get separated. Hao Tian whispered, the star sword emanating a faint glow in an effort to pierce through the mist. Yet, the light quickly dimmed within the fog. I Chen closely followed Hao Tian, forming hand seals to attempt a spell to disperse the mist. But to no avail. This mist contains chaotic energy. Ordinary spells are ineffective. Just as they were groping their way forward, Neza suddenly shouted, "Look, what is that?" In the mist, a colossal silhouette gradually became discernible. Its outline resembling a mountain, slowly advancing toward them. As the figure drew closer, it revealed itself to be a massive beast wreathed in chaotic energy, its eyes gleaming with a sinister red light. And with each step, the ground trembled beneath it. This is the Chaos Beast, one of the divine beasts safeguarding the chaotic void, possessing extraordinary strength. Yi Chen's complexion paled, his voice trembling slightly. The Chaos Beast roared, opening its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that surged toward the group like a raging wave. Hao Tian swiftly swung the star sword, fusing the powers of life, light, and stars to erect a sturdy defensive barrier before him. The energy wave collided with the barrier, producing a deafening roar and showering sparks in all directions, causing the barrier to tremble violently, forcing the group to stagger back several steps. The might of the Chaos Beast was overwhelming. Such brute force was not a viable strategy. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye, golden light flickering as he sought the beast's weakness, but discovered it was enveloped in chaotic energy with no apparent vulnerabilities. Neza, riding the wind-fire wheel, circled the Chaos Beast, launching fiery spears from his fire-tip spear, only for the flames to extinguish upon contact with the beast's chaotic energy. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Hao Tian steadied himself. He realized that the Chaos Beast's strength emanated from the chaotic void, and to overcome it, one must comprehend and wield chaotic energy. He closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, attempting to communicate with the chaotic force that enveloped his surroundings. In his perception, the chaotic power was disordered and tumultuous, yet it contained the secrets of the origins of all things. Hao Tian took a deep breath, gradually drawing forth the chaotic energy within him, resonating it with the chaotic force from the outside world. Slowly, he began to sense that the chaotic energy was no longer an elusive adversary, but a force he could harness. He infused this power into the starry sword, which was instantly enveloped in chaotic energy, radiating a strange yet formidable light. Everyone, strike at its head. Hao Tian bellowed, leading the charge towards the chaotic beast, the starry sword, imbued with chaotic power, slashing towards the creature's skull. Neza, Yang Jian, and Yi Chen swiftly unleashed their most potent attacks. In an instant, the flames of the fire spear, the golden light of the heavenly eye divine thunder, and Yi Chen's mysterious spells intertwined with Hao Tian's chaotic sword energy, bombarding the chaotic beast. Sensing an unprecedented threat, the chaotic beast writhed frantically, attempting to evade the onslaught. Yet, the group's attacks followed relentlessly, ultimately converging all their might upon the beast's head. The chaotic beast let out a pained roar, its chaotic energy beginning to dissipate, its massive form slowly collapsing and stirring up a cloud of dust. After defeating the chaotic beast, the group took a brief respite before continuing onward. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the chaotic void realm. Before them loomed a vast vortex of chaos, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, a manifestation of the chaotic energies colliding and merging. This is the chaotic void realm. Once inside, anything is possible, Yi Chen remarked, his eyes gleaming with reverence and anticipation. Hao Tian inhaled deeply and stepped boldly into the chaotic vortex. Upon entering the void realm, they felt as if their bodies were being tugged by countless forces. The surrounding space twisting and warping, and time losing all meaning. They witnessed scenes from the birth of the universe, chaos giving way to the formation of stars. They also beheld the destruction of all things. Galaxies collapsing, everything returning to the void. Be cautious, for everything here is a manifestation of chaotic energy. Do not lose yourselves. Haotian warned loudly. Within the chaotic void realm, they encountered a multitude of bizarre creatures. Some composed purely of energy, others existing in an elusive state, difficult to grasp. These beings were either benevolent or hostile, presenting significant challenges to their exploration. During an encounter with a group of chaotic spirits, the spirits mistakenly believed the group to be invaders intent on destroying the chaotic void realm and launched an attack. The chaotic spirits, agile in form, wielded chaotic energy to unleash a variety of bizarre assaults. We bear no ill intent. We are merely here to explore the mysteries of the chaotic void realm, Haotian shouted in explanation, but the chaotic spirits remained undeterred. With no other option, the group had to engage in battle. In the midst of the conflict, Haotian observed that although the chaotic spirits were powerful, their application of chaotic energy was relatively singular. He unleashed his ultimate technique, merging the brilliance of stellar energy, the vitality of life energy, the transformations of time and space energy, and the disorder of chaotic energy into a unique form of attack. Under Haotian's leadership, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, the chaotic spirits recognized the group's strength and goodwill and ceased their assault. So, you truly are explorers. We misunderstood you, one of the chaotic spirits said. The chaotic void realm conceals countless secrets and many dangers. You must tread carefully. From the chaotic spirits, the group learned that at the core of the chaotic void realm lay an ancient artifact, the Chaos Pearl, the source of chaotic energy, possessing the power to rewrite the rules of the world. However, the Chaos Pearl was guarded by formidable chaotic forces, and countless powerful beings had attempted to seize it. All to no avail. We must find the Chaos Pearl. It may hold the key to unraveling the mysteries of the God Sealing List, Haotian declared resolutely. The group pressed deeper into the chaotic void realm, overcoming numerous hardships until they finally arrived at the core area. There, a pearl radiating infinite light floated in the air. It was the Chaos Pearl. However, a powerful chaotic energy surrounded the pearl, forming an insurmountable barrier. Any power that approached would be devoured by the chaotic energy. This chaotic energy is too potent. How can we break through? Neza asked anxiously. Haotian closed his eyes once more, attuning himself to the flow and changes of the chaotic energy. He discovered that while chaotic energy was formidable, it was not invulnerable. Within its operation lay subtle nodes. If he could identify these points, he could breach the barrier. Haotian focused intently, channeling all his strength. The starry sword glowing brilliantly, he pinpointed a node and unleashed his most powerful strike. The starry sword, suffused with multicolored light and immense power, slicing towards the chaotic energy's node, with a resounding crash. A crack appeared in the chaotic energy's barrier. Seeing this, the others unleashed their full power, attacking the fissure. With their combined effort, the chaotic energy's barrier finally shattered. Haotian slowly approached the Chaos Pearl. As his hand made contact with it, a surge of powerful energy coursed into him. Resonating with the energy within him, he felt his mastery over power reach new heights, and the God-sealing list in his possession quivered slightly, as if foretelling the unveiling of more secrets. With the Chaos Pearl in hand, Haotian and his companions departed the chaotic void realm. They understood that even more ancient divine realms awaited their exploration, and the power of the Chaos Pearl would serve as a formidable aid in their continued journey. Chapter 42. The Glory and Legacy of the Radiant Sanctuary. Leaving the chaotic void realm with the Chaos Pearl, Haotian and his companions took a moment to rest before hastening towards the next ancient divine realm, the Radiant Sanctuary. Along the way, Ichen recounted the legends of the Radiant Sanctuary. It was the source of light, established by the ancient god of light, inhabited by pure and benevolent light messengers who safeguarded the order of light and preserved the ancient and sacred powers. As they drew closer to the Radiant Sanctuary, the environment began to transform. The once gloomy sky gradually gave way to a brilliant radiance, and the air was imbued with a fresh and warm essence, as if darkness and malevolence could not thrive in this realm. Upon finally reaching the entrance of the Radiant Sanctuary, a magnificent white castle emerged before them. The castle's walls were constructed of shimmering crystals, soaring towers piercing the clouds, and each brick emitted a gentle glow, resembling a dreamlike paradise. This is the Radiant Sanctuary. It is truly magnificent, Neza exclaimed, his eyes filled with awe and longing. However, before they could step foot into the castle, a group of light messengers clad in white robes, their backs adorned with pristine wings, emerged from within. These messengers bore solemn expressions, their eyes revealing vigilance and scrutiny. The leader of the messengers spoke. Outsiders, why have you come to the Radiant Sanctuary? This is the sacred land of light, not to be defiled by evil. Haotian stepped forward respectfully and replied, we hail from another world. seeking to uncover the secrets of the ancient divine realms and unravel the mysteries of the God Sealing List. We harbor no ill will. We merely hope to find clues within the radiant sanctuary. Perhaps our exploration can bring more light to the world. The light messengers exchanged glances, whispering among themselves for a moment. Subsequently, the leader declared, "To enter the radiant sanctuary, you must pass our test. Only those with hearts of light and unwavering resolve may gain the sanctuary's acknowledgement." No sooner had the words left their lips than countless rays of light appeared in the sky, transforming into arrows of light that shot towards the group. These arrows traveled at great speed, imbued with formidable power of light. "Everyone, be cautious," Hao Tian shouted, brandishing the starry sword and channeling his merged power to create a golden energy shield before them. The arrows of light struck the shield, producing a cacophony of sounds and showering sparks. Neza, riding the wind and fire wheels, darted swiftly among the arrows, using his fire spear to deflect the arrows aimed at his companions. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye, unleashing the divine thunder towards the source of the arrows, attempting to disrupt their rhythm of attack. Meanwhile, Yi Chen cast mysterious spells, providing support to the group and enhancing their defenses. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Hao Tian discerned that these arrows were not mere assaults but tests of their will and understanding of light. He calmed his mind, channeling the power of light within him and infusing it into the shield. Instantly, the shield's radiance intensified, successfully warding off the arrows while converting some of their power into his OWN.D. Not focus solely on defense. Try to respond to these arrows with the power of light, Hao Tian urged. Heeding his words, the group summoned the power of light from within. Neza's fire spear ignited with pure white flames, dispersing nearby arrows with each swing. Yang Jian infused light energy into his heavenly eye divine thunder, making it even more resplendent, causing the arrows to vanish in its wake. Yi Chen cast a unique light spell, forming a barrier of light around the group, not only shielding them from the arrows but also rebounding the enemy's attacks. As the group grew increasingly adept at wielding the power of light, the intensity of the arrow's assault gradually diminished. Ultimately, the brilliance in the sky faded, signaling the end of the trial. The light messengers regarded the scene with approval in their eyes. The leader remarked, "You have passed the test. Welcome to the Radiant Sanctuary." The group followed the light messengers into the castle, where the interior was even more resplendent. The hall ceiling was adorned with massive crystals, radiating a dazzling light that illuminated the entire hall as if it were broad daylight. Upon the walls hung ancient scrolls, vividly depicting the fierce battles between the God of Light and the forces of darkness. Alongside the resplendent history of the Radiant Sanctum. In the heart of the Grand Hall stood a colossal statue of the God of Light, grasping a luminous sword, its blade inscribed with enigmatic runes. Known as the Sword of Divine Judgment, the treasured artifact of the Radiant Sanctum, this sword possessed the formidable power to purify darkness and vanquish evil. The leading envoy proclaimed that only a true warrior of light could awaken its might. As Hao Tian gazed upon the Sword of Divine Judgment, an inexplicable surge of emotion welled within him. He gradually approached, extending his hand to caress the blade. In an instant, a powerful surge of light coursed through him. Resonating with his very essence, the runes upon the sword blazed with brilliance. The blade trembled slightly, as if responding to Hao Tian's call. "It appears you are the one chosen by the light," the envoy exclaimed in astonishment. Noting the sword's unprecedented response, Hao Tian grasped the Sword of Divine Judgment, feeling the immense power it harbored. He understood that this sword would serve as a potent weapon in their battle against darkness, safeguarding the world. Just then, a sudden and urgent tolling of bells echoed throughout the castle. The envoy's expressions changed dramatically, and the leading envoy declared, "This is dire. The forces of darkness are upon us." Everyone swiftly followed the envoys to the castle walls, where they beheld a mass of dark clouds rapidly approaching from afar. Within those clouds surged countless shadowy figures, the army of darkness. These dark creatures varied in form. Some were immense, while others were small and agile, all exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. "I can't believe the forces of darkness would attack at this moment," Hao Tian remarked, furrowing his brow. "We must not allow them to breach the Radiant Sanctum." The light envoys seized their weapons, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Hao Tian too brandished the Sword of Divine Judgment. Having stowed away the Sword of Stars, he infused the sword with light energy, causing its brilliance to illuminate the entire sky. As the dark army advanced, a fierce battle erupted. The dark creatures roared as they charged towards the Radiant Sanctum. The light envoys unleashed various light spells, beams of radiance shooting forth from their hands, repelling the dark entities. Hao Tian led the charge, wielding the Sword of Divine Judgment. Each swing unleashed powerful waves of light. Wherever the sword's light struck, dark creatures dissipated, their malevolent essence purified. Neza, riding the wind and fire wheels, darted among the dark entities, the white flames of his fiery lance incinerating them with anguished cries. Yang Jian invoked the power of his celestial eye, summoning divine lightning to strike at the heart of the dark forces, aiming to disrupt their formation. Yi Chen provided support from the rear, casting spells to bolster the strength and defenses of his comrades. Amidst the fierce conflict, Hao Tian discerned that the leader of the dark forces was a formidable dark sorcerer, clad in a black robe and masked to conceal his visage. Only his chilling eyes were visible. He wielded a staff radiating dark energy, casting various dark spells and summoning powerful dark creatures, exerting immense pressure on the defenses of the radiant sanctum. I shall confront him, Hao Tian bellowed, channeling his merge power and instantly appearing before the dark sorcerer. The dark sorcerer, startled by Hao Tian's sudden appearance, swung his staff, unleashing a wave of dark energy towards him. Hao Tian countered with the sword of divine judgment, shattering the dark energy wave. Your dark might is but a feeble force before the light, Hao Tian shouted, executing his most potent move, the light of divine judgment. A blinding beam erupted from the sword, infused with boundless light, hurtling towards the dark sorcerer. Sensing the threat, the dark sorcerer summoned all his dark power, erecting a shield of shadows before him. However, the might of the light of divine judgment proved overwhelmingly powerful, shattering the dark shield and striking the sorcerer. With a cry of anguish, he was sent reeling, his dark essence partially purified by the radiant force. Witnessing their leader's injury, the other dark creatures began to retreat. Do not let them escape, Neza shouted, rallying the others to pursue. Under their relentless pursuit, the dark army was decisively defeated, and the dark sorcerer was captured. In the aftermath of their victory over the dark forces, the envoys of the radiant sanctum expressed their profound gratitude to Hao Tian and his companions. The leading envoy remarked, "We thank you. Without your aid, the radiant sanctum would have surely succumbed to the dark onslaught today." Hao Tian smiled, replying, "We are all here to uphold the light and peace. This is our shared duty." After a few days of recuperation within the radiant sanctum, Hao Tian and his companions, armed with the sword of divine judgment, departed the sanctuary. They understood that many ancient realms awaited their exploration, and the power of the sword of divine judgment would serve as a formidable safeguard in their continued journey. Their next destination was the enigmatic abyss of darkness, where new challenges and unknown secrets lay ahead. Chapter 43. The mysteries and truths of the abyss of darkness. Bidding farewell to the radiant sanctum, Hao Tian and his companions embarked on their journey towards the abyss of darkness. As they drew nearer, the surrounding environment grew increasingly sinister. The sky was shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, devoid of sunlight, and the air was thick with a putrid chill, as if all vitality had been drained away. "This place feels even more eerie than the chaotic void," Neza remarked, his brow furrowed as he vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Yi Chen's expression was equally grave. The abyss of darkness is a confluence of dark forces. It is said to imprison countless malevolent souls, guarded by formidable sentinels. We must tread carefully. Upon reaching the entrance of the abyss of darkness, a massive black stone door loomed before them. The door was engraved with twisted runes, emanating a chilling aura of darkness. Flanking the door stood two towering stone statues, resembling malevolent spirits, their claws poised as if to safeguard the secrets of the abyss. Hao Tian took a deep breath, preparing to push open the door, when suddenly, a beam of black light shot forth from the entrance, coalescing into a towering shadow. The shadow gradually took form, revealing a man clad in black robes, his features shrouded in darkness, save for his eyes, which glimmered with an eerie light. "Intruders, this is the abyss of darkness. You are not meant to be here." The man's voice resonated coldly, as if echoing from the depths of the netherworld. Hao Tian stepped forward, asserting, "We seek the secrets of the ancient realms and mean no harm. We hope you will allow us entry." The man in black scoffed, "Ha! To enter the abyss of darkness, you must first pass my test." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished, reappearing before Hao Tian in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. The force of his strike howled through the air, imbued with overwhelming dark energy, warping the very atmosphere around them. Hao Tian swiftly countered with the sword of divine judgment, sending forth a wave of light to meet the man's fist. The collision erupted in a thunderous roar, forcing both combatants back several paces. What immense strength, Hao Tian thought, taken aback by the man's formidable prowess. The man in black launched another assault, rapidly forming seals with his hands to summon a multitude of dark phantoms. These phantoms, clawing and gnashing, surged towards the group, their approach cloaked in darkness. Neza, riding the wind and fire wheels, plunged into the swarm of phantoms, his lance ablaze with white flames, incinerating the encroaching entities. Yang Jian unleashed the power of his celestial eye, striking down the phantoms with divine lightning, their cries echoing in response. Meanwhile, Yi Chen conjured a protective barrier around his companions, shielding them from the phantoms' attacks. As they battled fiercely, Hao Tian realized that although the man in black was powerful, he was not invulnerable. The man's strikes, while ferocious, revealed subtle openings. Hao Tian focused intently, searching for these vulnerabilities. When the man in black launched another attack, Hao Tian harnessed his merged power, deftly evading the strike, and thrust the sword of divine judgment toward the man's exposed flank. The man's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hastily summoned dark energy to defend against the attack. However, Hao Tian's strike was too sudden. He barely managed to parry it. The sword of divine judgment pierced the man's shoulder, a surge of light flooding into him, purging a portion of his dark energy. The man in black screamed, astonished that Hao Tian had discerned his weakness. "You are no match for us. Let us pass," Hao Tian commanded. With gritted teeth, the man glared at Hao Tian, resentment flaring in his eyes. Yet he understood he was outmatched. With a derisive huff, he vanished into the shadows. As the man disappeared, the black stone door creaked open, unleashing a wave of oppressive dark energy. Cautiously, the group entered the abyss of darkness, where pitch darkness enveloped them, obscuring their vision. Be vigilant. Peril may lurk within, Hao Tian warned. They produced illuminating artifacts and advanced slowly. The abyss of darkness was thick with a stifling atmosphere, its walls adorned with bizarre patterns that seemed to narrate ancient, malevolent tales. Within the abyss, they encountered various strange creatures and treacherous traps. In the realm of shadows, there exist soul-devouring beasts, elusive and intangible. Alongside them lurk dark traps concealed within the abyss. Once triggered, they unleash formidable forces of darkness. During an encounter with one such soul-devouring beast, it transformed into a swirling mass of black smoke, enveloping all in its path. From within the smoke emanated chilling laughter, seeking to bewilder the minds of those present. Do not be deceived. Focus your minds, bellowed Hao Tian, summoning the power of light to form a radiant shield around the group. Repelling the beast's assault, Neza and Yang Jian invoked their own strengths, striving to disperse the smoke. However, the beast's power was peculiarly sinister, rendering their attacks ineffective. As despair loomed, Hao Tian suddenly recalled the Chaos Pearl. This artifact harbored immense chaotic energy, potentially capable of countering the dark forces of the soul-devouring beasts. He produced the Chaos Pearl and infused its power into the luminous shield. Instantly, the shield radiated with blinding brilliance as the chaotic and luminous energies intertwined, generating a unique force. Under this newfound potency, the smoke began to dissipate, accompanied by the anguished wails of the beast as they fled. "Who knew the Chaos Pearl possessed such capabilities?" exclaimed Neza in astonishment. Continuing their journey, they soon reached the heart of the dark underworld. There, they beheld a colossal black coffin, adorned with enigmatic runes that emitted a potent aura of darkness. "This coffin may conceal the secrets of the dark underworld," Hao Tian remarked. As he approached, the coffin trembled violently, a surge of dark energy erupting from within, forcing Hao Tian to stagger back. Be cautious. The others quickly gathered around him. At that moment, the coffin slowly opened, revealing a figure ascending from its depths. It was a woman clad in a flowing black gown, her beauty striking, yet her gaze radiated an unfathomable chill and malevolence. She exuded a powerful dark aura, as if she were the embodiment of darkness itself. "I am surprised you managed to arrive here," the woman stated coldly. "Who are you? What secrets does this dark underworld conceal?" Hao Tian inquired. The woman scoffed. "I am the guardian of the dark underworld. The secrets it holds are beyond your comprehension. However, since you have come, do not expect to leave alive." Her words barely left her lips when she swiftly formed seals with her hands, summoning a multitude of dark creatures. These entities varied in form, from towering skeletal warriors to winged demons, and even ghostly sorcerers wielding dark magic. A fierce battle erupted once more. Hao Tian brandished the sword of luminous judgment, clashing against the dark forces with a dazzling brilliance and thunderous resonance. Neza and Yang Jian unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the dark beings. Meanwhile, Yi Chen provided support through his spells from the sidelines. As the battle raged on, Hao Tian discerned that the woman's dark power differed significantly from the dark forces they had previously encountered. Her strength was purer and more elusive, seemingly allowing her to manipulate the dark energies of the underworld for her own purposes. "This won't do. We must find a way to unravel her power," Hao Tian declared. He focused intently on observing the woman's spells and the attack patterns of her dark minions. Suddenly, he noticed a brief pause whenever she summoned her creatures. Though fleeting, this moment was crucial to undermining her power. "Everyone, take note. She pauses when summoning dark creatures. We must concentrate our strength to strike her at that moment," Hao Tian shouted. Heeding his command, the group adjusted their strategies. As the woman initiated another summoning, Hao Tian unleashed the combined might of the luminous and chaotic energies through the sword of luminous judgment, its radiance aimed directly at her. Simultaneously, Neza and Yang Jian launched their most powerful attacks. the fire-tipped spear and the heavenly eye thunder hurtling towards her. The woman, caught off guard by their awareness of her vulnerability, was unable to evade in time, resorting to her dark powers for defense. Yet the force of their assault was overwhelming, gradually suppressing her dark energy. Under the relentless barrage, fissures began to appear on her form, culminating in a desperate roar as she began to dissipate. With her vanishing, the dark creatures collapsed, stripped of their combat efficacy. Victorious, the group approached the black coffin, discovering an ancient tome within that emanated a dark luminescence. Hao Tian opened the tome, revealing the secrets of the dark underworld. It became apparent that the dark underworld was not merely a realm of pure malevolence. Rather, it served as a balance for the dark forces in the universe. The malevolent souls confined here were imprisoned to prevent them from disrupting the cosmic equilibrium. And the Guardian's duty was to uphold this balance. I never anticipated such revelations from the dark underworld, Hao Tian mused. With the tome in hand, they departed from the realm of shadows, having explored numerous ancient divine realms. Their strength had significantly amplified, yet they understood that many more ancient domains awaited their discovery, and the secrets of the divine ranking were on the verge of complete revelation. Chapter 44. The breath of the elemental furnace and awakening returning triumphantly from the dark underworld. Anticipation for the secrets of the divine ranking intensified within Hao Tian and his companions, keenly aware that the remaining ancient realms held even more pivotal clues. Their next destination was the elemental furnace. According to legend, the elemental furnace was the source of elemental power in the world, where the heat of fire, the fluidity of water, the solidity of earth, and the lightness of wind all converged and clashed, birthing infinite possibilities, albeit accompanied by unimaginable dangers. As they drew closer to the elemental furnace, the elemental energies in the air thickened, and the temperature soared dramatically. Scorching currents surged towards them like tumultuous waves. The ground beneath their feet grew searingly hot, and the surrounding rocks melted, flowing as molten lava. This heat is unbearable, Neza exclaimed, channeling his inner power to withstand the rising temperatures. His wind and fire will shone even brighter in the heat. As if resonating with the surrounding fire elements, Ichen surveyed the area, his expression grave. The fire elements here are exceedingly volatile. We must exercise caution that a moment's carelessness could lead to our obliteration by this relentless tide of flames. Just then, a massive river of lava appeared ahead, churning violently and erupting with fiery columns that threatened to engulf them. How do we cross this? Yang Jian frowned, his heavenly eye flickering as he sought a means to traverse the molten barrier. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Tian summoned his luminous and stellar powers, attempting to carve a path across the lava river. He directed his energy into the ground, causing a large rock to rise towards the lava. However, as soon as the rock made contact, it was instantly consumed by the molten flow. It seems conventional methods are futile, Hao Tian concluded. In the midst of their dilemma, Ichen suddenly had an epiphany, closing his eyes. He concentrated, reaching out to communicate with the surrounding fire elements. Possessing a unique affinity for elemental forces, Ichen's efforts began to calm the raging fire energies. Follow me, he called, stepping boldly onto the lava river. Remarkably, the lava parted beneath his feet, forming a winding passageway. Seeing this, Hao Tian and the others hurriedly followed. They tread carefully along the path, the lava swirling around them yet never touching their forms. Ichen, how did you manage that? Neza inquired. Intrigued, I endeavored to understand the will of these fire elements, persuading them to accept our presence, Ichen explained while maintaining his connection with the fire energies. Though the elements of the furnace are fierce, they possess their own consciousness. At last, they successfully crossed the lava river, arriving at the entrance of the elemental furnace. Before them stood a colossal stone door, intricately carved with various elemental runes that radiated powerful energy fluctuations. Hao Tian approached and placed his hand upon the door, attempting to push it open. However, it remained unyielding, a powerful backlash sending him staggering back. This door is sealed by formidable elemental forces. We must discover a way to unlock it, Hao Tian stated. Just then, the runes on the door began to glow, and streams of elemental energy shot forth, transforming into various elemental creatures that launched an assault on the group. Towering flame giants swung their blazing fists. Water serpents, coalescing from liquid, agilely darted through the air, and earthen golems, formed from stone, lumbered closer with heavy steps. Be careful, the power of these elemental beings is not to be underestimated, Hao Tian shouted, swinging his sword of luminous judgment towards the flame giant. Yet, the sword merely sparked against the giant, which seemed undeterred by the attack. Neza, riding his wind and fire wheel, charged at the water serpent, thrusting his fire-tipped spear in an attempt to disperse it. However, the serpent deftly evaded his strike, retaliating with a chilling jet of water that knocked Neza back. Yang Jian unleashed the power of his heavenly eye, directing a bolt of thunder at the earthen golem. The golem staggered slightly from the impact, but quickly regained its composure, advancing towards the group once more. Amidst the fierce battle, Hao Tian realized that mere brute force would not suffice against these elemental beings. He began to observe their characteristics, noting the intricate balance of power among them. Everyone, cease your reckless assaults. We must exploit the elemental balance to our advantage, Hao Tian bellowed, summoning the chaotic power within him. The chaotic force, embodying the essence of all things, had the capacity to disrupt the balance among elements. Infusing this chaotic energy into the fiery giant, the flames of the giant became instantly tumultuous, and its strength was significantly diminished. Observing this, Neza promptly lunged forward with his fiery spear, successfully repelling the fiery giant this time. Yang Jian, comprehending Hao Tian's intent, invoked the divine eye's thunder to manipulate the surrounding wind elements, enhancing the uncontrollable nature of the fiery giant's flames. Simultaneously, he harnessed the power of the divine eye to identify the water serpent's weakness, combining the divine eye's thunder with the wind elements to scatter the water serpent. I Chen then cast a spell, commanding the earth elements to plunge the earth puppet into disarray. Amidst the chaos, the puppet's own strength clashed and ultimately collapsed. After vanquishing the elemental beings, the runes on the stone door began to dim. Hao Tian approached once more, and with a forceful push, the stone door slowly creaked open. A surge of powerful elemental energy rushed forth, revealing a vast space within, at the center of which stood a colossal furnace. Within this furnace, various elements intertwined, shimmering with radiant hues and producing a thunderous roar. "This is the elemental furnace," Hao Tian exclaimed with excitement. They cautiously approached the furnace, when suddenly, a massive figure erupted from within, a being of pure elemental essence. Its form continuously morphed, at times becoming flames, at others flowing water, rocks, or swirling winds. "Intruders, what brings you to the elemental furnace?" The elemental spirit's voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the space. Hao Tian stepped forward and declared, "We seek the secrets of the ancient divine realm. To unravel the mysteries of the divine list, we hope for your assistance." The elemental spirit regarded them, pausing momentarily before responding, "To gain my aid, you must pass my trial." No sooner had the words left its lips than the elemental forces around them surged into a frenzy. Fire, water, rock, and wind intertwined, forming a colossal elemental storm that swept toward them. "Concentrate your strength to withstand the storm," Hao Tian roared, plunging the sword of radiant judgment into the ground, channeling all his power to create a formidable defensive barrier. Neza, Yang Jian, and I Chen also unleashed their powers, joining Hao Tian in resisting the elemental tempest. Amidst the storm, their strengths were relentlessly assaulted, yet they gritted their teeth and held firm. In the midst of the fierce confrontation, Hao Tian discerned that despite the storm's might, a core existed within it. If they could seize control of the core, the storm could be quelled. Focusing intently, he utilized the power of the divine eye to locate the storm's core. "That I've found the core. Everyone, attack it with me," Hao Tian bellowed. Upon hearing this, the others concentrated their energies on the core. Hao Tian swung the sword of radiant judgment, unleashing a blade of light, stars, and chaotic power toward the core. Neza executed the mightiest strike of his fiery spear, engulfed in flames aimed at the core. Yang Jian's divine eye thunder and I Chen's arcane spells targeted the core in unison. Under their combined assault, the elemental storm's core was successfully obliterated. The storm dissipated instantaneously, and the elemental spirit appeared visibly astonished. "You have passed the trial," it stated. "Here lies an elemental heart, imbued with tremendous elemental power. It may assist you in unraveling the mysteries of the divine list." With that, the elemental spirit conjured a gem that sparkled with a myriad of colors. The elemental heart. Hao Tian accepted the elemental heart. A powerful surge of elemental energy coursed through him, resonating with his own power. That he felt his mastery over elemental forces reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. "Thank you." Hao Tian expressed his gratitude to the elemental spirit. With the elemental heart in hand, Hao Tian and his companions departed the elemental furnace, knowing they were one step closer to uncovering the secrets of the divine list. With the Soul Sanctuary and the Wheel of Fate, two ancient divine realms, awaiting their exploration ahead. Chapter 45. The Whispers and Revelations of the Soul Sanctuary. Having bid farewell to the elemental furnace, Hao Tian and his companions pressed onward toward the next ancient divine realm, the Soul Sanctuary. Along the way, Ichen recounted the legends surrounding the Soul Sanctuary, a realm where souls find their final repose. Housing the memories and spiritual energies of all existence. It is said that those who enter must confront the deepest fears and desires of their hearts. Only by overcoming oneself can one earn the sanctuary's recognition and the gift of soul power. As they drew near to the Soul Sanctuary, the surroundings grew increasingly serene, an ethereal aura permeating the air. Upon reaching the entrance of the sanctuary, a grand and enigmatic edifice emerged before them. Constructed of pristine jade, it radiated a gentle glow, as if beckoning them forth. This is it, the Soul Sanctuary, Hao Tian inhaled deeply, declaring. Just as they were about to step inside, an unseen force barred their way. A voice, ethereal and resonant, echoed in their ears. The Soul Sanctuary permits entry only to those with pure hearts and steadfast wills. Do you possess the courage to face your own soul? Hao Tian stepped forward resolutely, proclaiming, "We come in search of truth. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, we shall not falter." As his words faded, the invisible barrier gradually dissipated, and the grand doors of the sanctuary creaked open. An ancient and mysterious aura enveloped them, reminiscent of countless whispering souls. Entering the sanctuary, they found themselves in a vast circular hall adorned with intricate, otherworldly symbols and patterns that flickered softly, seemingly narrating ancient tales. At the center stood a colossal crystal sphere, aglow with a kaleidoscope of colors, the very heart of the Soul Sanctuary, the Soul Sphere. The Soul Sphere harbors boundless soul power, Ichen marveled. Yet before they could approach the Soul Sphere, a deep, rumbling roar reverberated through the hall. A colossal soul guardian beast emerged from the shadows, its form reminiscent of a giant lion, yet composed entirely of translucent soul energy, radiating an enigmatic light. Its eyes glowed like twin flames, fixated on the group. "Outsiders, what is your purpose in intruding upon the Soul Sanctuary?" The voice of the soul guardian beast was deep and commanding. Hao Tian responded respectfully. "We hail from another realm, seeking the secrets of the ancient divine realms, hoping to unravel the mysteries of the divine list. That we seek the sanctuary's assistance." The soul guardian beast fell silent for a moment before replying. "To receive the Soul Sanctuary's aid, you must pass my trial." With that, the soul guardian beast opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of powerful soul energy toward the group. This force was not an attack, but rather an attempt to penetrate their hearts. Delving into their soul's secrets, "Everyone, be cautious. Do not let it invade your hearts," Hao Tian shouted, channeling the light power within him to form a protective barrier around them, resisting the encroaching soul energy. Neza, Yang Jian, and Ichen also exerted their powers to bolster the defense. However, the soul guardian beast's energy was overwhelmingly potent. The barrier trembled violently under its assault, threatening to shatter at any moment. In the midst of this fierce struggle, Hao Tian realized that mere defense would not suffice. He closed his eyes, concentrating, and summoned the chaotic and temporal forces within him. The chaotic energy could disrupt the soul guardian beast's power, while the temporal force would allow him to manipulate time and space, granting him the necessary moments to respond. By merging the chaotic and temporal energies, he forged a unique power. He unleashed this force toward the soul guardian beast's soul energy. As the chaotic energy sowed confusion, the guardian beast's soul power became erratic, while the temporal force slowed its assault. "Now is the moment," Hao Tian roared, seizing the opportunity as everyone unleashed their most formidable attacks. The Sword of Stars shimmered with vibrant colors. The fiery spear belched forth flames, the divine eye thunder erupted with tremendous energy, and Ichen's arcane spells surged toward the soul guardian beast. Under the combined might of their assault, the soul guardian beast could no longer withstand the onslaught, letting out a pained roar as its form gradually dissolved. With the defeat of the soul guardian beast, they finally approached the soul sphere. Hao Tian extended his hand, gently touching the orb. Instantly, a powerful surge of soul energy flooded into him. Resonating with his own strength, he felt as though his soul had been elevated, his perception of the world sharpened. "This soul power is astonishing," Hao Tian marveled. At that moment, the soul sphere erupted with radiant brilliance, and a spectral figure began to materialize from within. It was an elderly man, his visage kind and his eyes brimming with infinite wisdom. "You have passed the trial and earned the Soul Sanctuary's recognition." The old man's voice was gentle and welcoming. "And who might you be?" Hao Tian inquired. "I am the guardian of the Soul Sanctuary, having watched over this realm for countless ages," the elder replied. Your courage and wisdom inspire hope within me. The secrets of the divine list are intricately linked to the soul sanctuary. As he spoke, the elder waved his hand, and images began to unfold within the soul sphere. These visions revealed the origins of the divine list and its connection to the ancient divine realms. It became clear that the divine list was created by a deity of antiquity to maintain cosmic balance, recording the destinies and powers of all beings, while the 9 ancient divine realms were the very sources of the divine list. Might to unravel the entirety of the secrets contained within the function bang. You must journey to the fate star disk. It is there that destinies converge, and the key to unlocking all enigmas resides. Thus spoke the elder. Hao Yin and his companions promptly expressed their gratitude to the elder. Armed with the knowledge and power acquired from the soul sanctuary, they departed from that sacred place. They understood that the Fate Star Disk represented the final and most pivotal destination in their expedition. After a brief respite post their exit from the Soul Sanctuary, they set forth towards the Fate Star Disk. This celestial artifact was located at the pinnacle of a towering mountain, soaring high into the clouds. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain and gazing upward, they beheld the peak piercing the heavens, shrouded in mist and infused with an aura of mystery. This mountain leads us to the Fate Star Disk. We must tread carefully, Hao Tian cautioned. They commenced their ascent along the rugged and treacherous path, fraught with peril. Boulders occasionally tumbled down, accompanied by fierce storms and streaks of lightning. Yet, they did not falter. Driven by indomitable will and formidable strength, they pressed onward step by step towards the summit. During their climb, they encountered a mysterious figure, cloaked in a gray robe with a face obscured by a hood. His visage remained concealed. What brings you to the Fate Star Disk? The enigmatic figure inquired, his voice low and gravelly. Hao Tian replied, We seek to unveil the secrets of the function bang, as we have heard that the Fate Star Disk is the key to all mysteries. The mysterious figure fell silent for a moment before responding. The Fate Star Disk is the dominion of fate, harboring boundless secrets and immense dangers. Are you certain of your decision to proceed? We are resolute, Hao Yin declared firmly. The mysterious figure nodded and said, Very well. I shall accompany you part of the way. With that, he waved his hand, and a surge of powerful energy lifted Hao Yin and his companions, transporting them instantaneously to the mountaintop. Thank you. Hao Yin expressed his gratitude to the mysterious figure. Upon reaching the summit, a colossal star disk appeared before them, adorned with intricate star patterns and mysterious runes. It radiated a dazzling brilliance. Surrounding the disk were countless stars, resembling a microcosm of the universe. This is the Fate Star Disk, Hao Yin proclaimed, his eyes alight with anticipation. They approached the Fate Star Disk with caution, prepared to face the final challenge and uncover the profound secrets of the function bang. Chapter 46. The final revelation of the Fate Star Disk. Standing before the Fate Star Disk, Hao Tian and his companions were filled with reverence and expectation. The immense star disk hovered silently, its star patterns and runes shimmering as if narrating the ultimate mysteries of the cosmos, waiting for the moment of awakening. The surrounding stars emitted a soft glow, whispering secrets and perhaps issuing warnings. It is finally time. Nez's voice carried a hint of tension and excitement as he tightened his grip on the fire spear. Yi Cheng gazed up at the star disk, his brow furrowed. The power of this Fate Star Disk exceeds imagination. The secrets of the function bang may lie within it. But how do we proceed? Hao Tian inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tumult within his heart. That he slowly approached the disk, extending his hand to touch its cold surface. Imbued with mysterious energies. In that instant, a powerful force surged into his being, flooding his mind with visions of flickering stars and interwoven threads of fate, each thread seemingly connecting to a world, a life. Everyone, be cautious. The power of the disk is testing us, Hao Tian warned, channeling the various energies within him to withstand the onslaught of the disk's force. The powers of the stars, life, time and space, chaos, light, and the elements flowed within him, clashing against the disk's energy. Just then, the runes upon the disk began to glow, beams of light shooting towards them. In that light, they beheld the most terrifying visions from the depths of their hearts. Hao Tian witnessed the collapse of the alternate world into darkness, countless lives extinguished. Neza saw his comrades falling in battle, powerless to assist. Yang Jian perceived his heavenly eye losing its radiance, succumbing to endless darkness. Yi Cheng witnessed his spells spiraling out of control, resulting in catastrophe. Do not be deceived by these illusions, Hao Tian bellowed, fully aware that this was a trial of their resolve imposed by the Fate Star Disk. He focused his mind, using the power of light to dispel the fear within, a steadfast conviction to protect the alternate world swelling in his heart. Under the illumination of light, the illusions began to dissipate. The others rallied as well. Neza, bolstered by his indomitable spirit, shattered the illusions. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye, dispelling the darkness with golden rays. I Ching, through his profound understanding of magic, quelled his inner turmoil. Yet, overcoming their inner fears did not mark the end of the disk's trial. The star patterns upon the disk began to whirl, forming a colossal vortex, a formidable suction emanating from it, seeking to draw them in. "Steady yourselves," Hao Tian shouted, wielding the sword of radiant judgment, infusing it with stellar energy, and slashing forth a wave of sword chi to counteract the suction. However, the pull was too powerful. The sword chi was swiftly consumed. Neza, riding the wind and fire wheels, whirled around the disk in search of a weakness in the suction. He discerned that the rhythmic flickering of the runes at the disk's edge correlated with the strength of the pull, and he shouted, "Hauga, strike the edge runes." Hao Tian immediately grasped the insight and unleashed a technique merging the powers of time, space, and chaos, instantaneously reaching the disk's periphery. The star sword, aglow with vibrant hues and immense power, cleaved towards the runes. The runes shimmered brilliantly, and indeed, the suction began to wane. Observing this, the others unleashed their most potent attacks. Yang Jian's heavenly eye thunderbolts, I Ching's mysterious spells, combined with the might of Hao Yan and Neza, surged towards the runes at the disk's edge. Under the collective onslaught, the runes' brilliance gradually dimmed, and the suction dissipated. The star patterns and runes upon the disk ceased their rotation, restoring tranquility to the entire disk. Just when the group believed the trial had concluded, a luminous crystal sphere slowly ascended from the center of the disk, embodying the sphere of fate. Within the sphere of fate, fleeting images of the Fengshen Bang appeared, seemingly beckoning them. Hao Yan stepped forward, extending his hand to grasp the sphere of fate. Instantly, a torrent of powerful information flooded his mind, and the secrets of the Fengshen Bang began to unfold before his eyes. It became clear that the Fengshen Bang not only chronicled the fates of all beings but also served as a divine artifact capable of rewriting destiny. Its power stemmed from the 9 ancient divine realms. By gathering the strengths and artifacts of these realms, one could activate the full potential of the Fengshen Bang. That I understand now. The powers and artifacts we have collected along our journey are for this very moment. Hao Tian exclaimed with exhilaration. He placed the Fengshen Bang upon the Fate Star Disk. As the two artifacts made contact, a brilliant light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire alternate world. The energies of the Fengshen Bang and the Fate Star Disk intertwined, forming an immense energy field. Within this field, they witnessed the past, present, and future of the alternate world. They beheld the origins of the alternate world, a realm brimming with life and hope. They confronted the crises wrought by the World Devourer and the battles they had fought to safeguard the alternate world. They glimpsed the future prosperity and peace awaiting the realm. We have succeeded, Neza cried out in jubilant excitement. Yet, at that moment, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky, and a surge of dark power erupted from it. This dark force was more formidable than any they had previously encountered, spreading rapidly, threatening to engulf the entire alternate world. This is dire. Where is this dark power emanating from? Yang Jian's face paled. Hao Tian furrowed his brow, realizing this was the ultimate trial of fate. He summoned the powers of the Fengshen Bang and the Fate Star Disk to confront the encroaching darkness. The Star Sword and the Sword of Radiant Judgment shone brightly, colliding with the dark force, producing a deafening roar. Neza, Yang Jian, and I Ching joined the fray, unleashing their ultimate techniques in an attempt to halt the spread of darkness. However, the dark force was too overwhelming. Their attacks seemed ineffective against it. "Stay calm, everyone. Let us together seek the weakness of this dark force," Hao Tian shouted. He focused intently, observing the flow and shifts of the dark power. Suddenly, he detected a tiny flaw at the core of the dark force, where its power appeared relatively weak. I have found the weak point. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on the core, Hao Tian bellowed, unleashing his ultimate technique, the light of fate's judgment, a radiant beam infused with boundless strength and hope, aimed directly at the heart of the dark force. Neza, Yang Jian, and I Ching also poured forth their full might. The fire spear, the heavenly eye thunderbolts, and mysterious spells coalesced into a powerful torrent, surging towards the core of the dark force. Under the combined assault, the core of the dark force was struck, and it began to dissolve rapidly. As the dark power waned, the rift in the sky slowly sealed, restoring tranquility to the alternate world. We have triumphed. The group cheered, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They had successfully unveiled the secrets of the Fengshen Bang, vanquished the final dark force, and safeguarded the peace and serenity of the alternate world. Hao Yan and his companions became legends of the realm, their tales destined to be recounted for eternity. After this thrilling adventure, Hao Yin and his allies resolved to remain in the alternate world, continuing to protect this land filled with wonders. They understood that new challenges may arise in the future, yet they felt no fear, for they had each other, bolstered by immense strength and unwavering faith. Chapter 47, A New Era of Foshan. The continuation of guardianship following their successful resolution of the ultimate crisis in the alternate world and the unveiling of the Fengshan Bank's secrets, the entire realm was enveloped in a profound sense of joy and newfound hope. Once shrouded in darkness, the corners now bask in golden sunlight. The barren lands are rejuvenated, and withered plants once again sprout tender green shoots. Radiance of happiness graces the faces of the people. As laughter and joy fill the cities and villages to commemorate this hard-won victory, various races unite to host a grand celebration. Representatives from the Star Guardians Alliance, Elemental Masters Tribe, elves, dragons, and other races gather together to witness this historic moment. The celebration venue is adorned exquisitely, with colorful banners fluttering in the gentle breeze, and flowers and ribbons embellishing every corner. On the stage, dancers from different races, clad in magnificent attire, perform gracefully, showcasing their unique cultures and styles. Hao Tian and his companions become the focal point of the celebration. Standing at the center of the stage, they receive the cheers and admiration of the crowd. People present their most treasured gifts to express their heartfelt gratitude and respect. "Hauga, we truly did it," exclaimed Neza, his face beaming with pride. "Indeed, we have faced innumerable challenges along the way, yet we never lost hope," Hao Tian reflected, tears glistening in his eyes. During the celebration, leaders from various races took to the stage to commend and thank Hao Yin and his companions for their heroic deeds. The leader of the Star Guardians Alliance proclaimed, "Hao Yin and his companions are the heroes of our world. Through their courage and wisdom, they have saved our realm, restoring peace and tranquility. Their spirit will forever inspire our advancement." The chief of the Elemental Masters Tribe added, "Their strength stems not only from formidable spells and weapons but also from their unwavering faith and unity. In the face of adversity and challenges, they have always stood by each other. This spirit is the most precious treasure of our entire realm." After the celebration, Hao Tian and his companions did not succumb to the euphoria of victory. They understood that the responsibility of safeguarding their world remained significant, with many unknown challenges awaiting them in the future. Thus, they commenced the establishment of a new protective system to ensure peace and stability in their realm. Hao Tian summoned the strong from various races to collaboratively devise a plan for the protection of their world. They resolved to form an organization named the Alliance of Divine Guardians, with Hao Yin as the leader, tasked with coordinating the strengths of different races to confront potential crises together. The establishment of the Alliance of Divine Guardians marked the dawn of a new era for their realm. "We must unite our hearts and protect this land we hold dear," Hao Tian declared. In the ensuing days, Hao Tian and his companions began to traverse the land, assisting various races in strengthening their abilities and fortifying defenses. They imparted powerful star magic to the Star Guardians Alliance, aiding the Elemental Masters Tribe in better harnessing elemental forces, and provided precious cultivation resources and magical artifacts to the elves and dragons. Simultaneously, Hao Yin led his companions in further exploring the mysteries of their realm. They discovered that deep within their world lay many unknown, enigmatic places and formidable creatures. Perhaps these mysterious locales harbored more secrets regarding the divine ranking in their realm. During one exploration, they stumbled upon a mystical forest, where peculiar plants and creatures flourished, each radiating an aura of mystery. Within the forest, they unearthed an ancient ruin, inscribed with enigmatic runes and patterns that seemed to narrate an age-old tale. Delving deeply into the ruins, they discovered a close connection to the divine ranking. The ruin contained records of an ancient power capable of enhancing the strength of the divine ranking. If we can locate this power, perhaps we can amplify the strength of the divine ranking, thereby better safeguarding our realm, Hao Tian mused. Thus, they began their quest within the ruins to uncover clues about this power. After considerable exploration, they finally located a hidden cave deep within the ruins. Inside, they found a gem radiating a spectrum of light, the very source of the power they sought. Hao Tian carefully grasped the gem, and in an instant, a wave of immense power surged into him. Resonating with the strength of the divine ranking, he felt a newfound mastery over the divine ranking, its power significantly augmented. However, just as they prepared to depart the ruins, a horde of mysterious creatures emerged from all directions. These beings were colossal, their bodies cloaked in black scales, exuding a potent aura of darkness. Be cautious. These creatures are formidable, Hao Tian bellowed, immediately channeling the power of the divine ranking in preparation for battle. The mysterious beings roared and launched an assault on Hao Yin and his companions. Their attacks were devious, some unleashing black flames while others emitted waves of dark energy or wielded massive claws. Aiming to tear the group apart, Hao Tian swung the Star Sword, merging the power of the divine ranking to unleash powerful sword energies that countered the onslaught of the mysterious creatures. Neza, riding on his wind and fire wheels, darted through the enemy ranks, his fiery spear piercing through the air, inflicting considerable damage on the foes. Yang Jian invoked the power of his celestial eye, striking the mysterious beings with divine thunder. Seeking their weaknesses, Yi Chen, meanwhile, cast spells to bolster the group's defenses and strength. In the heat of battle, Hao Tian discerned that although the mysterious creatures were powerful, their movements appeared to be influenced by some external force. With focused determination, he utilized the celestial eye to scrutinize the creatures' patterns. At last, he identified their vulnerability. Listen closely, their weakness lies in their backs. Let us concentrate our efforts on that, Hao Tian shouted. Upon hearing this, the group swiftly adjusted their tactics. Hao Tian unleashed the ultimate technique, infused with the power of the divine ranking. The Star Sword, aglow with brilliance, cleaved toward the backs of the mysterious beings. Neza and Yang Jian exerted their full strength, directing their fiery spear and divine thunder at the creature's vulnerable spots. Yi Chen employed his spells to diminish the creature's defenses. Under the combined assault of the group, the backs of the mysterious beings were struck, eliciting their anguished roars as their forms began to dissipate. Ultimately, the mysterious creatures were vanquished, disappearing into the depths of the forest. After triumphing over the mysterious beings, Hao Tian and his companions exited the ruins. With their enhanced power of the divine ranking, they returned to the headquarters of the Alliance of Divine Guardians. They recognized that this was merely one of countless challenges yet to come, and the peace and tranquility of their realm demanded their vigilance and continuous strengthening of their abilities. In the days that followed, Hao Yin and his companions continued to protect their world, exploring the unknown mysteries. Their tales became eternal legends among the people, inspiring generations to confront hardships bravely and safeguard the world they cherish. Chapter 48. The Disturbance of the Spirit Realm. Signs of imminent crisis under the careful protection of the Alliance of Divine Guardians. The realm enjoyed a period of relative peace and prosperity. Various races coexisted harmoniously on this land, thriving together, while the once damaged cities and villages were revitalized, the flames of civilization roaring in the tranquil environment. However, beneath the calm facade, an undercurrent was surreptitiously stirring. Recently, Hao Tian often felt a sense of unease. The powers within him seemed to stir restlessly, as if responding to a distant and formidable threat. His premonitions were not unfounded. Peculiar phenomena began to emerge frequently at the fringes of their realm. Previously stable spaces exhibited subtle fissures, from which eerie energy fluctuations emanated. Creatures near these rifts inexplicably became agitated, as though their minds were being eroded by some malevolent force. Neza had also sensed something amiss. During a recent patrol, he discovered that the flames of his wind and fire wheels flickered erratically, seemingly affected by some mysterious force. Hauga, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. My wind and fire wheels are not responding as they should, Neza confessed, furrowing his brow. Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, attempting to uncover the source of these anomalies, only to find that the perception range of his eye was obscured by an invisible mist, capturing only vague images, flickering lights in the darkness, distorted gigantic silhouettes, and faint, rumbling growls. This power is unfamiliar yet overwhelmingly strong. It appears we are facing another formidable challenge, Yang Jian said gravely, sharing his findings with the group. Yi Chen buried himself in ancient texts, seeking clues from the history of their realm. After days of research, he finally uncovered a passage in a weathered tome detailing the disturbances of the spirit realm. The legend spoke of an upheaval occurring every few millennia, wherein the balance of spiritual energy in their world would face a severe trial. When such disturbances arose, various malevolent forces would seize the opportunity to awaken, seeking to disrupt the existing order. Only by gathering the full strength of the divine ranking and gaining the approval of the ancient divine realms could this calamity be quelled. It seems the crisis we face is the disturbance of the spirit realm. Yi Chen presented the findings to the group, his expression laden with concern. And in the ancient divine realms, we still have portions of power we have yet to fully grasp. How shall we proceed? The group sat together, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Confronted with the impending crisis, they understood that they could not afford to remain passive. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Yin declared, regardless of the myriad challenges that lie ahead, we must not falter. We have successfully unraveled some of the mysteries of the divine list and acquired a portion of the ancient divine realm's power, which serves as our foundation. Henceforth, We must swiftly seek methods to enhance our strength while simultaneously fortifying our defenses against the otherworld. With that, Hao Tian led the others into a frenzied preparation. He returned to the Radiant Sanctuary, hoping to further amplify his command over the light by harnessing the power of the Radiant Judgment Sword in the sanctuary itself. With the assistance of the emissaries of the Radiant Sanctuary, Hao Tian immersed himself in the ocean of light, continuously grasping the essence of luminosity. After several days of rigorous cultivation, he finally conceived a novel application of the light's power, a domain of purification. Within this realm, he could disperse the light's energy around him, purifying all darkness and malevolence. Meanwhile, Neza ventured to the elemental forge, attempting to wield its ferocious elemental power to temper his fire-tipped spear and combat skills. By the forge, Neza practiced day and night, merging his own fiery essence with the fire elements within, thus enhancing the spear's might to unprecedented levels, igniting a tempest of flames with each strike. Yang Jian secluded himself in the Soul Temple, engaging in profound dialogue with the Soul Guardian Beast, exploring the mysteries of soul power. In the tranquil ambience of the temple, Yang Jian gradually discerned the path to merging soul power with the Eye of Heaven's might. When the eye opened, he could not only perceive the enemy's weaknesses, but also directly assault their souls. I Chen, on the other hand, consulted the Fate Star chart, employing its power to forecast impending crises and strategize responses. He meticulously adjusted his spells to resonate with the energies of the chart, enabling him to anticipate the enemy's trajectories and fluctuations in power. Meanwhile, the Divine Guardians Alliance was diligently strengthening the defenses of the Otherworld. They established formidable magical barriers at key locations, integrating the powers of the stars, elements, and light into these impregnable shields. The Alliance also organized extensive military training to enhance the combat capabilities and crisis response skills of their soldiers. However, the turbulence of the spirit realm was escalating more swiftly than they had anticipated. One day, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, thunder crackled, and enormous spatial rifts spread across the heavens, from which surged forth a plethora of dark creatures. These beings varied in form, some resembling gigantic bats with wings that flickered with eerie luminescence. Others were humanoid monstrosities forged from dark energy, brandishing sharp weapons and exuding a chilling aura. The tumult of the spirit realm had commenced. Hao Tian roared, brandishing the Star Sword and the Radiant Judgment Sword, leading the charge against the dark entities. The Star Sword shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, each swing cleaving through the dark creatures. The Radiant Judgment Sword unleashed a blinding light, purifying the dark aura. Neza, riding the wind and fire wheels, plunged into the fray like a blazing meteor, his fire-tipped spear igniting the dark beings with its fiery lance. Yang Jian activated the Eye of Heaven, the divine lightning fused with soul power, manifesting as golden bolts that struck the souls of the dark creatures, causing them to dissipate instantly. I Chen, positioned at the rear, cast spells to bolster the defenses and strength of his comrades at the front lines. Amidst the fierce battle, Hao Tian discerned that the powers of these dark beings were peculiarly formidable, capable of incessantly absorbing surrounding dark energy to augment their own strength. Furthermore, their methods of attack were cunningly elusive, rendering them difficult to counter. Everyone, be cautious. The strength of these dark beings is quite troublesome, Hao Tian bellowed, invoking the purification domain in an attempt to cleanse the power of the dark entities. Yet, the sheer numbers of the dark creatures gradually weakened the domain's efficacy. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, an epiphany struck Hao Tian regarding the divine list. He retrieved it and infused it with all the powers he had amalgamated, causing the divine list to radiate brilliantly and unleash a formidable force that enveloped the battlefield. Under the influence of the divine list, the powers of the dark creatures were suppressed, their movement slowed, and their attacks rendered feeble. Now is our chance. Everyone, strike together, Hao Tian shouted, urging them to seize the moment and unleash their most potent assaults. The Star Sword, Radiant Judgment Sword, Fire-Tip Spear, Eye of Heaven's Divine Lightning, and I Chen's arcane spells converged into a tremendous force, assailing the dark beings. Under the combined might of their attacks, the dark creatures fell one after another, and the spatial rifts in the sky began to shrink. However, they knew this was merely the onset of the spirit realm's turmoil. Even mightier foes awaited them. Chapter 49. Mysterious reinforcements and clues to ancient ruins. After repelling the initial wave of dark creatures, a temporary calm descended upon the otherworld, yet the palpable tension and oppressive atmosphere remained undiminished. Although the members of the Divine Guardians Alliance had successfully withstood this assault, each understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg brought forth by the spirit realm's turmoil. Graver challenges loomed on the horizon. Hao Tian led the group back to the Alliance headquarters, where they gathered, weariness and gravity etched upon their faces. Though we have driven back these dark beings, their power far exceeds our expectations. And we remain unaware of the true puppeteer behind them, Haotian remarked with a furrowed brow, his tone laced with concern. Neza took a sip of water and wiped his mouth, stating, their attacks were exceedingly treacherous. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the divine list, we would have been in dire straits. Yang Jian nodded slightly, his eye flickering with a dim light. I can't shake the feeling that there's a grand conspiracy lurking behind all this. We must devise a counter-strategy swiftly. Yi Chen perused the ancient text in his hands, his expression focused. According to the records, during the period of spirit realm turmoil, not only do dark creatures attack, but various unknown dangers also emerge. The power we currently possess is still woefully insufficient. We must seek additional reinforcements. As everyone fell into contemplation, a soldier of the Alliance rushed in, visibly agitated. Commander, a group of mysterious individuals has arrived outside. They claim to be here to assist us against the spirit realm turmoil. The group was taken aback, then immediately rose to investigate the matter. They beheld a gathering of individuals clad in peculiar attire standing outside, led by an elderly man with flowing white hair and sharp, bright eyes. Upon noticing Haotian and the others, the elder slightly bowed, saying, I am Xie Feng. Hailing from the distant Linghuan continent. We have learned of the crisis facing your world and have come to offer our assistance. Haotian felt a twinge of skepticism but responded courteously, we are grateful for your distant aid. However, I am curious about the connection between Linghuan continent and our other world, and why you have arrived at this juncture. The elder smiled gently. The ties between the otherworld and Linghuan continent are indeed profound. Long ago, our ancestors united to confront a great calamity. Now, as the spirit realm upheaval unfolds, should the otherworld fall, Linghuan continent too shall find no refuge. The group's apprehensions lessened upon hearing this. The elder continued, we have brought with us some rare treasures and unique cultivation methods from Linghuan continent, which we hope will be of assistance to you. As he spoke, his companions produced crystals radiating strange luminescence and ancient scrolls. Upon receiving these items, Haotian and the others felt the immense power contained within, their hearts swelling with joy. We are immensely grateful. These items are of utmost importance to us, Haotian expressed sincerely. During the discourse with Elder Xie Feng and his companions, Yi Chen suddenly recalled the records regarding ancient ruins found in the ancient texts. An idea sparked within him, and he inquired, Elder Xie Feng, have you heard of the legends surrounding ancient ruins in Linghuan continent? It is said that within these ruins lies tremendous power that may aid us in overcoming this crisis. The elder's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Indeed, I have heard of them. The ancient text of Linghuan continent also reference these ruins. It is said that they are remnants of the ancient divine realm, containing boundless mysteries and formidable power. However, these ruins are exceedingly enigmatic. Countless individuals have sought them over the centuries, yet most have returned empty-handed. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. We have also discovered similar records in the ancient text of our other world, and the current turmoil may indeed be connected to the powers within the ancient ruins. If we can locate these ruins and harness their power, perhaps we can quell this disaster once and for all. Elder Xie Feng pondered for a moment before responding, in that case, we can search for the ancient ruins together. Our people from Linghuan continent have studied these ruins for quite some time and may provide you with valuable clues. The group rejoiced at this prospect. They promptly began to deliberate on a plan to seek out the ancient ruins, utilizing the clues provided by Elder Xie Feng along with the information Yi Chen had unearthed from the ancient texts. They deduced that on the fringes of the ancient divine realm lay a place known as the Lingyuan secret realm, which was likely the location of the ancient ruins. The Lingyuan secret realm was said to be shrouded in a formidable barrier, accessible only with a specific key. Moreover, it was fraught with peril, teeming with unknown dangers. Elder Xie Feng cautioned, the journey will be fraught with challenges. Haotian's gaze was resolute. No matter the obstacles, we must endeavor to try. This is our sole opportunity to save the other world. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their unwavering support. Thus, following a simple preparation, Haotian, Neza, Yang Jian, Yi Chen, and the elder Xie Feng, leading the party from the Spirit Illusion continent, embarked on their journey to seek the Spirit Abyss secret realm. They cautiously advanced along the fringes of the ancient divine realm, meticulously exploring their surroundings. The environment here was exceedingly harsh. The sky was often shrouded in black mist, and the ground sporadically revealed sinister fissures from which various malevolent energies emanated. During their trek, they encountered assaults from dark creatures, which were even more ferocious and formidable than those they had faced in the other world. It seemed as if these creatures had sensed their quest for the ancient relics and were intent on thwarting them. Be vigilant. These dark entities are not to be trifled with, Haotian bellowed. brandishing the star sword and the sword of radiant judgment as he charged towards the dark creatures. The brilliance of the star sword shimmered in the darkness, cleaving through the limbs of the dark beings with each swing, while the light released by the sword of radiant judgment purified the surrounding malevolence. Neza, riding on his wind-fire wheels, darted through the throngs of dark creatures, where the flames unleashed from his fire-tipped spear ignited the foes like fiery dragons. Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, fusing divine lightning with his soul power, unleashing golden bolts that struck the vital points of the dark entities. Yi Chen, positioned at the rear, cast spells to bolster the defenses and strength of his frontline allies. The elder Xianfeng and his companions from the Spirit Illusion continent were equally unyielding, employing their unique spells and martial techniques to engage in fierce combat against the dark creatures. Under their combined might, the dark entities began to retreat. After several arduous days, they finally reached the entrance to the Spirit Abyss secret realm. Before them stood a colossal stone door, inscribed with mysterious runes and patterns, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. This is indeed it, the entrance to the Spirit Abyss secret realm, the elder Xianfeng exclaimed with exhilaration. However, as they attempted to approach the stone door, an invisible force repelled them. It appears this is the barrier's might. We must locate the key to gain entry, Hao Tian remarked with a furrowed brow. Just as they began to search for clues regarding the key, Yi Chen suddenly noticed a rune on the stone door flickering. Intrigued, he scrutinized the rune and found it remarkably similar to a symbol he had encountered in ancient texts. Following the instructions from the tome, Yi Chen infused his spiritual energy into the rune. Miraculously, the rune began to radiate light and slowly rotate. As it spun, the other runes on the stone door sequentially illuminated, causing the entire door to tremble. Could this be the method to unlock the door? Neza exclaimed in astonishment. The group held their breath, anxiously watching the stone door. With a resounding boom, the door creaked open, releasing a powerful force from within. Be cautious. There may be danger inside, Hao Tian shouted, stepping through the threshold first, followed closely by the others, who entered the Spirit Abyss secret realm with utmost care. Upon entry, they were awestruck by the sight before them. A vast valley unfolded, filled with peculiar structures and shimmering crystals. At the center of the valley stood a towering spire, emanating a mysterious aura, as if beckoning them forth. Is this truly the ancient relic? It is indeed imbued with enigmatic power, Yang Jian mused. Just as they prepared to approach the tower, a horde of monstrous beings surged forth from all directions. These creatures were colossal, their bodies cloaked in black scales, with eyes gleaming red and breathing forth torrents of flames. This is bad. These beasts are the guardians of the relic, the elder Xianfeng exclaimed, his expression grave. Hao Tian shouted, everyone remain calm, form up, and prepare for battle. He unleashed the purification field of light, attempting to cleanse the beast's power. Neza, propelled by his wind fire wheels, charged into the fray, where the flames from his spear collided with the beast's fiery breath, producing a dazzling display. Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, sending bolts of divine lightning into the throng of monsters. Yi Chen continued to provide support from the rear, enhancing the defenses and strength of his comrades. The elder Xianfeng and his crew from the Spirit Illusion continent also unleashed their spells and martial skills, engaging in a fierce struggle against the beasts. Through their combined efforts, the monstrous horde began to falter. However, just as they believed the battle was drawing to a close, an enormous beast burst forth from the tower. This creature was even more savage and powerful than the others, radiating an oppressive aura. Its force is overwhelming. We must tread carefully, Hao Tian roared, wielding the star sword and the sword of radiant judgment as he charged at the colossal beast. The light from his swords gleamed in the darkness as they clashed fiercely with the monster. Neza, Yang Jian, Yi Chen, and the elder Xianfeng joined the fray, each unleashing their most potent attacks. Amidst the tumult of battle, Hao Tian discerned a pattern in the creature's formidable assaults. Inspired, he resolved to exploit this insight to uncover the beast's weakness. After a careful observation, he finally identified the creature's vulnerability. Channeling the purification field of light, he concentrated its radiant power upon the beast's weak spot, then struck with the full force of the star sword. With a thunderous impact, the sword pierced the creature's weakness, and it let out a piercing cry before collapsing to the ground. We did it! The group cheered. After vanquishing the beast, they finally stood before the tower. The great door was firmly shut, adorned with intricate runes and symbols. Drawing upon the ancient texts once more, Hao Tian and his companions infused their spiritual energy into the runes, and the door slowly creaked open. They stepped inside, enveloped by an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. At the center of the tower stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a box radiating a golden glow. Could this be what we seek? Neza exclaimed with excitement. Cautiously, they approached and opened the box, revealing a crystal pulsating with immense power, inscribed with enigmatic runes. This is the crystallization of the ancient divine realm's power. The elder Xianfeng gasped. Legend has it that possessing this crystal grants one the power of the ancient divine realm. It may aid us in quelling the turmoil of the spirit domain. Hao Yin grasped the crystal, feeling the potent energy within, his heart swelling with hope. Wonderful! We have finally found it. However, just as they prepared to leave the tower, a violent tremor echoed from outside. Alarmed, the group rushed out of the tower, where they beheld a vast rift in the sky of the spirit abyss secret realm, from which surged a multitude of dark creatures. This is dire. The forces of the spirit domain turmoil have spread here. Hao Yin shouted, prepare for battle. Thus, Hao Yin and his companions once again engaged in a fierce struggle against the dark entities. During the conflict, Hao Yin combined the power of the ancient divine realm's crystallization with his own, unleashing even more formidable attacks. The brilliance of the Star Sword and the Sword of Radiant Judgment intensified, each swing obliterating numerous dark creatures. Neza, Yangjian, Yichen, and the elder Xianfeng unleashed their strongest attacks, battling desperately against the dark beings. Through their united efforts, the dark horde began to retreat, and the rift in the sky gradually shrank. Yet, they understood that this was merely a temporary triumph. The crisis of the spirit domain turmoil was far from resolved. We must hasten back to the otherworld and, utilizing this crystallization of power, seek a means to completely quell the upheaval, Hao Tian declared. The group nodded in agreement. Thus, they departed the spirit abyss secret realm, bearing the crystallization of ancient divine realm's power, and set their course for the otherworld. Upon returning to the otherworld, Hao Tian and his companions immediately commenced their studies on how to employ the crystallization of ancient divine realm's power to pacify the turmoil in the spirit domain. Together with other members of the Celestial Guardian Alliance, they toiled day and night, continually experimenting with various methods. After several days of relentless effort, they finally discovered a means to merge the crystallization of ancient divine realm's power with the strength of the divine list, thereby forming a powerful purifying force. This is it. We have finally uncovered the solution, Hao Tian exclaimed with elation. If we can inject this purifying force into the core of the spirit domain turmoil, we may be able to fully quell this catastrophe. Upon hearing this, hope filled the hearts of all. Thus, after thorough preparations, Hao Tian led the members of the Celestial Guardian Alliance, along with the elder Xianfeng and his party from the Spirit Illusion continent, towards the epicenter of the spirit domain turmoil. When they arrived at the core of the upheaval, they found the spatial rifts even more expansive, with an increased number of dark creatures. The air was thick with a suffocating dark energy. Be cautious. The dark forces here are exceedingly potent, Hao Tian shouted, unleashing the purification field of light to carve a path for his comrades. Armed with their weapons, the group advanced cautiously towards the core. Along the way, they faced relentless assaults from dark creatures, yet they stood undaunted, unleashing their most powerful attacks to repel the encroaching foes that at last. They reached the very heart of the spirit domain turmoil. Before them hovered a gigantic black vortex, from which dark creatures and malevolent energies continuously erupted. This is the place. Everyone, prepare to infuse the purifying power into the vortex. With a thunderous roar, Hao Tian combined the crystallized power of the ancient divine realm with the might of the divine sealing list, manifesting a formidable force of purification directed at the ominous black vortex. Neza, Yangjian, Yichen, and the venerable Xianfeng also unleashed their purifying powers, joining Hao Tian's strength in a concentrated assault on the swirling darkness. Under the collective onslaught, the black vortex began to tremble violently, the dark creatures and malevolent energies emerging from it gradually diminishing. As the purifying force continued to surge forth, the black vortex finally began to shrink. We have succeeded. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. With the dissolution of the black vortex, the turmoil in the spirit domain was ultimately quelled. The sky of the otherworld gradually returned to clarity, and the spatial rifts vanished entirely. Various races rejoiced, celebrating this hard-won victory. The members of the Divine Guardian Alliance became the heroes of the otherworld, their deeds sung in every corner. Hao Yin, Neza, Yangjian, Yichen, and the venerable Xianfeng emerged as legendary figures in the hearts of the otherworld's inhabitants. Following this crisis, the otherworld welcomed a new era of prosperity. The bonds between the various races grew stronger, collaboratively forging a promising future. The Divine Guardian Alliance vowed to continue safeguarding the otherworld, preventing the recurrence of such crises. Chapter 50. The reconstruction of peace and new journeys. With the turmoil in the spirit domain subdued, the otherworld experienced a long-awaited tranquility. The sun poured forth its rays unreservedly upon this weathered land, dispelling the long-standing gloom that had enveloped it. However, all understood that this victory was merely a fleeting respite. The monumental task of rebuilding the otherworld loomed before them like an imposing mountain. Within the headquarters of the Divine Guardian Alliance, the atmosphere was vibrant and filled with hope. Hao Tian summoned all members, including the venerable Xianfeng and his retinue from the Spirit Mirage continent, to collectively discuss the reconstruction plans. Although the spirit domain's upheaval had subsided, our world bore immense scars. Cities required reconstruction, the populace needed solace, and the relationships among the various races demanded further fortification. Hao Tian's voice rang with determination as his gaze swept over each individual present. Neza scratched his head, grinning broadly. I may not have many talents, but I excel in physical labor. Leave the city reconstruction to me. His words elicited a wave of light laughter, alleviating the tension in the atmosphere. Yang Jian nodded slightly, wisdom gleaming in his eyes. Reconstruction is not merely a matter of material restoration, but also a spiritual endeavor. We must help the citizens of the otherworld regain their confidence and hope. This requires our collective effort. Yi Chen unfurled a scroll in his hand, adorned with a detailed reconstruction blueprint. Based on the damage sustained by various cities and villages, I have devised a preliminary reconstruction plan. We can begin with the infrastructure, restoring roads, bridges, and homes, and then gradually revive commerce and agriculture. The venerable Xianfeng rose as well, stating, we from the Spirit Mirage continent are willing to provide technical and material support to help the otherworld swiftly regain its vitality. In the process of reconstruction, we can also strengthen the exchange and cooperation between our two continents. The assembly voiced their agreement and promptly began to divide tasks. Neza led a contingent of alliance members to various cities, organizing workers and mages to employ their formidable strength and exquisite magical skills in transporting massive stones and repairing walls. His fire-tipped spear danced like a vibrant fire dragon, effortlessly delivering heavy construction materials to their designated locations. Inspired by his lead, the workers' enthusiasm surged, and the reconstruction progressed swiftly. Yang Jian took on the role of soothing the populace's emotions, traversing between villages, offering comfort and encouragement with gentle words and resolute eyes. Utilizing the power of his celestial eye, he aided in locating missing relatives and resolving difficult issues. Thanks to his efforts, smiles gradually returned to the faces of the people, who began to brim with confidence about the future. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and the venerable Xianfeng focused on researching how to enhance the otherworld's defensive capabilities, ensuring that similar crises would not arise again. They perused numerous ancient texts, integrating advanced technologies from the Spirit Mirage continent to design a new defensive system. This system combined magical arrays, energy shields, and early warning mechanisms, capable of issuing timely alarms and providing formidable defensive power in the face of danger. Hao Tian busied himself coordinating resources and strengths among the various races. He consulted with the leaders of the elven race on how to utilize forest resources for timber and herbs in reconstruction, engaged with the dwarven craftsmen to discuss crafting sturdier weapons and equipment, and conferred with the dragon elders about enlisting their strength to safeguard the skies of the otherworld. Through the joint efforts of all, the reconstruction of the otherworld proceeded methodically. New cities rose from the ground. Streets wide and clean, houses arranged in harmonious disarray. Commerce began to flourish, bustling markets filled with a myriad of dazzling goods, and the faces of the people radiated joy. Agriculture also revived, fields lush and verdant, with the air thick with the sweetness of harvest. The otherworld gradually returned to vitality. The members of the Divine Guardian Alliance began contemplating future directions. One day, Hao Tian gathered everyone together, stating, the otherworld has weathered its most arduous period. Yet we must not forget the crises of the past. To prevent disasters from recurring, we must continually enhance our strength and explore the realms of the unknown. Neza leaped up in excitement. You're absolutely right, Hauga. I've longed to venture out and see if there are even more formidable foes awaiting us. Yang Jian pondered for a moment, then suggested, I believe we should start by exploring the boundaries of the otherworld. During the upheaval, I noticed some irregularities at the borders. Perhaps secrets yet unknown lie hidden there. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. I concur. Through my studies of ancient texts, I have discovered that the boundaries of the otherworld possess a connection to other mysterious realms. If we can unravel these enigmas, we may acquire greater power, providing more security for the future of the otherworld. The venerable Xianfeng also expressed his support. The Spirit Mirage continent also has legends regarding the boundaries of the otherworld. We can collaborate to explore this enigmatic domain. Thus, after thorough preparations, Hao Tian, Neza, Yang Jian, Yi Chen, and the venerable Xianfeng led a contingent from the Spirit Mirage continent and set forth once more. They journeyed towards the boundaries of the otherworld. A path filled with uncertainties and challenges. Upon reaching the boundaries, they found the scenery starkly different from other areas. A thin mist enveloped the sky, and the plants on the ground exhibited bizarre shapes and colors. An air of mystery permeated the atmosphere, invoking both excitement and trepidation. The energy fluctuations here were unstable, prompting everyone to proceed with caution. With a resounding shout, Hao Tian led the way into this mysterious realm. The others following closely, exploring with utmost care. As they ventured forth, they stumbled upon peculiar ruins. These remnants, constructed from colossal stone blocks, were inscribed with enigmatic runes and patterns. Yi Chen meticulously examined the runes, striving to decipher their meanings. After considerable effort, he managed to unravel part of the rune's secrets. According to the inscriptions, this location had once served as a nexus between the ancient divine realm and the otherworld. Long ago, the powers of the ancient divine realm flowed into the otherworld through this point, maintaining the balance of the realm. However, for reasons unknown, this connection had been severed, leaving behind only these ruins. How thrilling! Yi Chen exclaimed. The group, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Can we reopen this connection? Perhaps it harbors even more potent forces." Neza eagerly pressed for answers. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Tian replied, "This may be a perilous endeavor, but for the future of the otherworld, it is worth the risk. Let us seek a method to reopen this connection." Thus, the group began searching for clues around the ruins. They meticulously scoured every corner, leaving no detail overlooked. After much effort, they finally discovered a massive magical array deep within the ruins. The array was inscribed with intricate runes, emanating a mysterious glow. Yi Chen and the venerable Xianfeng carefully studied the structure and runes of the magical array, seeking to uncover the means to activate it. After much calculation, they identified the key to initiating the magical array. Everyone, follow my and Xuanfeng's instructions and channel your spiritual energy into these runes, Yi Chen called out. The group mobilized their inner spiritual energies, infusing them into the runes of the magical array. As the spiritual energy flowed in, the array's brilliance intensified, and the surrounding space began to tremble violently. Suddenly, a blinding light shot forth from the magical array, soaring into the heavens. Once the radiance subsided, a colossal portal materialized before them, radiating powerful energy fluctuations that evoked awe and exhilaration. Is this the portal connecting to the ancient divine realm? Yang Jian gasped in astonishment. Hao Tian took a deep breath and declared, "Regardless of what lies within, we must venture inside. Everyone, proceed with caution and be prepared for any danger." With that, he stepped boldly through the portal, followed closely by the others as they entered this enigmatic world. Upon entering the ancient divine realm, they were astounded by the vista before them. A vast expanse unfolded, where enormous islands floated in the sky, adorned with bizarre structures and shimmering crystals. The air was thick with spiritual energy, imparting a sense of exhilaration and tranquility. Is this truly the ancient divine realm? Indeed, it is a place of extraordinary wonder, exclaimed Neza with excitement. Just as they were preparing to delve into this enigmatic world, a melodious chime resonated through the air. The sound appeared to possess a mystical power, capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul, instilling an overwhelming sense of tranquility. From whence does this chime originate? Yi Chen inquired, perplexed, following the direction of the sound. The group discovered an ancient temple ahead. The temple's grand doors were firmly shut, adorned with intricate and mysterious runes and patterns. Hao Tian stepped forward and gently pushed open the temple doors. Inside, they beheld an elderly man with flowing white hair seated in the center of the temple, deep in meditation. Upon sensing their presence, the old man slowly opened his eyes, revealing a kind smile. "Welcome to the ancient divine realm, young warriors," he spoke with a voice both gentle and resonant with authority. The group bowed respectfully to the elder, and Hao Tian asked, "Esteemed elder, may I inquire about your identity?" The old man smiled faintly and replied, "I am the guardian of the ancient divine realm, having watched over this place for countless ages. Your arrival signifies a profound connection between you and this realm." Subsequently, the elder recounted the history and secrets of the ancient divine realm. It was revealed that this realm is far older and more mysterious than any other, harboring boundless power and wisdom. In ancient times, the beings of the ancient divine realm coexisted with those from other worlds, imparting knowledge and skills. However, after a cataclysmic disaster, the connection between the ancient divine realm and the outside world was severed, leading to the gradual disappearance of its divine beings throughout the annals of time. Now, you have reopened the portal to the ancient divine realm. This is the design of fate, the elder proclaimed. At this critical juncture, the ancient divine realm shall extend its aid to the outside world, together facing the challenges that lie ahead. Gratitude filled the hearts of the group upon hearing this. The elder continued, "Within this temple lie treasures and cultivation techniques of the ancient divine realm. These treasures and methodologies shall aid you in enhancing your prowess, enabling you to better protect your world." With that, the elder guided them to the temple's treasury. The treasury was replete with an array of extraordinary treasures emitting otherworldly glows, including enchanted swords, magical armors, elixirs, and spell scrolls. The group selected items suited to their strengths, joy illuminating their faces. Within the temple, they also learned the profound cultivation techniques of the ancient divine realm, which surpassed those of the outside world in sophistication, allowing them to swiftly augment their power. Under the elder's guidance, they diligently practiced, continuously pushing their limits. After a period of rigorous training and exploration, their abilities saw remarkable enhancement. They bid farewell to the guardian of the ancient divine realm, returning to their world with invaluable treasures and cultivation methods. Upon their return, the group shared their experiences and insights from the ancient divine realm with the other members of the Guardian Alliance of the Divine. Through their collective efforts, the strength of their world was further bolstered, and the quality of life improved immensely. Yet, Hao Tian understood that this was merely a new beginning. The future of their world remained fraught with uncertainty and challenges. They must persist in their endeavors and explorations to safeguard the land they cherished. In the days that followed, the Guardian Alliance of the Divine continued to fulfill their responsibilities, protecting the peace and tranquility of their realm. They relentlessly ventured into the unknown, seeking greater power to prepare for the future. Meanwhile, Hao Tian, Neza, Yang Jian, Yichen, and the elder Xian Feng embarked on new journeys, penning their own legendary tales. Chapter 51. Undercurrents and new crises. As the outside world gradually regained its former vitality and the populace reveled in the joy of rebuilding peace, an invisible undercurrent stirred quietly in the depths of darkness. Within the headquarters of the Guardian Alliance of the Divine, the atmosphere appeared calm, yet concealed a subtle tension that was hard to articulate. On this day, Hao Tian was engaged in discussions with core members of the Alliance regarding strategies to further solidify their realm's defense system, though the turbulence in the spirit domain has subsided. We must not let our guard down. We must fortify key points of defense to ensure that such crises do not threaten our home again, Hao Tian stated with a serious expression. As he pointed to marked areas on a map that required reinforcement, Neza thumped his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, Brother Hao, my comrades and I will make our defenses as impenetrable as a fortress. If those dark forces dare to return, we shall ensure they have no means of escape." Just then, a soldier of the Alliance rushed in, panic etched across his face. "Lord Alliance Leader, trouble is brewing. We have just received word that strange phenomena have emerged in the far north of our realm. The ice cavern, once sealed, is now emitting an eerie chill, and the surrounding snow is melting unusually. With mysterious shadows lurking nearby." The group's expression shifted dramatically. Yang Jian immediately activated his celestial eye, attempting to discern the situation in the far north, but was met with a thick fog that obscured his vision, revealing only indistinct images. It appears a mysterious force shrouds that area, preventing my celestial eye from seeing clearly. However, it is certain that this force is perilous and laden with malice, he reported. Yichen fell into deep contemplation, quickly sifting through ancient texts in his mind regarding the far north. As far as I know, the ice cavern in that region houses some malevolent forces from the ancient era. Could it be that the seal has weakened? Hao Tian's brow furrowed deeply. Regardless of the reason, we cannot stand idly by. Neza, Yang Jian, accompany me to the far north to investigate. Yichen, remain at headquarters and continue to research the ancient text for any clues regarding this situation. The group acknowledged their orders and swiftly prepared for departure. Hao Tian and his companions journeyed day and night, finally arriving in the far north. The scene before them was shocking. The previously pristine landscape had descended into chaos, with massive ice blocks plummeting from the sky and deep fissures gaping in the ground, from which frigid air erupted. "Everyone, be cautious. The situation here is worse than we imagined," Hao Tian warned, wielding the star sword and the sword of radiant judgment. Vigilantly surveying their surroundings, suddenly, a swarm of shadows burst forth from the ice cavern, surrounding them in an instant. Neza brandished his fire-tipped spear, charging valiantly into the fray. "Watch as I vanquish all of you wretches." The flames of the spear blazed against the cold air, yet could not entirely dispel the chill emanating from the shadows. Yang Jian unleashed the power of his celestial eye, merging it with his soul force to strike at the shadows. However, the shadows appeared to possess a degree of resistance to his celestial lightning, merely being momentarily repelled before regrouping. Hao Tian invoked the field of purification, attempting to cleanse the shadow's malevolent power. Yet he soon realized that the shadow's essence was exceedingly peculiar. The effects of his purification were minimal. These shadows are shrouded in an ancient curse of evil. We must not underestimate them. Amidst the fierce battle, Hao Tian gradually discerned that these shadows were manifestations of an ancient malevolent curse, intent on destruction and chaos. Just as the group found themselves in dire straits, Ichen suddenly arrived, clutching an ancient scroll inscribed with mysterious symbols. "I have discovered the method to seal the demon god," Ichen proclaimed. It turned out that while researching ancient texts at headquarters, Ichen had finally unearthed detailed records regarding the sealing of the demon god within the ice cavern of the far north. According to the records, to seal the demon god, one must gather 5 distinct elemental powers and infuse them into the sealing runes. Upon hearing the words, Hao Tian and his companions immediately sprang into action as per Ichen's instructions. Hao Tian concentrated the power of light, Neza gathered the flames of fire, Yang Jian unleashed his soul energy, and Ichen wielded his mysterious magical prowess. Together, they combined their strengths and infused them into the sealing runes. As the formidable energy surged into the runes, they gradually regained their radiance and grew increasingly potent. The demon god sensed the power of the seal and struggled frantically, attempting to break free. Yet, ultimately, through their collective efforts, the demon god was once again sealed within the icy cavern. After successfully sealing the demon god, the group exhaled a collective sigh of relief. However, they understood that this crisis was merely the beginning. Greater challenges lay ahead. Upon returning to the Alliance headquarters, Hao Tian swiftly summoned all members for an emergency meeting. This incident had illuminated the fact that the other world still harbored numerous unknown dangers. We must enhance our strength, fortify our defense systems, and continue to explore more secrets, seeking methods to confront future crises, Hao Tian declared with unwavering resolve. The assembly nodded in agreement, promptly commencing the formulation of new plans. They resolved to intensify their patrols throughout the corners of the other world, ensuring the timely detection and resolution of potential threats simultaneously. They would increase their investment in cultivation resources to aid Alliance members in enhancing their powers. In the days that followed, the members of the Celestial Guardian Alliance practiced diligently day and night, incessantly augmenting their abilities. They traversed the various realms of the other world, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the land. Unbeknownst to them, in the distant depths of darkness, a pair of eyes silently observed their every move. A more significant conspiracy was quietly brewing, and a far graver trial was on the horizon. Chapter 52. The Mysterious Letter and the Quest for the Forbidden Land. After successfully sealing the ancient demon god and temporarily alleviating the crisis in the far north, the members of the Celestial Guardian Alliance dared not slacken their efforts, devoting themselves wholeheartedly to the protection and development of the otherworld. However, a mysterious letter shattered their brief tranquility. One day, as Hao Tian was reviewing reports regarding the upgrade of the defense system at the Alliance headquarters, a soldier hurriedly entered, presenting a black envelope. The envelope bore no signature, yet emanated an ancient and enigmatic aura. Hao Tian furrowed his brow and slowly opened the envelope, revealing a piece of yellowed parchment inscribed with archaic script to uncover the key to the safety of the otherworld. Journey to the Forbidden Land and seek the lost heart of the starshine. Beware, do not be deceived by appearances. Upon reading this letter, Hao Tian felt a jolt of surprise and immediately summoned Neza, Yang Jian, Ichen, and others. As they passed around the letter, expressions of confusion adorned their faces. The Forbidden Land? What could that possibly be? Neza scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Ichen pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. Scattered records and ancient texts suggest that the Forbidden Land is a sealed and mysterious region within the otherworld, rumored to conceal immense secrets and powerful forces, yet fraught with unknown dangers and bizarre curses. For centuries, countless adventurers have endeavored to unveil its mysteries, yet none have returned. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, his heavenly eye shimmering with a faint light. The arrival of this letter is suspicious. The intentions of the sender remain unclear. To rashly venture into the Forbidden Land may spell disaster. Hao Tian's expression turned grave as he paced back and forth. However, the letter mentions a matter crucial to the safety of the otherworld. If we turn a blind eye, and should a calamity indeed threaten our realm, we will regret it too late. After an intense discussion, the group ultimately resolved to embark on an expedition to the Forbidden Land in search of the heart of the starshine. For the future of the otherworld, they were acutely aware of the peril of this mission and undertook meticulous preparations, bringing treasures acquired from the ancient divine realm, various healing elixirs, and defensive artifacts. Under Ichen's guidance, they followed a route marked on an ancient map, setting forth towards the Forbidden Land. As they journeyed, the once serene and harmonious scenery gradually transformed into something more sinister. Ominous clouds frequently appeared in the sky. Twisting in shape as if they were grimacing faces, the plants on the ground morphed into grotesque forms, with some vines writhing like living creatures, attempting to impede their progress. Upon entering a shadowy forest, they were engulfed in thick mist that severely obstructed their vision. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed through the trees, reverberating ominously and sending shivers down their spines. Neza tightened his grip on his fiery spear, scanning the surroundings warily. "Who goes there? If you have the guts, step forth and engage me in a battle of 300 rounds." At that moment, a swarm of ghostly apparitions drifted out from the mist, clawing and grasping at the group. Though these phantoms appeared ethereal, they were capable of inflicting tangible harm. Hao Yin swiftly enacted the light purification domain, attempting to dispel the phantoms. However, they flickered in and out of visibility within the light, remaining largely unaffected. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye, discovering that the phantom's power seemed to resonate with the eerie energy of the forest. Concentrating intently, he fused the heavenly eye's divine thunder with his soul energy, launching an assault at the core of the apparitions. With a resounding blast, the phantoms dissipated, yet before the group could catch their breath, the ground began to tremble violently. Massive roots erupted from the earth, encircling them entirely. By the heavens, this place is truly extraordinary, Neza exclaimed, brandishing his fiery spear and striking at the roots, but they proved to be remarkably resilient, leaving only shallow marks upon impact. Yichen swiftly cast a spell, applying a layer of corrosive energy to the roots, causing them to gradually soften. Seizing the opportunity, the group broke free and pressed onward. After several days and nights of arduous trekking, they finally arrived at the entrance to the Forbidden Land. A massive stone door loomed before them, adorned with intricate and mysterious runes, exuding an aura of ancient power. These runes pulsed with a faint luminescence, as if narrating tales of the past. Hao Tian and the others approached, scrutinizing the runes in search of a method to unlock the stone door. Drawing upon his extensive study of ancient texts and understanding of the runes, Yichen discerned that they seemed to form an ancient cipher. He calmed his mind, carefully deducing, and ultimately uncovered the key to deciphering the code. Following Yichen's guidance, the group infused their spiritual energy into the corresponding runes. As they did so, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a surge of powerful energy that washed over them. Cautiously, they stepped through the doorway, and the sight that greeted them left them in awe. A vast valley unfolded before them, suffused with vibrant, kaleidoscopic light, and an array of peculiar crystals and gemstones embedded in the cliffs, emanating an aura of mystery. At the center of the valley stood a colossal stone platform, atop which rested a sphere radiating a gentle blue glow, the very heart of the starshine they had sought so fervently. However, just as they prepared to approach the heart, a horde of guardian beasts surged forth from all directions. These beasts were massive and varied in form. Some bore wings, while others were clad in tough scales, their eyes glinting with ferocity as they roared at the intruders. It appeared that obtaining the heart of the starshine would not be an easy feat. Hao Tian bellowed, brandishing the sword of the stars and the sword of radiant judgment as he charged at the guardian beasts. The sword of the stars shimmered with a myriad of colors, each swing delivering a lethal blow to the beasts. The sword of radiant judgment unleashed blinding light, attempting to dispel the malevolent aura surrounding the guardians. Neza, riding the wind fire wheels, dashed into the fray like a blazing meteor, igniting the guardian beast with flames from his fiery spear. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye, merging the divine thunder with his soul energy, unleashing golden lightning strikes upon the guardian's vulnerabilities. Yichen remained at the rear, casting powerful spells to bolster the defenses and strength of his frontline allies. Outnumbered and facing formidable foes, the group engaged in a fierce battle against the guardian beasts. Amidst the fray, Hao Yin discerned that while these beasts were powerful, their movements seemed to be influenced by some controlling force, and their attack patterns were relatively predictable. He quickly adjusted their strategy, coordinating closely with his comrades to gradually gain the upper hand. After a grueling confrontation, they finally repelled the guardian beasts and approached the stone platform, cautiously retrieving the heart of the starshine. The moment their fingers brushed against the heart, it blazed with brilliance, a powerful energy surging into their bodies. This energy was warm and gentle, filling them with renewed strength. However, before they could fully absorb this newfound power, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed over the entire valley. They looked up to see a gigantic monster descending from the sky. This creature, towering like a mountain, was cloaked in black scales, its eyes glimmering with a crimson glow, and it unleashed torrents of flame from its maw. "This is bad," the The power of this monster is overwhelming, Hao Yin shouted. Everyone, be cautious and prepare for battle. As he spoke, he fused the power of the heart of the starshine with his own, unleashing a more potent attack. The brilliance of the Sword of the Stars and the Sword of Radiant Judgment intensified, each swing cleaving powerful sword energy towards the beast. Neza, Yangjian, Yichen, and the others unleashed their most formidable attacks. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the monster, the creature's assaults were ferocious. Every swipe of its claws conjured a powerful storm that sent the group reeling. In the heat of battle, Hao Yin suddenly realized that the monster's eyes were its weak points. Focusing intently, he channeled all the energy from the heart of the starshine into the Sword of the Stars and launched a full-force strike at the creature's eyes, with a resounding crash. The Sword of the Stars pierced the monster's eye, eliciting a piercing scream as it collapsed to the ground. At long last, the multitude triumphed over the monstrous entity, successfully acquiring the heart of the starry radiance. However, before they could savor their victory, a colossal rift suddenly manifested in the sky, from which surged a formidable dark power. A voice resonated from the chasm. Do you naively believe that possessing the heart of the starry radiance will enable you to save the other world? How foolish! The true calamity has only just begun. Chapter 53. The Descent of Darkness and the Unseen Conspiracy. The members of the Guardian Alliance, weary yet basking in the afterglow of victory, had scarcely returned from the Forbidden Land with the heart of the starry radiance when they were struck with astonishment by the abrupt appearance of the immense rift and the dark power emanating from it. That eerie voice echoed as if from the depths of the netherworld, heralding the onset of genuine disaster. What is happening? Neza, brandishing his fiery spear, gazed at the swirling dark forces above with a look of trepidation. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, Yichen's expression was grave, a flicker of unease evident in his eyes. It seems our acquisition of the heart of the starry radiance has triggered some far more terrifying mechanism. Or perhaps, attracted a formidable enemy lurking in the shadows. Hao Tian gripped the Sword of Stars and the Sword of Radiant Judgment tightly, the blades trembling slightly, overwhelmed by an unprecedented pressure. No matter what comes our way, we cannot falter. Since the heart of the starry radiance pertains to the safety of the otherworld, we must safeguard it resolutely. Yangjian activated his heavenly eye, striving to pierce through the veil of darkness to uncover its mysteries. This dark power is overwhelmingly potent. My heavenly eye cannot fully penetrate it. Yet, I sense a formidable malevolent will concealed behind it. Fixated on us.as the group braced themselves for confrontation, a procession of figures slowly emerged from the dark rift. Leading them was a mysterious man clad in a black robe, his features obscured by a hood, rendering his expression indistinguishable, yet the powerful aura emanating from him sent shivers down their spines. Behind him trailed a cadre of similarly robed individuals, exuding an eerie presence, their weapons glinting ominously. Are you the Guardian Alliance? The mysterious man's voice was deep and hoarse, as though it had traversed the ages. Humph, you presumptuous fools, daring to think you can save the otherworld with the heart of the starry radiance. Do you know that this heart is an integral part of our scheme? Hao Tian furrowed his brow, glaring fiercely. Who are you? What is your conspiracy? The mysterious man sneered, slowly removing his hood to reveal a pale, twisted visage. I am the Night Demon, the leader of the Dark Council. Centuries ago, we began our machinations, deliberately ensnaring you so-called guardians in our traps. The missive from the Forbidden Land was also a ploy of ours, aimed at luring you to procure the heart of the starry radiance. What? The group gasped collectively, realizing that this entire ordeal was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy by the Dark Council. The Night Demon continued. The heart of the starry radiance possesses boundless energy. It can not only save the otherworld but also become a weapon for its annihilation. We, the Dark Council, intend to harness the power of the heart to open gateways to all worlds, shrouding everything in darkness. You madman, Neza shouted, furiously wielding his fiery spear. We will never allow you to succeed. The Night Demon dismissed Neza with a glance. You, merely a swarm of ants. Today, you shall all perish here, and the heart of the starry radiance will fall into our hands. No sooner had he spoken than the members of the Dark Council surged forth like a tide. Their attacks were fierce and uncanny, a cacophony of dark spells and malevolent forces intertwining, plunging the group into a desperate struggle. Hao Tian wielded the Sword of Stars and the Sword of Radiant Judgment, conjuring a powerful domain of radiant purification to repel the encroaching dark forces. However, the sheer number and strength of the Dark Council's members overwhelmed them, their assaults crashing against Hao Tian's defenses like relentless waves. Neza, riding the wind and fire wheels, darted among the enemy ranks. Though his fiery spear unleashed formidable flames, it proved ineffective against the Dark Council's robust defenses. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye, merging the divine thunder of his gaze with his soul's power, unleashing golden lightning upon the Dark Council's ranks. Yet, these members seemed to possess a degree of resistance to the divine thunder, sustaining their attacks without incurring fatal damage. Chen, positioned at the rear, exerted his full magical prowess to support his comrades. Although his spells were potent, the myriad defensive techniques of the Dark Council hindered Chen's magic from reaching its full potential. Amidst the fierce battle, Hao Yin suddenly discerned that the Dark Council's members were coordinating their attacks around a specific formation. Their assaults, seemingly chaotic, were in fact synchronized, generating a formidable collective force. Everyone, be cautious. They are executing a formation. Hao Yin exclaimed, we must swiftly dismantle their formation, or the consequences will be dire. Upon hearing this, the group adjusted their tactics, striving to identify a flaw in the formation. However, the Dark Council's array was exceptionally intricate, their defenses impenetrable, and for a moment, they found themselves at an impasse. Just as despair began to set in, an idea struck Hao Yin. He recalled the power of the Heart of the Starry Radiance. Since the Dark Council sought to exploit it to open pathways to various worlds, perhaps its power could also be wielded to shatter their formation. Listen to me. Hao Tian announced loudly. We will unite our powers through the Heart of the Starry Radiance and launch an assault on the core of their formation. Perhaps this will breach their defenses. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. They channeled their spiritual energy into the Heart of the Starry Radiance, which Hao Tian then focused into the Sword of Stars. Now, Hao Tian bellowed, thrusting the Sword of Stars with all his might towards the core of the formation. As a brilliant light erupted, the energies of the Heart of the Starry Radiance and the Sword of Stars intertwined, generating a powerful shockwave that surged towards the Dark Council's formation. Boom! With a resounding crash. The formation of the Dark Council was finally shattered. The members of the Dark Council were violently thrown to the ground. Incapacitated. Now's our chance, Neza exclaimed, immediately propelling himself towards the Night Demon, the fiery spear. Aflame with unbridled fury, aimed directly for the Night Demon's chest. The Night Demon scoffed, raising his hand nonchalantly to deflect Neza's attack. You think you can kill me? How naive. As he spoke, the Night Demon unleashed a potent dark force, ensnaring Neza tightly. Neza struggled vehemently, yet he could not break free from the bonds of darkness. Neza! Hao Yin cried out in alarm, but he swiftly wielded the Sword of Stars and the Sword of Radiant Judgment, charging towards the Night Demon in an attempt to rescue Neza. However, the Night Demon's power was overwhelming. Hao Yin's strikes were akin to mere tickles to him, with a mere flick of his wrist. The Night Demon sent Hao Yin crashing away. Humph! You overestimate your abilities, he sneered. Today, you shall all perish. Just as the Night Demon prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a mysterious radiance suddenly illuminated the sky. This light, as dazzling as the sun, instantly dispelled the dark forces. The group looked up in astonishment to see an elderly man in a flowing white robe descending gracefully from above. His countenance was benevolent, and his gaze emanated profound strength. Night Demon, it has been many years, yet you remain as arrogant as ever. The elder's voice was gentle yet powerful, imbued with boundless wisdom. The Night Demon's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the elder. You? How did you come to be here? The elder smiled faintly. I have come to thwart your nefarious scheme. Did you believe your plans were foolproof? From the very beginning, I have been aware of your actions. It became clear that this elder was one of the guardians of the Otherworld, having long concealed himself while observing the movements of the Guardian Alliance. Upon discovering the Dark Council's conspiracy, he had been quietly seeking an opportunity to intervene at a critical moment. Humph! What does it matter if you have arrived? Today, the Heart of the Starry Radiance shall be mine, the Night Demon retorted defiantly. With that, the Night Demon unleashed his dark power once more, lunging at the elder. The elder remained unperturbed, effortlessly deflecting the Night Demon's assault with a gentle wave of his staff. Night Demon, you have ensnared yourself in a dire predicament. Relinquish your ambitions, the elder proclaimed. Your Dark Council has been entirely eradicated by me. Upon hearing this, the Night Demon's expression paled. He turned to see that all his subordinates had vanished, leaving only an empty battlefield behind. How is this possible? He stammered, incredulous. What have you done? The elder smiled enigmatically. That is my secret. However, rest assured, I will not slay you. I shall seal you away, ensuring you can no longer threaten the Otherworld. With that, the elder summoned a powerful sealing force, binding the Night Demon tightly. The Night Demon struggled desperately, yet he could not escape the binding magic. No. I refuse to accept this. In a thunderous roar, the Dark Knight demon declared, I shall return. As his voice echoed, his figure gradually faded into the confines of the sealing power. Thus, the sinister machinations of the Dark Council were successfully thwarted. The onlookers, witnessing the vanishing Dark Knight demon, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They understood that although this crisis had been temporarily averted, the true calamity may still lie ahead. Thank you for your assistance. Esteemed elder, Hao Tian approached the old man with a respectful demeanor. Had you not arrived in time, we would likely have perished today. The elder smiled gently. There is no need for such formality. You are all guardians of the otherworld. Your sacrifices for its protection are commendable. I merely fulfilled my duty. As he spoke, the elder cast a worried glance at the Heart of Starshine. The power of the Heart of Starshine is exceedingly formidable. It has the potential to save the otherworld, yet it could also serve as a weapon of its annihilation. You must safeguard it diligently, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of malevolent beings. The group nodded in unison, pledging to protect the Heart of Starshine. Very well, I must take my leave, the elder said. The road ahead is long, and you must continue your efforts. Remember, no matter the challenges you encounter, never surrender. With that, the elder's figure slowly dissipated into the light. The onlookers gazed in the direction of his departure, their hearts filled with reverence. Having endured this battle, the members of the Guardian Alliance came to realize that the crisis of the otherworld had not been entirely resolved. They knew that in the days to come, more challenges awaited them. Yet, they were undaunted, for they were the guardians of the otherworld, entrusted with its protection. In the following days, the members of the Guardian Alliance embarked on even more arduous training, continuously enhancing their strength to prepare for future crises. Concurrently, they began a thorough investigation into the forces behind the Dark Council, striving to unveil more secrets of the otherworld. The Heart of Starshine was also securely kept, for they understood that this gem, imbued with boundless energy, would become a crucial weapon in their guardianship of the otherworld. However, unbeknownst to them, in the distant depths of darkness, a pair of eyes silently observed their every move. A greater conspiracy was quietly brewing. Chapter 54. Embers of Shadows and New Clues. After successfully repelling the Dark Knight demon and foiling the Dark Council's schemes, the Guardian Alliance did not find true peace. Instead, they were drawn deeper into a web of mystery and peril. Ever since the Dark Knight demon was sealed, peculiar phenomena began to surface across various regions. In once tranquil villages, there were frequent reports of missing villagers, leaving behind only eerie black powder that emitted a faint aura of darkness. In the bustling markets of towns, individuals would occasionally succumb to madness, their eyes vacant as they mumbled incomprehensible incantations, only to collapse into unconsciousness. This series of bizarre occurrences instilled a deep sense of dread among the inhabitants of the otherworld, prompting the Guardian Alliance to once again take on the responsibility of uncovering the truth. Hao Tian gathered everyone, his expression grave. Although the Dark Knight demon has been sealed, remnants of the Dark Council are evidently still active in the shadows. There may be a deeper conspiracy behind these strange events. Neza gripped his fiery spear, his eyes ablaze with fury. These vile fiends dare to stir trouble again. Just watch, I will root them all out. Ichen, seated nearby, perused ancient texts, his brow furrowed in concentration. These phenomena seem to be connected to an ancient dark ritual. Legends speak of dark forces that can, through specific ceremonies, gather souls and dark energy to awaken dormant malevolent powers. Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, attempting to discern hidden clues lurking in the shadows. In my observations over the past few days, I have noticed a pattern in the locations of these events. They seem to revolve around an ancient subterranean vein, which may be closely related to the dark rituals. After deliberation, the group decided to split into two teams. Hao Tian, Neza, and Ichen would conduct an on-site investigation in areas plagued by dark occurrences, while Yang Jian would utilize his keen perception to patrol the skies, monitoring for any unusual energy fluctuations. The trio set forth on their investigative journey, first arriving at a village recently struck by a disappearance. The atmosphere was heavy with dread, fear, and anxiety etched on the faces of the villagers. You must help us, an elderly man implored, trembling. My grandson vanished a few nights ago, leaving only this black powder in his room. Hao Tian took the powder from the elder's hands. Scrutinizing it closely, he discerned a faint trace of dark energy, distinct yet subtly connected to the forces they had previously encountered from the Dark Council. Elder, did your grandson exhibit any peculiar behavior before his disappearance? Ichen inquired softly. The elder reflected for a moment. He mentioned seeing strange shadows lurking at night and claimed to hear whispers in his ear, yet we saw and heard nothing. The trio exchanged glances, sensing the complexity of the situation deepening. After departing the village, they ventured onward to an abandoned castle, once the residence of a noble, now reduced to a mere ruin. A palpable aura of darkness lingered in the air. Neza, gripping his fiery spear, remarked, "Perhaps we might uncover some clues here." Cautiously, they entered the castle, where a foul stench pervaded the atmosphere. Moss clung to the walls, and remnants of old furniture lay scattered across the floor. Suddenly, Ichen noticed peculiar symbols etched on the walls. Their deep engravings indicating that they had been deliberately inscribed. These symbols appear to be an ancient form of dark script. Ichen exclaimed with excitement, "I have encountered similar records in ancient texts. They may reveal information about the dark ritual." He began to meticulously study the symbols, and after considerable effort, he uncovered pivotal clues. It appeared that these symbols detailed a ritual for awakening the dark demon's avatar, which necessitated gathering sufficient souls and dark energy at specific locations. Meanwhile, while patrolling the skies, Yang Jian detected an unusually potent surge of dark energy. He followed the energy's trail, leading him to a mysterious marshland. The marsh was shrouded in thick mist, exuding a nauseating odor. The density of dark energy here suggested something extraordinary lay beneath. Activating his celestial eye, Yang Jian cautiously stepped into the marsh. Deep within, he stumbled upon an altar concealed in the fog, adorned with bizarre patterns and runes, surrounded by ominous black crystals emanating intense dark energy, starkly different from the forces he had previously encountered. This must be one of the key locations for the dark ritual, Yang Jian pondered, realizing the urgency to inform the others. Just as he prepared to leave, a powerful force suddenly surged from behind him. He swiftly turned to see a figure emerging from the mist, wielding a blade that glimmered with dark light, lunging toward him. Yang Jian deftly sidestepped, evading the attack with ease. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the assailant as a mysterious figure clad in black robes, their face obscured by a grotesque mask. "Who are you? Why do you seek to hinder me?" Yang Jian demanded coldly. The mysterious figure remained silent, emitting a low growl as they lunged forward once more with the blade. Yang Jian activated his celestial eye's divine thunder, engaging in a fierce battle. The assailant's strength was formidable, their attacks both cunning and fierce, each strike imbued with immense dark power. During the skirmish, Yang Jian noted that the attack patterns of this enigmatic foe differed from those of the Dark Council's members. Their movements were more agile, their power more unadulterated. The confrontation intensified, escalating into a fierce clash. Meanwhile, Hao Yin and his companions, following the clues deciphered by Ichen, continued their search for other critical sites of the dark ritual. Following the ancient subterranean vein, they finally arrived at the entrance of an ancient cave. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the cave, sending shivers down their spines. "This is the place," Ichen declared, according to ancient records. This cave serves as one of the gateways to the Dark Realm and is also a significant site for the dark ritual. Cautiously, they entered the cave, enveloped in darkness, relying solely on a faint glimmer of light to navigate. Suddenly, they were met with a deep, resonant chant echoing throughout the cave, chilling them to the bone. Be cautious. Danger lies ahead, Hao Yin warned, gripping the star sword and the sword of radiant judgment tightly. As they pressed on, they discovered a group of hooded figures conducting a mysterious ceremony deep within the cave. Encircling a massive magical array, they chanted incantations, the array pulsating with eerie light. These individuals must be remnants of the Dark Council. "They are performing the dark ritual," Neza exclaimed in anger. "We must put a stop to this." Hao Yin nodded in agreement, and the trio charged forward. Upon noticing the intruders, the hooded figures immediately halted their ritual, drawing their weapons and lunging toward them. "Humph, you overconfident fool, daring to disrupt our ritual," a figure in a black robe sneered. "Today, you shall all perish here." Hao Yin brandished the Sword of Stars and the Sword of Radiant Judgment, unleashing a powerful domain of light purification as he charged at the black-robed figure. Neza, riding on his wind-fire wheels, maneuvered effortlessly through the enemy ranks, his fiery spear repelling the black-clad adversaries with its blazing thrusts. Ichen, positioned at the rear, cast formidable spells to provide support for his comrades. However, the sheer number of black-robed figures was overwhelming, and their strength was formidable. Their coordinated attacks formed a potent synergy that plunged Hao Tian and his companions into a grueling battle. During the fray, Hao Tian noticed that while these black-robed warriors lacked the power of the Dark Knight Demon and the high-ranking members of the Dark Council he had previously faced, their combat experience was extensive, and they seemed well acquainted with their attack patterns. These opponents are not to be underestimated. They appear to be aware of our weaknesses, Hao Yin remarked while fending off the onslaught of the black-robed figures. Neza also felt the pressure mounting, fervently wielding his fiery spear and proclaiming, "Forget about them. Let's deal with these guys first." Just as the battle reached an impasse, Yang Jian suddenly descended from the heavens. Although he had temporarily evaded his mysterious opponent, he bore some minor injuries. Upon seeing Hao Yin and his companions embroiled in combat with the black-robed figures, he immediately joined the fray. "Yang Jian, what brings you here?" Hao Yin asked, astonished. "I have identified the key location of the dark ritual. It lies within a marshland," Yang Jian replied. "What is the situation here?" Hao Yin briefly explained the circumstances, and the group resolved to concentrate their efforts on dispatching the black-robed figures before proceeding to the marsh to thwart the dark ritual. Under the combined might of the four, the defenses of the black-robed figures gradually began to crumble. One by one, they fell, incapacitated. However, just as they prepared to exit the cavern, a violent tremor echoed through the chamber. "This is bad. The cave is going to collapse," Ichen shouted. Instantly, they dashed toward the cave's entrance, and at the critical moment before the structure gave way, they successfully escaped. "Phew, that was close," Neza panted. "We almost got buried alive." Hao Yin wiped the sweat from his brow, stating, "We cannot afford to relax now. We must hasten to the marsh and stop the dark ritual." Thus, the four pressed onward tirelessly toward the marshland. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the dark energy there was more potent than before, with a thick shroud of black mist enveloping the entire area. "Everyone, be cautious. The situation here is perilous," Hao Yin warned. They cautiously stepped into the marsh. Advancing toward the altar, suddenly, a horde of grotesque monsters surged forth from the surrounding mist, their distorted forms and menacing visages roaring as they lunged at the group. "Where did these monsters come from?" Neza exclaimed. "They seem even more troublesome than the guardian beasts we encountered before." Hao Yin wielded the Sword of Stars and the Sword of Radiant Judgment, channeling the formidable power of light in an attempt to dispel the creatures. Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, merging the power of divine lightning with his soul energy, unleashing golden bolts of lightning that struck the monsters' vulnerabilities. Neza and Ichen also unleashed their unique techniques, engaging in fierce combat with the abominations. However, the overwhelming numbers of the monsters began to take a toll on them. At that moment, Ichen suddenly discerned the monster's weakness. Focusing intently, he cast a powerful spell that gradually peeled away the dark energy enveloping the creatures. "Listen up, target the dark energy core of the monsters," Ichen shouted. Upon hearing this, the others adjusted their attacks, directing their efforts toward the monsters' dark energy cores. With their combined assault, the monsters finally collapsed. Rendered incapable of further combat, the four continued their advance toward the altar and eventually reached its front. At this juncture, the dark ritual atop the altar was nearing its conclusion, with the magical array pulsating with dazzling light. A formidable dark power coalescing that we cannot allow them to succeed, Hao Yin bellowed, charging toward the altar. Just as they were about to approach, the mysterious figure who had battled Yang Jian earlier reappeared, blocking their path. Brandishing a blade emanating a sinister black glow, coldly regarding them, "Oh, you truly believe you can thwart us? Such naivety," the mysterious figure declared. "Today, the dark demon's avatar shall awaken, and the entire otherworld will be engulfed in darkness." As Hao Tian and his companions faced off against the mysterious figure, the atmosphere crackled with tension. The figure radiated a dense aura of darkness, the black blade in hand trembling with eagerness to taste their blood. "To attempt to stop us is sheer folly," the figure cackled ominously, launching the first strike. With a ghostly swiftness, he appeared before Hao Tian, the blade slicing through the air toward his chest with lethal intent. Hao Tian reacted swiftly, gripping the Sword of Stars and the Sword of Radiant Judgment tightly, crossing them to block the attack. The clash resounded with a resounding clang, the force reverberating through his arms, causing him to stagger back several steps to regain his balance. What immense power! Hao Tian marveled inwardly, recognizing that the mysterious figure's strength surpassed that of the black-robed warriors he had encountered previously, rivaling even the Dark Knight demon. Seeing this, Neza took to the skies on his wind fire wheels, hurtling toward the mysterious figure like a blazing comet. His fiery spear glimmered with intense flames as he aimed for the figure's throat. Unperturbed, the figure deftly dodged Neza's attack, countering with a swift slash aimed at Neza's midsection. Neza quickly raised his spear to block, but the overwhelming force sent him hurtling backward. "Curse it!" Neza steadied himself. His eyes filled with determination, preparing to launch another attack. Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, merging divine lightning with soul energy, unleashing golden bolts toward the mysterious figure. The figure parried each strike, the collisions bursting forth with blinding light and tremendous sound. I Chien, positioned behind, poured forth his full magical might, sending radiant beams toward the mysterious figure, attempting to disrupt his actions. Yet, the figure appeared to be intimately familiar with these spells, effortlessly evading or nullifying them with dark energies. "Your attacks are mere child's play to me," the figure taunted, his laughter echoing ominously. "The avatar of the dark demon shall soon awaken. Your resistance is futile," as Hao Tian gritted his teeth, contemplating the mysterious figure's weaknesses. He observed that while the figure's assaults were formidable, there were fleeting moments of vulnerability between each strike. However, seizing such brief openings was no easy feat just as the battle grew increasingly arduous. Hao Tian felt a surge of power rising within him. He recalled the Divine List, the enigmatic artifact imbued with the strength of countless immortals. Could it be that the Divine List held a connection to this battle? Focusing intently, Hao Tian endeavored to forge a deeper bond with the Divine List. He closed his eyes, visions of the Divine List flooding his mind, as ancient and mysterious runes whispered secrets of boundless profundity to him. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged into his being. Opening his eyes, he was met with an unprecedented brilliance. It seemed he had grasped a new ability, the power to summon the strength of the immortals. Perhaps this is the key to turning the tide of battle. A spark of hope ignited within Hao Tian. Taking a deep breath, he chanted incantations, attempting to evoke the summoning power of the Divine List. At that moment, the mysterious figure once again lunged forward, hurtling toward Hao Tian with blinding speed, the blade poised for a lethal strike. Neza, Yang Jian, and I Chien rushed forward to intervene, yet it was too late. Just as the figure's blade was about to pierce Hao Tian, he successfully activated the summoning ability of the Divine List. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the Divine List in Hao Tian's grasp. Soaring toward the heavens, within the radiance, indistinct figures emerged, those chronicled within the Divine List, the immortals. "Command!" Hao Tian shouted, as an immortal force surged into him. Amplifying his power exponentially, he wielded the Sword of Stars and the Sword of Radiant Judgment, executing newfound sword techniques to clash against the mysterious figure's onslaught. With a resounding boom, the potent energy waves stirred the marshland, creating tumultuous ripples throughout the area. The mysterious figure was staggered by the force, his expression one of disbelief. What manner of power is this?" he gasped, unable to fathom Hao Tian's ability to summon such formidable immortal strength. Without responding, Hao Tian seized the opportunity presented by the figure's shock to launch another offensive. He unleashed a barrage of immortal techniques, illuminating the battlefield with vibrant flashes and slicing winds. Neza, Yang Jian, and I Chien, invigorated by Hao Tian's transformation, intensified their own assaults. Neza manifested the divine power of 3 heads and 8 arms, his fiery spear transforming into countless blazing lances that rained down upon the mysterious figure. Yang Jian's divine lightning surged with renewed potency, each bolt infused with formidable soul energy. I Chien continuously unleashed powerful spells, providing unwavering support to his allies. Under the relentless onslaught of their combined might, the mysterious figure began to falter. His attacks grew frantic, and his defenses developed cracks. "Now," Hao Tian roared, merging the Sword of Stars and the Sword of Radiant Judgment to unleash his most formidable strike. The strike amalgamated his own might, the celestial powers of the Fengshen Bang, and the unwavering faith of his companions. The radiant beam of unparalleled strength surged toward the enigmatic figure. The mysterious individual attempted to fend it off, yet was rendered powerless. The light struck him, eliciting a piercing scream as his form gradually dissipated within its brilliance. The group triumphed over the mysterious foe. However, they had no time to revel in their victory. The dark ritual upon the altar persisted, and the avatar of the dark demon was on the brink of awakening. "Quickly, halt the dark ritual," Hao Tian bellowed, and the group charged toward the altar. Upon arrival, they discovered that the dark energies within the magical array had amassed to a critical threshold. A colossal shadow flickered within the array, unmistakably the avatar of the dark demon. "We cannot allow it to awaken." Leading the charge, Hao Tian urged his comrades to unleash their full might against the magical array. Their combined strength battered the array in an attempt to dismantle the dark ritual. However, the power of the dark demon's avatar was overwhelming, and the array's defenses proved formidable. Although their assaults inflicted some damage, it was far from sufficient to shatter it entirely. Just as despair began to settle in, Hao Yin suddenly recalled another secret of the Fengshen Bang. He focused intently, re-establishing a connection with it. This time, he not only summoned the celestial powers, but also sought to harness the sealing force of the Fengshen Bang. Fengshen Bang, seal, Hao Yin roared, and the Fengshen Bang emitted a potent beam of sealing light that surged toward the magical array. The sealing light clashed with the power of the Dark Demon S avatar, resulting in a dazzling display of flickering brilliance and surging energy. The group joined in, channeling their own strength into the sealing light. Engaging in a final confrontation with the Dark Demon S avatar, through their collective efforts, the sealing light began to gain the upper hand. The avatar's power was gradually diminished, and cracks began to appear in the magical array. Hold on. We are on the verge of success, Hao Yin shouted, bolstering the group's resolve. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the magical array was utterly shattered, and the power of the Dark Demon S avatar was completely sealed by the light of the Fengshen Bang. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they collapsed onto the ground. They had successfully prevented the awakening of the Dark Demon S avatar, saving the alternate world. We did it. Neza exclaimed, leaping up with the joy of victory illuminating his face. Indeed, we did it, Hao Tian reflected, gazing at the Fengshen Bang in his hands, overwhelmed with emotion. This battle had profoundly deepened his understanding of the Fengshen Bang's power and the weight of the responsibility he bore. It was thanks to the Fengshen Bang and everyone's collaborative effort, Yang Jian remarked with a smile. Indeed, we are a team, indispensable to one another. Yichin nodded in agreement. The group supported one another as they rose. Gazing at the receding dark energies, their hearts brimming with hope, they understood that although they had thwarted the dark forces' plot this time, the crisis in the alternate world had not been entirely resolved. In the future, they would face even greater challenges, yet they firmly believed that as long as they remained united, no obstacle could deter them. A radiant beam streaked across the sky above the marshlands. Vanishing into the distance. It was the power of the Fengshen Bang, carrying the collective faith and hope of the group, continuing to safeguard the alternate world. Hao Tian and his companions would persist in their quest to protect this world. Ready to embrace new challenges. Chapter 56. Unraveling the sealing secrets of the Fengshen Bang. Following their success in preventing the awakening of the Dark Demon S avatar, the alternate world temporarily returned to tranquility. Yet, a myriad of questions regarding the Fengshen Bang lingered in Hao Yin's mind. The power contained within this mysterious artifact far exceeded imagination, holding the fate of the alternate world in its grasp. It was likely that even more crucial secrets, capable of addressing future crises, lay hidden within. Therefore, after a brief respite for the Alliance, Hao Yin resolved to venture into the depths of the Fengshen Bang's sealing to uncover the truth. To ensure Hao Yin's safety, the Guardians of the Fengshen Bang Alliance constructed a temporary magical array in a secluded and tranquil valley. Neza, Yang Jian, Yichin, and others encircled the area, their expressions grave, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Standing at the center of the array, Hao Tian gripped the Fengshen Bang tightly, inhaled deeply, and gradually closed his eyes, focusing all his energy in an attempt to forge a deeper, more mysterious connection with the Fengshen Bang. As Hao Yin's consciousness slowly immersed itself, he found himself enveloped in a chaotic void. The air around him was thick with darkness as if ink, yet it flickered with mysterious runic lights, reminiscent of the primordial scenes at the universe's inception. These runes floated and danced, occasionally colliding, resulting in powerful waves of energy that caused Hao Yin's consciousness to tremble. Is this the interior of the Fengshen Bang's ceiling? Hao Yin marveled internally, cautiously approaching an area where the runic light was most concentrated. As he drew nearer, the runes appeared to come alive, swirling around him, emitting a deep, ancient hum, as if recounting long-forgotten tales. Hao Tian concentrated, attempting to decipher the messages conveyed by these runes. However, their meanings were obscure. Akin to ancient codes, each symbol imbued with layers of intricate significance. Just as he strained his mind, a familiar yet imposing voice resonated in his mind to uncover the secrets of the Fengshen Bang. One must perceive with the heart, not merely think with the mind. A jolt of realization coursed through Hao Yin. This might be the guidance bestowed by the Fengshen Bang. Thus, he cast aside distractions, relaxed his body and mind, and allowed the runes to encircle him, attuning himself to the energy waves and emotions they emanated. Gradually, he sensed a faint connection, a resonance echoing with the myriad mysterious forces behind the Fengshen Bang. In this chaotic void, the concept of time became nebulous. After an indeterminate duration, Hao Tian finally uncovered a thread of information concerning the origins of the Fengshen Bang amidst the torrent of runic messages. It turned out that the Fengshen Bang was not a treasure birth from the alternate world, but rather stemmed from an ancient, enigmatic realm. In that world, the Fengshen Bang served as a pivotal artifact for maintaining the cosmic order, gathering the might of countless powerful celestial beings, imbued with the sacred mission of sealing evil and safeguarding life. He delved deeper into the origins of the Fengshen Bang. A tide of additional secrets surged forth. He beheld the countless battles the Fengshen Bang had endured throughout the ages, each fought to thwart the dark forces that sought to upend the world. In these encounters, the Fengshen Bang wielded unparalleled might, capable not only of sealing evil but also of bestowing its users with formidable powers, transforming them into the guardians of the world. However, the power of the Fengshen Bang was not limitless. Each use demanded immense energy, and replenishing that energy required extraordinarily specific conditions. Hao Tian was struck with a realization: if a suitable means of energy replenishment could not be found, the Fengshen Bang might find itself powerless in future crises. Just as he pondered the energy replenishment dilemma, the surrounding runic lights suddenly intensified, swiftly coalescing into vivid images. Within these scenes appeared bizarre occurrences and enigmatic figures. Some wielded formidable spells, while others commanded mysterious artifacts, collectively conducting a mystical ritual centered around the Fengshen Bang. Hao Tian scrutinized these images, seeking clues regarding energy replenishment. At last, he discerned a crucial detail. During the ritual, the mysterious figures utilized a unique crystal, imbued with exceptionally pure energy that resonated with the power of the Fengshen Bang, capable of replenishing its energy. What precisely was this crystal? Where could it be found? Hao Tian's heart brimmed with questions. Just then, the scene shifted abruptly, revealing an ancient and mysterious ruin. The ruins radiated powerful energy fluctuations, faintly echoing the aura of the Fengshen Bang. That a spark of realization ignited within Hao Tian. This ruin might be intricately connected to the search for the energy crystal. As he focused intently on the images of the ruins, the surrounding void suddenly quaked violently. The runes that had been swirling around him began to destabilize, flickering as if on the verge of extinguishing. Simultaneously, a surge of formidable dark power surged forth from the depths of the void, crashing toward him like a relentless tide. This is bad. Danger approaches. Hao Tian's heart raced as he recognized that his exploration had triggered a certain forbidden power within the Fengshen Bang's ceiling. He attempted to concentrate, calling upon the power of the Fengshen Bang to resist this dark force, yet found his connection with it alarmingly tenuous. The dark power grew increasingly potent, swiftly enveloping Hao Tian. In the darkness, he felt an intense sense of oppression, as though countless invisible hands were tugging at his very soul. Gritting his teeth, Hao Tian exerted every ounce of strength to resist the encroaching darkness. He knew that if he were consumed by this dark force, not only would his life be forfeited, but the secrets of the Fengshen Bang would remain forever shrouded, plunging the alternate world into peril once again. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he suddenly recalled his companions from the Guardians of the Fengshen Bang Alliance. But a powerful conviction surged within him. I cannot give up. Everyone is waiting for me outside. And the future of the alternate world needs my protection. This conviction blazed like a beacon in the darkness, instantly igniting the strength within Hao Tian. He concentrated all his energy, once more attempting to establish a connection with the Fengshen Bang. Through his relentless efforts, a faint thread of power finally emanated from the Fengshen Bang, resonating with his own strength. Hao Tian clutched this glimmer of hope tightly, harnessing the power bestowed by the Fengshen Bang to manifest the domain of radiant purification. In an instant, brilliance erupted from his being, dispelling the encroaching shadows that surrounded him. Under the illumination of the light, the dark forces gradually dissipated, and the void began to regain its tranquility. Through this harrowing crisis, Hao Tian came to understand that the secrets sealed within the Fengshen Bang were far more intricate than he had imagined. Each exploration was fraught with immense peril. Yet, rather than retreating, his resolve to continue the quest only intensified. He recognized that only by comprehending the entirety of the Fengshen Bang's mysteries could he adeptly wield its power to safeguard the peace of the otherworld. As the void stabilized, Hao Tian pressed onward, following the clues he had previously uncovered regarding the energy crystals and the enigmatic ruins. With each step of their exploration, more secrets pertaining to the Fengshen Bang and the otherworld began to surface, promising new guidance and challenges for him and the Fengshen Guardians Alliance in their future endeavors. When Hao Tian finally emerged from the mysterious realm within the Fengshen Bang seal, his complexion was somewhat pale. yet his eyes sparkled with excitement and determination. Neza, Yang Jian, and Ichin quickly surrounded him, inquiring about his well-being with concern. I am fine, Hao Tian replied with a smile, and I have uncovered some critically important secrets. He then recounted to his companions the sights and revelations he had encountered within the seal, along with the clues regarding the energy crystals in the ancient ruins. The group listened in astonishment. Yet their anticipation and confidence for the future actions grew. It seems our next task is to seek out that mysterious ruin and locate the energy crystals to replenish the Fengshen Bang. Yang Jian mused after a moment's contemplation. Indeed, Hao Tian nodded. This is not only about the power of the Fengshen Bang. It also concerns the future of the other world. We must act swiftly. Therefore, after a brief respite, the Fengshen Guardians Alliance embarked once more on a new journey, propelled by their anticipation of the unknown and their responsibility towards the other world, heading towards the direction of the enigmatic ruins, where greater challenges and adventures awaited them. Chapter 57. The Crisis of the Mysterious Ruins. At the entrance of the mysterious ruins, the members of the Fengshen Guardians Alliance came to a halt, their expressions grave as they scrutinized the scene before them. The ruins emanated an ancient and mysterious aura, the marks of time evident on the massive stone doors and weathered walls. The stone doors were inscribed with peculiar symbols, subtly linked to the runes Hao Tian had observed within the seal of the Fengshen Bang. Something feels amiss here. Everyone, stay vigilant, Neza cautioned, gripping his fiery spear with a wary demeanor. The spear trembled slightly, as if sensing the hidden dangers lurking nearby. Indeed, I can feel a powerful wave of energy, and there are familiar essences. Yang Jian narrowed his eyes, his third eye flickering with a faint glow as he attempted to penetrate the secrets concealed within the ruins. Beside him, the celestial hound Xiaodian growled softly, its fur bristling with unease. Ichin silently observed the surroundings, his grip firm on the hilt of his sword, prepared for any sudden developments. His gaze revealed calmness and determination, honed by years of training that granted him a keen perception of danger. Taking a deep breath, Hao Tian declared, no matter what lies ahead, we must locate the energy crystals to replenish the Fengshen Bang. This pertains to the safety of the other world. We cannot falter. His words were imbued with resolve, instilling a renewed strength within his companions. The group cautiously ventured into the ruins, where darkness and silence enveloped them, their footsteps echoing in the vast corridor. The walls were adorned with gems that emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating their path. As they delved deeper, the temperature plummeted, and a stifling atmosphere pervaded the air. Suddenly, a low growl resonated from the depths of the ruins, reverberating through the corridor and causing discomfort to their eardrums. Be cautious, something is approaching, Neza shouted, brandishing his fiery spear in a defensive stance. A horde of massive creatures, shrouded in black mist, burst forth from the shadows. These grotesque beings bore sharp fangs and claws, each step causing the ground to tremble. What manner of monsters are these? They seem formidable. Ichin furrowed his brow, drawing his sword, its blade glinting ominously. Whatever they are, we must deal with them first. Yang Jian charged ahead, his third eye radiating a brilliant light that struck one of the creatures. It let out a wretched cry, staggering momentarily before regaining its composure and lunging towards the group once more. Neza danced through the fray with his spear ablaze, engaging in fierce combat with the monsters. His movements were agile, weaving through the throng, each strike inflicting significant damage. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, as they continuously swarmed from all directions, encircling the group. Observing the onslaught, Hao Tian immediately unleashed the domain of radiant purification. Light emanated from him, illuminating the entire corridor, causing the creatures to slow in their movements and their black mist to begin to dissipate. Let us all join forces. Do not let these monsters near, Hao Tian urged. United in purpose, they unleashed their powers, battling fiercely against the monstrous horde. Amidst the chaos, Ichin discerned that these creatures exhibited a pronounced reaction to a specific energy resonance whenever he employed sword techniques imbued with unique runic energies. The monsters would become exceedingly agitated. I believe I have discovered their weakness, Ichin shouted amidst the fray. They are highly sensitive to runic energy. We can exploit this. Upon hearing this, the others adjusted their methods of attack, incorporating runic energy into their strikes. In an instant, a dazzling array of lights erupted, gradually subduing the onslaught of monsters. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled the horde, the corridor now thick with the remnants of black mist left in the wake of the vanquished creatures. Phew, we have finally dealt with them, Neza panted. Sheathing his spear, we cannot let our guard down. This is merely the beginning, Yang Jin cautioned, his vigilance unwavering as he surveyed their surroundings, acutely aware that the perils concealed within these ruins extended far beyond this encounter. Continuing onward, they arrived at a vast circular hall that at the center stood a colossal stone platform, intricately inscribed with complex patterns that bore a striking resemblance to the ceiling runes of the Fengshen Bang. Surrounding the platform were several towering statues, their features obscured but radiating a formidable presence. This platform appears highly unusual. It may be connected to the energy crystals, Hao Tian approached, scrutinizing the patterns etched upon it. At that moment, a melodious chime resonated throughout the hall. As the sound echoed, the patterns on the platform began to shimmer, the lights converging to form an ethereal silhouette. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into this sacred domain? The figure's voice resonated deeply, reverberating within the hall. Hao Tian stepped forward respectfully, stating, "We are the Fengshen Guardians Alliance, here to seek the energy crystals to save the otherworld. We bear no ill intent. Merely hoping for your guidance." The figure fell silent for a moment before responding. "The energy crystals are vital to the safeguarding of the world. They cannot be obtained so easily by you. This ruin conceals countless dangers and trials. Only those who have passed the tests may be worthy of the crystals. We are willing to accept the trials," Hao Tian asserted firmly, his eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit. The figure nodded slightly, declaring, "Very well. The trials shall commence." No sooner had the words left its lips than the statues in the hall sprang to life, slowly descending from the platform and encircling the group. Though their movements were sluggish, each step exuded immense strength, wielding various weapons that radiated a powerful aura. Be cautious. These statues are formidable foes. Neza once again raised his fiery spear, bracing for the impending confrontation. As the statues closed in, they launched their assault. Their attacks, while simple and direct, possessed staggering power. A single punch could fracture the ground, while a sword strike could cleave the air itself. The group engaged in a fierce clash against the statues. Yang Jin employed the 8-9 mystical art, becoming exceedingly agile as he navigated through the ranks of the statues, continuously searching for their vulnerabilities. Neza harnessed the fiery might of his spear to weaken their strength, while Yichun utilized his masterful swordsmanship to keep the statues at bay. Hao Tian, observing the statues' attack patterns, discerned that their movements, though seemingly straightforward, held a unique rhythm. Focusing intently, he endeavored to decipher this rhythm. Seeking a method to vanquish the statues as the battle raged on, they gradually realized that the statues appeared to share a connection. When one was struck, the others would immediately respond, offering support, complicating their struggle. "This won't do. We must find a way to sever their bond," Yang Jin exclaimed at that moment. An idea struck Hao Tian that he recalled the powers of the immortals within the Fengshen Bang. Perhaps he could summon their strength to unravel their current predicament. Concentrating deeply, he sought to establish a more profound connection with the Fengshen Bang, calling forth the powers of the immortals contained within. As Hao Tian exerted his will, a mysterious force surged forth from within him, resonating with the energies of the Fengshen Bang. Amidst the pull of this formidable force, an ethereal figure materialized beside him. "I am Jiangxia. What troubles do you face?" The apparition spoke that a surge of joy filled Hao Tian's heart as he promptly replied, "Senior Jiang, we find ourselves in dire straits. These statues share a mysterious connection, and we are unable to vanquish them." Jiangxia nodded slightly and remarked, "These statues are controlled by an ancient formation. To sever their bond, one must locate the core of the formation." With that, Jiangxia extended his hand, and a beam of light shot towards one of the statues. The light danced across the statue's surface, ultimately converging at its chest, where a glowing rune emerged. "This is the core of the formation. Destroying it will dismantle the connection between the statues," Jiangxia elucidated. Upon hearing this, the others immediately grasped Jiangxia's intent. They concentrated their strength and launched an assault on the statue. Under the combined force of their attack, the light of the rune began to wane, eventually shattering. As the rune fractured, the other statues ceased their movements. Devoid of life, the hall fell silent, and a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. "Thank you, Senior Jiang, for your assistance," Hao Tian expressed gratefully. Jiangxia smiled gently and replied, "This is the result of your own efforts. I merely offered a slight guidance." The The power of the function list must be uncovered and wielded by you. The duty of safeguarding the otherworld rests upon your shoulders. With those words, Jiang Zia's figure gradually faded. The group continued towards the stone platform, and as they approached, a brilliant light suddenly surged forth, and a crystal emanating intense radiance began to rise. "This is the energy crystal," Hao Yin exclaimed with excitement. Just as they prepared to reach for the energy crystal, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the hall. "Oh, you dare to take the energy crystal without consulting me?" A voice emerged from the shadows. A figure cloaked in a black robe slowly stepped forth, wielding a black staff that shimmered with eerie light. "Who are you? And why do you impede us?" Hao Yin inquired warily. The figure in black sneered. "I am the envoy of the Dark Council, and this energy crystal is ours by right. With it, we shall seize the power of the function list and dominate the entire otherworld." Upon finishing his declaration, the dark figure swung his staff, unleashing a wave of black energy towards the group. They quickly evaded, but the dark energy struck the stone platform, leaving a deep fissure in its wake. It seems we are once again plunged into a fierce battle. Neza gripped his fiery spear, determination blazing in his eyes, and no matter who it is, none shall take the energy crystal, nor disrupt the peace of the otherworld, Hao Yin resolutely declared. Thus, the Fengshan Guardians Alliance clashed with the envoy of the Dark Council in a battle that would determine the fate of the otherworld. Chapter 58. Awakening in the heat of battle in the Hall of the Mysterious Ruins, the confrontation between the Fengshan Guardians Alliance and the envoy of the Dark Council was imminent. The Dark Envoy wielded his staff, emanating sinister light, as waves of black energy surged like a tumultuous tide towards the group. Each wave carried tremendous destructive force, tearing the ground asunder and causing stones from the walls to crumble. "Everyone, be cautious," Hao Yin shouted, rapidly deploying the domain of light purification in an attempt to withstand the onslaught of dark power. Light and darkness clashed fiercely in midair, erupting in blinding brilliance and deafening sound, causing the entire hall to tremble. Neza, armed with his fiery spear, dashed forward like a bolt of red lightning, leading the charge against the dark envoy. Flames blazed fiercely from his spear, sizzling and scorching the dark energy it targeted. The Dark Envoy, unfazed, swiftly conjured a black shield that absorbed Neza's assault entirely. "Humph, do you think you can harm me?" The Dark Envoy scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Yang Jian, refusing to be outdone, unleashed a golden laser from his third eye. Aiming directly at the Dark Envoy, the Dark Envoy narrowly dodged, the laser grazing his form and striking a statue behind him, reducing it to dust at a mere parlor trick. The Dark Envoy bellowed, waving his staff to summon a horde of black phantoms from the void. Lunging towards Yang Jian, these phantoms howled in a bone-chilling manner, chilling the air around them. Yang Jian swiftly employed the 8-9 mystical arts, rendering his form ethereal as he deftly navigated through the swarm. His three-edged blade gleamed coldly, slicing through the phantoms with each swing. However, the sheer number of phantoms was overwhelming, continuously pouring forth from the shadows, encircling Yang Jian. Yichen joined the fray, wielding his long sword adorned with mysterious runes. His swordsmanship was fierce, each strike precisely targeting the Dark Envoy's vulnerabilities, forcing the Dark Envoy to retreat. Yet, the Dark Envoy's defenses were formidable. While Yichen's attacks inflicted some damage, they failed to deliver a fatal blow. Observing the battle's progression, Hao Tian realized that their current strategy was futile. The Dark Envoy's power was too great, and their desire for the energy crystal was unwavering. They would not relinquish it easily. He needed to find a way to harness greater power to turn the tide at that moment. He suddenly recalled the celestial powers within the function list. Previously, during the battle with the statues, he had successfully summoned Jiang Zia's strength to escape peril. Perhaps he could once again summon other celestial beings, leveraging their powers to overcome the Dark Envoy. With this thought, Hao Qian concentrated his mind. Seeking a deeper connection with the function list, he closed his eyes, envisioning the list, its mysterious runes and potent energies flickering in his consciousness. He endeavored to sense the power fluctuations of the function list, attempting to discover the method to summon celestial beings. However, this attempt proved unsuccessful. The power of the function list seemed obstructed by an invisible barrier, and no matter how hard Hao Qian tried, he could not establish a meaningful connection with the celestial entities within. The Dark Envoy appeared to sense Hao Qian's intentions, emitting a sinister laugh. Do not waste your efforts. The power of the function list is not for you to command so easily. Today, You shall all perish here. And the energy crystal shall belong to our Dark Council. As he spoke, the Dark Envoy swung his staff once more, unleashing an even greater wave of dark energy towards Hao Tian, with no time to evade. Hao Tian braced himself, using the domain of light purification to shield against the oncoming attack. The clash of dark energy and light sent a powerful shockwave through Hao Tian, forcing him to stagger back. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, Hao Tian, Neza, Yang Jian, and Yi Chen gasped in unison, eager to rush to his aid, but they were ensnared by the Dark Envoy's relentless assaults. Unable to break free, just as Hao Tian found himself in dire straits, he felt a familiar power surging within him. This power stemmed from his earlier contact with the function list. Though faint, it brimmed with hope. Grasping this flicker of strength tightly, a resolute conviction welled within him. He could not surrender. He must protect the energy crystal and safeguard the other world. Bolstered by this conviction, Hao Tian once again focused his mind. Seeking communion with the power of the function list, he no longer attempted to forcibly summon celestial beings but sought to comprehend the essence of the function list's power, merging with it. Gradually, he sensed a wondrous resonance between his consciousness and the power of the function list, as though he had become one with it. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Hao Tian, illuminating the entire hall. Within this radiance, an ethereal figure slowly emerged, clad in golden armor and wielding a long spear, exuding a formidable presence. I am Huang Tianhua. Who dares to act with impudence here? His voice reverberated like thunder throughout the hall. Hao Tian's heart soared with joy. He knew he had succeeded. He hurriedly spoke, Senior Huang, we are confronted by the envoy of the Dark Council, who seeks to seize the energy crystal and disrupt the peace of the other world. Please lend us your aid. Huang Tianhua nodded slightly, declaring, in that case, I shall certainly assist. Witness how I shall drive back this dark force today. With that, Huang Tianhua charged towards the Dark Envoy, spear in hand. His speed was astonishing, akin to a streak of golden lightning, arriving before the Dark Envoy in an instant. The Dark Envoy, taken aback, swiftly raised his staff to conjure a black energy shield. Huang Tianhua swung his spear, striking the black shield with a burst of golden light. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered, and the Dark Envoy was forced back several paces by the sheer force. What power is this? The Dark Envoy gasped in terror, astonished that Hao Tian had indeed summoned the celestial strength from the function list. This is the power of justice. Huang Tianhua scoffed, once more launching a fierce barrage of attacks. His spear technique was lethal, each thrust imbued with immense strength, leaving the Dark Envoy struggling to defend himself, gradually falling into a defensive position. Neza, Yang Jian, and Yi Chen, witnessing Huang Tianhua's arrival to the fray, felt their spirits lifted. They unleashed their most formidable techniques, joining Huang Tianhua in their assault against the Dark Envoy. Under the combined onslaught of their efforts, the Dark Envoy's defenses began to crumble, and multiple wounds appeared upon his form. His complexion turned pale, and his eyes brimmed with fear and despair. No, I cannot lose. The Dark Messenger suddenly shouted frantically, his staff radiating a brilliant light as a formidable force of darkness coalesced within him. He intended to go all out, unleashing his final trump card. This is bad. He plans to self-destruct. Hao Tian sensed the Dark Messenger's intent and urgently called out, everyone, quickly take cover. However, the Dark Messenger's self-detonation was too swift. The others had no time to evade. Just as the Dark Messenger was about to explode, Huang Tianhua abruptly plunged his spear into the ground, then formed seals with his hands, conjuring a powerful defensive array. The tremendous force generated by the Dark Messenger's explosion collided with the protective array, producing a deafening roar. The entire hall shook violently under the onslaught, as if it might collapse at any moment. Huang Tianhua strained to maintain the defensive array, sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. His complexion turned ashen, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Hold on, Senior Huang. Hao Tian and the others also summoned their powers to assist Huang Tianhua in sustaining the protective array. Through their collective effort, the force of the Dark Messenger's explosion was ultimately repelled. The hall was enveloped in thick smoke and dust, a scene of utter devastation. The Dark Messenger had vanished without a trace, leaving only his shattered staff behind. Meanwhile, the energy crystal continued to hover quietly on the stone platform, emanating a soft glow. Hao Tian and the others breathed a sigh of relief, fatigue washing over them as they approached the stone platform and cautiously retrieved the energy crystal. We finally have it. Hao Tian gazed at the energy crystal in his hand, his heart brimming with emotion. Indeed, this is the result of our collective efforts, Neza remarked with a smile. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The Dark Council will undoubtedly not relent. We must continue to strive to protect the other world, Yang Jian stated solemnly. The group nodded in agreement, fully aware that the road ahead was long, fraught with unknown challenges and dangers. However, they were undaunted, for they were the guardians of the Investiture of the Gods Alliance, entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding the other world. Before departing the ruins, Hao Tian re-established contact with the Investiture of the Gods. Expressing his gratitude to Huang Tianhua, Huang Tianhua's figure reappeared, smiling as he said to Hao Tian, "You have done well, Hao Tian. The power of the Investiture requires your continued exploration and comprehension. I hope you can wield this power wisely to protect this world." With that, Huang Tianhua's figure gradually faded away. Hao Tian firmly clutched the energy crystal in his hand, silently vowing, "I will, Senior Huang, I shall use this power to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the other world." Thus, the guardians of the Investiture of the Gods Alliance, bearing the energy crystal, departed the mysterious ruins. Their figures appeared particularly resolute in the fading light of the setting sun, while awaiting them lay an even more formidable task and fiercer battles ahead. Chapter 59. Undercurrents rising. After successfully acquiring the energy crystal, the guardians of the Investiture of the Gods Alliance hastily returned to their base with this crucial item that bore immense significance for the safety of the other world. Along the way, although the group was utterly exhausted, their hearts swelled with a sense of accomplishment for completing their mission. Eagerly anticipating the replenishment of energy for the Investiture of the Gods and the enhancement of defenses for the other world. Inside the base, the atmosphere was both fervent and tense. The elder of the elf clan, Ailys, had been waiting with a group of elves, prepared with various auxiliary tools to construct a temporary energy conversion array. Eagerly awaiting the arrival of the energy crystal at last, we've been waiting for your return. There were no unexpected incidents along the way, were there? Ailys approached with quick steps, her eyes filled with concern. Fortunately, we were briefly entangled with the Dark Council's envoy, but we have resolved that, Hao Tian replied with a smile, handing Ailys the specially designed container holding the energy crystal. Ailys accepted the container, her expression grave. The Dark Council will not easily give up. They are surely plotting their next move, and we must act swiftly. Under the close collaboration of the group, the energy crystal was carefully placed at the center of the array. As the array activated, a gentle light gradually illuminated the space, and the energy crystal began to release pure energy, flowing steadily toward the Investiture of the Gods placed nearby. Just as the energy transfer proceeded smoothly, a sudden alarm rang out from outside the base. The group was startled, immediately halting their actions and rushing towards the source of the alarm. They beheld a group of bizarre creatures slowly approaching from the edge of the forest outside the base. Towering over them, each creature stood more than twice the height of a person, covered in black scales that emanated a nauseating stench. Each creature wielded peculiar weapons, some resembling massive scythes, while others appeared to be firearms capable of launching energy projectiles. "What are those things?" Neza asked, his face a mask of confusion as he gripped his fiery spear. "They must be the new biochemical weapons developed by the Dark Council. I've never seen their like before." Yang Jian squinted, his third eye flickering as he attempted to discern the creature's weaknesses. Ichin drew his sword, the runes along the blade shimmering. "Regardless of what they are, we must first prevent them from approaching the base." Hao Tian immediately directed the group to enter combat mode, and the members of the Guardians of the Investiture of the Gods Alliance quickly dispersed, forming a defensive line. Neza was the first to charge forward. His fiery spear engulfed in flames as he thrust it toward one of the black-scaled creatures. The creature reacted swiftly, swinging its scythe to block, the clash of metal ringing sharply. Yang Jian unleashed the 8-9 mystical arts, transforming into a golden beam of light that darted among the horde of monsters. His three-edged, two-bladed knife consistently slicing through, injuring several creatures. Yet these monsters seemed impervious to pain. Even when wounded, they did not retreat, continuing their frenzied assault. Ichin, utilizing his agile movements, danced around the creatures, his sword's runic power continuously unleashed, hindering their actions. The battle reached a stalemate. The sheer number of monsters kept pouring out of the forest. Meanwhile, the guardians of the Investiture of the Gods, still recovering from their previous adventure, began to feel the strain. Just then, News arrived from the elves stationed within the base, responsible for guarding the energy transfer. This is bad. The energy transfer is being disrupted. It seems these monsters possess some kind of energy interference device. Hao Yan's heart sank. He understood that they must swiftly eliminate these creatures, or else not only would the energy transfer fail, but both the investiture of the gods and the base would be in grave danger. He concentrated again, attempting to establish a connection with the investiture, summoning the celestial powers. However, the Dark Council seemed to have anticipated this. From the throng of monsters, several beams of black light suddenly shot toward Hao Yan that he hurriedly dodged, yet one beam grazed his arm, leaving a charred wound. Hao Yan! Neza cried out, panic rising as he attempted to rush to his aid. Only to be ensnared by several monsters. Don't worry about me. Keep fighting. Hao Yan gritted his teeth and shouted. He knew he could not panic at this moment. Enduring the pain of his wound, he made another attempt to communicate with the investiture of the gods. In this critical moment, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Young one, do not fear. I shall assist you. Hao Yan's heart leaped with joy as he recognized the voice of King Li Jing of the pagoda. A flash of light appeared in the void, and Li Jing materialized beside Hao Yan, holding the exquisite pagoda. Thank you, King Li, Hao Yan exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice and no need for formalities. Let us first deal with these nuisances. Li Jing replied, tossing the pagoda into the air. The pagoda instantly expanded, releasing myriad golden rays of light. Wherever the light shone, the monsters emitted agonized howls, their black scales beginning to shed, their movements growing sluggish. The members of the Guardians of the Investiture of the Gods rallied at the sight, their spirits soaring. Seizing the opportunity, Neza unleashed his three-headed, eight-armed divine technique, 6 arms simultaneously wielding the fiery spear. Obliterating the surrounding monsters, Yang Jian intensified his assault, the golden laser emitted from his third eye growing in power, driving the monsters back relentlessly. Ichen, identifying the perfect moment, executed his ultimate sword technique, unleashing a massive runic sword energy that cleaved the horde of monsters in two. Under the combined efforts of the group and Li Jing, the monsters finally faltered, beginning to flee in disarray. Watching the creatures retreat into the forest, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. Yet before they could fully relax, the elves responsible for monitoring the situation inside the base delivered grim news. Though the energy crystal has successfully replenished some energy for the investiture of the gods, it appears the Dark Council has grasped the patterns of the energy fluctuations. They are likely to launch a full-scale attack when the investiture's energy is at its weakest. The expressions of the group turned grave. They understood that the Dark Council would not relent, and a greater crisis was imminent. We must swiftly devise a countermeasure, reinforce the base's defenses, and simultaneously enhance our own strength, Hao Yan declared. Indeed, I will summon the forces of the Dragon Clan. Their dragon breath and magic may prove invaluable. Yang Jian volunteered that I will unite the warriors of the human race, ensuring they are prepared for battle, Ichen added. Neza thumped his chest. I will gather my companions. Together, we shall confront the Dark Council. While the group busily prepared, Hao Yan fell into deep contemplation once more. He understood that the Dark Council's schemes were far from simple. They undoubtedly had more powerful contingencies in store. Although the power of the investiture was formidable, they had yet to fully comprehend it. He must delve deeper into the secrets of the investiture in the time to come, seeking the ultimate solution to counter the Dark Council. Days later, various forces gradually converged upon the base. The elder of the Dragon Clan, accompanied by a cadre of young dragons, soared above the base, exhaling dragon breath and showcasing their immense power. The warriors of the human race stood in orderly rows, weapons at the ready, their spirits high. Neza also brought along a group of like-minded companions, each possessing unique skills, eagerly preparing for the impending battle. In the conference room of the base, a group of individuals sat in a circle, deliberating strategies to counter the Dark Council. According to our intelligence, the Dark Council is amassing a formidable force, their likely objective being the direct annihilation of the Divine List, thereby shattering the equilibrium of the otherworld. We must safeguard the Divine List, denying them any opportunity, proclaimed Neza, wielding his fiery spear. It is not so simple. The Dark Council will undoubtedly devise various means to breach our defenses. We must attend to both internal and external threats, fortifying the physical defenses of the base while also guarding against their magical assaults and energy disruptions, analyzed Yang Jian. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Yan stated, I intend to re-enter the confines of the divine list seal to uncover more secrets and powers. Perhaps therein lies the key to countering the Dark Council. Upon hearing this, the others expressed their unanimous agreement. They were acutely aware of the dangers that Hao Yin would face, yet for the future of the otherworld. This was a necessary endeavor. Amidst the blessings and concerns of the group, Hao Yin approached the divine list once more. Preparing to enter its sealed interior, he took a deep breath, gradually closing his eyes. Concentrating on establishing a connection with the divine list, as his consciousness sank deeper, he stepped once again into the chaotic void. Meanwhile, within the clandestine stronghold of the Dark Council, its leader gazed into the crystal ball in his hand. A sinister smile creeping across his face. Guardians of the divine list, do you believe that acquiring the energy crystals equates to victory? The true performance has only just commenced. Chapter 60. Crisis reemerges while the Guardians of the divine list were anxiously preparing to face the full-scale assault of the Dark Council. The base's fortifications were gradually strengthened through relentless labor day and night. Enormous magical shield generators were installed around the base, with artisans of the elven race engraving ancient runes upon the core components of these generators. These runes shimmered with enigmatic blue light, resonating with the magical elements in the air to construct an impenetrable energy barrier. The human warriors excavated deep trenches surrounding the base, filling them with spikes and traps. While at the entrance of the base, a heavy metallic gate was erected, embedded with gems capable of resisting the corrosive effects of dark magic. At that moment, Hao Tian stood before the divine list. His figure enveloped in its soft radiance. He inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes, focusing his mind on establishing a connection with the divine list. As his consciousness immersed further, he once again stepped into the chaotic void. Within the Dark Council's secret stronghold, the atmosphere was oppressive and foreboding. The leader of the Dark Council sat upon a massive black throne, the crystal ball in his hand pulsating with eerie light. Reflecting his ambition-laden and cold visage, from the shadows behind him emerged a mysterious figure cloaked in black, their face obscured by darkness, revealing only a pair of eyes that emitted an eerie green glow. Akin to ghostly flames in the darkness, this time, we cannot allow the Guardians of the Divine List to thwart our plans. You are my final trump card. Ensure that when Hao Yin emerges from the Divine List, he is utterly defeated. The leader's voice was low and frigid, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. Fear not, my leader. This time, he shall have no escape, replied the mysterious figure, their voice hoarse and unsettling. Laced with a chilling mirth, simultaneously, above the base, the elder of the dragon race circled the skies with a group of young dragons. Suddenly, a bolt of black lightning rent the heavens, hurtling towards the magical shield of the base. The shield flared with blinding light, successfully absorbing the impact, yet the entire structure quivered violently. Not good. We are under attack, roared the dragon elder, his massive form spiraling through the air as he unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. Striving to unveil the hidden enemy lurking in the shadows, upon hearing the alarm, the warriors within the base seized their weapons and rushed to the defensive positions, Neza, spear in hand, and riding the wind and fire wheels. Swiftly ascended to the skies above the base, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Yang Jian activated his divine powers, his third eye shooting forth a golden beam of light, piercing through the darkness to seek out the enemy's whereabouts. At that moment, the mysterious figure made their appearance. Floating mid-air, their black cloak billowed in the wind, exuding a formidable aura of darkness, clutching a pitch-black staff adorned with a gem radiating an eerie green light. It appeared to harbor boundless malevolent power. You are the Guardians of the Divine List. Today marks your doom. The voice of the mysterious figure reverberated through the air like a demon's roar. No sooner had the words left their lips than they swung the staff, unleashing a wave of black energy towards Neza and Yang Jian. Neza hastily raised his fiery spear in defense. Yet the tremendous force sent him reeling several paces back. Yang Jian, however, employed the 8-9 mysteries to transform into a golden streak of light, evading the attack. Who is this person? Their power is astonishing. Neza exclaimed, his face a mask of shock, a surge of intense unease swelling within him. The mysterious figure, undeterred, once more swung the staff, summoning a horde of grotesque creatures conjured from dark energy. These creatures, with their twisted forms, clawed and gnashed their way towards the base. Everyone, be cautious. The dark energy within these monsters is quite peculiar. Yang Jian warned loudly. the human warriors and elves within the base unleashed their spells and skills, engaging in fierce combat with the creatures. However, these monsters seemed to possess some unique ability, capable of absorbing the energy of the attacks. Growing increasingly powerful, in the critical moment of battle, Hao Yin emerged from the depths of the Divine List seal. An enigmatic aura radiated from him, clearly indicating he had gained something within the Divine List. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation at hand, the mysterious figure turned their gaze upon him. Hao Yin, you have finally emerged. Today is your demise. A glint of malice flashed in the eyes of the mysterious figure as they raised the staff, a powerful beam of dark light shooting towards Hao Yin. Hastily, Hao Yin conjured a spell to defend himself. But the might of the dark beam exceeded all expectations, sending him hurtling away, crashing to the ground, and causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Hao Yin, the onlookers gasped in alarm. Did you not anticipate that the core of the Guardians of the Divine List could be so easily vanquished? The mysterious figure's triumphant laughter echoed ominously, gritting his teeth against the pain. Hao Yin rose to his feet. He understood that the adversary before him was no ordinary foe, yet for the sake of defending the other world, he could not falter. Focusing his mind, he endeavored to harness the power of the Divine List. However, the mysterious figure seemed to sense his intent and launched another assault, a flurry of dark energy spheres raining down upon Hao Yin. Unable to evade in time, he sustained multiple injuries, feeling his strength rapidly depleting and his consciousness beginning to blur. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, a flash of light appeared, and Li Jing re-emerged. Hang in there, kid. Li Jing, wielding the Linglong Pagoda, unleashed a powerful radiance that temporarily halted the mysterious figure's assault. Thank you, Li Tianwang, Hao Yin murmured weakly. You must tend to your wounds. I shall handle this, Li Jing declared, casting the pagoda into the air and engaging in a fierce battle with the mysterious figure. Under Li Jing's protection, the group managed to escort Hao Yin back to the base. Within the base, the elven elder Alice immediately employed healing magic to mend Hao Yin's injuries. These wounds are severe. His spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Alice remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. We must ensure his recovery. We cannot afford to be without him, Neza urged anxiously. After Alice's exhaustive efforts, Hao Yin's condition was temporarily stabilized, yet he remained unconscious. Meanwhile, within the Dark Council's secret stronghold, the leader observed the battle unfold within the crystal ball, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Everything is proceeding according to plan. The power of the Divine List is soon to be under my control. The annihilation of the other world is now inevitable. The leader's laughter echoed through the stronghold, rife with malevolence and madness. Back at the base, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive as the group gathered around the unconscious Hao Yin. They understood that the Dark Councils might far surpass their expectations, and the ensuing battles would be increasingly arduous. We cannot simply sit idle. We must devise a means to enhance our strength, Yang Jian asserted. Indeed, I have heard that powerful artifacts are concealed within ancient ruins. Perhaps we could seek out these artifacts to bolster our powers, proposed Yichen. The group nodded in agreement. Thus, after leaving a portion of their number to guard the base and the comatose Hao Yin, Yang Jian, Yichen, and others embarked on a quest to find these artifacts in the depths of his unconsciousness. Hao Yin's consciousness drifted into a mysterious realm. Within this space, he beheld ancient images depicting the origins of the Divine List and the immense power it harbored. He realized that the Divine List was not merely a guardian artifact of the otherworld, but a nexus connecting different dimensional spaces, concealing the ultimate secrets capable of saving the otherworld. As time passed, Yang Jian and the others faced perilous trials within the ancient ruins, ultimately uncovering several powerful artifacts. Upon their return to the base bearing these artifacts, Hao Yin finally awakened. Hao Yin, you are awake at last, Neza exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I had a long dream, and within it, I glimpsed the secrets of the Divine List. Hao Yin replied slowly. The others exchanged astonished glances, knowing that this secret could very well be the key to their resistance against the Dark Council. We have discovered several artifacts. They may prove beneficial, Yang Jian said. Displaying the artifacts to Hao Tian. A glimmer of hope ignited in Hao Yan's eyes as he gazed upon the artifacts. He understood that although the road ahead was still fraught with thorns, as long as they united their efforts, they would undoubtedly safeguard the otherworld, unveil the machinations of the Dark Council, and allow light to shine upon this land once more. At that moment, The leader of the Dark Council was clandestinely plotting his next move within a secret stronghold. With but one objective, utterly obliterate the divine list and annihilate the otherworld, plunging everything into darkness. Chapter 61. Rising Winds. Darkness before dawn within the base of the Divine Guardians Alliance. Gentle magical lights illuminated the conference room, casting a glow upon the weary yet resolute faces of the assembly. Hao Yin slowly rose, firmly clutching an ancient scroll gleaned from the enigmatic realm of the divine list, its runes shimmering softly, as if whispering ancient secrets. According to my visions within the consciousness space of the divine list, this scroll documents a primordial sealing technique, which may serve to counter the might of the Dark Council. However, to wield this technique, 5 spirit orbs of differing attributes must be gathered, each concealed within one of the 5 great mysterious locales of the otherworld. Hao Yin's voice resonated with steady authority, breaking the prolonged silence in the conference room. The 5 spirit orbs included the green spirit orb, symbolizing life, hidden deep within the misty forest; the purple spirit orb, which commands the power of thunder, said to rest atop Thunder Cliff; the red spirit orb, containing boundless flames, concealed in the depths of Flame Mountain; the blue spirit orb, embodying the chilling force of ice, located at the bottom of the ice abyss in the frigid lands; and lastly, the yellow spirit orb, representing the solidity of the earth, slumbering in the depths of Boulder Valley. Yin took up Hao Yin's words, methodically listing the known clues, his gaze reflecting determination, as if he were already prepared to embark on the journey. Upon hearing this, the assembly grew solemn. Each of these locations was rife with peril and shrouded in the unknown. Yet, for the sake of preserving the otherworld, they harbored no thoughts of retreat. I shall seek the green spirit orb. I am quite familiar with the misty forest, and I have encountered some of its creatures. Perhaps they could assist me, volunteered Elder Alice of the Elf clan, her eyes radiating familiarity and confidence regarding the forest. Thundercliff is treacherous and the thunderous power is volatile. I possess the 8-9 mysterious technique for protection, making me well suited to seek the purple spirit orb, Yang Jian asserted, his third eye flickering slightly, revealing a thirst for challenge. Leave the red spirit orb in Flame Mountain to me. My fire-tip spear is somewhat attuned to flames. Perhaps it will prove useful, Neza boasted, thumping his chest with confidence. The wind-fire wheels beneath his feet twirling eagerly, as if impatient to set off. I am willing to venture into the ice abyss of the frigid lands to search for the blue spirit orb, Yin stated calmly, gripping his shimmering runic sword, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Then I shall seek the yellow spirit orb in Boulder Valley, declared the remaining human warrior, his eyes gleaming with fearless courage. With the decisions made, the assembly began preparing their gear. Unbeknownst to them, the Dark Council had already laid numerous traps across each mysterious locale, and a far greater crisis was silently approaching, within the clandestine stronghold of the Dark Council. Its leader sat upon an immense black throne. Before him hovered a colossal crystal ball, which vividly reflected the movements of the Divine Guardians Alliance members. Humph. They believe that by locating the spirit orbs, they can unravel my plans. They are too naive. The leader's voice was low and frigid, laced with disdain and mockery. Leader, shall we move now to ensnare them all? A member of the Dark Council inquired. No, let them proceed. Once they procure the spirit orbs, we shall capture both the orbs and them together. The energy of the divine list is about to reach a vulnerable point, and that will be our prime opportunity to launch a full-scale assault. A sinister smile crept across the leader's face, his scheme unfolding like an invisible net, slowly widening. At this moment, Alice had already stepped into the misty forest. The forest was shrouded in thick fog, visibility exceedingly low, with mysterious creatures' calls echoing through the surroundings. Alice advanced cautiously, her staff emanating a soft green light, dispelling the encroaching mist. Suddenly, a horde of enormous venomous spiders descended from the trees, exuding a nauseating aura of poison. Alice swiftly cast elven magic, conjuring green vines from the ground to ensnare the venomous spiders tightly. However, these spiders seemed to be under the influence of some dark force, thrashing violently as they spewed venom, corroding Alice's vine magic. These spiders are unusual. Could the Dark Council be behind this? Alice's heart raced, intensifying her magical output as she sought an opportunity to break free. Meanwhile, Yang Jian had also arrived at Thundercliff. The air crackled with thunder, bolts of lightning striking down, leaving charred marks upon the ground. Yang Jian invoked the 8-9 mysterious technique, transforming into a golden beam of light, weaving through the lightning that he deftly dodged the strikes. Ascending towards the summit of Thunder Cliff, just as he neared the peak, a pack of thunder beasts, formed from the very essence of thunder, materialized. These massive creatures shimmered with blue lightning, opening their gaping maws to unleash powerful beams of thunder upon Yang Jian. Yang Jian hastily brandished his three-pointed, double-edged blade, fending off the thunder beasts' assaults, while his third eye emitted a golden light, seeking their weaknesses. These beasts possess formidable strength. It seems the Dark Council anticipated our arrival. Yang Jian thought warily, realizing that this would be a grueling battle. On Flame Mountain, Neza soared upon his wind fire wheels, traversing through the searing magma. The temperature here was extreme, warping the very air around him. Clutching his fire-tip spear, he pressed deeper toward the heart of the mountain. Along the way, he encountered various fiery monsters, some formed from solidified magma, others soaring birds ablaze with flames. Neza unleashed his three-headed, eight-armed prowess, wielding the spear with all 6 arms to repel the fiery creatures. However, as he neared the core, the flames grew ever more potent, and he felt his strength waning. The power of these flames is overwhelming. At this rate, I will be drained before I even find the red spirit orb, Neza thought anxiously, contemplating his next move. Ichen had now arrived at the ice abyss of the frigid lands. The biting cold wind pierced through the air, and the surroundings were blanketed in thick ice. Ichen tread carefully upon the icy surface, his sword glowing with runic light, shielding him from the cold's assault. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the abyss, and a colossal ice dragon emerged from beneath the ice. Its body was cloaked in blue scales, exhaling frigid air, rapidly thickening the ice around it. Ichen swiftly executed his evasive maneuvers to dodge the dragon's attacks. Thrusting his sword at the dragon's scales, yet its armor was impenetrable, rendering his efforts seemingly futile. This ice dragon's defenses are astonishingly strong. To defeat it, I must uncover its weakness, Ichen mused resolutely, determination gleaming in his eyes. Meanwhile, the human warrior seeking the yellow spirit orb in Boulder Valley faced numerous challenges. The valley was littered with massive rocks that appeared almost alive, shifting and changing, obstructing his path, armed with his weapon. He engaged in fierce combat with these rocky monsters, each strike draining his energy significantly. Back at the base, Hao Ian anxiously awaited news from his comrades. He understood that each member was confronting tremendous danger. The Dark Council's schemes hovering ominously above them like a dark cloud. He diligently studied the ancient scroll in his hand, striving to glean further insights to counter the impending crisis. Time passed slowly. And at last, Alice discovered the green spirit orb. Deep within the misty forest, she uncovered an orb enveloped in verdant light, radiating a rich aura of life. Carefully, she secured the green spirit orb and hastily exited the forest. Yang Jian, amidst his fierce battle against the thunder beasts, located the purple spirit orb, embedded within a massive thunder crystal atop Thunder Cliff. With all his might, he shattered the crystal's seal, successfully retrieving the purple spirit orb. Neza, after enduring a grueling struggle, finally found the red spirit orb at the heart of Flame Mountain. He wielded the power of his fire-tip spear to resist the encroaching flames, grasping the orb tightly in his hand. Ichen, through a prolonged engagement with the ice dragon, discerned its vulnerability. He unleashed his ultimate sword technique, a powerful runic blade of energy cleaving towards the dragon's neck, ultimately defeating it and securing the blue spirit orb. The human warrior in Boulder Valley, after overcoming countless hardships, also successfully located the yellow spirit orb. With unwavering resolve and exceptional combat skills, he broke through the rocky monster's defenses to claim the orb. When the group returned to the base, each bearing their respective spirit orbs, a smile of relief graced Hao Ian's face. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. The Dark Council's schemes were far from over, and a far more intense battle awaited them. Well done, everyone. We have finally gathered all 5 spirit orbs. Next, we must swiftly research how to execute this ancient sealing technique to confront the impending onslaught of the Dark Council. Hao Ian gazed at the crowd, his eyes brimming with gratitude and anticipation. Little did they know that the leader of the Dark Council had already learned of their gathering of the spirit pearls through a crystal orb. Excellent. They have unwittingly followed my plan and delivered the spirit pearls right into my hands. Guardians of the Divine, your doom is imminent. A smug smile spread across the leader's face as he clutched a mysterious black sphere, which seemed to harbor the power of annihilation itself. Chapter 62. The Calm Before the Storm. the prelude to the final battle within the base of the Guardians of the Divine. The atmosphere was tense and heavy. The soft glow of magical lights illuminated the conference room, yet could not dispel the gloom hanging over the hearts of the assembled. Hao Tian cautiously placed the 5 spirit pearls at the center of the conference table. Each pearl radiated its unique luminescence, intertwining to form a peculiar and resplendent halo. Now that we have gathered the 5 spirit pearls, according to the records on the tattered scroll, the key to casting the sealing spell lies in finding the resonance among the 5 spirit pearls and then channeling their powers to create a formidable sealing force. However, the specifics of the operation remain exceedingly vague within the scroll's descriptions. Hao Tian furrowed his brow, his gaze flitting between the spirit pearls and the ancient scroll, desperately seeking a way to decipher the cryptic runes and obscure notes. The group sat around the conference table, ensnared in contemplation. Each end picked up the blue spirit pearl, symbolizing the enigmatic power of ice, and examined it closely. The chill emanating from the pearl condensed into a thin layer of frost in his palm. When I battled the ice dragon in the frigid abyss, I sensed a subtle connection between this blue spirit pearl and the ice power of the dragon. Perhaps we can start by exploring the correlation between the spirit pearls and their corresponding elemental environments to seek resonance. Yang Jian nodded slightly, toying with the purple spirit pearl, its flashing lightning mirroring the occasional golden beam emitted from his third EYAT thundercliff. I experienced a similar sensation. This purple spirit pearl seems to originate from the same source as the thunderous power there, albeit in a purer form. Alice gently caressed the green spirit pearl, its glow reflecting softly on her face, adding a touch of warmth to her demeanor. The life force in the misty forest is rich, and this green spirit pearl complements it harmoniously. Perhaps we can simulate the elemental environments corresponding to each spirit pearl to evoke their resonance. Neza stood up, the red spirit pearl ablaze with fierce flames in his hand. The windfire wheels beneath his feet spinning in tandem, the flames and wheels casting a radiant glow. Then what are we waiting for? Let's give it a try. The core fire of Fire Mountain is so strong. I refuse to believe we cannot replicate that power. After a discussion, the group decided to commence their attempts immediately. They proceeded to the magical training ground within the base. A vast space fortified with powerful magical defenses capable of withstanding various formidable forces. According to the plan, Alice was the first to cast her elven magic, creating a vibrant green space filled with life at one corner of the training ground, where vines and blossoms grew rapidly, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. She placed the green spirit pearl at the center of this verdant space, its glow intensifying as it intertwined with the surrounding life energy. Meanwhile, Yang Jian moved to another corner. Invoking the power of thunder with his 8-9 profound arts, mighty bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, scorching the ground beneath. He positioned the purple spirit pearl at the heart of the lightning, which absorbed the thunderous force, causing its radiance to flare even more violently. Neza, standing at the center of the arena, invoked his 3-headed, 8-armed divine power, wielding 6 fiery spears to awaken the flame energy within the red spirit pearl. In an instant, the entire training ground was engulfed in roaring flames, the temperature soaring, warping the very air around them. Ichin, standing at the edge of the arena, plunged his sword into the ground, runes flickering to life. He conjured ice magic, centering it around the blue spirit pearl, creating a scene of icy desolation. The howling wind swept through, the ice rapidly spreading and enveloping everything in its path. Meanwhile, the human warrior placed the yellow spirit pearl at the base of the arena. Pressing his hands onto the ground as he murmured incantations as he did so, the earth trembled, colossal rocks surged from beneath, gradually forming a sturdy stone fortress to protect the yellow spirit pearl. As the 5 spirit pearls basked in their elemental environments, their brilliance grew ever more resplendent, seemingly responding to the collective call of the Guardians. However, just as they believed they were on the verge of successfully igniting the resonance within the spirit pearls, a powerful dark force surged into the training ground from the outside. The leader of the Dark Council had stealthily approached the base, wielding a mysterious black sphere that exuded a dense aura of darkness. Akin to a colossal black hole devouring all surrounding light, that he unleashed dark magic, breaching portions of the base's defenses and infusing this dark power into the training ground. Under the influence of the dark force, the radiance of the 5 spirit pearls began to flicker erratically, the once coalescing powers descending into chaos. In Alice's green space, the vines began to wither, and the flowers lost their vitality, the thunderous power summoned by Yang Jian became wild and erratic. Lightning arcing uncontrollably, Neza's flames were suppressed by the dark force, their intensity waning. Ichen's icy domain began to collapse, the ice rapidly melting, and the stone fortress summoned by the human warrior showed signs of cracking. Teetering on the brink of collapse. This is bad. It's the Dark Council's minions. They are disrupting the resonance of the spirit pearls. Hao Yian's expression changed dramatically. He immediately summoned the power of the divine sealing list. Attempting to fend off the encroaching dark force at that moment, members of the Dark Council emerged, flooding into the base from all directions, clashing fiercely with the members of the Guardians of the Divine. Dark magic collided with light magic, explosions ringing out, plunging the entire base into chaos. Alice wielded her staff, casting elven magic to repel a group of Dark Council members rushing towards her. Yet her focus remained fragmented. Her thoughts lingering on the fate of the green spirit pearl. Its glow was dimming, and the surrounding life energy was dissipating rapidly. Yang Jian fought valiantly against a horde of monsters coalesced from dark power. His three-edged, two-bladed sword whirling with vigor, slaying the beasts one by one. However, he soon realized that as the dark force intensified, his control over the thunderous power was faltering, and the purple spirit pearl began to waver. Neza, in a state of growing urgency, engaged in fierce combat with a Dark Council expert, straining to maintain the fiery power of the red spirit pearl. Yet, the dark force surged like a tide, overwhelming him, and the flames continued to weaken. Ichen navigated the icy landscape, battling dark sorcerers. His runic sword energy sliced through the air, yet the dark mages wielded exceedingly peculiar magic, rendering his attacks ineffective. Meanwhile, the icy power of the blue spirit pearl diminished under the dark force's onslaught. The human warrior stood resolutely beside the stone fortress, valiantly defending against the Dark Council members' attacks to safeguard the yellow spirit pearl. Yet, the cracks in the fortress widened, threatening imminent collapse in the heart of the base. Hao Yian exerted all his strength to channel the power of the divine sealing list against the dark sphere held by the leader of the Dark Council. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as the light of the divine sealing list dimmed beneath the oppressive dark force. Could it be that we are to fail at this critical juncture? Ichen felt a surge of despair as he surveyed the chaotic battlefield and the spiraling out-of-control spirit pearls. Just when everyone found themselves in dire straits, Alice suddenly conceived a plan. While fending off the enemy's attacks, she shouted, "Everyone, do not fixate solely on the battle and the maintenance of the spirit pearl's power. Let us infuse our beliefs and our resolve to protect this world into the spirit pearls. Perhaps this will strengthen their power to counter the darkness." The words stirred something within the group. Yang Jian closed his eyes, concentrating his unwavering dedication to justice and his commitment to safeguarding the world into the purple spirit pearl. The pearl, sensing his conviction, blazed with newfound brilliance, the previously chaotic, thunderous power stabilizing and beginning to push back against the dark force. Neza took a deep breath, infusing his courage and indomitable spirit into the red spirit pearl. The flames roared back to life, imbued with a fierce fighting spirit that momentarily repelled the dark forces. Ichen focused his mind, pouring his yearning for peace and his loathing of darkness into the blue spirit pearl. The icy power coalesced anew, forming an unyielding wall of ice that defended against the dark sorcerer's onslaught. The human warrior infused his love for his homeland and his sense of duty into the yellow spirit pearl. In an instant, the pearl's power exploded forth, fortifying the stone fortress, mending the cracks, and repelling the attacks of the Dark Council members. Alice channeled her reverence for nature and her love for life into the green spirit pearl. Its glow reignited with vibrant energy, withering vines springing back to life, and lifeless flowers regaining their vitality as the green space expanded outward, consuming the encroaching dark force. Hao Yian felt the shift in the collective conviction and the power of the spirit pearls. He too infused his sense of responsibility for the divine mission and his duty to the otherworld into the divine sealing list. The list blazed with light, harmonizing with the radiance of the 5 spirit pearls to form a formidable barrier of light that repelled the dark forces of the Dark Council. The leader of the Dark Council, witnessing this scene, wore an expression of profound dismay. He had not anticipated that the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance could discover a breakthrough in such dire circumstances. Gritting his teeth, he augmented the power output of the black orb, attempting to shatter the radiant barrier in one fell swoop. However, the The members of the Divine Guardian Alliance were no longer the same as before. Bolstered by their unwavering faith, their strength surged, and the 5 spirit orbs harmonized seamlessly with the power of the divine list, forming an indomitable line of defense under the protection of the luminous barrier. They once again endeavored to evoke a resonance from the spirit orbs. This time, they infused their beliefs and strength into the effort, and the light from the 5 orbs gradually intertwined, creating a resplendent pillar of light that soared into the heavens. As the pillar ascended, a formidable sealing power began to permeate the trial grounds. This force was imbued with a sacred and righteous aura, instilling a profound sense of dread in the members of the Dark Council. The leader of the Dark Council recognized that his plans had unraveled. With a furious roar, he led his followers in a hasty retreat. The members of the Divine Guardian Alliance observed the departing figures of the Dark Council. Remaining vigilant, they understood that this was merely a temporary victory, for the Dark Council would not relent, and a far more intense showdown awaited them. We have successfully ignited the resonance of the spirit orbs and obtained the sealing power. Yet, the Dark Council will undoubtedly not concede. We must prepare swiftly for their next assault. Hao Ian gazed at the group, his eyes brimming with resolve and determination. The others nodded in agreement, aware that the road ahead was long and fraught with unknown dangers. However, they were undaunted, for they possessed the conviction to safeguard the otherworld and the trust they held in one another. In the days that followed, the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance began rigorous training. Continuously enhancing their abilities, they delved into the mysteries of sealing techniques, striving to unleash the full might of the sealing power in the ultimate confrontation with the Dark Council. Meanwhile, the Dark Council, having endured this setback, secretly schemed new machinations. They scoured for formidable dark forces, seeking to augment their strength and launch another challenge against the Divine Guardian Alliance. The sky of the otherworld was heavy with the oppressive calm before a storm. Yet, the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance were prepared. They would face the impending battle with unwavering faith and fearless courage, determined to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the otherworld. Chapter 63. The Symphony of the Final Battle in the Magical Trial Grounds of the Divine Guardian Alliance's base. The group was gathered around the 5 spirit orbs, which emanated a mysterious glow, engaging in intense sealing technique practice. Each attempt deepened their understanding of this ancient and potent power. Yet, they were acutely aware that the Dark Council could return at any moment, and their time was running short. Hao Ian stood in the center of the arena, the ancient scroll in his hand glowing faintly, his gaze darting between the runes and the spirit orbs, chanting incantations to guide the collective power of his comrades. I Chen, Yang Jian, Neza, Alice, and the human warriors each established a mental connection with their corresponding spirit orbs, continuously channeling their strength and convictions into them. Steady yourselves, everyone. Focus your minds. Feel the fusion of the spirit orbs with your own power, and seek that subtle resonance. Hao Ian's voice echoed through the trial grounds, firm and steady, directing their efforts. Just as they were fully concentrated, the magical alarm of the base suddenly blared sharply. Almost immediately, a deep rumble resonated from the sky. As if countless demons were roaring, a sense of alarm surged through the group, causing them to halt their actions and gaze upward. A massive black cloud was hurtling toward the base at an astonishing speed, flickering with ominous purple lightning, exuding a chilling aura of darkness. It's the Dark Council. They've arrived. Yang Jian's expression turned grave, unsheathing his trident, which gleamed with golden light, starkly contrasting with the dark lightning above. At last, the day we have awaited has come. Neza's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as his wind-fire wheel spun rapidly beneath him, flames billowing, and the crimson spirit orb in his hand radiated brilliantly. Seemingly eager for the impending conflict, the army of the Dark Council surged forth from the black clouds, a relentless tide of darkness pouring toward the base. Leading them was the Dark Council's leader. Hovering in midair, wielding a mysterious black orb that emanated a potent dark force, warping the very space around him. Divine Guardian Alliance, today marks your doom. The voice of the Dark Council leader boomed like thunder, laden with endless authority and oppressive weight, reverberating across the heavens and the earth. If you wish to annihilate the otherworld, you must first tread over our corpses. Hao Ian stood resolute, raising the divine list high. Its blinding light illuminated the entire base, establishing a stark confrontation against the dark powers of the Dark Council. As the army of the Dark Council closed in, the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance swiftly entered combat mode. Alice swung her staff, summoning countless green vines that coiled around the enemies like serpents. Wherever the vines reached, Members of the Dark Council were ensnared, emitting cries of agony. Experience the might of elven magic. Alice's eyes burned with anger and determination. She would not allow these dark forces to devastate the nature and life she cherished. Yang Jian unleashed the 8-9 mysteries, transforming into a beam of golden light. Weaving through the ranks of the Dark Council's army, with each swing of his trident, he cleaved through the darkness, reaping lives with the precision of a blade. His third eye emitted golden rays, dispelling the dark magic in its path. The dark forces are utterly defenseless before justice. Yang Jian's voice resonated with confidence and strength, his figure resembling that of a war god, gallantly navigating through the enemy ranks. Neza, standing atop his wind-fire wheels, unleashed the three-headed, 8-armed divine technique. 6 arms brandishing fire-tipped spears in unison, flames raging around him, forming a formidable firewall. Dark Council members who dared approach the firewall were instantly consumed. Reduced to ashes, watch as I turn you dark monstrosities into cinders. Neza's voice was filled with bravado and valor, his fighting spirit blazing like an unquenchable flame. Ichen wielded his rune-etched sword, gliding effortlessly through the ranks of the Dark Council. His rune blade slashed through the night like lightning, each stroke severing dark magic. His presence was ghostly, evading capture. The Age of Darkness is about to conclude. Ichen's voice was cold and resolute, his gaze revealing an intense aversion to darkness and a yearning for light. The human warrior, armed with a massive axe, engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the Dark Council's melee forces. Each of his strikes was powerful and decisive, felling Dark Council members with each swing. Though covered in wounds, his eyes shone with unwavering determination, showing no signs of retreat. For our homeland, for our loved ones, I shall not yield. The battle cry of the human warrior echoed across the battlefield, his courage and resilience inspiring all. Amidst the fierce battle, the leader of the Dark Council suddenly unleashed dark magic, hurling the black orb into the sky. The orb expanded instantaneously, transforming into a colossal dark vortex that devoured everything in its vicinity. This is not good. It's the Dark Council's ultimate spell. Everyone, be cautious. Hao Yan's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily summoned the power of the Divine List in an attempt to counteract the vortex's devouring force. However, the power of the Dark Vortex was overwhelmingly potent, causing the brilliance of the Divine List to dim under its pressure. The members of the Divine Guardian Alliance felt the immense strain. Their strength waned as the vortex consumed their essence. Are we truly destined for failure? Ichen thought anxiously, surveying his comrades and the base gradually succumbing to darkness, a wave of despair washing over him. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, Hao Yan suddenly devised a plan. He shouted, "Do not despair. We must converge the powers of the 5 spirit orbs into the Divine List, harnessing the sealing power. We can surely withstand this dark vortex." Upon hearing this, the group felt a jolt of determination. They immediately focused their minds, channeling the powers of the 5 spirit orbs into the Divine List through their mental connection. The Divine List blazed with resplendent light, and a surge of powerful sealing force emanated from it, clashing with the dark vortex's might. "Hold firm, everyone. We can do this." Hao Yan's voice resonated with strength and encouragement, his gaze revealing unwavering conviction. Through their collective efforts, the power of the dark vortex began to be subdued by the sealing force. The vortex's rotation slowed, its consuming reach diminishing. The leader of the Dark Council, witnessing this scene, grew increasingly agitated. Unwilling to accept defeat, he frantically cast dark magic, attempting to augment the vortex's strength. However, the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance denied him any opportunity, bolstered by their faith. Their power surged, and the sealing force grew ever stronger. Ultimately, the dark vortex dissipated under the overwhelming pressure of the sealing force. As the vortex faded, the army of the Dark Council fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance launched their counterattack, their strength magnified by the sealing power. Dark Council members collapsed in droves, the battlefield strewn with dark corpses. Realizing the tide had turned, the leader of the Dark Council let out a furious roar, turning to flee. Yet Hao Yan would not let him escape. So easily did he summon the power of the Divine List, a beam of golden light enveloping the leader of the Dark Council. Attempting to flee? It is not so easy. Today marks your end. Hao Yan's voice resonated with authority and righteousness, his gaze revealing a judgment upon the darkness. The leader of the Dark Council struggled beneath the golden radiance, desperately attempting to break free from his bindings. Yet, the The power of the divine sealing list was overwhelmingly potent, rendering his efforts futile. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the members of the Divine Guardians Alliance, the leader of the Dark Council was completely sealed by the might of the divine sealing list. The army of the Dark Council crumbled alongside it, and this fierce battle finally drew to a close. The members of the Divine Guardians Alliance surveyed the battlefield's devastation, their hearts awash with mixed emotions. Though they had emerged victorious, the cost had been steep. The base had been transformed beyond recognition. With many comrades injured, or even sacrificed in the fray, we have triumphed. Neza's voice was tinged with exhaustion and solace as he slowly retracted his wind-fire wheels and fire-tipped spear, gazing at his companions with tears glistening in his eyes. Indeed, we have triumphed. However, this victory was hard-won, and we must not forget those comrades who sacrificed their lives to protect the otherworld. Hao Yan's voice was somber and heavy, his eyes reflecting a deep reverence and remembrance for the fallen. In the days that followed, the members of the Divine Guardians Alliance commenced the reconstruction of their base, endeavoring to restore peace and tranquility to the otherworld. They laid to rest their fallen comrades behind the base, erecting a grand monument in honor of their valiant deeds and great sacrifices. The sky of the otherworld regained its azure brilliance, sunlight bathing the earth, and life began to stir anew. People emerged from the shadows of fear, resuming their joyful lives. The members of the Divine Guardians Alliance became the heroes of the otherworld, their tales immortalized through the ages, inspiring generations to strive for the preservation of peace and justice. Chapter 64. The Dawn of Renewal. In the days following the Divine Guardians Alliance's successful defeat of the Dark Council, the otherworld gradually began to heal from the scars of war. However, although the conflict had ceased, the aftermath was one of desolation and an unending task of reconstruction. The members of the Divine Guardians Alliance did not allow their victory to breed complacency. They dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the restoration and rebuilding of the otherworld. Within the base, magical facilities and structures once ravaged by dark sorcery were steadily being restored. Artisans busily navigated the area, employing various magical tools and materials to repair the damaged walls and collapsed towers. Enchanted lights flickered back to life, illuminating every corner, as the once pervasive darkness was supplanted by fresh air. Hao Yan stood atop the highest point of the base, surveying the scene before him. He clutched an ancient scroll tightly in his hand, for it not only held the key to their victory over darkness but also represented the hope for the otherworld's future. Though this war has concluded, our responsibilities have not come to an end. The forces of darkness may rise again. We must ensure that the otherworld is sufficiently fortified to withstand any threat. His voice echoed resolutely above the base. Alice led a group of elven artisans and mages in planting magical flora around the base. Known for their healing properties, these plants could purify the lingering dark essence in the air while rejuvenating the scarred land. With a gentle wave of her staff, a soft green light emanated, causing the seeds to take root and flourish swiftly. The power of nature is boundless. It can heal all wounds, she smiled, her eyes brimming with affection for the land. Yang Jian took charge of training a new cohort of guardians. He understood that possessing formidable strength was essential for safeguarding the peace of the otherworld. On the training grounds, young warriors diligently practiced under his guidance, wielding weapons and casting spells. Yang Jian personally demonstrated, imparting combat techniques and strategies for confronting dark forces. Combat is not merely a contest of strength. It is a test of intellect and will. In the face of darkness, you must maintain unwavering conviction and never falter. His words inspired every young warrior, instilling in them a fierce determination. Neza flitted between reconstruction sites, utilizing his wind-fire wheels and immense strength to transport heavy building materials, aiding artisans in hastening the rebuilding process. His vibrant personality and optimistic demeanor uplifted everyone around him. Hey, everyone, let us give it our all. Soon, we shall restore this place to its former glory. His laughter resonated through the construction sites, bringing joy and vigor to the weary laborers. Ichin delved into ancient magical tomes, seeking spells and runes capable of enhancing the otherworld's defenses. His chamber overflowed with various books and magical artifacts. As he tirelessly researched, attempting to unearth more methods of fortification from ancient wisdom, the forces of darkness may emerge again at any moment. We must be prepared and construct a formidable defense. He murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. The human warriors led a contingent of laborers in mending the devastated cities and villages. They rebuilt homes, repaired roads, and restored warmth to the people's abodes. Each brick laid and every road repaired embodied their love for their homeland and hope for the future. Though our homeland has endured immense devastation, as long as we unite in purpose, we shall surely rebuild a more splendid world. He rallied those around him, instilling confidence in their hearts. As time passed, the other world gradually regained its former vitality and prosperity. In the cities, laughter and cheer filled the air. Shops reopened, and the market bustled with life. Children played in the streets while elders basked in the sun on their doorsteps. All seemed harmonious and serene. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, a new undercurrent began to stir. On the fringes of the otherworld, mysterious creatures began to appear with increasing frequency. These beings exuded an uncanny aura, belonging neither to light nor darkness, causing unease among the local inhabitants. The Divine Guardians Alliance swiftly caught wind of this news. Hao Yin convened the assembly to discuss countermeasures. The emergence of these enigmatic beings is no mere coincidence. We must swiftly uncover their origins and intentions. His expression was grave, his eyes betraying a sense of vigilance. The assembly resolved to split into several groups to investigate the whereabouts of these mysterious creatures. Alice led a squad of elves deep into the forest for reconnaissance. Within the woods, they discovered peculiar traces, resembling footprints and claw marks left by some formidable beings. These markings were fresh, indicating that the mysterious creatures had recently roamed this area. That we must remain cautious, Alice said, her staff poised for any potential danger. Yang Jin and Neza ventured into the mountainous regions, uncovering mysterious runes within an ancient cave. These symbols pulsed with an unusual light, harboring immense power. These runes seemed to conceal a secret. We must proceed with caution, Yang Jin warned, his third eye faintly aglow as he attempted to decipher their meanings. Ichin and the human warriors arrived at the seaside, where they observed some mysterious creatures manifesting upon the waters. These beings, colossal in stature, traversed the surface with ease. Their strength is formidable. We cannot act recklessly, Ichin stated, gripping his sword tightly as he scrutinized the movements of these enigmatic entities. After extensive investigation, they discovered that these mysterious creatures were likely related to an ancient legend. According to the lore, at the dawn of the otherworld's creation, there existed a mysterious force, neither belonging to light nor darkness, but rather a neutral power. This force had been sealed deep within the otherworld to maintain the balance between light and darkness. However, as time progressed, the sealing power had gradually waned, and this enigmatic force began to stir. If this legend holds truth, then the emergence of these mysterious beings may signal the weakening of the seal. Hao Yin remarked gravely, we must swiftly locate the sealing site and reinforce it. Otherwise, if the balance between light and darkness is broken, the otherworld shall once again face peril. The assembly recognized the severity of the situation and commenced a fervent search for the sealing location. Through ancient magical tomes and fragments, they unearthed clues regarding the sealing site. After arduous searching, they finally located the entrance to the seal within a secluded valley of the otherworld. The entrance. A massive magical barrier obstructed their path, adorned with flickering ancient runes that emanated formidable power. This magical barrier is quite potent. We must be cautious in our attempts to breach it, Ichin advised. Meticulously examining the layout and patterns of the runes, seeking a method to dismantle it. After diligent study, Ichin discovered that these runes bore a subtle connection to the power of 5 spiritual orbs. He shared this revelation with the assembly, and they resolved to once more harness the power of the 5 orbs to dismantle the magical barrier, following the method previously employed to stimulate the resonance of the orbs. They gathered the energy of the 5 spiritual orbs together. The radiance of the orbs intertwined, coalescing into a formidable beam of light directed at the magical barrier. As the force of the orbs struck, the runes upon the barrier began to flicker erratically, and its power gradually weakened. With the diminishing strength of the magical barrier, a passage began to emerge at the entrance. Cautiously, the assembly ventured into the passage, which was suffused with a mysterious aura. They proceeded along the corridor, eventually arriving at the core of the seal. Within the core area, they beheld a vast magical array, at the center of which floated a sphere radiating an enigmatic glow. This sphere was the key to sealing the neutral force. However, at that moment, the glow surrounding the sphere had dimmed, and the strength of the seal was perilously fragile. We must reinforce the seal without delay, Hao Yin declared, leading the group to the front of the magical array. where they commenced the casting of various spells in an effort to augment the seal's power, just as they toiled to strengthen the seal. Those enigmatic creatures suddenly materialized, launching an assault upon them. These mysterious beings were colossal in stature and possessed immense strength, their attacks placing tremendous pressure on the group. "Do not panic. Stand firm with all your might," Yang Jian shouted, brandishing his three-pronged, double-edged blade as he charged towards the arcane entities. Neza, Alice, I-Chen, and the valiant human warriors swiftly joined the fray, engaging in a fierce battle against the mysterious beings. Amidst the conflict, the group discerned that although these creatures were powerful, they did not seem intent on causing them harm. Rather, they were merely attempting to thwart their efforts to reinforce the seal. These enigmatic beings appear to be the guardians of the seal. Unwilling to allow us to disrupt it, Alice observed, repelling the creature's attacks while contemplating a strategy. After a moment of reflection, I-Chen suddenly grasped the underlying reason that I believe I understand the situation. These mysterious creatures are the protectors of the seal. They sense that our powers may threaten its integrity, hence their aggression that we must cease our forceful tactics and find a way to communicate with them. Upon hearing I-Chen's words, the group halted their attacks. Endeavoring to engage in peaceful dialogue with the mysterious beings, conveying their intentions, after considerable effort, it appeared the creatures comprehended their message, withdrawing to the side. Under the watchful gaze of the guardians, the group cautiously resumed reinforcing the seal. Utilizing the power of 5 spiritual orbs and ancient magic, they reactivated the magical array, enhancing the seal's strength. As the seal's potency intensified, the radiant light surrounding the sphere gradually returned, securely binding the neutral force once more. With the reinforcement of the seal completed, the group exhaled in relief. They expressed their gratitude to the mysterious beings, who seemed to acknowledge them in return, their forms gradually vanishing into the valley. The crisis had finally been averted. "We can finally breathe easy," Hao Tian remarked, a look of contentment gracing his features, yet he cautioned against complacency, for more challenges may lie ahead. The group nodded in agreement, fully aware that safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the otherworld was an eternal responsibility that in the days to come, they would continue to strive, transforming the otherworld into a haven brimming with light and hope. Chapter 65. A brief respite following the successful reinforcement of the neutral forces seal, the otherworld entered a rare period of peace. The lands once shrouded in the gloom of war now flourished with vitality and hope. Members of the God Guardians Alliance momentarily set aside their tense battle readiness, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the construction and development of the otherworld. In the heart of the otherworld, a magnificent God Tower ascended toward the sky. Constructed from the most resilient magical stone, the tower's facade was adorned with an array of precious gems and magical crystals, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun's embrace. The God Tower was not merely a landmark. It symbolized the God Guardians Alliance, representing the peace and tranquility of the otherworld. Standing atop the God Tower, Hao Tian gazed down upon the bustling city below. The streets teemed with life, as people enjoyed their livelihoods. Laughter echoing in every corner. Witnessing this scene, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. All their efforts had been worthwhile. That a contented smile graced his face, his eyes reflecting a hopeful vision of the future. In the city square, children frolicked joyously, darting around the fountain, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Surrounding the square, an array of shops flourished, merchants eagerly beckoning customers, the sounds of trade resonating throughout. This area, once a war-ravaged zone, had transformed into a veritable paradise for the enjoyment of life. Alice, leading the members of the elven race, crafted a beautiful magical forest on the city's outskirts. This forest flourished with rare magical plants, purifying the air and exuding enchanting fragrances that uplifted spirits. Numerous delightful creatures made their homes within the woods, harmoniously coexisting with the elves. This forest is our gift to the otherworld, a hope for more beauty to blossom. Alice smiled, her eyes sparkling with love for nature and a yearning for peace. That on another side of the city, Yang Jian established a military academy dedicated to training exceptional warriors and magicians. Within the academy, young students diligently honed their skills, eager to master various combat techniques and magical knowledge, aspiring to become heroes like Yang Jian, protectors of the otherworld's peace. Yang Jian personally instructed, imparting his years of battle experience and techniques without reservation. You are the future of the otherworld, entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding peace. Only by continually enhancing your strength can you remain invincible in the face of future challenges? His words inspired every student, igniting their determination and confidence. Neza opened a magical workshop within the city, utilizing his creativity and magical talent to craft an array of wondrous magical tools. These devices not only simplified daily life, but also bolstered the city's defenses. In the workshop, Neza busily navigated between various tools and materials, his face alight with excitement and satisfaction. Behold my latest invention. This magical disc allows people to swiftly traverse every corner of the city. Isn't it magnificent? He exclaimed, showcasing a shimmering disc to those around him, pride evident in his eyes. Ichen immersed himself in the city's library, diligently researching magical theories and historical cultures. He compiled the knowledge and experiences gleaned from his adventures into books for future generations to study and reference. The library boasted an extensive collection of volumes, from ancient magical tomes to contemporary scholarly works. Seated at a desk, Ichen focused intently on an ancient magical book, his gaze revealing a thirst for knowledge and a pursuit of wisdom. Knowledge is an inexhaustible power. Only through continuous learning can we better comprehend this world and safeguard our home, he mused. As if conversing with the wisdom contained within the pages, the human warriors led a group of laborers in constructing a magical thoroughfare that spanned the entire otherworld. This road, paved with magical materials, was lined with enchanted streetlights, facilitating travel and fostering communication and trade between regions. Along the magical avenue, caravans and travelers flowed incessantly, each carrying their goods and stories, leaving countless footprints along the path. This thoroughfare will connect every corner of the otherworld, binding our world together more closely, one of the human warriors proclaimed proudly, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. However, the days of peace did not endure for long. One day, a mysterious letter arrived at the God Guardians Alliance. The missive, inscribed in an ancient script, emanated an aura of enigma. Hao Yan convened the group to collaboratively decipher the contents of the letter after considerable effort. They finally unraveled its meaning. The letter spoke of a formidable evil force emerging in a distant dimension, one that was steadily eroding the worlds of other dimensions, plunging many into darkness and chaos. The author of the letter was a guardian from another dimension, who implored the God Guardians Alliance for assistance, hoping they could unite to confront this malevolent power and rescue the worlds shrouded in darkness. It seems our mission is far from over. Hao Yan's expression grew solemn as he regarded the letter in his hand, his eyes revealing a resolute determination. The other world has only just regained peace. We cannot remain passive while other dimensions suffer. We must venture to that dimension and fight alongside its guardians against this evil force. The group voiced their agreement, fully aware that protecting peace was their duty. Regardless of the distance or the challenges ahead, they could not falter. Thus, the God Guardians Alliance embarked on a new journey. They boarded a magical vessel powered by arcane energies, traversing the tunnels of time and space until they arrived in another dimension. This world starkly contrasted with their own. The sky was an eerie shade of purple, and a black mist enveloped the ground, permeating the air with an oppressive and fearful atmosphere at the edge of this world. They encountered a guardian awaiting their arrival. This guardian, named Leon, was tall and bore an expression of weariness and concern. "Thank you for coming. This world is on the brink of annihilation. The evil force is too powerful. We are nearing our breaking point." Leon's voice was low and heavy, imbued with despair and helplessness. Hao Yan placed a reassuring hand on Leon's shoulder, offering solace. "Do not lose hope. Now that we are here, we shall not allow this world to succumb to darkness. Please, tell us more about this evil force." Leon nodded and began to explain the situation. It turned out that this malevolent force originated from an ancient dark race. Armed with formidable magic and advanced technology, intent on conquering all dimensions to establish a dark empire, they had already invaded numerous worlds, leaving devastation in their wake. Their base was situated at the heart of this world. Fortified with powerful defenses and magical traps, we have attempted to launch assaults on multiple occasions, but each has ended in failure. Leon lamented, his visage etched with anguish and remorse. We cannot simply abandon our efforts. Yang Jian clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Surely, there exists a way to breach their defenses and vanquish them. After deliberation, the group resolved to conduct reconnaissance on the enemy's stronghold, seeking to comprehend their defensive architecture and vulnerabilities. Utilizing the magic of her elven kin, Alice transformed into a diminutive bird and stealthily infiltrated the enemy's base. She navigated cautiously within, meticulously observing the enemy's every movement, documenting the defensive measures and locations of magical traps. Upon returning to the camp, Alice relayed her findings to the assembly. Based on this intelligence, they formulated a comprehensive battle strategy. They decided to divide their forces, launching assaults from various directions to distract the enemy, while searching for an opportunity to penetrate their core defenses. The battle commenced as the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance, alongside the Guardians led by Leon, charged towards the enemy's stronghold. They unleashed their respective spells and skills, engaging in fierce combat. Magical luminescence flickered across the darkened sky as deafening explosions reverberated, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Neza, riding on his wind-fire wheels, unleashed his formidable three-headed, eight-armed prowess, plunging into the throngs of foes. His fiery spear danced with ferocity, flames swirling around him, driving back the adversaries. "Behold my might, you dark monstrosities. Today marks your doom." Neza's voice resonated with tenacity and authority, his figure a blazing comet upon the battlefield, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Yang Jian, employing the profound 8-9 mysteries, transformed into a golden beam, weaving through the enemy's defensive structures. His trident glimmered with golden radiance, each swing severing the enemy's magical assaults and defensive apparatus. His third eye emitted a potent light, revealing the enemy's magical traps and weaknesses, guiding his comrades along the path to victory. The forces of darkness shall find no refuge beneath the brilliance of justice. Yang Jian's voice resonated like a mighty bell, instilling immense encouragement among his allies. Alice wielded her staff, summoning an abundance of verdant vines and magical sprites. The vines ensnared the enemy tightly, while the magical sprites unleashed beams of magic, leaving the foe defenseless. The power of nature is an onslaught you cannot withstand. Alice's voice rang clear and resolute, her gaze aflame with indignation towards the enemy and an unyielding commitment to justice. Ichen, brandishing a sword adorned with shimmering runes, navigated effortlessly through the enemy's magical formations. His runic sword energy sliced through the night sky like lightning, each arc capable of severing the enemy's magical power. He deftly evaded their assaults, seeking the flaws in their magical arrays. "The dark sorcery shall be utterly shattered beneath my runic blade." Ichen's voice was cold and resolute, his form akin to a specter, gliding through the enemy's magical constructs as though in a realm unchallenged. The human warrior led a contingent of guardians, engaging the enemy in fierce close combat. His massive axe swung with ferocity, each strike inflicting significant damage upon the adversaries. Although his body bore numerous wounds, his gaze remained steadfast, devoid of any inclination to retreat. "For the sake of peace, for the salvation of this world, we shall not falter." The warrior's rallying cry echoed across the battlefield, his valor and tenacity inspiring all around him. Amidst the fervent clash, the Divine Guardian Alliance gradually discerned the weaknesses in the enemy's defenses. They concentrated their might for a final assault on the enemy's core stronghold. Through collective effort, they finally breached the enemy's core defenses, successfully infiltrating the stronghold. Deep within the base, they finally confronted the leader of the malevolent forces, a towering dark sorcerer exuding an aura of formidable darkness, warping the very space around him with his power. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Such navet?" The dark sorcerer's voice dripped with derision and contempt as he brandished his wand, unleashing a torrent of dark magic against them. Hao Ian led his comrades in a valiant defense against the sorcerer's onslaught, drawing upon the power of the 5 spirit orbs and the authority of the divine list. They engaged in a breathtaking duel against the dark sorcerer. Magical light flickered within the base, the potent waves of energy causing the very structure to tremble. That in the heat of battle, Hao Ian suddenly perceived a flaw in the dark sorcerer's magic. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the ultimate power of the divine list, sending forth a powerful golden beam towards the dark sorcerer. Unable to evade in time, the sorcerer was struck by the golden radiance, his form consumed by the light, vanishing without a trace. With the dark sorcerer's disappearance, the enemy's resistance crumbled entirely. This fierce conflict concluded with the triumph of the Divine Guardian Alliance. The members of the Alliance and the Guardians led by Leon erupted in jubilant cheers. Basking in the pride of their hard-won victory, they understood that this victory not only salvaged their world, but also instilled hope in realms beyond. In the days that followed, The members of the Divine Guardian Alliance assisted the denizens of this world in rebuilding their homes, restoring peace and tranquility. They imparted their experiences and magical knowledge from their otherworldly sojourn, enabling the inhabitants to better safeguard their homeland. Once tranquility was restored, the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance bid farewell to the people of this world. Embarking on their journey back to the other realm, they were aware that further challenges awaited them in the future, yet they remained undaunted, for they were the Divine Guardian Alliance, eternal guardians of peace and justice. Chapter 66. Return and New Mission. The Divine Guardian Alliance traversed the temporal tunnel aboard their magical vessel, returning to the other realm. Within the ship, the faces of the members radiated the joy of victory, albeit tinged with fatigue. This interdimensional conflict had profoundly revealed the arduous nature of preserving peace, while simultaneously filling them with anticipation and a sense of duty for the future. The vessel descended upon the central city of the other realm, still vibrant with prosperity. Upon learning of the Divine Guardian Alliance's triumphant return, the populace surged into the streets, rejoicing and welcoming their cherished heroes. Colorful banners adorned the thoroughfares, as children bore flowers, expressing their sincerest respect. Standing at the entrance of the ship, Hao Qian gazed upon the bustling scene. His heart swelling with emotion, he was acutely aware that this peace and prosperity were the fruits of every member's dedication and sacrifice. Everyone has worked tirelessly. We have finally returned. His voice trembled with excitement, imbued with confidence for the future. Alice, Yang Jian, Neza, Yi Chen, and the human warrior descended from the vessel, smiling and waving to the throng at that moment. A multitude had gathered in the city square, their applause and cheers conveying heartfelt gratitude towards the Guardians. Surrounded by the jubilant crowd, the Divine Guardian Alliance approached the Tower of the Divine. This edifice, symbolizing peace and tranquility, appeared even more magnificent under the sun's rays. Hao Qian stood before the Tower of the Divine, delivering a brief yet powerful address that he reflected on the arduous journey of the interdimensional battle, expressing gratitude for each member's efforts and sacrifices, while encouraging everyone to persist in their endeavors to safeguard peace in the other realm. Though we have achieved victory in this battle, the road to preserving peace remains long. We must remain vigilant and continuously enhance our strength to confront the myriad challenges that may arise in the future. Hao Qian's words were resolute and compelling, inspiring all present. Following the conclusion of his address, the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance returned to their respective abodes, embarking on a brief respite and recuperation. Neza returned to his magical workshop, gazing at the magical artifacts he had once crafted. A sense of accomplishment flooding his heart, he resolved to utilize this time to further research and refine his inventions, contributing more significantly to the development of the other realm. This battle has revealed certain deficiencies in my magical tools. I must make improvements. Neza mused to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He picked up a magical frisbee, scrutinizing it closely, as various enhancement ideas swirled in his mind. Yang Jian returned to the military academy. Witnessing the diligent training of the students, which warmed his heart, that he decided to personally guide them through a practical exercise, imparting the experiences and skills he had gleaned from the recent battle. Students, today I shall share with you the experiences and lessons from this interdimensional conflict that I hope you can learn from it and continually bolster your strength. Yang Jian addressed the trainees with solemnity. The students gathered around, their eyes brimming with anticipation and admiration. Alice ventured into the magical forest, where everything remained vibrant and lush. She shared her battle experiences and insights with the members of her elven kin. The elves expressed their admiration for Alice's bravery and wisdom, pledging to redouble their efforts in safeguarding the forest and contributing to the peace of the other realm. This battle has deepened our understanding of how precious peace truly is. We must safeguard this forest with all our hearts, allowing it to become a sanctuary in the other realm, Alice declared to the elves, her eyes sparkling with visions of a bright future. Yi Chen returned to the library, continuing his studies in magical theory and historical culture. He meticulously documented the experiences and insights from the interdimensional battle, compiling them into a tome for future generations to learn from and reference. He is acutely aware that knowledge serves as a vital force in safeguarding peace. It is only through the continuous accumulation and transmission of knowledge that we can better confront the challenges of the future. Each battle fought is a precious experience, and we must transform these experiences into knowledge so that future generations may benefit from them. Chen sat before his desk, engrossed in writing, his eyes reflecting a profound reverence for knowledge and an insatiable quest for wisdom. The human warriors, meanwhile, led the workers in the ongoing enhancement of the magical thoroughfare. They planned to construct additional rest stops and lodges along the road, providing more convenient services for the traveling merchants and wanderers. Concurrently, they intended to establish magical defenses along the thoroughfare to ensure its safety. This magical road is the lifeline of the otherworld, and we must strive to make it more complete and secure. The human warrior spoke to the workers, his gaze filled with anticipation and confidence for the future. Just as the members of the Celestial Guardians Alliance were busy with their tasks, Hao Yin received a letter from the depths of the otherworld. The missive had been delivered by a mysterious sorcerer, emanating an aura of enigma. Upon opening the letter, Hao Yin discovered it was filled with strange symbols and characters. After considerable scrutiny, he finally deciphered its contents. The letter spoke of an ancient power concealed deep within the otherworld. This power had once been sealed in a mysterious location, but recently signs of the seal weakening had emerged. Should this power be unleashed, it would bring catastrophic devastation to the otherworld. The letter's author was a recluse sorcerer residing in the depths of the otherworld, and he beseeched the Celestial Guardians Alliance for assistance, hoping they would venture to the seal's location to reinforce it and prevent the power from being unleashed. After reading the letter, Hao Yin's expression grew grave. He understood all too well the peril posed by this ancient power. Should it truly be released, the consequences would be unimaginable. That he immediately summoned the members of the Celestial Guardians Alliance to collectively discuss a response. Esteemed allies, we have just received an urgent message. Deep within the otherworld, the seal of an ancient power has begun to weaken. We must hasten to the seal's location and reinforce it, lest we face dire repercussions. Hao Yin declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, the assembly voiced their agreement, fully aware that the guardianship of peace in the otherworld was their solemn duty, and that retreating in the face of adversity was not an option. Thus, the Celestial Guardians Alliance embarked on a new journey. They traversed the magical thoroughfare, delving deeper into the otherworld. Along the way, they encountered numerous breathtaking vistas, yet also faced dangers and challenges that at one point. They confronted a horde of malevolent beasts, towering in size and formidable in their assaults. Undeterred, the members of the Celestial Guardians Alliance unleashed their magic and skills, engaging in furious combat with the beasts. Neza, riding on his wind and fire wheels, manifested his three-headed, eight-armed prowess, charging into the throng of beasts. His fire-tipped spear danced through the air, flames raging around him, forcing the beasts to retreat. Behold my might. You vile creatures, today marks your doom. Neza's voice resonated with courage and authority, his figure a blazing comet on the battlefield, instilling dread in the hearts of the beasts. Yang Jian, employing his profound techniques, transformed into a golden ray of light, weaving deftly among the beasts. His trident gleamed with a golden brilliance, inflicting immense damage with each swing. His third eye emitted a powerful light, revealing the weaknesses of the beasts and guiding his comrades' strikes. The forces of darkness shall find no refuge beneath the radiance of justice. Yang Jian's voice boomed across the battlefield, invigorating his allies. Alice, wielding her staff, summoned countless verdant vines and magical sprites. The vines ensnared the beasts, while the sprites unleashed magical beams upon them, rendering the beasts defenseless. The power of nature is an onslaught you cannot withstand. Alice's voice rang clear and resolute, her gaze aflame with indignation against the foes and a steadfast commitment to justice. Chen, with his rune-imbued sword, nimbly navigated through the magical assaults of the beasts. His sword energy crackled like lightning across the night sky, severing the magical powers of the beasts with each stroke. He deftly evaded their attacks, seeking out their vulnerabilities. The dark magic shall be utterly shattered beneath my rune blade. Chen's voice was cold and determined, his figure ghost-like as he moved through the beast's magical onslaught unscathed. The human warrior led the charge, engaging the beasts in fierce close combat. His massive axe swung with ferocity, each blow delivering significant damage to the beasts. Though his body bore numerous wounds, his gaze remained unwavering. Showing no sign of retreat to safeguard the peace of the otherworld, we shall not yield. The warrior's rallying cry reverberated across the battlefield, his courage and resilience inspiring all. After a fierce clash, the Celestial Guardians Alliance ultimately succeeded in repelling the horde of beasts. They pressed onward, and after days and nights of arduous travel, they arrived at the site of the seal. The ceiling site was a mysterious valley, surrounded by towering peaks. A sense of foreboding hung in the air, sending chills down their spines. At the valley's heart stood an ancient altar, etched with strange symbols and characters, emanating powerful waves of energy. Hao Yin and his companions approached the altar cautiously, sensing the immense power contained within. This power felt like a slumbering giant, poised to awaken at any moment. This is the place. We must fortify the seals swiftly, Hao Yin instructed. The group nodded in agreement and began preparations to reinforce the seal. Following the methods outlined in the letter, they employed their diverse magics and powers to strengthen the seal. Alice utilized the natural magic of the elven kin to erect a green protective barrier around the altar. Yang Jian infused his own strength into the seal to bolster its integrity. Neza added a layer of fiery protection using the flames of his spear. Yichen inscribed mysterious runes upon the seal to enhance its stability. And the human warrior directed the others in setting up defensive measures around the altar to prevent any attempts at sabotage. Through their collective efforts, the seal gradually grew stronger. The powerful energy fluctuations diminished. As if the slumbering giant had once again succumbed to sleep, we have succeeded. Hao Yin exhaled a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The others also displayed expressions of joy, knowing they had once more preserved the peace of the other world. Just as they prepared to depart, a mysterious light suddenly appeared in the sky. From the radiance, a shadowy figure slowly emerged. The visage of this figure was obscured, yet it exuded a potent aura. Well done, Celestial Guardians Alliance. This ancient power has remained sealed for countless years. The recent loosening of the seal has been averted thanks to your timely intervention. However, you must understand that this is but a temporary reprieve. Greater challenges await you in the future. Who are you? How do you possess such knowledge of these events? Hao Yin inquired. The mysterious figure offered no reply, only leaving behind a final statement. The path to safeguarding peace is endless. You must continue to strive. With that, the enigmatic figure vanished into the light. The members of the Celestial Guardians Alliance exchanged perplexed glances, their hearts filled with uncertainty. Yet they recognized that the figure's words served as both a reminder and an encouragement. They would continue to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the peace of the otherworld, undeterred by whatever trials lay ahead. Leaving the sealing site, they commenced their journey back. Along the way, they discussed their experiences and the appearance of the mysterious figure. Each was filled with anticipation and confidence for the future, believing that through their united efforts, the otherworld would surely welcome a brighter tomorrow. Upon their return to the central city, it was already deep into the night. The city was aglow with lights, and its inhabitants were quietly resting. The members of the Celestial Guardians Alliance returned to their respective homes, preparing to greet a new day. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, heralding the start of a new day. The members of the Celestial Guardians Alliance immersed themselves once more in their work and training. They knew that the mission of safeguarding peace would never conclude. They would continue to strive for the tranquility and safety of the otherworld. Chapter 67. The onset of darkness after successfully reinforcing the seal of the ancient power deep within the otherworld. The Celestial Guardians Alliance returned to the city, expecting a period of tranquility. Yet, the peace of the world was merely a fade, concealing the turbulent undercurrents brewing unseen. That on that morning, sunlight spilled across the city streets. Everything appearing as serene as ever. Alice, as was her custom, ventured into the magical forest for her patrol, only to discover that the growth of several magical plants had taken a turn for the worse. The once vibrant flora appeared droopy and lifeless, while the luminous fungi had lost their former brilliance. Alice furrowed her brow, acutely aware of the crucial role magical plants played in the forest and the overall ecological balance of the otherworld. Such abnormalities were far from natural. She employed her elven ability to communicate, attempting to engage with the plants for clues, but only received vague sentiments of unease and fear in response. Meanwhile, Yang Jian, while teaching at the military academy, noticed that the students' spirits were notably low. A number of exemplary students, who typically excel in their studies, found themselves repeatedly faltering during a recent exercise, their eyes betraying signs of fatigue and confusion. Upon inquiring, Yang Jian discovered that these students had been plagued by nightmares, wherein dark shadows called out to them, leaving them utterly drained upon waking. Yang Jian realized that these were no ordinary dreams. There must be something sinister at play. He resolved to investigate further, utilizing his celestial vision to observe the mental fluctuations of the students, seeking to unearth the source of their disturbance. Meanwhile, Neza, engrossed in his work at the magical workshop, suddenly sensed a disruption in the magical energies within. The once stable magical artifacts began to flicker uncontrollably, with several minor devices even exploding. Neza promptly halted his tasks to meticulously inspect the magical arrays and energy supply systems, only to find everything in order. Bewildered, he pondered how these artifacts, which he had crafted with meticulous care and precision, could malfunction. He recalled a series of strange occurrences lately, sensing an underlying connection among them. While researching in the library, Ichen stumbled upon ancient magical texts where the runes appeared blurred and distorted. These tomes, which chronicled the history of otherworldly realms and potent magical knowledge, had always been meticulously preserved, never before exhibiting such anomalies. Ichen surmised that a mysterious force might be disrupting the transmission of this knowledge. He scrutinized the alterations in the runes, hoping to uncover clues to unveil the hidden secrets. As the human warriors patrolled the magical avenue, they noticed the magical street lamps flickering erratically, their light dimmed. These lamps were crucial for ensuring safety along the avenue at night, powered by formidable magical energies that typically operated smoothly. Upon examining the energy sources of the lamps, the warriors discovered a gradual depletion of energy, yet there were no signs of damage in the vicinity. They realized that someone might be covertly sabotaging the magical avenue's normal function. In the Foshan Tower, Hao Tian also sensed unusual fluctuations in the magical energies from the otherworld. He convened the members of the Guardian Alliance in the tower's conference hall to discuss countermeasures. Recently, everyone had observed numerous anomalies that, while seemingly independent, might be closely related. Hao Tian, his expression grave, declared, "We must swiftly uncover the cause behind these disturbances, or the peace of the otherworld shall once again be jeopardized." Alice was the first to speak. "The flora in the magical forest is exhibiting abnormalities. They appear to be afflicted by some dark force, and I can feel their pain and fear." Yang Jian continued. "The students of the military academy are haunted by nightmares, their mental states deteriorating. I suspect an evil force is meddling with their minds." Neza furrowed his brow, stating, "In my magical workshop, the energies are chaotic, and the artifacts are malfunctioning. This cannot be mere coincidence." Ichen adjusted his glasses and remarked, "The runes in the ancient texts of the library are distorted. This may indicate a force attempting to undermine the transmission of knowledge, affecting our understanding of the otherworld." The human warrior slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "The energy depletion of the street lamps along the magical avenue is clearly an act of deliberate sabotage, aimed at obstructing our transportation and trade." The discussion grew heated as the group exchanged ideas. After careful analysis, they speculated that a hidden malevolent force was surreptitiously acting to undermine the stability of the otherworld. This force may have employed mysterious magical methods to evade their detection, launching an attack from multiple fronts. To ascertain the truth, they decided to split into teams for their investigations. Alice returned to the magical forest, delving deep within to seek out the most severely affected magical plants, hoping to glean further information about the dark force. Yang Jian intensified security at the military academy, employing his celestial vision to observe the academy continuously, hoping to catch the evil force that disturbed the students' minds. Neza reconfigured the magical arrays in his workshop, enhancing the monitoring of magical energies to identify the source of the disturbances. Ichen continued to scour the library for more ancient texts, searching for records of similar anomalies to uncover potential solutions. The human warriors led a group of workers to conduct a thorough inspection of the magical avenue, repairing damaged lamps while also increasing patrols to prevent further incidents. Deep within the magical forest, Alice stumbled upon an area most ravaged by the dark force. The vegetation there appeared nearly lifeless, and a foul odor permeated the air. Cautiously approaching, she invoked the magic of the elven kin in an attempt to disperse the dark energies. Just as she cast her spell, massive tendrils emerged from the shadows, lunging towards her. Alice swiftly evaded, noticing that these tendrils were entwined with black magical energy, exhibiting remarkable resilience. She wielded her staff, summoning magical sprites to engage in battle with the tendrils. After an intense confrontation, Alice ultimately repelled the tendrils, discovering that their roots connected to a massive black sphere underground, which continuously emanated dark energy. Realizing this sphere might be the source of the magical forest's anomalies, she attempted to destroy it, only to find that her magic was repelled upon contact, triggering even more potent dark energy assaults. During the night at the military academy, Yang Jin's celestial vision suddenly detected a fleeting shadow. Without hesitation, he employed the 8-9 profound arts to pursue it. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, weaving effortlessly between the academy's structures. Yang Jin relentlessly chased until he cornered the shadow in a secluded area. The shadow turned to reveal a grotesque visage, its form comprised of dark energy, exuding a nauseating aura. Yang Jin wasted no time, brandishing his trident and striking at the shadow. The shadow countered with dark magic, and a fierce battle ensued. The power of the dark magic proved formidable, and Yang Jin began to struggle. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he suddenly thought of the students, a surge of determination flooding his heart. He concentrated his spirit, unleashing the ultimate power of his celestial vision, sending forth a radiant beam of golden light toward the shadow. The shadow emitted a wretched howl in response to the illumination before ultimately dissipating into the ether. Yang Jin exhaled in relief, understanding that this was merely a minor minion of the dark force, with far more formidable foes lurking in the shadows. In the magical workshop, Neza, after extensive adjustments and monitoring, finally identified the source of the magical energy disturbances. He discovered that a mysterious magical wave had interfered with the workshop's magical arrays. Following the trail of this wave, he traced it back to the depths of the city. Determined to investigate further, Neza transformed into a flame and delved underground. Deep beneath the surface, he uncovered a colossal magical device, pulsating with eerie light and emitting waves that disrupted magical energies. Neza attempted to dismantle the device, but as he approached, its defensive mechanisms activated. Countless magical darts shot toward him, which he deftly evaded on his windfire wheels. Employing his 3-headed, 8-armed divine prowess, he used a fire spear to shield himself from the darts while searching for the device's weak points. After careful observation, he identified a crucial energy crystal at the core of the device. Destroying it would incapacitate the entire apparatus. Neza concentrated his energy and unleashed a powerful flame attack upon the energy crystal. Upon impact, the crystal shattered, and the device ceased its operations. Neza sighed with relief, aware that this merely addressed the immediate issue, with further enigmas yet to unravel. In the library, Ichin, after days and nights of research, finally discovered records of similar anomalous phenomena inscribed on an ancient parchment. The texts revealed that long ago, the otherworld had suffered an invasion by dark forces. The guardians of that era had engaged in fierce combat against these malevolent entities, ultimately sealing them deep within the otherworld. The parchment also mentioned that the dark forces, seeking resurgence, would disrupt the magical balance of the otherworld whenever the seal weakened, thereby diminishing the Guardian's powers. Ichin realized that the current events might indeed be the stirrings of the long-sealed dark forces. Armed with this crucial revelation, he hurried to the Fengshan Tower to report to Hao Yin that on the magical avenue, the human warriors had successfully repaired the damaged street lamps and fortified their patrols. One night, while on watch, the patrol team spotted several shadowy figures lurking near the avenue. The human warrior immediately rallied his comrades to encircle them. Sensing danger, the figures turned to flee. The human warriors pursued relentlessly, eventually cornering them in an alley. These figures turned out to be humans controlled by the dark force, their eyes vacant and filled with hostility. The human warriors attempted to awaken them, but they launched a frenzied assault instead. With no choice, the human warriors engaged them in combat. Though the figures were under the influence of the dark force, they lacked strength, and the human warriors quickly subdued them. From their captives, they learned that they had been sent by a mysterious individual to sabotage the magical avenue. The human warriors realized that this mysterious person was likely the mastermind behind the dark force in the Fengshan Tower. After listening to the reports from his companions, Hao Yin's expression turned serious. He recognized that the threat posed by this dark force was more grave than anticipated. The seal from long ago might indeed be weakening, and the dark forces were attempting to make a comeback. It appears that we must adequately prepare ourselves to confront the impending challenges. Said Hao Yin that we must fortify our defenses in the otherworld, enhance our own strength, while concurrently seeking the source of this dark force to eradicate it completely. The crowd nodded in agreement, fully aware that a grueling battle loomed ahead. Yet they remained undaunted as members of the Divine Guardian Alliance. Safeguarding the peace of the otherworld was their sacred duty. No matter the obstacles that lay ahead, they would press on resolutely in the days that followed. The members of the Divine Guardian Alliance commenced rigorous preparations, They established magical defense formations at crucial points throughout the city, intensified the training regimen at the military academy, developed new magical artifacts, and elevated their own capabilities. Simultaneously, they did not cease their investigations into the dark forces, persistently searching for the origins and masterminds behind this malevolence. During this process, they discovered that the tendrils of this dark force had spread to every corner of the other world. Some once tranquil villages and towns began to exhibit strange phenomena. People mysteriously vanished, livestock grew restless, and the ominous shadows gradually enveloped the entire realm. The members of the Divine Guardian Alliance felt an unprecedented weight pressing upon them. Yet they did not waver. They firmly believed that as long as they united as one, they could triumph over this dark force and preserve the tranquility of the other world. Ultimately, during an extensive investigation, they uncovered a secret stronghold of the dark forces. This hideout was situated within an abandoned mine, surrounded by traps of dark magic. Hao Tian led the group cautiously towards the stronghold. They utilized their respective magical abilities and skills to dismantle trap after trap. Finally arriving at the core of the stronghold in this central area, they beheld a colossal magical circle, within which sat a figure cloaked in black. The black-clad figure sensed their arrival, slowly raising their head to reveal an evil grin. "You have finally arrived, Divine Guardian Alliance." The figure's voice was deep and gravelled. "I have awaited this day for a long time. You are the mastermind behind all this," Hao Tian demanded, furious. "Why do you wish to disrupt the peace of the other world?" The figure let out a cold laugh. "Peace. In this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, only the powerful can survive. That I intend to plunge the entire other world into darkness, making it my domain." With that, the black-clad figure brandished their wand, activating the magical circle. In an instant, dark energy surged forth from the circle, rushing towards the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance. A fierce battle erupted once more. As the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the figure, they wielded their respective magic and skills to combat the dark energy. Magical lights flickered within the abandoned mine, and the sound of explosions echoed deafeningly. During the conflict, the members of the Alliance gradually realized that the magical power of the black-clad figure was immensely formidable, and they seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of their attack patterns. Each time they launched an assault, the figure effortlessly dodged or deflected their strikes. "There must be some sinister plot at play. We cannot afford to be careless," Hao Tian shouted. "Everyone, remain vigilant and seek out his weakness." The group nodded in agreement, responding to the black-clad figure's onslaught with heightened caution. They continuously altered their attack strategies, attempting to breach the figure's defenses. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Ichin suddenly spotted a flaw in the black-clad figure's magical circle. He immediately signaled to Hao Tian, who understood the implication. Concentrating his strength, he unleashed the power of the divine list, launching a potent assault against the circle. The black-clad figure sensed the danger and attempted to bolster the circle's defenses. But it was too late. Hao Tian's attack struck the flaw. The magical circle collapsed instantaneously, inflicting severe damage upon the figure. "No, this cannot be." The black-clad figure howled in despair. Seizing the opportunity, the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance launched their final offensive. Completely vanquishing the figure, the black-clad figure fell. The stronghold of the dark forces crumbled, and the dark energy gradually dissipated. Although they emerged victorious from this battle, the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The dark forces would not be easily eradicated. They must remain ever vigilant to safeguard the peace of the other world. In the subsequent days, the Divine Guardian Alliance continued to strengthen the defenses of the other world and repair the damage wrought by the dark forces. They also persistently sought methods to entirely eliminate the dark forces, preparing for any challenges that might arise in the future, for they understood that the path of safeguarding peace was endless. And they would forever bear this mission, moving forward with unwavering resolve. Chapter 68. Destruction of the Dark King. After defeating the leader of the Dark Forces stronghold, the Divine Guardian Alliance successfully dismantled a large-scale dark incursion. They believed they had secured a prolonged period of peace for the other world, yet behind the fleeting tranquility, an unimaginable crisis was stealthily approaching at an alarming pace since the conclusion of the last battle. The city had gradually returned to its former prosperity, and the populace reveled in the joy of peace. However, the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance dared not let their guard down. They were acutely aware that the dark forces would not easily relent. The defeated black-clad figure was perhaps merely a pawn in a larger game. One day, while meditating in the Divine Tower, Hao Yin sought to sense the subtle fluctuations of magical energy in the other world when he suddenly detected an unprecedented surge of dark energy. This wave did not emanate from within the other world, but rather from a distant, unknown void. Alarmed, Hao Yin immediately summoned the Alliance members. "Did you all feel that? This dark power is stronger than anything we've encountered before." Hao Yin's face grew grave, his eyes betraying deep concern. The others nodded in agreement. "This force fills me with extreme unease," Alice remarked, her brow furrowed. "The plants in the magical forest also seem affected. Their fear is intensifying." Yang Jian gripped his trident tightly, his eyes glinting with vigilance. "It seems a greater crisis is imminent. We must prepare swiftly." Neza, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. "Whatever this dark power is, bring it on. I'll take it on." Yet even in his bravado, a hint of tension regarding the unknown enemy lingered. I Chen swiftly flipped through ancient tomes, searching for clues about this dark energy, a sheen of sweat on his forehead as he murmured. "Such a powerful dark wave seems to be unprecedented in historical records." The human warrior spoke calmly. "Regardless, we must reinforce the city's defensive structures. We cannot allow the enemy to breach our lines." Just as they were strategizing, the city's alarm suddenly blared in the sky. A massive black rift slowly tore open, unleashing countless beams of black energy that rained down upon the city. Flames erupted on the streets, and chaos ensued as people fled in all directions, their screams and shouts intertwining. "This is bad. The enemy is attacking," Hao Tian shouted, leaping into the air, his divine list radiating brilliance as he attempted to shield against the onslaught of black energy beams. Yang Jian followed closely, employing his mastery of the 8-9 mystical arts to transform into a bolt of golden lightning, charging towards the rift to investigate. However, as he approached the rift, he was repelled by an overwhelming surge of dark energy. "This force is too powerful. Something formidable lurks behind the rift." Yang Jian steadied himself, his complexion pale. Neza, riding his wind-fire wheels, unleashed his 3-headed, 8-armed divine skill, wielding his fiery spear to block the approaching beams of black energy. Yet as the beams multiplied, he began to feel overwhelmed. Alice waved her staff, summoning magical sprites and the formidable forces of nature from the magical forest. Green vines erupted from the ground, weaving into a massive protective net above the city, temporarily halting some of the black energy beam's assault. Yet the dark power was too potent. The vines were steadily corroded by the black energy, emitting hissing sounds. I Chen darted through the city, wielding the power of his runic sword to carve a safe passage for those in peril. He countered the attacks of dark energy while searching for the enemy's weakness. The human warrior led the city's guards and civilians in a swift defensive mobilization. They erected barricades along the streets, employing magical weapons and shields to staunchly resist the barrage of black energy beams. However, the dark forces' assaults grew increasingly fierce. From the black rift emerged colossal dark beasts, roaring as they charged forth. These beasts were enormous, their bodies ablaze with black flames, obliterating everything in their path. One beast, as massive as a mountain, swung its enormous claws toward the city's magical defense tower. The tower was instantly destroyed, the force of the impact leveling nearby structures. "We cannot allow the city to be completely annihilated," Hao Yin exclaimed, desperation coursing through him. He resolved to take a risk, channeling all the power of the divine list. He launched a full-force attack against the black rift. A dazzling golden beam shot forth, striking the rift, which seemed to suffer a critical blow, momentarily halting its expansion. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Jian charged once more towards the rift. He summoned the full might of his heavenly eye, finally gaining a glimpse of what lay beyond. Within the dark void stood an immense black castle, and from within, a figure began to materialize slowly. "What is that?" Yang Jian's heart raced. He had never encountered such a powerful dark entity. The figure was shrouded in a veil of black mist, obscuring its features, yet the dark power emanating from it left Yang Jian gasping for breath. In that fleeting moment of observation, it seemed the figure had sensed Yang Jian's presence, that a beam of darkness shot forth from its hand with incredible speed, leaving Yang Jian no time to evade. He was struck and plummeted to the ground like a shooting star. "Yang Jian," Neza exclaimed, rushing forward to catch the fallen hero. At that moment, Yang Jian lay gravely injured, his breath faint. What vile creature is this? Neza shouted in fury, his eyes ablaze with righteous anger. Observing the dire situation, Alice immediately conjured healing magic to mend Yang Jian's wounds. Simultaneously, she intensified her output of natural energy in an effort to repel the onslaught of the dark beast. As Chun battled against the dark forces, he suddenly realized that these dark energies seemed to react strongly to a particular set of runes. He quickly drew symbols upon the ground. They shimmered with light, colliding with the dark energy and generating powerful waves of energy. The dark beasts that approached the runes appeared to suffer greatly, emitting anguished howls. Listen, everyone. These runes can inflict damage upon the dark forces. Let us inscribe the runes together and fortify our defenses, Chun proclaimed. The others responded eagerly, spreading to various corners of the city to inscribe the runes. The radiant glow of the runes gradually intertwined, forming a formidable barrier. When the dark beasts and black energy beams collided with the shield, they were repelled back. However, the onslaught of dark forces showed no signs of abating. From the black rifts, more dark creatures and powerful dark sorcerers emerged. These sorcerers unleashed potent spells, directing beams of dark magic towards the city, causing cracks to appear in the defensive barrier under relentless attack. This cannot continue. We must locate the source of the dark power and obliterate it once and for all, Hao Yin declared. After much deliberation, the group decided to split into two teams. Hao Yin, Neza, and Chun would form one team to delve into the Black Rift in search of the dark power's origin. Alice, Yang Jian, and the human warriors would remain in the city to protect the populace while resisting the dark forces. The trio crossed through the Black Rift, entering a realm of profound darkness, where the oppressive energy almost rendered them breathless. They proceeded with utmost caution, evading the swirling dark energies. Within this void, they encountered formidable dark creatures and treacherous traps. The colossal dark octopus, brandishing countless tentacles, surged towards them. Wherever its appendages reached, the very fabric of space twisted grotesquely. Hao Yin summoned the power of the divine ranking, severing the tentacles one by one. Neza unleashed the fiery might of his firepoint spear. Igniting the dark octopus, Chun wielded the power of his runic sword to strike at the creature's vulnerabilities. After an intense struggle, they finally triumphed over the dark octopus. Continuing onward, they arrived before a foreboding dark castle. The gates were tightly shut, surrounded by powerful dark magical formations. As they attempted to decipher the spells, they were rebuffed by the formidable energies of the enchantments. This magic is too powerful. We must devise a method to break it, Chun stated. Just as despair began to settle in, Neza spotted a concealed entrance at one corner of the castle. The magical defenses there appeared relatively weak, as if overlooked by the enemy. Look, there's an entrance, Neza exclaimed with excitement. The three hurried to the opening, entering the castle with caution. Inside, the castle was shrouded in darkness and dampness, permeated by a foul stench. They proceeded carefully, encountering wave after wave of dark sentinels. These guardians were formidable and intimately familiar with the castle's layout. Hao Yin and his companions engaged in fierce battles, each skirmish fraught with peril. At last, they reached the castle's core area. Upon a massive black altar stood the figure exuding overwhelming dark power, seemingly anticipating their arrival as it slowly turned to face them. You have finally arrived, guardians of the divine ranking. Its voice resonated, deep and chilling, as if emerging from an endless abyss. Who are you? Why have you launched an assault on our world? Hao Yin demanded angrily. I am the Dark Lord. Under my dominion, this world shall embrace true order. The Dark Lord replied coldly. With that, he brandished his dark staff, launching an attack against Hao Yin and his companions. Instantly, the very space around them was engulfed in dark power, with countless black blades hurtling towards them. The trio swiftly evaded while unleashing their own magic and skills in retaliation. The golden radiance of the divine ranking, the fierce flames of the firepoint spear, and the mysterious runes of the runic sword intertwined with the Dark Lord's dark energies, creating a tempest of raw power. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Hao Yin discerned that while the Dark Lord's might was formidable, there appeared to be a pattern to his magical assaults. Observing the Dark Lord's movements and the rhythm of his spellcasting, he sought to identify a weakness. After careful scrutiny, Hao Yin finally spotted an opening. Seizing the moment, he unleashed the ultimate power of the divine ranking, sending forth a powerful beam of golden light towards the Dark Lord. Caught off guard, the Dark Lord was struck, momentarily halting his movements. Now, Neza shouted, invoking the three-headed, eight-armed divine technique, maximizing the power of his fire-point spear to launch a full frontal assault against the Dark Lord. Ichun, not to be outdone, utilized the power of his runic sword to inscribe a potent runic magic formation around the Dark Lord. The formation radiated with brilliance, enveloping the Dark Lord within its glow. Under the relentless assault of the trio, the Dark Lord began to show signs of fatigue. His dark power waned, and fissures appeared upon his form. No, this cannot be. I am the Dark Lord. I am invincible. He bellowed in despair. The three did not afford him a moment's respite, continuing their offensive. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, the Dark Lord's body shattered, disintegrating into countless dark fragments that dissipated into the air. With the Dark Lord's demise, the Dark Castle and the Void quaked violently, and the surrounding dark energies swiftly dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, the trio fled the Dark Void and returned to their world. Meanwhile, battles continued to rage in the city. Alice, Yang Jian, and the human warriors led the city's defenders and citizens, bravely resisting the dark forces' attacks. Upon seeing Hao Yin and his companions return, hope surged within them. The arrival of Hao Yin and his allies turned the tide of battle, as their combined strength with the city's defenses succeeded in driving the dark forces out of their realm. The Black Rift slowly sealed, and the dark beasts and sorcerers vanished, restoring tranquility to the city. Though victory was achieved, the members of the Guardian Alliance and the inhabitants of the Otherworld had paid a heavy price. Many buildings lay in ruins, and countless individuals were wounded. The Guardian Alliance members were also exhausted and gravely injured. Yet, they understood that this battle was merely a temporary triumph. The threat of dark forces still loomed, compelling them to remain vigilant in their quest to safeguard the peace of their world. In the days that followed, the Guardian Alliance and the people of the Otherworld commenced the arduous task of reconstruction. They repaired the damaged structures, tended to the injured, and fortified their defenses. They also sought tirelessly for traces of the dark forces, intent on eradicating this menace once and for all, for they knew that as long as the dark forces persisted, the Otherworld could never truly find peace. As the Guardian Alliance, they would forever bear the solemn duty of preserving tranquility, resolutely advancing forward regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, never to retreat. Chapter 69. Mysterious assistance from Luya. After repelling the fierce onslaught of the Dark Lord, the Otherworld enjoyed a brief reprieve. Amidst the ruins of the city, the populace busily engaged in reconstruction efforts, while the members of the Guardian Alliance recuperated and remained vigilant, closely monitoring every movement in their realm to thwart any resurgence of dark forces. However, unbeknownst to them, an even more enigmatic event was quietly unfolding. On this day, Hao Yin was convening with his comrades in the Divine Tower to discuss strategies for further fortifying the defenses of their world when a peculiar light suddenly appeared in the sky. This radiance did not emanate the malevolent aura of dark forces, but instead carried an indescribable sense of mystery. The light gradually coalesced into a humanoid form, gently descending before the Divine Tower. The group instantly grew alert, preparing for battle. As the light dissipated, an elderly man clad in splendid robes, wielding a dust brush, materialized before them. The old man's demeanor was kind, yet his gaze bore the depth of someone who had weathered countless storms. "Who are you? Why have you descended upon us?" Hao Tian inquired cautiously, gripping the divine ranking. The elder smiled gently and replied, "I am Luya. Having heard of the dark invasion besieging your world, I have come to offer my assistance." The group was taken aback. The name of Luya was renowned in the legends of the divine ranking that he was known for his extraordinary abilities, most famously for his flying dagger that could sever a head from 1,000 miles away. "So it is the esteemed Luya. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. May I inquire what form of assistance you intend to offer?" Hao Yin asked, curiosity evident in his voice. The Taoist Liap gently waved his whisk and spoke. "I have sensed the turbulence of another world in the void. I have come here, firstly to bring some clues regarding the dark forces, and secondly to assist you in enhancing your strength to confront potentially more formidable enemies in the future." Upon hearing this, the crowd rejoiced in their hearts. The presence of a master like Taoist Liap undoubtedly provided them with significant support. Taoist Liap continued, "While in pursuit of the source of dark power, I discovered a mysterious relic. It seems that this relic conceals an ancient force. Should we awaken it, it may become the key to countering the dark forces." The members, including Hao Yin, exchanged glances and nodded in agreement to embark on this quest. Under the guidance of Taoist Liap, they set forth on their journey to the enigmatic relic. Along the way, Taoist Liap shared his knowledge about the dark forces that it turned out that the origins of this dark power were far more complex than they had imagined. Seemingly linked to a mysterious catastrophe at the dawn of the other world, in the early days of its creation, when the order of heaven and earth had yet to stabilize, a mysterious dark force quietly took root. Attempting to overturn the entire world, the guardians of that time endured great hardships to seal it away. However, now the seal has weakened, and the dark forces have returned. Taoist Liap's expression turned grave. The crowd felt increasingly burdened by this revelation. They understood that this challenge was far from ordinary. After several days and nights of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the site of the mysterious relic. It was an ancient structure hidden amidst towering mountains, shrouded in a layer of enigmatic mist that obscured the interior. Taoist Liap cast a spell to disperse some of the mist. Cautiously, the group entered the relic, discovering the interior adorned with various strange runes and ancient carvings. These symbols and carvings seem to narrate a long-forgotten history. Be careful. There may be various dangers hidden here, Hao Yin warned. The group dispersed to explore the relic. Neza, utilizing his keen perception, uncovered a hidden passage behind the wall. He excitedly beckoned the others over. There is a passage here. It might lead to the core of the relic, Neza remarked. Following the passage, they suddenly encountered a group of guardians composed of magical energy. These colossal sentinels, armed with weapons, launched a fierce assault upon them. Just in time. Let me test out my newly learned spells, Neza exclaimed. Unleashing a three-headed, eight-armed divine ability, wielding the fire-tip spear to engage in a fierce battle with the guardians. Yang Jian was equally unyielding, employing the 8-9 profound art, transforming into a beam of golden light that darted among the guardians. His three-pronged, double-edged blade shimmering with cold radiance, inflicting significant damage with each strike. Alice summoned numerous vines using the magic of her elven kin, ensnaring the guardians tightly. Ichin and the human warriors also showcased their skills. Battling alongside their comrades, the conflict raged. Taoist Liap stood aside, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, with a sweep of his whisk, a golden light shot forth towards the guardians. Wherever the light touched, the guardians dissipated into swirling energy. What is this? The group gazed in astonishment at Taoist Liap. With a slight smile, he replied, "This is an ancient spell specifically designed to counter creatures composed of magical energy." The group could not help but admire Taoist Liap's prowess even more. Continuing onward, they finally reached the core area of the relic. At the center of this area stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a crystal radiating a mysterious light. This crystal harbors ancient power, Taoist Liap declared. Just as the group prepared to approach the crystal, a powerful magical barrier suddenly materialized around it, preventing their advance. It seems that obtaining this power will not be easy, Hao Yin frowned. Taoist Liap scrutinized the magical barrier, and after a moment, he said, "This barrier is formed from ancient magic and requires a specific incantation to break. That I have seen similar records in an ancient text. But I will need some time to recall the exact spell." While the group awaited Taoist Liap's recollection of the incantation, a sudden, intense tremor shook the exterior of the relic. Following this, a cadre of dark sorcerers appeared before them. "Humph, I didn't expect you to find this place. The power of this crystal is something our dark forces must possess," sneered the leading dark sorcerer. Hao Yin and the others immediately surrounded the dark sorcerers, and a new battle was about to unfold. The dark sorcerers launched the first assault, sending forth beams of black magical energy toward the group. Hao Yin summoned the powers of the divine list, creating a golden shield to protect everyone within. Be cautious. These dark sorcerers are not to be underestimated, Hao Tian shouted. Neza, riding the wind and fire wheels, charged into the ranks of dark sorcerers. He unleashed the fire-based divine ability of the fire-tip spear. Flames raging through the crowd of dark sorcerers, instantly reducing several to ashes. Yang Jian utilized the power of his heavenly eye to pierce through the magical flaws of the dark sorcerers. His three-pronged, double-edged blades striking accurately at their weaknesses. Each attack incapacitated a dark sorcerer. Alice wielded her staff, summoning magical sprites and powerful natural forces. The sprites darted through the ranks of dark sorcerers, firing beams of magic that caught them off guard. while the natural forces transformed into green vines that ensnared the dark sorcerers tightly. Ichin maneuvered with ease through the dark sorcerers using the power of his rune sword. His sword energy sliced through the night like lightning, severing the magical powers of the dark sorcerers with each strike. The human warriors wielded their massive axes, engaging in fierce close combat with the dark sorcerers. Each swing of their axes was imbued with tremendous force, deterring the dark sorcerers from approaching carelessly. However, the dark sorcerers were numerous, and their magical assaults grew increasingly fierce. The group gradually found themselves in dire straits. At that moment, Taoist Liap finally recalled the incantation to break the magical barrier. He immediately cast the spell and recited the incantation. As the words resonated, cracks began to form in the magical barrier, which ultimately dissipated completely. Quickly, seize the crystal, Hao Ian urged. Neza dashed towards the stone platform, grasping the crystal. The instant he touched it, a surge of powerful energy erupted from the crystal, merging with his body. Neza immediately felt a tremendous enhancement of his strength. A layer of mysterious light enveloping him. Haha, this power is incredible, Neza exclaimed with excitement. Empowered by the crystal's energy, Neza's combat prowess surged. He unleashed even stronger divine abilities, forcing the dark sorcerers to retreat. Through their collective efforts, they finally repelled all the dark sorcerers. Phew, it's finally over, Hao Ian sighed in relief. Taoist Luyap looked at Neza with satisfaction, nodding. The power of this crystal resonates with you profoundly. It will serve as a formidable ally in your battle against the dark forces. Neza gratefully regarded Taoist Liap. Thank you, esteemed elder. Without you, we might have struggled to find this crystal, let alone harness its power. The group departed the mysterious relic, filled with the joy of victory on their return journey. Taoist Liap informed them that while the power of the crystal was formidable, it would require time to comprehend and master fully. Upon returning to the other world, the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance commenced a new phase of training. They were acutely aware that the dark forces would not relent easily. The next confrontation might be even more intense. They needed to prepare thoroughly. In the ensuing days, Neza diligently studied the power of the crystal, gradually mastering more potent spells. His strength underwent a qualitative leap, establishing him as an even more formidable force within the Divine Guardian Alliance. Taoist Liap also remained in the other world, collaborating with the members of the Divine Guardian Alliance to safeguard the peace of this realm. He imparted his knowledge and experience to them, assisting in their continuous enhancement of strength. With Taoist Liap's guidance, the Divine Guardian Alliance gained a deeper understanding of the dark forces, and they relentlessly sought the vulnerabilities of these malevolent entities. Preparing meticulously for the next confrontation, they knew that the threat of the dark forces still loomed, and the path to safeguarding the peace of the other world remained long and arduous. Yet, they were undaunted, for they possessed unwavering faith and formidable power, along with the mysterious support of Taoist Liap. Regardless of what awaited them in the future, they would advance boldly, protecting the land they cherished deeply. Chapter 70. Exploring the Forbidden Realm. After enduring several confrontations with the dark forces, the Divine Guardian Alliance achieved a phase of victory. Yet they were acutely aware that the remnants of dark power still lurked in the shadows. In their quest to find a definitive method to eradicate the dark forces, they meticulously explored every corner of the other world, leaving no clue unexamined. One day, while perusing ancient texts within the Divine Tower, Hao Ian stumbled upon a yellowed parchment, inscribed with the details of a mysterious forbidden realm. That it was said that a powerful force lay hidden there, capable of altering the tide of battle. However, the Forbidden Realm was also fraught with dangers and uncertainties. A moment's negligence could lead to irreversible consequences. Hao Ian summoned the others, conveying the contents of the parchment. This Forbidden Realm may hold the key to our ultimate defeat of the dark forces. I have resolved to venture forth. What are your thoughts? The group unanimously expressed their willingness to accompany him, though Alice's expression revealed concern. This Forbidden Realm is filled with unknowns. We must prepare thoroughly. At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the sky, and 4 towering figures descended from above, landing before the Tower of Deification. The foremost among them, standing at an impressive height, bore a visage reminiscent of a living crab, with a beard resembling copper wire, wielding the azure cloud sword. Beside him were 3 companions, one brandishing a primal umbrella, another cradling a jade-green pipa, and the last adorned with a golden weasel at his waist. Hao Yin and his companions immediately adopted a defensive stance. Observing their reaction, the leader hastily clasped his hands together and proclaimed, "Do not misunderstand. I am Mo Liqing, and these are my three brothers, Mo Lihong, Mo Lihai, and Mo Liso. We hail from the world of deification and have come to offer our assistance upon hearing of the troubles in this realm." Indeed, the four generals of the Mo family were renowned for their extraordinary powers within the deification world. Mo Liqing's azure cloud sword could generate formidable wind blades when wielded, capable of severing all obstacles. Mo Lihong's primal umbrella, when unfurled, could obscure the sun and moon, gathering all things under its canopy. Mo Lihai's jade-green pipa could produce enchanting sound waves, mesmerizing the mind while also unleashing devastating attacks, and Mo Lisho's golden weasel could alter its size, fierce and relentless, exhaling toxic mist that rendered the land barren. With their defenses lowered, Hao Yin and the others felt a surge of joy. The addition of the four generals from the Mo family greatly enhanced their chances in exploring the Forbidden Land. With their assistance, preparations commenced at a brisk pace. They gathered various magical materials, crafted defensive gear, and studied the potential dangers and countermeasures outlined in the parchment scrolls. Days later, they embarked on their journey to the Forbidden Land. Along the way, the four generals regaled their companions with tales of the wonders of the deification world while sharing their combat experiences. Upon reaching the entrance to the Forbidden Land, a potent aura of darkness assailed them. The entrance was ensnared with black vines, glimmering ominously as if warning them to keep their distance. Mo Lihai stepped forward and plucked the strings of his jade-green pipa, producing a gentle sound wave that swept over the black vines, causing them to recede slowly and clear a path for the group. Cautiously, they ventured into the Forbidden Land, where darkness enveloped them. Thick with acrid mist, Mo Lihong unfurled the primal umbrella, its radiance illuminating the surroundings. They discovered that the ground was etched with strange runes, requiring them to tread carefully. A single misstep could trigger the rune's latent power. As they proceeded, a horde of monstrous entities formed from dark energy suddenly emerged before them. These colossal beasts lunged at the group with claws bared. Mo Liqing swung the azure cloud sword, unleashing powerful wind blades that cleaved through the monsters. Mo Liso released the golden weasel, which morphed into a shadow darting among the creatures, spreading toxic mist that felled them. However, the number of monsters continued to swell, pouring in from all directions. Just as the group began to feel overwhelmed, Mo Lihong wielded the primal umbrella, murmuring incantations that die in an instant. The umbrella radiated brilliant light, creating a powerful suction that drew in all nearby monsters. They pressed onward, arriving at the mouth of a vast cavern, and a mysterious energy pulsated from within, precisely as described in the parchment scrolls. Yet upon entering, they discovered the cavern had already been occupied by a cadre of dark sorcerers, who were attempting to awaken an evil force lying dormant deep within. Hao Yin, perceiving the imminent threat, rallied his companions to launch an assault. The four generals unleashed their formidable powers against the dark sorcerers in a fierce battle. Mo Lihai's pipa emitted potent sound wave attacks, causing the sorcerers to clutch their ears in agony. Amidst the fray, Hao Yin discerned that the sorcerers were guarding a massive magical array, and if they could dismantle it, they might thwart the awakening of the malevolent force. He exchanged glances with the four generals, who immediately understood and charged toward the array from four different directions. Mo Liqing cleaved through the defensive spells surrounding the magical array with his wind blades. Mo Lihong utilized the primal umbrella to neutralize the obstructing dark sorcerers. Mo Lihai's sound waves disrupted the energy flow of the array, and Mo Liso commanded the golden weasel to dismantle its critical nodes. As the array collapsed, the dark sorcerer's power waned dramatically, seizing the opportunity. Hao Yin invoked the power of the deification list, unleashing a beam of golden light that struck the leader of the dark sorcerers. Caught unawares, the leader was engulfed by the light, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. With the dark sorcerers vanquished, the group ventured deeper into the cavern, where they discovered a gemstone radiating mysterious light, the very source of power hidden within the Forbidden Land. Just as they prepared to claim the gemstone, it suddenly erupted with a surge of formidable energy, sending them sprawling. The four generals quickly joined forces, conjuring a protective barrier around their companions. After much effort, they successfully contained the gemstone's power. Mo Liqing presented the gemstone to Hao Yin, stating, "This power is now entrusted to you. May it aid you in vanquishing the dark forces once and for all. Hao Ian accepted the gemstone, feeling the immense power it contained, his heart brimming with confidence. He understood that with the assistance of the four generals and the strength of this enigmatic gemstone, peace in the alternate realm was assured. The group departed the Forbidden Land, returning to the central city of the alternate world. In the days that followed, they began to devise ways to integrate the gemstone's power into the realm's defense system, while continually enhancing their own abilities in preparation for the impending final showdown. The four generals resolved to remain in the alternate realm, joining forces with the deification guardians to safeguard this land. They combined their extraordinary powers with the magic of the alternate world, crafting even more potent defensive and offensive techniques. Meanwhile, Hao Ian devoted day and night to unraveling the secrets of the gemstone's power, confident that through their collective efforts, the dark forces would be utterly defeated, ushering in genuine peace and tranquility for the alternate realm. Chapter 71. Revisiting the mysterious ruins. Zhao Gongming aids in breaking the deadlock following the successful acquisition of the mysterious gemstone from the Forbidden Land. The Deification Guardians Alliance remained vigilant. They understood that although the dark forces had suffered a crushing blow, they still lurked in the shadows, poised to make a resurgence, to further bolster their strength and seek additional means to combat the dark forces. Hao Ian resolved to embark once more on an expedition into the unknown. This time, the lead came from a wandering sorcerer who had uncovered an ancient ruin in the distant northern reaches, according to his description. The ruin exuded an enigmatic aura, seemingly concealing immense power. Hao Ian keenly recognized that this might present yet another pivotal opportunity to augment their strength against the dark forces that he summoned the four generals, Alice, and other members of the Deification Guardians Alliance, sharing this news with them. This ruin could very well provide us with another advantage in our quest to vanquish the dark forces that I intend to investigate it. Who among you will join me? The group responded enthusiastically, their eyes alight with determination and anticipation. The four generals were particularly eager, itching to once again showcase their extraordinary abilities in the service of the alternate realm. After a period of preparation, they set forth on their journey to the northern reaches. The journey was fraught with biting winds and swirling snow, yet the group's enthusiasm remained undeterred. Mo Leeching brandished the azure cloud sword, parting the howling winds to forge a path through the blizzard. Mo Lihong unfurled the primal umbrella, providing warmth akin to spring beneath its shelter. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally arrived at the entrance of the mysterious ruins. The structure was formed from massive black stones, its entrance inscribed with peculiar runes that radiated an ancient and mystical aura. That a faint blue light enveloped the entrance, resembling a protective barrier. Alice stepped forward, employing her magical perception to decipher the runes. However, their antiquity rendered them incomprehensible to her at that moment. Just as the group found themselves at an impasse, a melodious flute tune resonated from the heavens. They looked up to see a celestial being riding a black tiger, gracefully descending toward them. This figure wore an iron crown, his complexion dark, with three long beards fluttering in the wind, wielding a golden divine whip, and adorned with a mysterious satchel at his waist. Approaching the group, he clasped his hands and announced, "I am Zhao Gongming. I have heard of your quest to explore the ruins and have come to offer my assistance." As it happened, Zhao Gongming was a legendary figure within the deification world. His sea-calming pearl could emit 5-colored rays of light, wielding boundless power. The divine whip he held, known as the dragon binding rope, was a formidable weapon against celestial beings, rendering those struck by it powerless. His black tiger was exceptionally fierce, capable of sprinting like the wind and unleashing torrents of flame. Hao Ian and the others quickly bowed in respect, their hearts swelling with joy at Zhao Gongming's arrival, knowing that his presence would significantly enhance their chances of success in exploring the ruins. Zhao Gongming carefully examined the runes on the stone door, a smile gracing his lips. "These runes are ancient sealing incantations. I have encountered them in ancient texts." With that, he retrieved the sea-calming pearl from his waist, giving it a gentle shake. The pearl emitted a dazzling 5-colored light that illuminated the runes. In an instant, the runes flickered, and the blue light barrier at the entrance gradually dissipated. Cautiously, the group ventured into the ruins, finding themselves in a dim and damp environment, laden with a decaying scent. Flanking the passage were numerous colossal stone statues, each uniquely shaped, some with bared fangs and claws, others in contemplative repose, as if recounting ancient tales. They continued. they suddenly encountered an abyss that seemed bottomless. Shrouded in black mist, from which ominous roars echoed. Mo Lehigh stepped forward, plucking the strings of his jade-green pipa, unleashing a powerful sound wave. The sound waves, akin to an invisible force, endeavored to disperse the fog, revealing the depths of the chasm below. However, the mist was too dense, causing the sound waves to rebound helplessly. Observing this, Zhao Gongming urged the black tiger to the chasm's edge. The black tiger opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a blazing inferno in an attempt to incinerate the fog. As the flames met the mist, a crackling sound ensued, yet the fog merely thinned slightly, still obscuring the view below. Just as despair began to settle among the onlookers, Zhao Gongming unfastened the binding dragon rope from his waist and chanted incantations. Suddenly, the binding dragon rope transformed into a golden beam of light, soaring into the chasm. Instantly, a violent tremor resonated from within, causing the black mist to dissipate. As everyone focused their gaze, they discovered a colossal python ensnared tightly by the binding dragon rope. Rendered immobile, they crossed the chasm and pressed onward. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a vast circular hall. At the center of the hall stood a massive stone platform, intricately engraved with complex magical arrays. The arrays shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, seemingly harboring immense power. As the group approached the stone platform, a horde of skeletal warriors, composed of dark energy, surged forth from all directions, brandishing weapons and lunging at them with menacing ferocity. Mo Liqing wielded the Qingyun sword, summoning powerful wind blades that cleaved through the skeletal warriors. Mo Liso unleashed the purple gold flower ferret, which darted like a shadow through the throng of skeletons, releasing toxic mist that caused many to collapse. Yet, the number of skeletal warriors only increased, pouring forth endlessly from the hall's corners. Seeing this, Zhao Gongming brandished the sea-stabilizing pearl, which emitted a radiant spectrum of light, reducing the skeletal warriors to ash wherever the light touched. Mo Lihong also unfurled the primordial umbrella, creating a powerful suction that drew in all nearby skeletal warriors. With their combined efforts, the assault of the skeletal warriors was finally quelled. They continued to approach the stone platform, intent on deciphering the mysteries of the magical array. However, the moment they touched the stone platform, the magical array erupted in blinding light, and a tremendous force sent them tumbling away. Zhao Gongming reacted swiftly, utilizing the sea-stabilizing pearl to conjure a protective barrier for the group. That he scrutinized the magical array, realizing it was connected to an ancient power, and that only by locating a specific key could they unlock its seal and harness its might. After a thorough search, they discovered a hidden chamber in the hall's corner. Inside lay an ancient chest, adorned with the same runes as those on the stone platform. Zhao Gongming employed the power of the sea-stabilizing pearl to unseal the chest. Within rested a key radiating a blue glow, the very key to unlocking the magical array. The group returned to the hall and inserted the key into the magical array. In an instant, the array flickered with brilliance, and a surge of potent energy flowed into their bodies. Hao Yin felt the overwhelming strength coursing through him. His heart swelling with joy, he understood that this power would serve as a formidable ally in their battle against the dark forces. After acquiring the power within the ruins, the group did not hasten to depart. They continued to explore the ruins, hoping to unearth further clues about the dark forces. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon an ancient tome. The book contained secrets regarding the origin of the dark forces, as well as a method to eradicate them entirely. It revealed that the dark forces were linked to an ancient malevolent organization that once sought to dominate the world but was ultimately vanquished by a powerful hero. Yet, they had not been completely obliterated. Instead, they lurked in the shadows, biding their time for vengeance. To eradicate the dark forces completely, it was necessary to locate 3 ancient artifacts and merge their powers. Armed with the book and the power from the ruins, Hao Yin and his companions departed the enigmatic site. They returned to the central city of the otherworld, commencing their quest to find the 3 ancient artifacts. Zhao Gongming decided to remain, joining the alliance of deity guardians to combat the dark forces. He shared his experiences and abilities from the deity world with the group, aiding in their strength enhancement. In the following days, Hao Yin and his companions began their search for the artifacts. They understood that the path ahead was fraught with peril, yet for the peace and tranquility of the otherworld, they would not falter. The 4 generals of the Mo family, Zhao Gongming, and the other members of the Deity Guardian Alliance stood united, ready to confront the impending challenges. Haoyan believed that through their collective efforts, they would undoubtedly locate the three ancient artifacts and obliterate the dark forces, ushering in a true era of peace and stability for the otherworld. Their adventurous journey would continue to unfold in this realm brimming with mystery and wonder. Chapter 72. Delving into the mysterious sea. Having grasped the vital clue that the eradication of the dark forces hinged upon locating the three ancient artifacts, Haoyan and the members of the Deity Guardian Alliance became embroiled in a relentless search for their whereabouts. After days of studying ancient texts and employing magical divination, they finally unearthed a lead. One of the artifacts was highly likely concealed within a mysterious sea. This sea was shrouded in ancient magic, teeming with unknown dangers and enigmatic creatures. Haoyan summoned Yang Jian, Neza, the four generals of the Mo family, Zhao Gongming, and other alliance members, announcing their exploration plan. This mysterious sea harbors the key artifact in our battle against the dark forces. This journey is fraught with peril, yet for the future of the otherworld, we must embark. The group nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Yang Jian, with piercing gaze, declared, "My heavenly, I can penetrate illusions. I shall surely uncover clues in this enigmatic realm." Neza, brimming with excitement, brandished his primordial ribbon, exclaiming, "With my treasures at hand, those sea monsters shall not dare to impede us." The four generals of the Mo family and Zhao Gongming also voiced their readiness to showcase their powers in this adventure. They boarded a magical vessel powered by arcane forces, setting sail towards the mysterious sea. The journey was tumultuous, with howling winds and surging waves, yet through their collective efforts, the vessel maintained its steady course. Mo Liqing wielded the Qingyun sword to dispel the ferocious winds and waves ahead. Mo Lihong unfurled the primordial umbrella, providing stable protection for the vessel. Upon entering the domain of the mysterious sea, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The azure waters morphed into a deep, haunting purple, and a thick fog enveloped the surface, obscuring the path ahead. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye in an attempt to pierce the mist, only to discover that it harbored a formidable magical force that obstructed his perception. Just as the group cautiously advanced, a colossal octopus leaped from the depths, its tentacles stretching several meters, lunging ferociously at the vessel. Neza was the first to act, tossing the primordial ribbon, which instantly elongated to ensnare the octopus's tentacles tightly. Yang Jian, undeterred, brandished his trident and leaped towards the octopus, the blade flashing as he severed several tentacles. The four generals of the Mo family unleashed their powers. Mo Lihai strummed his jade pipa, producing a powerful sound wave that left the octopus writhing in agony. Mo Liso released the purple gold flower ferret, which exhaled toxic mist, slowing the octopus's movements. Through their combined might, the octopus was eventually repelled, sinking back into the abyss. However, before the group could catch their breath, the surrounding waters began to churn violently, with countless sea serpents converging from all directions, encircling the vessel. These serpents glimmered with an eerie light, indicating they were no ordinary creatures. Zhao Gongming, witnessing this, swung the binding dragon rope, which transformed into a golden beam, weaving through the sea serpents and ensnaring them one by one. Mo Liqing employed the Qingyun sword to conjure powerful wind blades, dispatching the serpents that approached the vessel. Just as the group busied themselves with the serpents, a sudden violent tremor erupted from beneath the vessel, revealing a massive sea turtle colliding with it. Neza immediately leaped off the vessel, landing on the turtle's back, where he activated the wind fire wheels and struck the turtle with the Qinkuan circle. The turtle, incensed by Neza's assault, dove into the depths, attempting to dislodge him. Neza clung tightly to the turtle's shell, engaging in a fierce battle using his agile skills and powerful artifacts, just as the situation reached a stalemate. A melodious laughter echoed from above. The group looked up to see three women clad in Taoist robes descending gracefully. The foremost woman possessed a dignified countenance, wielding the golden dragon scissors. The woman in the middle held the primordial golden dipper, and the last carried a precious box. They approached the group and bowed, saying, "We are the three celestial maidens, Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, and Bixiao. Hearing of your plight, we have come to assist." It turned out that the three celestial maidens were also formidable beings in the deity world. Yunxiao's golden dragon scissors, formed from two dragon spirits, possessed unparalleled power capable of severing all things. Xiongxiao's primordial golden dipper could absorb anything. be it treasures or people, rendering them unable to escape once captured. And Bixiao's treasure box, known as the Hanji Fairy Wind Bag, could unleash powerful gales capable of obliterating anything. Hao Yan and the others quickly bowed in gratitude, their hearts filled with joy. With the addition of the 3 celestial maidens, their strength against the sea monsters surged. Yunxiao brandished the golden dragon scissors, which transformed into a golden light, swiftly severing all surrounding sea serpents. Xiongxiao opened the primordial golden dipper, its powerful suction drawing in the approaching sea monsters. Bixiao produced the Hanji Fairy Wind Bag, unleashing a tempest that sent the massive sea turtle flying far away. With the aid of the 3 celestial maidens, the group successfully evaded the onslaught of sea monsters and continued deeper into the mysterious sea. Before long, they discovered a mysterious island floating upon the sea's surface. The delicate veil of golden light enveloped the island, as if concealing some profound secret. Upon their arrival, the crowd discovered the island teeming with an array of peculiar plants and colossal rocks. These botanical wonders shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, emanating an enigmatic aura. They followed a serpentine path, ultimately arriving at the entrance of an ancient temple. The grand doors stood resolutely shut, etched with an assortment of mysterious symbols and patterns. Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, scrutinizing the symbols in an attempt to decipher their meanings. After thorough investigation, he discerned that these symbols were intricately linked to clues for locating a divine artifact. However, just as he was poised to delve deeper into the enigma, a horde of stone puppet soldiers surged forth from the temple's vicinity. Towering and immensely powerful, these constructs launched a ferocious assault on the group. Neza sprang into action, riding his windfire wheels, wielding the Qiankuan circle and the Hunyuan silk to relentlessly strike at the puppet soldiers. The 4 heavenly generals also unleashed their formidable powers, engaging in a fierce battle against the stone adversaries. Zhao Gongming brandished the Zhenhai Pearl, which emitted a radiant multicolored light, repelling the approaching puppet soldiers. The 3 heavens goddesses joined the fray. Yunxiao used her golden dragon scissors to sever the puppet soldiers' limbs. Xiongxiao employed the Hunyuan golden dipper to capture those attempting to advance, while Bixiao unleashed a tempest with her Hanji Fairy Wind Bag, disrupting the puppets' movements. Under the collective assault of their powers, the numbers of the puppet soldiers gradually dwindled. Yet, just as they were on the verge of vanquishing the last of them, the temple doors creaked open, unleashing a formidable force from within. As they turned to gaze, a colossal stone figure emerged from the temple. Towering several meters high, the stone giant radiated a golden glow and wielded a massive stone hammer. But it swung the hammer with immense strength, each blow capable of creating deep craters in the ground. The group swiftly evaded, searching for the giant's vulnerabilities. Yang Jian activated his celestial eye once more, focusing intently on the stone giant, and finally identified its weakness: a crimson gem embedded in its chest. He relayed this discovery to the others, who promptly devised a battle strategy. Neza boldly charged forward, drawing the stone giant's attention. That he maneuvered around the giant with agility, continuously assaulting it with the Qiankuan circle and Hunyuan silk. Provoked by Neza's onslaught, the stone giant swung its hammer wildly, attempting to crush him. Seizing the moment while the giant was distracted, Yang Jian brandished his 3-pronged double-edged sword and leaped towards the giant. He aimed for the opportune moment, thrusting his blade towards the crimson gem. Just as he was about to strike, the stone giant suddenly swung its hammer, blocking Yang Jian's attack. At that moment, the 4 heavenly generals and Zhao Gongming simultaneously unleashed their powers against the giant. Imo Liqing wielded his Qingyun sword, conjuring powerful wind blades that sliced at the giant's body. Imo Lihai strummed his jade pipa, sending forth sonic waves to disrupt the giant's movements. Imo Lisho released a purple golden flower ferret, which sprayed toxic mist to corrode the giant. Zhao Gongming swung the Zhenhai Pearl, which continuously bombarded the giant's weak spot with multicolored beams. The 3 heavens goddesses also joined the battle. Yunxiao wielded her golden dragon scissors, attempting to sever the giant's arms. Xiongxiao used the Hunyuan golden dipper to attempt to capture the giant's soul. Bixiao summoned a fierce wind with her Hanji Fairy Wind Bag, slowing the giant's actions. As the collective onslaught intensified, the giant's strength began to wane. Its movements grew sluggish, and the brilliance emanating from its form dimmed. Finally, Yang Jian spotted an opportunity. He soared towards the giant once more, his 3-pronged double-edged sword striking true at the crimson gem in the giant's chest. With a resounding crash, the stone giant collapsed, shattering into a pile of rubble. Victorious, the group entered the temple. Deep within, they uncovered a massive stone platform upon which rested a sword radiating a golden glow, one of the ancient artifacts they had been tirelessly seeking. Hao Ian approached cautiously, gingerly lifting the sword. Instantly, a surge of potent energy coursed through him, and he felt the immense power contained within the blade. He realized this sword would serve as a formidable weapon in their battle against the forces of darkness. However, just as they prepared to depart the temple, a horde of dark sorcerers suddenly emerged from all directions. These sorcerers had evidently received word of their discovery and sought to seize the artifact. Leading the charge was a dark sorcerer brandishing a black wand, which flickered with an ominous glow. The dark sorcerers immediately launched their assault, unleashing a barrage of black magical beams towards the group. The allies swiftly activated their powers to defend themselves. The four heavenly generals, Zhao Gongming, and the three heavens goddesses each deployed their magical artifacts, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the dark sorcerers. Yang Jian and Neza, undeterred, navigated through the ranks of dark sorcerers with agility and strength, striking at the foes. Amidst the chaos, Hao Hian noticed that the dark sorcerers seemed to be casting a malevolent magical formation, attempting to ensnare them. He promptly shared this revelation with the group, who decided to concentrate their efforts on dismantling the formation first. Mo Liqing severed the formation's connecting runes with his Qingyun sword. Mo Lihong absorbed the dark energy of the formation with his Hunyuan umbrella. Mo Lihai unleashed powerful sound waves from his jade pipa, disrupting the formation's operation. Mo Liso released a purple golden flower ferret that targeted the formation's critical nodes. Zhao Gongming wielded the Zhenhai pearl, its multicolored brilliance repelling the dark sorcerers trying to mend the formation. The three heavens goddesses also utilized their powers. Yunxiao cut the dark sorcerer's magical chains with her golden dragon scissors. Xiangxiao captured several of the stronger dark sorcerers with her Hunyuan golden dipper. Bixiao summoned a tempest with her Hanji fairy wind bag, scattering the dark sorcerers in disarray. With their combined efforts, the magical formation was finally dismantled. The dark sorcerers' powers diminished instantaneously, leaving them unable to withstand the group's onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Hian swung the artifact sword in his grasp, a beam of golden light shooting towards the dark sorcerer leader. The leader, caught off guard, was struck by the radiance and transformed into a cloud of black smoke. After vanquishing the dark sorcerers, the group departed the mysterious island. Returning to their vessel, they continued their exploration of the enigmatic sea, hoping to uncover further clues regarding other artifacts. They understood the path ahead remained fraught with peril. Yet they were undaunted, for they bore the solemn duty of safeguarding the otherworld, and they believed that through their collective efforts, they would ultimately gather all three ancient artifacts, eradicate the forces of darkness, and usher in a true era of peace and tranquility for their realm. This expedition into the mysterious sea not only yielded an artifact, but also forged alliances with powerful allies like the three heavens goddesses. Their strength was further augmented, instilling them with renewed confidence for the adventures that lay ahead. The mysterious symbols and clues they encountered within the sea hinted at the existence of even more secrets and dangers yet to be unveiled and confronted. These threads would carry forth into subsequent chapters, guiding them as they sought additional means and powers to combat the encroaching darkness. Chapter 73. A daring expedition into the ancient mountains, Kong Xian's mighty assistance. Armed with the artifact and insights gleaned from the mysterious sea, Hao Ian and the alliance of the divine guardians pressed forward in their quest for the next artifact. According to vague records in ancient texts, they speculated that it might be concealed within a forsaken ancient mountain range. This mountainous region, rumored to be inhabited by various formidable primordial beasts, was shrouded in ancient and mysterious forces, presenting a landscape rife with the unknown and perilous challenges. During a gathering of the alliance, Hao Hian resolutely addressed the members. The ancient mountains may harbor the key artifact that could turn the tide of battle, though the path is fraught with danger. We must not falter. Yang Jian, gripping his three-pronged double-edged sword, declared with piercing eyes, with my celestial eye, no lurking threat can escape detection. Neza, brimming with excitement, performed a somersault, his Hunyuan silk billowing, proclaiming, should any beasts dare obstruct our path, I shall show them the extent of my prowess. The four heavenly generals, Zhao Gongming, and the three heavens goddesses all expressed their unwavering support for this expedition. The group steered their vessel towards the direction of the ancient mountains at a swift pace. As they journeyed, Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, remaining vigilant for any anomalies in their surroundings that as they neared the mountain range. A dense primordial aura enveloped them, and the group felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Towering peaks pierced the clouds, and the forests were shrouded in thick mist, with the distant roars of ferocious beasts echoing ominously. Upon crossing the threshold of the mountains, a massive quake bull charged forth from the dense foliage. Surrounded by crackling lightning, each step it took caused the very ground to tremble. Neza was the first to confront it, his windfire wheels propelling him like a flash of crimson lightning, that he swung the Qianquan circle with tremendous force. Striking the Kuei bull, enraged by the impact, the bull bellowed in fury, summoning a tempest of lightning to retaliate against Neza. Observing this, Yang Jian swiftly ascended, his three-pronged double-edged sword glinting coldly as he joined Neza in containing the bull. The four heavenly generals rapidly unleashed their powers. Mo Liqing wielded his Qingyun sword, sending howling wind blades towards the Kuei bull. Mo Lihai strummed his jade pipa, creating resonating sound waves that hindered the bull's movements. Mo Liso released a purple golden flower ferret, which darted around the Kuei bull, exhaling toxic mist. Mo Lihong opened his Hunyuan umbrella to prevent the bull from fleeing, just as the battle with the Kuei bull reached a fever pitch. A radiant multicolored light suddenly appeared in the sky, casting vibrant hues upon the landscape. The group looked up to witness a divine general, aglow with resplendent colors, gracefully descending from above, adorned with a resplendent purple-gold crown shaped like phoenix wings. Clad in a shimmering golden chainmail, and wielding a formidable Feng Tian Huaji, the figure of Kong Xian exuded an aura of mystery and power, accentuated by the vibrant, multicolored wings that gently fluttered behind him. This illustrious being was none other than Kong Xian, the peacock king of the world of Fengshan, whose origins were nothing short of extraordinary, being the first peacock to emerge at the dawn of chaos. His most potent artifact was the dazzling wings behind him, known as the Wishingguang, which comprised the 5 elemental colors of blue, yellow, red, black, and white, embodying the forces of the 5 elements, with the ability to engulf any object or treasure. Once unleashed, no artifact, weapon, or deity could escape its grasp. Upon descending, Kong Xian clasped his hands and proclaimed, "I am Kong Xian. Having heard of the tribulations in this other world, I have come to offer my assistance." The likes of Hao Tian and his companions quickly bowed, their hearts alight with joy, for Kong Xian's arrival undoubtedly bolstered their formidable endeavor. Kong Xian turned his gaze towards Kuei, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he softly declared, "Behold as I capture this vile creature." With that, the Wishingguang flashed, a beam of azure light shooting forth. Though Kuei possessed immense strength, he found himself unable to withstand the divine light imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, and was swiftly drawn into its embrace as Kuei vanished. The surrounding tempest of thunder and lightning gradually subsided. The group pressed deeper into the mountains, traversing an ancient path flanked by a plethora of peculiar flora, some shimmering with an eerie luminescence, while others exuded enchanting fragrances. Zhao Gongming cautioned, "These plants are likely not to be trifled with. Everyone, be wary." Just then, several colossal vines erupted from the ground, sweeping towards the group with alarming speed. Their surfaces adorned with sharp thorns. Upon witnessing this, Yunxiao brandished the gold dragon scissors, transforming them into 2 golden dragon-like apparitions that swiftly severed the approaching vines. However, the vines appeared endless. As one batch was cut, another surged forth. Qiongxiao unleashed the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, drawing some of the vines within its powerful suction, yet many still breached their defenses, advancing towards the group. Unperturbed, Kong Xian activated the Wishingguang once more, this time releasing a radiant beam of yellow light. Wherever the light traversed, the vines withered instantaneously, turning to ash. With Kong Xian's aid, the group successfully navigated through this perilous territory as they continued onward. They arrived at a vast valley enveloped in a shroud of black mist, an ominous presence emanating from within. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye, attempting to penetrate the fog, only to discover that a formidable force was interfering with his perception. Cautiously, the group ventured into the valley, when suddenly, a horde of phantoms composed of dark energy surged forth from the mist, uttering chilling wails as they lunged at the group. Neza wielded the Hunyuan silk, repelling the encroaching phantoms, while Mo Lehigh strummed his jade pipa, sending forth sound waves that hindered the phantom's movements. At that moment, Kong Xian took action again. A flash of crimson light erupted from behind him. Striking the spectral horde as the divine light swept through, the phantoms dissipated into nothingness. Yet, the valley concealed deeper shadows, and as the specters faded, the ground trembled violently, giving rise to a colossal dark demon ape. Towering several dozen meters, its body cloaked in obsidian scales, wielding a massive wolf-tooth club, the demon ape swung its club at the group, each strike powerful enough to create deep craters in the earth. Yang Jian and Neza charged forward, the former darting around the ape with agility, searching for weaknesses, while Neza unleashed continuous assaults on the beast's vital points with his Hunyuan Silk and Qianquan Circle. The four generals of the Mo family, Zhao Gongming, and the three Xiaos also joined the fray, employing their divine abilities against the formidable Mo Li Qing summoned powerful wind blades with his Qingyun sword. Slicing through the ape's scales, Mo Li Hong attempted to ensnare the beast with his Hunyuan umbrella. Mo Li Shou commanded his golden flower ferret to exhale toxic mists that corroded the demon ape. Zhao Gongming wielded the Dinghai Pearl, casting a spectrum of light to assault the ape's eyes. Yunxiao brandished the gold dragon scissors, aiming to sever the demon's club. Xiongxiao sought to capture the ape's soul with the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. And Bai Xiao unleashed gales from her Hanji Xian Feng bag to disrupt the ape's movements. Despite their combined efforts, the demon ape remained formidable and the battle reached a stalemate. In response, Kong Xian resolved to unleash the Wuxingguang once more. The five-colored radiance shone simultaneously, intertwining to form a tremendous force that surged towards the demon ape. Sensing the grave threat, the beast attempted to evade but found itself ensnared by the Wuxingguang. With a pained roar, the demon ape was engulfed and vanished from sight. The group had triumphed over the formidable dark demon ape. After a grueling battle, they continued their exploration of the valley. At the end of the valley, they discovered an ancient altar, inscribed with mysterious symbols and patterns that emanated an enigmatic aura. Hao Yin approached, scrutinizing the symbols in search of clues regarding the artifacts. Suddenly, a cadre of dark sorcerers appeared in the sky, evidently pursuing the group to seize the artifacts. The leading sorcerer held a black spell book, chanting incantations as beams of dark magical energy shot towards the group. Instantly, the group entered battle mode, engaging in fierce combat against the dark sorcerers. Kong Xian wielded his Feng Tian Huaji to deflect the incoming magical beams and activated the Wuxingguang once again. Sweeping towards the dark sorcerers, the sorcerers hastily conjured defensive spells, yet their barriers crumbled under the immense power of the Wuxingguang, causing many to be pulled into the divine light and disappear. Nonetheless, the dark sorcerers did not concede defeat, continuing to cast malevolent spells in an attempt to turn the tide. One sorcerer summoned a legion of massive skeletal warriors, charging towards the group. Neza and Yang Jian rushed to confront them. Engaging in close combat, the four generals of the Mo family, Zhao Gongming, and the three Xiaos utilized their artifacts to strike at the dark sorcerers and the skeletal warriors. During the skirmish, Hao Yin discerned that the dark sorcerers were orchestrating a powerful magical array around the altar. Should the array be completed, they might harness its power to seize the artifacts. Hao Yin promptly relayed this revelation to the group, and they resolved to concentrate their efforts on dismantling the array. Kong Xian unleashed the Wuxingguang, repelling the dark sorcerers encroaching on the altar. Mo Li Qing severed the array's connecting runes with his Qingyun sword. Mo Li Hong absorbed the dark energy of the array with his Hunyuan umbrella. Mo Li Hai emitted potent sound waves from his jade pipa, disrupting the array's operation. Mo Li Shou unleashed his golden flower ferret to dismantle the array's critical nodes. Zhao Gongming wielded the Dinghai Pearl, casting a spectrum of light to repel the dark sorcerers attempting to restore the array. Yunxiao wielded the gold dragon scissors to sever the sorcerer's magical chains. Xiongxiao utilized the Hunyuan Golden Dipper to capture several potent dark sorcerers. And Bai Xiao summoned fierce winds from her Han Ji Xian Feng bag, scattering the dark sorcerers in disarray. Through their collaborative efforts, the dark sorcerers' magical array was ultimately destroyed, their power diminished instantly, rendering them incapable of resisting the group's relentless assault. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Yin brandished the artifact sword he had previously discovered, unleashing a brilliant beam of golden light toward the leader of the dark sorcerers. The leader, caught off guard, was struck by the light and dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. After vanquishing the dark sorcerers, the group meticulously examined the symbols and patterns on the altar. After considerable effort, they finally deciphered the secrets hidden within. The artifact lay concealed beneath the altar. United in purpose, they unveiled the hidden chamber beneath the altar. Inside, they discovered a staff radiating an ethereal blue light. The very second artifact they had tirelessly sought. Hao Tian grasped the staff, feeling the immense power it contained. He knew this staff would serve as a formidable weapon in their ongoing battle against the forces of darkness. However, as they prepared to exit the valley, they noticed a strange transformation in the surrounding environment. The path they had traversed had vanished, replaced by a fog-laden forest. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye, attempting to find a way out, but he realized that a potent magical force concealed within the forest obstructed his perception. As the group navigated through the forest, they found themselves perpetually circling in place. Just as confusion began to set in, Kong Xian spoke up. "This forest has likely been ensnared by an illusionary spell. Let me take a look." With that, the Wu Xingguang shimmered once more, releasing a beam of white light. As the light swept through the mist, it gradually dissipated, revealing a pathway leading to the outside world. The group followed the path, ultimately escaping the ancient mountains. This journey through the ancient mountains not only yielded the second artifact, but also garnered the invaluable assistance of Kong Xian. His Wu Xingguang had demonstrated formidable power during their battles, resolving numerous challenges. Furthermore, the new clues they unearthed regarding the dark forces hinted at a brewing larger conspiracy. These revelations would undoubtedly carry over into subsequent chapters, guiding their continued exploration in search of additional means and powers to combat the dark forces, striving to eradicate them entirely and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the otherworld. Chapter 74, The Lost Desert. Having successfully retrieved the second artifact from the ancient mountains, the members of the Fengshan Guardian Alliance were filled with renewed vigor. However, they were acutely aware that dark forces lurked in the shadows. Ever vigilant, and the task of uniting the three sacred artifacts could not be delayed. After extensive research into various ancient texts and enigmatic clues, their gaze fell upon an expansive and desolate desert. Legends spoke of a forgotten ancient city concealed within its sands, where the third sacred artifact was likely to lie in slumber, deep within its ruins. During the preparatory meeting prior to their departure, Hao Tian cast a solemn glance at the assembly. The lost desert is fraught with perilous conditions and numerous unknown dangers, yet for the sake of uncovering the artifact, we must press onward. Yang Jian nodded slightly, his celestial eye glimmering with piercing light. "I will remain ever vigilant, ensuring that no threat approaches our ranks." Neza, brimming with excitement, toyed with the universe ring in his hands, exclaiming, "I can hardly wait to showcase my prowess in the desert." The four generals of the demon clan, Zhao Gongming, the three heavenly maidens, and Kong Xian also pledged their unwavering support for the expedition. The group embarked on their journey aboard a magically enhanced vessel, setting their course for the lost desert. As they traversed the vast sky, the vessel carved an arc, the scenery below gradually transforming from lush, verdant forests to an endless expanse of golden sands. As the vessel approached the desert's edge, a wave of scorching, arid air enveloped them, and fierce winds whipped up the sands, battering the vessel. Mo Liqing brandished the Qingyun sword, dispersing the oncoming sands with the gusts generated by his blade, while Mo Lihong unfurled the primordial umbrella, providing a layer of steady protection for the vessel, enabling them to enter the desert unscathed. Barely had they set foot in the desert when they encountered their first crisis that a colossal sandworm erupted from the ground, its length spanning several dozen meters, its body armored with hardened scales, and its maw lined with razor-sharp fangs. The sandworm opened its cavernous mouth and lunged at the vessel, intent on swallowing them whole. Neza reacted first, leaping onto the wind-fire wheels and hurtling toward the sandworm like a shooting star. He wielded the Hunyuan Ling, which coiled around the sandworm's head like a serpentine fire. Yang Jian, undeterred, brandished his trident-edged blade and soared upwards, targeting the creature's eyes with fierce strikes. The four generals of the demon clan swiftly unleashed their powers. Mo Lihai plucked the jade pipa, sending forth powerful sound waves that caused the sandworm to writhe in agony. Mo Lisho released a purple golden flower ferret, which exhaled toxic mist that corroded the creature's body. Just as the battle raged, a resounding bird call echoed from above. The group looked up to see a massive golden-winged rock descending from the heights. Its wings, spanning nearly 100 meters, shimmered with golden light, and its gaze exuded an innate majesty. After circling once, it landed before the group, transforming into a man clad in a golden robe. The man clasped his hands and announced, "I am Yui Xian, having heard of your struggle against the forces of evil. I have come to assist you." Yui Xian, originally a golden-winged rock from Penglai Island, was renowned in the world of deities. His true form possessed extraordinary speed and immense power, and his most formidable treasure was his wings. Capable of flying vast distances and creating devastating gusts that could obliterate any obstruction. Hao Ian and the others quickly bowed in gratitude for Yui Xian's arrival. Observing the sandworm, Yui Xian smirked, "Allow me to deal with this wretched beast." With that, he transformed back into the golden-winged rock, his wings beating fiercely to conjure a powerful whirlwind that ensnared the sandworm. The creature struggled within the tempest, but could not escape, ultimately being torn to shreds by Yui Xian's might. With the sandworm vanquished, the group continued deeper into the desert. After traversing the sands for some time, they stumbled upon a most peculiar sight. A shimmering lake emerged before them, its banks adorned with lush trees and blooming flowers. A stark contrast to the surrounding arid landscape, Neza cried out in delight. At last, water, and made to rush forward. Yang Jian swiftly intercepted him. "Beware of deception. How could such a vibrant lake suddenly appear in this desert?" At that moment, the lake's surface rippled, and a massive water beast leaped forth. This creature resembled an octopus, yet bore 9 long tentacles, each lined with sharp suckers. The water beast brandished its tentacles and launched an attack on the group. Yin Xiao, witnessing the danger, swung the golden dragon scissors, which transformed into 2 golden dragons, charging at the water beast and severing several of its tentacles. The creature screeched in pain, its body swelling as the surrounding water rushed toward it. Yui Xian immediately took to the skies, spiraling above before diving down with tremendous force, his wings striking the water beast. The creature staggered from the blow but did not relent, attacking the group with renewed ferocity. Xiong Xiao opened the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, attempting to draw the water beast within, but the creature sensed the peril and struggled fiercely to evade the dipper's grasp. In this critical moment, Kong Xian unleashed his 5-colored divine light. The radiant hues converged, forming a powerful force that enveloped the water beast. Under the influence of the 5-colored light, the creature's movement slowed, its strength waning. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Liqing wielded the Qingyun sword, sending wind blades slicing toward the beast. Mo Lihong utilized the primordial umbrella to absorb moisture from the water beast's surroundings, further debilitating its movements. Under the relentless assault from the group, the water beast finally succumbed, crashing to the ground and dissolving into a puddle of murky water. It was then revealed that both the lake and the water beast were mere illusions, conjured by some formidable magical force as a trap. Continuing onward, the group ultimately arrived at the fabled ruins of the ancient city. The city walls lay in ruins, and 2 immense stone statues flanked the entrance, their former majesty still discernible despite the ravages of time. As they ventured into the ancient city, they found it shrouded in silence, littered with remnants of crumbled structures. While searching for clues to the sacred artifacts, a horde of puppeteered soldiers, composed entirely of sand, surged forth from the earth. These soldiers moved with alarming swiftness, brandishing sharp weapons as they launched a fierce assault on the group. Neza and Yang Jian immediately charged into the fray, engaging the sandy soldiers in close combat. Neza's Hunyuan Ling and Universe Ring whirled amidst the soldiers, each strike toppling a cluster of foes, while Yang Jian deftly maneuvered through the ranks, dispatching them with lethal precision. The 4 generals of the Demon Clan, along with Zhao Gongming and the 3 Heavenly Maidens, also unleashed their powers. Joining the fray, Mo Li Hai strummed the jade pipa, his sound waves hindering the soldiers' movements. Mo Li Shou commanded the purple golden flower ferret to unleash toxic mist, corroding the soldiers' forms. Zhao Gongming wielded the Dinghai Pearl, its 5-colored radiance repelling the advancing foes. Yin Xiao sliced through their limbs with the golden dragon scissors. Xiong Xiao absorbed approaching soldiers with the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, and Bi Xiao conjured fierce winds with the Hanji Fairy Windbag, scattering the soldiers in disarray. Yui Xian circled overhead, occasionally diving down to strike at the puppet soldiers with his wings, moving with such speed that they could hardly counter his attacks. Gradually, the number of sandy soldiers dwindled under their combined assault. However, Just as they were on the verge of vanquishing the last of the soldiers, a powerful surge of dark energy erupted from the heart of the ancient city. A colossal dark demon materialized from the shadows, towering over them, its form wreathed in black flames and wielding a massive battle axe. The dark demon swung its axe, striking the ground with such force that it created deep craters. The group immediately braced themselves, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark demon. Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, attempting to discern the demon's weaknesses, but the overwhelming dark energy interfered with his perception. Neza, riding the wind-fire wheels, darted around the dark demon, relentlessly attacking its vital points with the Hunyuan Ling and Universe Ring, yet the demon's defenses proved formidable, rendering his efforts largely ineffective. The four generals, along with Zhao Gongming and the three heavenly maidens, unleashed their powers, but the dark demon's strength was beyond comprehension. Their attacks merely stalled its movements without inflicting significant harm. Yue Xian transformed once more into the golden-winged roc, his wings aglow with golden light as he charged at the dark demon. His incredible speed brought him face to face with the demon, his wings striking with such force that the demon staggered back several steps. Just as the group found themselves in a dire struggle, Kong Xian summoned the five-colored divine light once again. Radiant colors intertwined and coalesced, forming an immense force that surged toward the dark demon. Sensing the formidable threat, the demon attempted to evade, but was ensnared within the grasp of the five-colored light. With each passing moment, the dark demon's power waned, cracks appearing across its body, seizing the opportunity. Hao Tian brandished the sacred sword and staff, unleashing a torrent of energy, a golden and blue radiance intertwining as it shot toward the dark demon. The demon, unable to evade in time, was struck by the brilliance, unleashing a pained roar before collapsing into a pile of black ash. After defeating the dark demon, the group resumed their exploration of the ancient city. Within a venerable palace, they discovered a massive stone sarcophagus, adorned with mysterious symbols and patterns emanating an aura of the arcane. Hao Tian approached, meticulously examining the symbols in search of a mechanism to unlock the sarcophagus. After considerable study, Hao Tian finally discerned the means to open the ancient stone coffin. With a low, rumbling sound, the stone coffin slowly creaked open, releasing a blinding light that shot forth. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they beheld within the coffin a bow and arrows radiating a brilliant luminescence. The very third artifact they had been desperately seeking. Carefully, Hao Tian grasped the bow, and in that instant, a torrent of powerful energy surged into his being. He sensed the formidable might contained within the bow and understood that it would be their pivotal weapon against the forces of darkness. However, just as they prepared to depart the ancient city, a swarm of dark sorcerers materialized in the sky. It was evident that these sorcerers had received word of their success and had come to seize the artifact. Leading them was a dark sorcerer wielding a black wand, adorned with a crimson gem that flickered ominously. Without delay, the dark sorcerers unleashed their assault, sending forth beams of dark magic towards the group. The members of the party swiftly invoked their powers in defense. Kong Xian wielded his Feng Tian Hua Ji, deflecting the incoming magical beams, while the multicolored divine light behind him surged forth, sweeping towards the dark sorcerers. Yue Xian soared through the air, occasionally diving down to strike the dark sorcerers with his wings. His speed was so great that the sorcerers could hardly withstand his attacks. The four generals of the Mo family, along with Zhao Gongming and the Sanchao goddesses, each employed their magical artifacts, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark sorcerers. Yang Jian and Neza, utilizing their powerful artifacts and agile movements, navigated through the ranks of dark sorcerers, continuously assaulting the enemy. Amidst the fray, Hao Tian discerned that the dark sorcerers seemed to be casting an evil magical formation, attempting to ensnare them. He promptly communicated this revelation to his companions, and they resolved to concentrate their efforts on dismantling the formation first. Mo Liqing severed the connecting runes of the formation with the Qingyun sword. Mo Lihong absorbed the dark energy of the formation with the Hunyuan umbrella. Mo Lihai unleashed powerful sound waves from his Bu Pipa, disrupting the formation's operation. Mo Liso released a purple flower weasel, which destroyed a crucial node of the formation. Zhao Gongming wielded the Dinghai Pearl, its multicolored radiance repelling the dark sorcerers attempting to restore the formation. Yun Shao wielded the golden horn scissors, severing the magical chains of the dark sorcerers. Xiangxiu used the Hunyuan Golden Dipper to capture several formidable dark sorcerers. And Bi Xiao summoned a gale with the Han Ji Xian foam bag, scattering the dark sorcerers in disarray. Under the combined assault of their efforts, the magical formation of the dark sorcerers was finally shattered. Their power diminished in an instant, rendering them unable to withstand the onslaught of the group. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Yan drew the artifact bow, and an arrow, glowing with resplendent light, shot towards the leader of the dark sorcerers. The leader, unable to evade in time, was struck and dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. After vanquishing the dark sorcerers, the group departed the Lost Desert with the 3 artifacts in hand. They knew that although they had gathered the artifacts, the forces of darkness would not relent easily, and a final showdown was imminent in the days that followed. They began to study how to merge the powers of the 3 artifacts to unleash their maximum potential. The new clues regarding the dark forces that they had uncovered in the Lost Desert hinted at deeper conspiracies lurking behind the shadows, guiding them to continue their exploration in subsequent adventures. Striving to eradicate the darkness and safeguard the peace and tranquility of their otherworld. Chapter 75. Entering the mysterious gloomy forest after uniting the 3 artifacts, the Celestial Guardians Alliance remained vigilant. Acutely aware that the forces of darkness would undoubtedly devise schemes to reclaim the artifacts, making a final confrontation unavoidable. During their study of the artifacts, they stumbled upon a mysterious clue in ancient texts, deep within a distant, enigmatic, gloomy forest lay an ancient magical formation said to possess the ability to perfectly merge the powers of the 3 artifacts, unleashing cataclysmic might in the Alliance's council chamber. Hao Yan gazed resolutely at his companions. The mysterious gloomy forest may hold the key to uniting the powers of the artifacts. Though the path ahead is fraught with uncertainty, we must venture forth. Yang Jian nodded slightly, his celestial eye shimmering with wisdom. No matter the peril we face, I shall use the celestial eye to guide our way. Neza leapt with excitement. Haha, a new adventure awaits. I can hardly wait to make a grand display in the mysterious, gloomy forest. The 4 generals of the Mo family, Zhao Gongming, the Sanshao goddesses, Kong Xian, and Yui Xian all pledged their unwavering support for this endeavor. Once preparations were complete, they boarded a flying vessel and set sail towards the direction of the mysterious gloomy forest. Along the way, the vessel traversed towering mountains and swept across vast plains. As they approached the gloomy forest, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped them, the forest shrouded in a thin veil of green mist, concealing countless secrets. Upon entering the forest's edge, they encountered a group of peculiar treants, towering and robust. Their bark was as hard as iron, and their arms transformed into thick vines that lashed out at the group. Neza was the first to charge forward, his wind fire wheels beneath him, and the Hunyuan silk wrapping around the treant's vines like a living flame. Yang Jian, wielding his trident, struck with the swiftness of lightning at the treant's vital points. The Mo family's 4 generals each displayed their prowess. Mo Liqing swung the Qingyun sword, slicing through the treant's forms with whistling wind blades. Mo Lihai plucked the Biu Pipa, sending vibrational waves to disrupt the treant's movements. Mo Liso unleashed his purple flower weasel, which emitted toxic mist to corrode the treants, and Mo Lihong opened the Hunyuan umbrella to prevent any escape. Just as the battle with the treants raged on, a melodious chime echoed from the heavens. The group looked up to see a celestial being clad in a Taoist robe, gracefully descending, wielding a sword that glimmered with golden light, adorned with a crown of 9 clouds and flames. His complexion was rosy, radiating both compassion and authority. Upon landing, the celestial being clasped his hands and said, I am Guangchengzi. I have heard of your struggle against the forces of darkness to protect the otherworld, and I have come to assist you. Guangchengzi, the foremost of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, held a revered status in the world of Fengshen. His arsenal of magical artifacts was extensive, among which the most formidable was the Fan Tian seal, known for its immense power, capable of inflicting grievous harm or even obliterating the soul of those struck. There was also the Extermination Sword, one of the 4 extermination swords, known for its unparalleled sharpness and formidable killing power, capable of slaying gods and immortals when summoned. Hao Yan and the others quickly bowed in respect, warmly welcoming Guangchengzi's arrival. Guangchengzi observed the treants with calm composure. These treants have been corrupted by dark forces. Allow me to purify them. With that, he produced the Fan Tian seal, chanting an incantation. The seal expanded, radiating dazzling golden light as it descended upon the trance. Wherever the golden light touched, the dark aura surrounding the trance swiftly dissipated, and they gradually reverted to their original forms, retreating into the depths of the forest. With the trance resolved, the group pressed deeper into the gloomy forest. Within, ancient trees towered, sunlight filtering through the dense foliage to create golden beams of light. Suddenly, they encountered a wide river, the water a sinister black, exuding a noxious odor. Zhao Gongming furrowed his brow. This river water seemed suspicious. Everyone, exercise caution. No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of water demons surged from the depths. These creatures resembled humans, but were covered in scales and wielded sharp tridents. They shrieked sharply as they lunged towards the group. Yunxiao brandished the golden horn scissors, transforming them into two golden dragons that charged at the water demons, forcing them back. Qiongxiao opened the Hunyuan golden dipper, its powerful suction capturing some of the water demons. Bixiao summoned a gale with the Hanjixian foam bag, impeding the demons' movements. Seeing this, Guangchengzi brandished the extermination sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that cleaved through the water demons. The winds whipped by Yui Xian sent the demons reeling in disarray. Under their combined efforts, the water demons were gradually pushed back, ultimately retreating into the river. The group continued onward until they arrived at an ancient temple. The grand doors stood firmly closed, etched with mysterious runes. Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, scrutinizing the runes in an attempt to decipher their meaning. After thorough examination, he discovered that the runes were an ancient sealing spell, requiring a specific key to unlock the entrance. They searched the vicinity of the temple for clues to the key, but found nothing. Just as they began to feel perplexed, Guangchengzi spoke up. I have encountered similar runes in ancient texts. The key may be related to a treasure known as the Gloomy Radiance Pearl. This pearl should be hidden deep within this forest. The group resolved to follow Guangchengzi's guidance and delve deeper into the forest in search of the Gloomy Radiance Pearl. Along the way, they faced various dangers, such as venomous flowers that spat poison and creatures capable of manipulating vines. Yet through their unwavering cooperation, they overcame each challenge. Finally, in a secluded area of the forest, they discovered a pearl radiating a ghostly blue light, precisely the Gloomy Radiance Pearl Guangchengzi had mentioned. Hao Yan picked up the pearl, and it seemed to resonate with the artifact he held. The group returned to the temple with the pearl, and Hao Yan embedded it into a recess on the grand doors. In an instant, the runes shimmered with light, and the doors slowly swung open. Beyond the threshold lay a vast courtyard, at the center of which stood a magical formation radiating mysterious light. The very formation they had been fervently seeking to merge the powers of the artifacts. However, just as they prepared to approach the magical formation, a horde of dark sorcerers descended from the sky. Clearly tracking the group, these sorcerers sought to sabotage the formation and thwart their efforts to unite the artifact's powers. The leading dark sorcerer wielded a wand embedded with a black gem, surrounded by swirling dark smoke. The dark sorcerers immediately unleashed their assault, sending forth beams of dark magic towards the group. The multitude unleashed their formidable powers in defense. Kong Xian brandished the Fantian Huaji, deflecting the magical beams aimed at him. Subsequently, the radiant five-colored divine light behind him surged forth, sweeping towards the dark sorcerers. Guangchengzi wielded the Zhuxian sword, its sword aura slicing through the air as he neutralized the attacks from the dark mages one by one. He called out loudly, "Do not panic, everyone. First, protect the magical array. I shall hold off these dark sorcerers." The four generals of the Mo family and Zhao Gongming, along with the three celestial maidens, each summoned their magical artifacts. Engaging in a fierce battle against the dark sorcerers, Yang Jian and Neza, utilizing their powerful artifacts and agile movements, navigated through the ranks of dark sorcerers, relentlessly assaulting the enemy. During the fray, Hao Yan discerned that the dark sorcerers seemed to be casting an ominous curse. If completed, it would inflict severe damage upon the magical array. He promptly relayed this discovery to the others, who resolved to concentrate their efforts on dismantling the dark sorcerer's curse. Mo Liqing severed the curse's runes with the Qingyan sword. Mo Lihong absorbed the dark energy of the curse using the Hunyuan umbrella. Mo Lihai unleashed powerful sound waves from the Biu Pipa, disrupting the curse's operation, and Mo Liso released the Zihua Golden Weasel to destroy the curse's crucial components. Zhao Gongming wielded the Dingheizu, its five-colored radiance repelling the dark sorcerers attempting to maintain the curse. Yunxiao wielded the Jinjiao scissors, severing the magical connections of the dark sorcerers. Xiongxiao utilized the Hunyuan Golden Dipper to capture several of the more powerful dark sorcerers, while Bixiao unleashed a tempest with the Hanji Fairy Wind Bag, disrupting the formation of the dark sorcerers. Under the collective assault of the group, the dark sorcerer's curse was successfully dismantled. Their power gradually waned, rendering them unable to withstand the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Guang Qingzi summoned the Fantian Seal, which, imbued with immense power, struck towards the leader of the dark sorcerers. The leader, caught off guard, was struck by the seal and was instantly reduced to ashes. After vanquishing the dark sorcerers, the group finally approached the magical array. Haotian cautiously placed 3 divine artifacts at designated points within the magical array, preparing to merge their powers. However, at the moment the artifacts made contact with the array, a brilliant radiance erupted, and a formidable wave of energy began to ripple outward, hinting at a looming, greater crisis. Chapter 76. Resisting the backlash of magic, Guang Qingzi casts a marvelous spell as the 3 divine artifacts connected with the magical array. The entire courtyard was enveloped in dazzling light, and the powerful energy waves surged outward like tumultuous ocean tides. The magical array appeared to be attempting to fuse the powers of the artifacts. Yet the process was fraught with difficulty, as a violent backlash of energy began to manifest. Hao Yan and the others were staggered by this backlash, with Mo Liqing's Qingyuan sword nearly being knocked from his grasp, and Mo Lihong barely managing to hold open the Hunyuan umbrella to shield against the onslaught. Zhao Gongming swung the Dinghezu in an effort to stabilize the surrounding energy fluctuations, but even its light dimmed under the overwhelming backlash. Among the 3 celestial maidens, Yunxiao's Jinjiao scissors trembled slightly, while Qiangxiao and Bixiao maintained serious expressions, exerting all their strength to uphold their defenses. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye, striving to discern the source of the backlash and how to counter it. But the powerful energy interference made full comprehension elusive. Neza, standing upon his wind and fire wheels, and wielding the Qian Kuan ring and Hunyuan silk, continually fended off the chaotic energy currents assailing him. The feathered immortal circled above, flapping his wings vigorously in an attempt to dispel the turbulent energies around him, but to little avail. Guang Qingzi, recognizing the urgency of the situation, called out, "Everyone, steady yourselves. The fusion process of the magical array and the artifacts has triggered an unknown energy conflict. We must unite to suppress it." As he spoke, he swiftly retrieved the Fantian seal, suspending it above his head. The seal radiated a golden light, forming a powerful barrier that enveloped the group, temporarily withstanding the backlash's assault. However, as the backlash intensified, the brilliance of the Fantian seal began to waver. Guang Qingzi, acutely aware that this could not continue, began to recall the ancient spells and knowledge he had mastered in the divine punishment world, seeking a means to resolve the crisis. Suddenly, he remembered an ancient spell known as the Taiji Demon Suppression Charm, said to harmonize yin and yang and suppress malevolent forces. Perhaps it could stabilize the energies of the magical array. Guang Qingzi immediately shared his plan. "I shall cast the Taiji Demon Suppression Charm to stabilize the magical array, but I need everyone to guard me against this backlash." The group nodded in agreement, each preparing their strongest defensive and offensive measures. Among the 4 generals of the Mo family, Mo Liqing plunged the Qingyuan sword into the ground, channeling his own magical energy into the sword to form a barrier of wind. Mo Lihai strummed the Biu pipa, producing resonant notes that transformed into defensive walls. Mo Liso commanded the Zihua Golden Weasel to weave swiftly among them, its toxic mist partially obstructing the backlash. And Mo Lihong maximized the power of the Hunyuan umbrella, providing comprehensive protection for the group. Zhao Gongming swung the Dinghezu, its 5-colored brilliance flashing as it countered the chaotic energy currents attempting to breach their defenses. The 3 celestial maidens each invoked their powers, with Yunxiao's Jinjiao scissors cleaving through numerous energy tendrils. Xiongxiao opened the Hunyuan Golden Dipper to absorb a portion of the hazardous energies, and Bixiao used the Hanji Fairy Wind Bag to blow away the surrounding chaotic forces. The 5-colored divine light behind Kong Xian shimmered, sweeping away the encroaching backlash. Yang Jian wielded his twin-edged sword, continuously fending off attacks from all directions to protect Guang Qingzi, while Neza circled rapidly around the group, using the Qian Kuan ring and Hunyuan silk to repel the energy fragments attempting to penetrate their defenses. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Guangqingzi began to chant the incantation for the Taiji demon suppression charm. As his voice resonated, he swiftly formed hand seals, sending golden runes flying from his hands towards the magical array. Upon contact, the runes caused the array's radiance to shift, its once blinding light gradually softening, while the formidable backlash began to wane. However, just as the group believed the crisis was nearing resolution, reinforcements from the dark forces suddenly arrived that a horde of demons, forged from dark energy, swooped down from the sky. Their massive forms grotesque and wielding various wicked weapons. Leading them was a towering demon lord, brandishing a colossal black battle axe wreathed in dark flames. The demon lord roared, rallying the demons to launch a fierce assault on the group. Streams of black flame beams rained down upon them, and fissures cracked open in the ground, unleashing countless dark tendrils. The group was compelled to divert some of their strength to combat these demons, further escalating the already tense situation. Guangqingzi gritted his teeth, continuing to invoke the Taiji demon suppression charm, fully aware that he could not afford to be distracted. Any interruption would render their previous efforts futile. He intensified the flow of magical energy, the golden runes cascading like raindrops towards the magical array, gradually stabilizing its power as the artifacts began to merge. Under the group's valiant resistance, the demons' onslaught was temporarily curtailed. Yet, the demons remained relentless, continuously charging forth in attempts to breach their defenses. At this critical juncture, Guangqingzi finally completed the incantation of the Taiji demon suppression charm. As the final rune merged with the magical array, it erupted in a radiant flash, successfully integrating the powers of the artifacts and forming an unprecedented force of strength. This newfound power instantly dispelled the surrounding dark energies and the backlash, causing the demons to stagger backward in retreat. Hao Qian sensed the power of the merged artifacts surging within him, and as he grasped the newly fused artifact, an overwhelming confidence surged through him. With this strength, their odds of countering the dark forces had notably increased. However, it was evident that the dark forces would not relent, and a more intense battle loomed on the horizon, as Guangqingzi and his comrades prepared to stand shoulder to shoulder against the forthcoming challenges. Chapter 77. The final battle at the Dark Lair. With the powers of the artifacts fused, the morale of the Guardians of the Divine Punishment Alliance soared. They resolved to take the initiative and directly assault the lair of the dark forces. Determined to eradicate this malevolent power once and for all, based on previously gathered intelligence, the Dark Lair lay deep within a cursed, shadowy swamp, fraught with various dark magical traps and formidable dark creatures. The group piloted their enhanced flying vessel towards the dark swamp. As they approached, a pungent stench assailed their senses, and a thick black mist enveloped the swamp, obscuring visibility. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye, attempting to penetrate the fog, but it seemed infused with potent dark magic that disrupted his perception. Guangqingzi unsheathed the Zhuxian sword, slashing through the mist with a wave of the blade, creating an opening. Seizing the opportunity, the group plunged into the swamp, only to soon encounter a swarm of blood-sucking leeches. These leeches, massive in size, stretched as long as a person, darted towards the vessel like black lightning. Eager to siphon the blood from the group, Neza was the first to act, hurling the Hunyuan silk, which instantly extended to end suddenly. A vast mire loomed ahead, from which ominous black bubbles occasionally surfaced. Exuding a strange aura, Zhao Gongming, ever vigilant, remarked, "This mire seems to harbor some mystery. Everyone, exercise caution." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal mud creature surged forth from the depths of the mire. Towering like a mountain, the creature's body was composed entirely of black sludge, and it swung its massive arms towards the flying vessel with great force. Yunxiao wielded the golden dragon scissors, transforming them into two resplendent golden dragons that charged at the mud creature, severing one of its arms. Yet, the creature's regenerative abilities were formidable, as the severed limbs swiftly reformed. Xiangxiao opened the primordial golden dipper in an attempt to absorb the creature, but its immense size rendered the dipper's pull largely ineffective. Seeing this, Guangqingzi summoned the Bantian seal, which bore tremendous power as it hurtled toward the mud creature. Upon impact, the creature sustained a massive gash, yet it remained undeterred, continuing its assault on the group. The feathered immortals circled above, unleashing a powerful gust that caused the mud creature to stagger. Kong Xian also joined the fray, his five-colored divine light illuminating the battlefield as a beam of black radiance shot forth toward the creature. Enveloped in the five-colored light, the mud creature's movements began to slow, providing an opportune moment for the four generals of the demon clan, Zhao Gongming, and the three celestial maidens to unleash their powers upon it. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, the mud creature fell with a resounding crash, transforming into a mere puddle of black sludge. The group pressed onward, finally arriving at the entrance to the dark lair. Towering at the entrance were two massive statues emanating a potent aura of darkness. As they approached, a dark magical trap was triggered, unleashing a torrent of black spikes from the ground and walls, hurtling toward them. Guang Qingzi swiftly cast a spell, conjuring a golden protective barrier around the group. Deflecting the onslaught of spikes, he then wielded the Excalibur to dismantle the surrounding dark magical traps one by one. But upon entering the dark lair, they were engulfed in impenetrable darkness, thick with an oppressive aura. Suddenly, a horde of dark sorcerers emerged from all directions, launching an attack. Leading them was a dark sorcerer clutching a tome radiating black light, reciting incantations as beams of dark magic surged toward the group. They retaliated with their own powers, with the four generals of the demon clan, Zhao Gongming, and the three celestial maidens each deploying their treasures to engage in fierce combat against the dark sorcerers. Yang Jian and Neza, utilizing their formidable artifacts and agile movements, weaved through the ranks of dark sorcerers, relentlessly assaulting the foes. Guang Qingzi wielded the Excalibur, its blade slicing through the air, repelling the dark sorcerers in droves. He called out, "Everyone, do not scatter. Concentrate your strength to breach the enemy's defenses." Heeding Guang Qingzi's command, the group gradually advanced deeper into the dark lair. Along the way, they encountered various dark creatures and magical traps. Yet through their united efforts, they overcame each challenge. At last, they reached the core of the dark lair, where the leader of the dark forces, the dark demon god, sat upon a massive throne of darkness. Awaiting their arrival, the dark demon god rose with a maniacal laugh. "Do you truly believe that gathering divine artifacts and merging your powers will allow you to defeat me?" Such naivety. As he spoke, he waved his hands, causing the surrounding dark energy to coalesce into a formidable dark shield. Hao Yin, wielding the fused divine artifact, was the first to attack, unleashing its full power in a brilliant beam aimed at the dark demon god. The dark demon god brandished his dark scepter, thwarting Hao Yin's assault. Subsequently, he unleashed dark magic, summoning a legion of dark demons to charge at the group. Chapter 78. New allies arrive. Seeking the fog in the midst of the fierce clash with the dark demon god, the group found themselves in a desperate struggle. The dark demon god's shield was impervious, and the relentless tide of dark demons began to overwhelm them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hao Yin understood that he must harness the power of the divine list to turn the tide. Clasping the divine list tightly, he chanted incantations, causing it to radiate brilliant light as a mysterious force erupted from the list, tearing through the fabric of space. As the light dissipated, a figure gradually materialized. This individual, though white-haired, exuded vitality, adorned in an ancient Taoist robe and wielding a whisk, radiating an enigmatic aura. He was Zhuan Fengzi, the elder brother of Luya Taoist, a reclusive master dwelling deep within the Kunlun Mountains. Devoted to his practice and indifferent to worldly affairs, summoned to aid them by Hao Yin's invocation of the divine list. Upon landing, Zhuan Fengzi slightly bowed and said, "I have long heard of your esteemed names. Today, I have come in response to the call of the divine list." The group bowed in respect, with Guang Qingzi proclaiming, "It is indeed our fortune to have Elder Zhuan Fengzi here. The dark demon god is immensely powerful, and we find ourselves in dire straits." Zhuan Fengzi's gaze fell upon the dark demon god, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he stated, "Though this dark demon god possesses great strength, he is not invincible. I have an artifact that may lend us a hand." With that, he produced a small gourd intricately engraved with mysterious runes, emanating a faint glow. This is the Chaos Spirit Gourd. Imbued with the primordial power of chaos, capable of shattering all evil forces in the world, Zhuan Fengzi explained. He handed the Chaos Spirit Gourd to Hao Yin, saying, "This treasure may resonate with the divine list." Unleashing even greater power, Hao Yin accepted the Chaos Spirit Gourd and raised it alongside the divine list. In an instant, their lights intertwined, forming a radiant beam that surged toward the dark demon god's shield. Under the might of this powerful force, the shield began to crack. Witnessing this, the dark demon god's expression shifted dramatically, as he intensified his dark magic output in a desperate attempt to repair the shield. Meanwhile, he commanded the dark demons to launch an even more frenzied assault on the group. Yang Jian and Neza, seeing the situation, stepped forward to defend, utilizing their full capabilities to fend off the dark demons. Buying time for Hao Yin, Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, casting forth golden rays that caused the dark demons to dissipate. With his trident in hand, he maneuvered effortlessly through the horde, each strike claiming numerous foes. Neza, riding on his wind and fire wheels and wielding a fiery spear, dispatched the approaching demons, while also hurling the Qian Kuan circle, which shattered the demons with its formidable force, through their concerted efforts. The dark demon god-S shield was finally breached. Stripped of its protective barrier, the dark demon god-S power severely diminished. Seizing the moment, Zhuan Fengzi wielded his whisk, unleashing a powerful gust toward the dark demon god. Struck by the fierce wind, the dark demon god staggered, nearly losing his footing. The group, witnessing this, felt their spirits uplifted, intensifying their assault. The 4 generals of the demon clan, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 celestial maidens unleashed their respective artifacts and powers against the dark demon god. In an instant, radiant beams illuminated the lair, and spells resonated with thunderous roars, rendering the dark lair in chaos. Though the dark demon god was weakened, he continued to resist fiercely. He brandished his dark scepter, casting dark magic to counter the onslaught. Just as the struggle reached a stalemate, Guang Qingzi suddenly noticed a mysterious entrance deep within the dark lair, radiating faint light that a thought struck him. He called out to the group, "Everyone, hold off the dark demon god while I investigate that entrance for its secrets. It may very well be the key to our victory." With that, he cast a spell and soared toward the mysterious entrance. As Guang Qingzi approached, he was met with a powerful resistance. He sensed the entrance was sealed by a formidable magical barrier. Drawing forth the Excalibur, he attempted to sever the seal, but the barrier proved exceedingly resilient. With the sword's energy merely sparking upon contact, furrowing his brow, Guang Qingzi realized that breaking the seal with sheer strength would be a daunting task. He glanced back at the group engaged in battle with the dark demon god. Pondering a strategy. At that moment, Yang Jian and Neza also recognized Guang Qingzi's predicament. Exchanging a glance, they decided to offer their assistance. Yang Jian utilized his Earth Escape technique, instantly appearing by Guang Qingzi's side. Activating his celestial eye, he scrutinized the seal, searching for a means of unraveling it. Neza stood guard nearby, ready to thwart any surprise attacks from the dark demon god's minions. After careful observation, Yang Jian discerned that the runes on the seal seemed connected to an ancient dark magic. Recalling the knowledge he had gleaned from Yuding Zhenren, he began to piece together a solution. Turning to Guang Qingzi, he said, "Elder Guang Qingzi, this seal appears to be linked to an ancient form of dark magic. I have heard my master mention that it requires specific powers to break it." Guang Qingzi inquired, "What powers are necessary?" Yang Jian responded, "A combination of light and righteous energy is required. Perhaps we can leverage the powers of the divine artifacts along with our collective faith to dismantle it." Guang Qingzi nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall gather everyone." Guang Qingzi cast a spell to draw the group's attention. He shared Yang Jian's discovery, and the others expressed their willingness to unite their efforts to break the seal. Thus, they formed a circle, protecting Guang Qingzi, Yang Jian, and Neza in the center. Each member channeled their powers, converging their energies to forge a formidable force of belief. Meanwhile, Hao Yin raised the divine list, and chaos spirit gored once more. Infusing the artifact's powers into the collective effort, through their combined diligence, a powerful surge of light and righteousness coalesced, directing itself toward the seal. Under the weight of this immense force, the seal began to tremble violently, its runes gradually dimming. Finally, with a resounding crash, the seal was successfully shattered. The enigmatic entrance gradually swung open, releasing an ancient and mysterious aura that enveloped the surroundings. Guang Qingzi, Yang Jian, and Neza exchanged glances, their resolve unwavering as they advanced toward the threshold. The others followed closely behind, stepping into this uncharted and arcane realm. Chapter 79. The Crisis and Opportunity of the Mysterious Land. As they crossed the threshold, a rich and ancient atmosphere enveloped them. In the dim light, colossal stone pillars rose sporadically, adorned with peculiar symbols and intricate patterns that seemed to narrate tales from a distant past. The ground beneath them was uneven, subtly pulsating with magical energy, prompting the group to tread carefully, ever vigilant of potential dangers lurking in the shadows. "This place is bizarre," We must exercise utmost caution, Guang Qingzi whispered, his Juxian sword trembling slightly in his grasp. Prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, the group nodded in agreement, dispersing yet maintaining a close formation. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye, attempting to penetrate the darkness and discern their surroundings. Suddenly, a shrill wail shattered the silence. As countless black arrows whistled through the air from all directions, their speed chillingly swift. Be careful, Neza shouted, quickly unleashing the Hunyuan silk, which unfurled in the air like a vast shield, enveloping the group. The arrow struck the silk, producing a series of crisp clangs before falling harmlessly to the ground. What manner of fiend is this? Imo Liqing exclaimed, wielding his Qingyan sword to sever the approaching arrows. His eyes filled with wariness. Before anyone could catch their breath, the ground trembled violently, and massive tentacles erupted from below, writhing towards the group. The tentacles were coated in a viscous slime, exuding a nauseating stench. Zhao Gongming snorted disdainfully and summoned the Dinghai Pearl, which radiated brilliance as it hurtled towards the tentacles. Struck by the pearl, the tentacles splintered, dark blood splattering everywhere. Yet, these tentacles seemed inexhaustible, surging forth in relentless waves. Yunxiao and Xiongxiao also employed their magical artifacts, the Jinjiao scissors and the Hunyuan golden dipper, in a desperate attempt to thwart the tentacle onslaught. In the midst of the fierce battle, Zhuan Fengzi suddenly noticed that the symbols on the stone pillars flickered in rhythm with the conflict. Intrigued, he scrutinized the symbols and discerned a potential pattern. Everyone, cease your blind assaults. The symbols on these pillars harbor secrets, Zhuan Fengzi proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the group halted their attacks, turning their gazes toward the pillars. Focusing intently, Zhuan Fengzi endeavored to decipher the information conveyed by the symbols flickering. After considerable effort, he finally unraveled the method to counteract the present peril. Follow my instructions and attack the pillars in the sequence I dictate, he commanded. The group swiftly obeyed, with the 4 generals of the Mo family, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 Xian daughters each unleashing their powers upon the designated stone pillars, with each spell that struck the pillars. The symbols glowed ever brighter, and the tentacle attacks gradually waned. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, the last tentacle was severed, disappearing into the depths below. A collective sigh of relief swept over them as they turned to Zhuan Fengzi. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he remarked, these symbols appear to be an ancient magical defense mechanism. Once deciphered, they can nullify these assaults. Continuing their journey deeper into the mysterious land, they soon encountered a vast lake. The water within was a sinister shade of black, shrouded by a thin veil of mist that obscured the lake's depths. As they approached the water's edge, the mist thickened ominously, enveloping the group. This mist is peculiar, Guang Qingzi exclaimed, immediately casting a protective barrier around the group to shield them from its encroachment. However, the mist seemed imbued with potent hallucinogenic powers, causing their consciousness to blur and visions of various illusions to materialize before their eyes. Yang Jian struggled to maintain his clarity, channeling his magical energy to disperse the mist. Yet, its strength was overwhelming, rendering his efforts nearly futile. Just as despair began to take hold, Neza recalled his magical artifact, the wind-fire wheels. Channeling his power, he maximized their potential, flames blazing fiercely, radiating intense heat. The searing flames gradually dispelled the surrounding mist, restoring clarity to their minds. Stay close to me. Do not scatter, Neza commanded as he rode the wind-fire wheels ahead, with the group closely trailing behind him toward the opposite shore of the lake. Upon reaching the far side, they discovered a monumental stone door, intricately carved with complex patterns and inscriptions that exuded an air of mystery. Guang Qingzi stepped forward, examining the designs and writings on the door, seeking a method to unlock it. After thorough investigation, he concluded that the engravings represented an ancient cipher, only to be opened with the correct input. He relayed his findings to the others, prompting them to study the door's engravings intently. Just then, a low growl resonated from behind them. Turning to look, they beheld a massive figure rising from the lake. It resembled an octopus, yet bore enormous wings, its eyes glowing red and radiating a formidable dark aura. What manner of creature is this? Mo Li Hong exclaimed, unfurling her Hunyuan umbrella, eyeing the beast warily. The creature flapped its colossal wings, launching itself towards the group. The gust from its wings sent them reeling. Guang Qingzi immediately summoned the Fantian seal, striking it with immense force against the creature. The beast swung its tentacles in a desperate attempt to defend against the attack, resulting in a thunderous clash as several of its appendages were severed. Yet, the creature did not falter. It grew increasingly frenzied in its assault. The group unleashed their respective powers, engaging in fierce combat with the monstrosity. During the fray, Zhuan Fengzi discerned that the creature's eyes appeared to be its weak point, sharing his insight with Yang Jian and Neza. The two exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Yang Jian cast a spell to divert the creature's attention toward himself, while Neza seized the opportunity to charge towards the creature's eyes atop his wind fire wheels. Brandishing his fire spear with lethal intent, with a swift thrust, he pierced the creature's eye, eliciting a harrowing roar of anguish as its body convulsed violently, its wings thrashing in chaos. Neza gripped the spear tightly, twisting it, blinding the creature and causing a torrent of dark blood to gush forth. Now deprived of its sight, the beast became even more frenzied, attacking indiscriminately. Witnessing this, the group intensified their assaults. The four generals of the Mo family, Zhao Gongming, and the three Xian daughters unleashed their magical artifacts, launching a barrage of fierce attacks against the creature. Amidst their combined might, the creature's strength waned, ultimately collapsing with a resounding crash, dissolving into a pool of black liquid. With the beast vanquished, the group once again shifted their focus to the stone door. After considerable effort, Guang Qingzi finally deciphered the cipher inscribed upon it. With a thunderous roar, the stone door creaked open, releasing an even more potent and mysterious aura from within. Taking a deep breath, the group stepped forward into the depths beyond the door. Chapter 80. The appearance of the list of deities and the arrival of new allies as the stone door gradually opened. A powerful and mysterious energy surged forth, compelling the group, filled with anticipation and trepidation, to step inside. Beyond the door lay a broad and profound passageway, its walls adorned with gemstones radiating an ethereal light. Illuminating their path ahead as they proceeded, an unusual ripple coursed through the air, and a golden beam descended from the heavens, landing before them. When the radiance dissipated, a majestic figure clad in resplendent robes and crowned with a diadem emerged, none other than the Heavenly Emperor. My esteemed friends, I have observed your arduous journey through this mysterious land and the tribulations you have faced. The Heavenly Emperor's voice resonated with authority and gravitas throughout the passageway. This realm holds great significance for the safety of the three realms. Today, I have come to summon new allies to assist you. Leveraging the power of the list of deities as he spoke, the Heavenly Emperor revealed the list of deities, which shimmered brilliantly, sending forth beams of light that coalesced into two figures in midair. When the light subsided, the group beheld the two newcomers. One figure was a tall and robust man with a stern countenance, exuding an aura of lethal intent. He wielded the renowned Breaking Illusions divine spear, its shaft glinting coldly, the tip sharp enough to pierce through any illusion. This individual was the descendant of Xing Tian, known as Xing Feng. That he inherited the valor and tenacity of his forebear. Charging fearlessly into battle. I am Xing Feng, honored to make your acquaintance, he stated, bowing slightly, his voice deep and resonant. Though my ancestor Xing Tian may have suffered a tragic fate, his indomitable spirit endures. Today, I come at the behest of the Heavenly Emperor to lend my strength to your cause. The other figure was a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading gracefully, her visage ethereal and captivating. In her hands, she cradled an ancient instrument known as the illusory moon spirit zither, which emanated a soft glow, its strings vibrating gently, as if whispering a mysterious melody. This maiden was named Yu Li, an apprentice of the Moon Palace Fairy, adept in the art of musical magic, her melodies possessing formidable enchantment and offensive capabilities. I am Yu Li, delighted to meet such valiant heroes. She curtsied slightly, her voice as melodious as a nightingale, clear and delightful. I hope to join hands with you in this enigmatic land. Yang Jian, Neza, and the others stepped forward to greet Xing Feng and Yu Li, expressing their warm welcome and anticipation for the prowess they would bring to their ranks. With the inclusion of Xing Feng and Yu Li, our strength has significantly increased, Guang Qingzi remarked. Yet this enigmatic realm is fraught with peril. We must proceed with utmost caution. The group nodded in agreement and continued down the passageway. After traversing for an extended period, they encountered a colossal bronze door at the tunnel's end. The door was adorned with an array of peculiar patterns, seemingly concealing some profound secret. Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, scrutinizing the bronze door intently. The designs upon it appeared to be related to an ancient formation that he remarked. I sense a powerful surge of energy emanating from behind this door. It may very well be the key we have been seeking. Upon hearing this, the others began to examine the intricate patterns on the bronze door. Xing Feng stepped forward, touching the designs with his hand, attempting to attune himself to their energy. This force feels familiar. It seems to bear a connection to the power possessed by my ancestor, Xing Tian. He furrowed his brow and spoke. Meanwhile, Yuli gently plucked the strings of the illusory moon lute, its melody flowing like a crystalline stream around them. Under the influence of the music, the group's thoughts became clearer, deepening their understanding of the patterns on the bronze door. After considerable effort, they finally discovered the method to unlock the door. With a resounding roar, the bronze door creaked open, releasing a wave of searing heat. Beyond the door lay a vast expanse engulfed in raging flames, with molten lava coursing across the ground, resembling a realm of fired is this the inferno of flames? Neza exclaimed in astonishment. As he stood upon his wind-fire wheel, he felt the oppressive heat, yet was stirred by an inexplicable excitement. The potency of the flames here might present a valuable opportunity for me to enhance my strength. Be cautious, for danger seems to lurk within these flames. Guang Qingzi warned with vigilance. He cast a protective spell, conjuring a barrier around the group to shield them from the intense heat. They cautiously stepped into the inferno, and upon entry, a piercing shriek echoed around them. Countless crimson bats surged from all directions, their wings ablaze as they darted toward the group with astounding speed. Beware of those fire bats, Yang Jian shouted, wielding his trident with precision, deftly slashing down the approaching creatures. Xing Feng brandished his divine spear of breaking illusions, the spear tip glinting coldly. Each thrust pierced through several fire bats. His marksmanship was fierce, navigating the swarm as if they were mere shadows. Yuli began to play the illusory moon lute, transforming the music into invisible sound waves that rippled toward the bats. Those struck by the waves lost their bearings, spiraling in confusion before plummeting into the molten lava below. Neza, dexterously maneuvering through the throng of bats on his wind-fire wheel, wielded his fire-pointed spear, continuously thrusting at the approaching bats while chanting incantations to unleash true fire, reducing the nearby bats to ashes. The four generals of the demon family, Zhao Gongming, and the three celestial maidens also unleashed their powers, engaging in a fierce battle against the fire bats. In that moment, the inferno was alight with flashes of brilliance, spells roaring, and the cries of the bats echoed incessantly. Through their combined efforts, the number of bats gradually dwindled. However, just as they believed victory was within reach, a colossal crimson bat emerged from the depths of the flames. This bat was several times larger than the ordinary fire bats, its wings spanning dozens of yards, its eyes flickering with a sanguine glow, exuding a formidable aura of darkness. This is bad. It's the Bat King. Yang Jian's expression shifted as he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from the creature. Everyone, be on high alert. The strength of the Bat King is formidable. The Bat King flapped its enormous wings, charging toward the group, unleashing a tempest that intensified the surrounding flames. The group hastily cast defensive spells to shield themselves from the Bat King's onslaught. Guang Qingzi summoned the treasure of stabilizing the sea, its radiant light illuminating the area as it hovered above them, ready to counter any sudden threats. Suddenly, a massive beast erupted from beneath the altar. This creature towered like a mountain, its body enshrouded in black scales that shimmered with a chilling luminescence. Upon its head sprouted three enormous horns, its eyes glimmering with a blood-red light, and it unleashed a torrent of flames from its maw. What sort of monster is this? Mo Liqing brandished the Qingyan sword, watching the beast with vigilant eyes. The creature opened its colossal jaws and let out a fearsome roar, then lunged toward the crowd. Its speed was astonishing, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. Guang Qingzi immediately summoned the Fengtian seal, which surged with formidable power as it hurtled toward the beast. The monster swung its massive claws in an attempt to fend off the Fengtian seal's assault. The collision between the claws and the seal produced a resounding crash, leaving a crack upon the monster's claw. With a howl of agony, the beast became increasingly frenzied in its attacks against the crowd, sweeping its claws horizontally toward them. The group hastily cast defensive spells to repel the creature's onslaught. Xingfeng wielded the breaking illusion spear, its tip shimmering with a cold light as it aimed for the monster's eyes. The beast swiftly turned its head, using its horns to block Xingfeng's strike. The spear tip struck the horn, emitting a shrill sound. Yuli played the illusory moon spirit zither, and the music transformed into sharp sound blades that sliced through the monster's flesh. The creature's scales were severed by the sound blades, releasing a sizzling sound as black blood oozed from its wounds. Yang Jian unleashed his magic, twirling the three-pointed two-bladed sword with relentless precision. Targeting the monster's vulnerabilities, Neza rode the wind-fire wheels, darting around the monster while thrusting the fire-tipped spear into its abdomen. The four generals of the Mo family, Zhao Gongming, the three heavens goddesses, and others also summoned their magical artifacts, launching fierce assaults on the beast. In an instant, the air was filled with flashing lights and the thunderous roar of spells, plunging the clearing into chaos once more. Amidst the fierce battle, they realized that the monster's defenses were extraordinarily robust, rendering ordinary attacks nearly ineffective. Furthermore, the beast's assaults grew increasingly savage, and the group began to falter. Continuing this way was unsustainable. "We must find its fatal weakness," Yang Jian stated while fending off the monster's strikes. At that moment, Zhu and Fengzi suddenly noticed a red spot upon the monster's chest, particularly conspicuous against its black scales. Look, could that red dot on the monster's chest be its weakness? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted toward the creature's chest. Yang Jian activated his heavenly eye, scrutinizing the red spot. Indeed, the aura emanating from that spot was significantly weaker than elsewhere. It could very well be its critical weakness. "All right, everyone, let's strike at its chest," Guang Chengzi exclaimed, once more summoning the Fontian seal, which bore down with immense force toward the monster's chest. Xingfeng swung the breaking illusion spear, the tip glinting with cold light, piercing toward the beast's chest. Yuli played the illusory moon spirit zither, her music transforming into powerful sound waves that surged toward the monster's chest. Yang Jian, Neza, the four generals of the Mo family, Zhao Gongming, and the three heavens goddesses also unleashed their powers, concentrating all their attacks on the creature's chest. Under their combined assault, the glow of the red spot on the monster's chest began to dim, and cracks appeared in its scales. Ultimately, with a concerted effort, the scales covering the monster's chest shattered, revealing the soft flesh beneath. The beast let out a wretched scream, its body convulsing violently before it collapsed to the ground. The group exhaled in relief, retracting their magical artifacts. "We have finally vanquished this creature," Guang Qingzi remarked. "Yet, the dangers of this mysterious land seem far from over. We must swiftly uncover the secrets of this crystal ball and find a way to escape." The group turned their attention once more to the crystal ball upon the altar, knowing that the secrets it hid might determine the fate of the three realms. Cautiously, they approached the crystal ball, preparing to unveil the ultimate truth of this enigmatic realm. Chapter 82. Exploration of the Misty Forest. Having dealt with the gigantic monster, the group refocused their attention on the crystal ball atop the altar. Just as Guang Chengzi's hand was about to touch the crystal ball, a sudden, intense golden light erupted in the sky, and the figure of the Heavenly Emperor re-emerged. My dear ones, this mysterious land harbors numerous perils, and I am well aware of your struggles. The voice of the Heavenly Emperor resonated in the space that had just witnessed a fierce battle. Both commanding and powerful, aid you in your continued exploration. I shall once again invoke the Divine List to summon new allies. The Divine List radiated with brilliant light, and beams of dazzling colors shot forth, intertwining in mid-air before ultimately manifesting into two figures. As the light gradually faded, the group beheld the newcomers. One of them was tall and slender, clad in a flowing black robe that billowed in the wind. His countenance was stern, and his gaze held profound wisdom. He wielded a dagger known as the Blade of Shadows, entirely black with an eerie glow that seemed capable of devouring all light. This individual was named Yi, a descendant of the Nightshade clan, known for their mysterious power over darkness, excelling in stealth and ambush. Yi had inherited the clan's talents, becoming a deadly assassin in the shadows. "I am Yi. It is an honor to meet you all," he said, offering a slight bow, his voice deep and calm, as if his arrival were an entirely ordinary occurrence. "I have come to assist you at the behest of the Heavenly Emperor." The other newcomer was a burly man, his muscular physique on display as he stood bare-chested, adorned with peculiar tattoos. In his grasp was a massive battle axe known as the Earth Shatter Axe. The axe's blade was broad and sharp, glinting with a chilling gleam, while ancient runes were inscribed upon its handle, seemingly containing the power to cleave the heavens. This man was a warrior from the Bull tribe, named Mankue. The Bull tribe resided in the wilds, their kin endowed with innate strength and fearlessness, with Man Kuei being one of their finest. Ha ha. Greetings to you all. Man Kuei, have arrived. He bellowed, his laughter booming like thunder. I hear there are many formidable foes here. And I'm ready to stretch my muscles. Yang Jian, Neza, and the others stepped forward to greet Ing Yi and Man Kuei, welcoming the arrival of these two new allies. With the addition of these two powerful companions, our strength has significantly increased, Guang Chengzi remarked, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Yet the secrets of this mysterious land remain partially unveiled. We must not grow complacent. The group nodded in agreement, then redirected their attention to the crystal ball. Guang Chengzi cautiously extended his hand to touch the crystal ball. In an instant, the crystal ball blazed with light, enveloping everyone in a brilliant glow. When the radiance subsided, they found themselves within a dense forest. The air was thick with fog, severely restricting visibility, and the surrounding trees loomed tall and twisted, their trunks covered in strange moss that emitted a faint glow. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, crunching beneath their feet. Where are we? Neza furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings with caution. This mist feels peculiar. Everyone be on guard. Ingi utilized the Nightshade clan's art of concealment, vanishing from sight and darting through the woods like a shadow. Moments later, he returned to the group. Not far ahead lies a small stream. Its water's crystal clear, but I sense something lurking nearby, watching us. Man Kuei tightened his grip on the Earth Shatter axe and proclaimed loudly, "Whatever it is, let it come. I'll chop it down." The group cautiously advanced toward the stream. Just as they reached the water's edge, a horde of enormous spiders descended from the surrounding trees. These spiders were covered in sharp spines, their eyes gleaming with a sinister red light, dripping with green venom. "Watch out for those venomous spiders," Yang Jian shouted, swinging his three-pointed two-bladed sword to slay the spiders that lunged at him. The blade flashed as the spiders fell to the ground. Man Kuei roared, charging into the swarm with his Earth Shatter axe. Wherever the axe struck, spiders were cleaved in two, and green venom splattered everywhere. His immense strength dealt devastating damage with each blow. Ing Yi, concealed in darkness, wielded the Blade of Shadows, effortlessly maneuvering through the swarm, each strike precisely targeting the spiders' vital points. The spiders barely had time to react before meeting their demise. Yuli swiftly played the illusory moon spirit zither, the notes transforming into invisible sound waves that spread toward the spider horde. Those struck by the sound waves lost their ability to move, writhing in agony on the ground. Neza, riding the wind fire wheels and wielding the fire-tipped spear, darted among the spiders, unleashing the true fire to incinerate the approaching foes, the four generals of the Mo family. Zhao Gongming, the three heavens goddesses, and others also summoned their powers to engage in fierce combat with the venomous spiders. Under their combined might, the number of spiders gradually dwindled. However, just as they believed victory was within reach, a massive spider king emerged from the mist. This monstrous spider was several times larger than an ordinary venomous spider, its spine sharper and its eyes glowing with blood-red light, emanating a powerful aura of darkness. It asked the Spider King, "Everyone be cautious." Yang Jian's expression turned grave as he sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the creature. The Spider King opened its enormous mouth, unleashing a stream of green venom toward the group. They scattered in avoidance, the venom splattering onto the ground, hissing as it corroded the earth, creating deep pits. Guang Chengzi summoned the Fengtian seal once more, which descended with tremendous force toward the Spider King. The creature swung its massive claws, attempting to block the seal's attack. The clash between the claw and the seal produced a thunderous noise, leaving a crack in the Spider King's claw. The Spider King emitted a furious roar, attacking the crowd with even greater frenzy. It swept its claws across the group, compelling everyone to cast defensive spells to withstand its onslaught. Xinfeng wielded the piercing deception spear, its tip glinting with a cold light as it aimed for the Spider King's eyes. The Spider King hastily turned its head, blocking Xinfeng's strike with its claws. The spear tip collided with the claws, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Ingi concealed himself in the shadows, stealthily approaching the Spider King. Seizing the moment, he suddenly burst forth from the darkness, thrusting the shadow blade toward the creature's abdomen. Sensing danger, the Spider King twisted its body, and Ingi's attack merely grazed its abdomen, leaving a shallow wound. Man Kuei let out a mighty roar, gripping the earth-shattering battle axe tightly as he leaped high, aiming for the Spider King's head. The Spider King swung its claws to fend off Man Kuei's attack. The axe and claws clashed, igniting a shower of sparks. Amidst the fierce battle, Zhuan Fengzi suddenly noticed that the Spider King's movements seemed to be affected by the fog. A thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "Everyone, do not panic. We can use the fog against it." The group turned their attention to Zhuan Fengzi. He quickly continued, "Yueli, use your music to disrupt the fog, causing the Spider King to lose its way. The rest of you take the opportunity to strike at its weaknesses." Yueli immediately began to play the illusory moon spirit zither, the tempo of her music becoming urgent and chaotic, under the influence of the melody. The fog began to churn violently, further obscuring their already blurred vision. The Spider King became disoriented within the mist, its movements slowing. The group seized the chance to launch their attacks. Yang Jian, Neza, Xinfeng, Yingyi, and Man Kuei unleashed their divine powers, directing fierce assaults toward the Spider King's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, under their combined efforts, the Spider King let out a wretched scream, crashing to the ground and transforming into a puddle of green liquid. The group breathed a sigh of relief. Stowing away their treasures, "This misty forest is indeed fraught with peril," Guang Qingzi remarked. "Yet we must not retreat. We must press on to uncover the secrets of this mysterious land." After a brief respite, the group continued deeper into the forest. Along their journey, they encountered various peculiar creatures and treacherous traps. Yet they overcame each challenge through their collective wisdom and courage. As they ventured further, they discerned that this forest appeared to conceal a monumental secret, one intricately linked to the investiture of the gods and the safety of the three realms. They resolved to delve deeper to unveil the truth of this enigmatic place. Chapter 83. The Awakening of Ancient Power. The group trudged through the mist-laden forest, the fog seemingly endless, persistently obstructing their sight and senses. However, they did not waver. Instead, their resolve to seek the truth intensified. As they continued, an open clearing suddenly appeared before them. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient ruin, its architectural style distinctive, massive stones stacked together, adorned with mysterious symbols and patterns that emanated an aura of ancient mystique. This ruin appeared to be of considerable age. Yang Jian gazed at the structure, his expression grave. "I can sense a powerful force emanating from within. It may be connected to what we have been seeking." The group cautiously approached the ruin, and as they stepped within its bounds, the ruin suddenly illuminated, beams of light shooting forth to form a massive energy barrier enveloping them. "This is a defensive formation." Guang Qingzi's expression changed dramatically as he immediately cast a spell, attempting to breach the energy shield. Yet, the barrier's power was formidable, and Guang Qingzi's attacks merely caused ripples across its surface. While pondering how to dismantle the formation, Yingyi suddenly observed that the frequency of the symbols flickering seemed to follow a certain pattern. He focused intently, scrutinizing the rune's changes in an effort to decipher a means of breaking through. "Hold on, everyone. These runes are peculiar," Yingyi shouted. Upon hearing this, the group halted their attacks and turned to look at the energy barrier. Based on the rhythm of the symbols flickering, Yingyi began to attempt to interpret the hidden messages. After considerable effort, he finally unveiled the secret. "These runes constitute an ancient defensive formation. We must strike the runes in a specific order to dismantle it." The group promptly followed Yingyi's guidance. Yang Jian unleashed his spell, transforming the twin-edged blade into a beam of light that struck one of the runes. As it was hit, the rune flickered several times before gradually dimming. Xinfeng thrust the piercing deception spear at another rune. The spearhead collided with the rune, producing a thunderous sound, and the rune extinguished. Man Kuei swung the earth-shattering battle axe at the third rune. Upon contact, the rune shattered instantly. Yueli played the illusory moon spirit zither, her music transforming into a sound wave that struck the fourth rune. The rune also lost its brilliance under the impact of the sound wave. With the extinguishing of 4 runes, the glow of the energy barrier began to dissipate until it ultimately vanished. The group cautiously entered the ruin. Inside, the atmosphere was dark and damp, with walls embedded with gems that emitted a faint glow, illuminating their path. Following the corridor, they discovered a massive stone door at the end. The door was intricately carved with complex patterns and inscriptions, radiating a mysterious aura. Guang Qingzi approached, carefully examining the designs and writings on the door. After studying it for a while, he realized that the patterns and inscriptions seemed to be an ancient code. Only by inputting the correct password could the door be opened. "Let us collectively study this, and see if we can find a way to unlock the door," Guang Qingzi suggested. The group gathered around, meticulously analyzing the patterns and inscriptions on the door. Suddenly, A deep roar echoed from the depths of the ruin. Shortly thereafter, the ground began to tremble violently, fissures appearing in the earth. "This is bad. Something is about to emerge," Zhao Gongming shouted, summoning the sea-stabilizing pearl, which shone brightly, hovering above the group, ready to counter any unforeseen circumstances that a colossal beast surged forth from the depths of the ruin. This creature resembled a dragon, yet boasted enormous wings and sharp claws, its body covered in black scales that shimmered with a chilling light. Its eyes glowed a blood-red hue, and flames erupted from its maw. "What manner of beast is this?" Mo Lihong exclaimed, unfurling the primordial umbrella, vigilantly observing the creature. The monster opened its massive jaws, letting out a roar before lunging toward the group that it moved with astonishing speed. Reaching them in an instant, Guangqingzi swiftly summoned the sky-subduing seal, which bore immense power as it struck down upon the beast. The creature flapped its enormous wings, attempting to counter the seal's assault. The wings collided with the seal, producing a deafening crash, and a crack appeared along the monster's wing. The beast let out a pained roar, growing even more frantic in its attacks against the group. It swiped its claws at them, compelling everyone to cast defensive spells to block its onslaught. Xinfeng directed the piercing deception spear toward the beast's eyes, its tip gleaming with a cold light. The creature swiftly turned its head, using its scales to deflect Xinfeng's strike. The spear tip struck the scales, creating a harsh, grating sound. Yi concealed himself in the shadows, quietly approaching the beast. He identified the opportune moment. Suddenly bursting forth from the darkness, thrusting the shadow blade at the creature's abdomen, the beast sensed danger and twisted its body, resulting in Yi's attack merely leaving a shallow cut on its abdomen. Man Kuei bellowed, gripping the earth-shattering battle axe tightly as he leaped high, aiming for the monster's head. The beast swung its claws to parry Man Kuei's strike. The axe and claws clashed, sending sparks flying. In the heat of battle, Zhuan Fengzi suddenly realized that the monster's assaults seemed to correlate with the patterns on the stone door. A thought struck him, and he observed the creature's attacks and the door's designs closely. "Everyone, hold your fire. I think I've discovered something," Zhuan Fengzi shouted. Upon hearing this, the group ceased their attacks and turned their attention to him. Based on his observations, Zhuan Fengzi discerned that the order of the beast's strikes mirrored the arrangement of the patterns on the door. Albeit in reverse, he shared his findings with the group. "Perhaps we can decipher the password by following the reverse order of the beast's attacks." The group considered this suggestion reasonable and resolved to give it a try. Thus, while fending off the monster's attacks, they endeavored to unlock the door's code as per Zhuan Fengzi's instructions. Yang Jian, Neza, and others employed their divine powers, targeting the corresponding patterns on the door, with each spell striking the door's designs. The glow emanating from the door intensified. Ultimately, through their concerted efforts, the door creaked open, releasing a surge of potent energy from within. The group inhaled deeply and stepped into the doorway. Inside was an expansive chamber, dominated by a colossal stone platform upon which rested an artifact radiating a golden light. The artifact was uniquely shaped, inscribed with mysterious runes, and pulsating with immense power. "This artifact seems to harbor vast energy," Guangqingzi remarked. "It may very well be the key we have been seeking, capable of revealing all the secrets of this mysterious land, and perhaps even influencing the fate of the three realms." Just as the group prepared to approach the stone platform and seize the artifact, the runes within the ruin flared to life once more, and the entire structure began to tremble violently. The group realized that an even greater crisis was looming. Chapter 84. The power of the stars. The ruin shook violently, the runes flickering with brilliance, and the group remained on high alert, scanning their surroundings warily. At that moment, the sky split open, a radiant beam cascading down like a torrential flood, as the celestial emperor, Hao Yin, appeared with the divine list. "Esteemed ones, danger lurks at every corner. Once again, I summon formidable allies to lend you a helping hand." Hao Yin's voice resonated with unwavering strength, echoing throughout the ruins. The divine list shone brilliantly, and two figures gradually materialized. One was adorned in a robe of stars, crowned with a diadem embedded with celestial gems, exuding an extraordinary aura. In his hand, he wielded a starry staff, its tip adorned with a gem radiating mysterious starlight, the staff's body engraved with ancient star maps and runes, seemingly inextricably linked to the cosmos. This individual was named Xinglan, hailing from the distant realm of the Starry Kingdom. This kingdom lay hidden in the vast depths of the universe, where its denizens could harness the power of the stars. Possessing unparalleled wisdom and formidable strength, from a young age, Xinglan exhibited an extraordinary talent for star manipulation, and after years of cultivation, he had ascended to become one of the Starry Kingdom's elite warriors. Xinglan greeted the assembly with a slight nod, his voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. "I have come at the behest of the Celestial Emperor to fight alongside you." The other figure was a petite yet vivacious young woman, clad in agile attire, with a pair of peculiar wings shimmering with a spectrum of colors, resplendent like a rainbow. In her grasp was the illusory feather bow, crafted from a mysterious material that emanated a soft glow, its string vibrating slightly, as if infused with boundless power. This young lady was named Yushang, a descendant of the Feather Clan. The Feather Clan resided high above the clouds, endowed with the ability to control wind and light. Soaring freely through the skies, from a tender age, Yushang displayed a unique talent for combat, and through countless trials, her archery skills had reached an extraordinary level, making her one of the most distinguished warriors of the Feather Clan. "Greetings, everyone. I am Yushang, and I am thrilled to embark on this adventure with you." Yushang greeted the group with a smile, her eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. Yang Jian, Neza, and others warmly welcomed their new companions, exchanging friendly salutations. With the addition of Xinglan and Yushang, their strength had significantly increased. "With Xinglan and Yushang joining us, our power has been greatly augmented," Neza exclaimed, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Guang Qingzi regarded the new allies with a nod of approval. "Yet, the peril within these ruins remains unresolved. We must devise a strategy post-haste." The group turned their gaze toward the stone platform emanating a golden glow from the artifact. Just then, the tremors within the ruins intensified. The ground began to crumble, and gaping black fissures appeared, resembling the menacing maw of a colossal beast, continuously devouring everything in their vicinity. Xinglan brandished his starry staff, chanting incantations as the power of the stars coalesced around him, forming a colossal starry shield that enveloped everyone. The luminous stars on the shield flickered, successfully warding off the falling debris and the surging dark forces. The secrets of these ruins may well lie within this artifact. "We must obtain it swiftly," Xinglan declared as he maintained the shield. Yushang unfurled her colorful wings, darting toward the stone platform like a flash of lightning. However, just as she was about to reach the artifact, a beam of darkness shot forth from the fissure, hurtling towards her in a heartbeat. Yushang drew her illusory feather bow, releasing an arrow forged from light and wind, which collided with the dark beam. Sparks flew as the arrow was instantly consumed by the darkness. "Be cautious. This dark force is insidious." Yushang's expression changed, and she quickly retreated to the safety of her companions. Yang Jian activated his celestial eye, scrutinizing the surrounding dark energy. "It appears these forces are manipulated by some mysterious power. We must identify its source." As they pondered their next move, a massive dark tentacle emerged from the fissure, sweeping toward the group. Where the tentacle passed, everything was obliterated. The formidable warrior, Man Kuei, bellowed, swinging his earth-rending battle axe at the tentacle. The axe collided with the tentacle, producing a thunderous sound, the force of the impact pushing Man Kuei back several steps. Xing Feng wielded the breaking illusion spear, its tip glistening with a cold light as it lunged toward the tentacle. Yet, the tentacle's might was overwhelming. The spear merely left a shallow mark upon contact. Observing this, Xinglan gripped the starry staff tightly, channeling the power of the stars. The stars flickered in the sky, and a massive beam of starry energy descended, striking the dark tentacle. Under the assault of the starry power, the tentacle began to dissipate slowly. Seizing the moment of its weakening, Neza leaped onto his wind and fire wheels, brandishing his fire-tipped spear as he charged toward the stone platform. Utilizing the true fire of Samadhi, he dispelled the surrounding dark forces, successfully drawing near to the artifact. Just as Neza's hand was about to touch the artifact, a chilling laugh echoed through the ruins. Simultaneously, a colossal dark figure began to rise from the fissure. This figure was enveloped in darkness, its visage obscured, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes, exuding a terrifying aura of malevolence. "This is not good. The power of this dark figure is formidable." Guang Qingzi's expression turned grave as he summoned the FNTN seal, which bore immense strength, hurling it toward the dark figure. With a mere flick of its arm, the dark figure repelled the seal with an unseen force. The group, witnessing this, unleashed their various abilities to attack the dark figure. However, the figure's defenses were exceedingly robust, rendering their efforts nearly ineffective. "Stay calm, everyone," Let us together seek its weakness, Yang Jian shouted. Xinglan once more swung his starry staff, conjuring strange star patterns that surged toward the dark figure. Yushang continuously released arrows, which blazed brightly as they neared the dark figure, attempting to breach its defenses. Amidst the fierce battle, Xian Fengzi suddenly noticed a mysterious rune array beneath the dark figure's feet. Closely linked to its power fluctuations, look, the rune array beneath the dark figure may be the source of its power, or perhaps its weakness, Xian Fengzi exclaimed. Hearing this, the group concentrated their attacks on the rune array beneath the dark figure. Yang Jian invoked his magic, transforming his three-pronged blade into a beam of light directed at the rune array. Xing Feng thrust the breaking illusion spear toward the array, while Man Kuei swung his earth-rending battle axe at it. Under their combined assault, the rune array began to crack, and the dark figure's strength gradually waned. Continue the assault. We are on the verge of victory, Neza proclaimed excitedly, intensifying the attacks of his fire-tipped spear. The true fire of Samadhi blazing fiercely as it surged toward the rune array. Just when they believed they were about to triumph over the dark figure, the rune array suddenly erupted with blinding light, unleashing an even more potent wave of dark energy that sent them all sprawling. The dark figure laughed with glee, its power seemingly augmented. Struggling to regain their footing, the group gazed at the formidable dark figure before them, anxiety swelling within their hearts. Could we be doomed to failure? Mo Liqing clenched his Qingyun sword, his eyes filled with defiance. At that moment, Xinglan sensed an unusual fluctuation in the power of the stars above. He looked up to see a mysterious connection forming between the stars, as a beam of enigmatic star power descended upon his starry staff. Feeling the immense strength of this star energy, Xinglan's heart stirred, and he seemed to grasp something profound. Do not despair. This may be our turning point. Xinglan focused his mind, channeling the star power, merging the mysterious energy into his attacks. The starry staff in his hand radiated brilliantly, the star patterns becoming ever more dazzling as they soared toward the dark figure. When the star patterns struck the dark figure, they elicited a powerful reaction. The dark figure let out a pained roar, cracks appearing on its form as its dark aura began to dissipate. Seeing this, the morale of the group surged, and they unleashed their abilities once more against the dark figure. Under the collective force of their attacks, the dark figure's strength diminished progressively until it finally collapsed, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into the air. That a collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they sheathed their artifacts. At last, we have resolved this dilemma, Guang Chengzi remarked, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. The group turned their gaze once more to the artifact upon the stone platform, and this time, they finally succeeded in claiming it. Yet, the instant they grasped the artifact, the entire ruin began to tremble violently, as though on the verge of collapse. This is not good. We must evacuate swiftly, Yang Jian shouted, and the group raced towards the exit of the ruins. With the combined effort of the star power and their own abilities, they ultimately escaped the ruins as they stood outside. Glancing back, they witnessed the ruins crumble with a resounding roar, a cloud of dust billowing into the air. What secrets does this artifact conceal? Neza pondered, his heart filled with intrigue as he examined the artifact in his hands. Regardless of the secrets it harbors, we must unravel them without delay. This may pertain to the safety of the three realms, Guang Qingzi stated. The group nodded in agreement, resolute in their decision to continue forward, seeking to uncover the mysteries behind the artifact and the deeper truths of this enigmatic realm. Meanwhile, Xinglan and Yushang would stand shoulder to shoulder with them in the forthcoming adventures.